Greetings, system. Farewell, system. Lin Shijie's heart was filled with lingering fear as he gazed at the residual blank system, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. What is there to fear about a blank space? One can always add various technologies to it. In the end, wouldn't it suffice to have whatever one desires? It is exhausting to rely solely on oneself, so why should I? Shijie, I've arranged a meeting with an investor for you tomorrow. Do not forget to attend, Gu Yanran stated. I understand, Yanran. Rest assured, I will not resist this time, Lin Shijie replied earnestly. Gu Yanran gently shook her head, her tone faint. It's entirely your choice. This will be my last effort to assist you. Yanran, it's quite late, Lin Shijie said, his heart aching as he observed Gu Yanran, who had already packed her belongings. With a furrowed brow, Gu Yanran regarded Lin Shijie seriously and sighed softly. Shijie, I must take my leave now. Oh. Lin Shijie uttered a dejected sound, his eyes filled with reluctance as he watched Gu Yanran pick up her luggage and gently open the door. He even noticed her hesitating for a brief moment as she closed the door behind her. Yet Lin Shijie could not muster any words to plead for her to stay. He could only watch helplessly as Gu Yanran's forlorn silhouette vanished beyond the threshold. With a soft thud, the door closed, akin to the shutting of Lin Shijie's own heart. He collapsed onto the bed, pressing his palms against his eyes with fervor, attempting to stave off the tears that threatened to spill forth. Lin Shijie had never anticipated that such a turn of events would transpire in his life. In university, he was the pride of his peers, having garnered numerous first-class scholarships, including national accolades. His exceptional programming skills had earned him countless awards in national-level coding competitions. By all accounts, he was destined for a radiant future. And Gu Yanran, the belle of the campus, had fallen for him after several ardent pursuits. At that time, they were undoubtedly an enviable couple. Upon graduation, Lin Shijie had pinpointed the trajectory of technological advancement, convinced that the future would not merely replicate the fervor of the metaverse, for such various technologies could not be achieved in a short span. However, augmented reality AR was different. With the gradual maturation of 5G technology in the continuous evolution of chips, AR, or rather the new world built upon AR, was the direction of the future. Thus, Lin Shijie dedicated himself to the development of AR technology, even constructing compilations with innovative ideas and concepts ahead of the curve. Of course, he was aware that being half a step ahead made one a genius, but being a step ahead could render one a madman. Yet he believed that once his was realized, the world would inevitably take that half step forward. Throughout the development process, although his family provided some assistance, Gu Yanran's unwavering support was paramount. Alas, fate can be cruel. He indeed made that leap, but instead of the world advancing, it retreated half a step. This rendered his desperate actions utterly meaningless. His dreams and future lay shattered. The turmoil in his heart led to a severe illness, further dampening his spirits. Gu Yanran had urged him to set aside his endeavors temporarily and seek employment. Or perhaps, to sell off some of the foundational programs he had developed. After all, if things continued as they were, Lin Shijie would truly be rendered incapable. Yet every attempt at consolation devolved into quarrels, culminating in their bitter parting. Thus, events had progressed to this current state. Lin Shijie had ceased to persist, yet the previous stubbornness had nearly extinguished the affection between them. With a sigh, Lin Shijie resolved not to meet any investors the following day. It was not out of stubbornness, but rather a decision to seek employment. He glanced at the still operating computer, smiling faintly, knowing that his creations would likely hold little significance in the coming years. Yet it was his labor of love. Parting with it was truly difficult. Lin Shijie wiped his face and approached the bathroom, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Lin Shijie, your obstinacy has not only harmed you but has also delayed Gu Yanran. Face reality. When you fail, those around you will mock you. If you do not regain your footing, you will be utterly defeated. You are still young. You absolutely can rise again and reclaim your peak. When that time comes, all that you owe Yanran shall be repaid manifold. Press on. Lin Shijie clenched his fist tightly, resolutely admonishing himself. Just then, he felt as though his mind had been struck, a wave of disorientation washing over him. Suddenly, a brilliant, radiant space materialized in his consciousness. What is this? Lin Shijie gazed in astonishment at the unexpected realm. Could it be VR? Or perhaps some form of advanced technological civilization's spiritual domain? As Lin Shijie pondered, a voice abruptly echoed. Fool, it's a system. Haven't you ever read a novel? A system? Some sort of advanced technology? Lin Shijie queried, having never been a reader of novels and thus unaware of what a system entailed. Advanced technology? You should refer to it as divine technology. A system, indeed. It is an unparalleled artifact capable of helping you realize your dreams, ascend to the pinnacle of life, or even dominate the world and rule the cosmos. Wait, how could a traveler not know of a system? Traveler? Lin Shijie was even more bewildered. Then, the radiant world, or rather the system, flickered in and out. Damn, I've overshot my jump. Lin Shijie was immediately engulfed in confusion. This cannot be. I must return quickly, or else the spatial binding will be compromised. Is there anything I can assist you with? Lin Shijie inquired curiously. It's bad the outer structure has begun binding. What should we do? Should we eliminate the host? Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Shijie felt a jolt. Just as he was about to respond, the system's voice continued. No, even if we eliminate you, we cannot undo it. However, without the outer protection, we cannot return at all. Upon hearing that the system had no intention of ending his existence, Lin Shijie finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the mention of the structure sparked an epiphany. I have designed an AR program with a complete structure and core. Would that be of use? A program? Is this a technological civilization? Let me see. Simultaneously, Lin Shijie's computer flickered, all data being meticulously reviewed. Barely usable, but it requires a substantial amount of energy, the system responded, visibly relieved. Kid, consider yourself fortunate the system's structure will remain here with you. May I inquire what this structure entails? Lin Shijie asked respectfully. Sir? The system was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded with a chuckle. Well, since you are a person of technological civilization, you should understand this framework is akin to a blank operating system, into which you may input your own elements. However, remember, you can only add and extract elements that comply with the rules of your world. Of course, without my core, all the wondrous functions will cease to exist. It merely amounts to constructing a sufficiently expansive reality. Yet, given your commendable attitude, I shall lend you a hand. I have transferred your game kernel here, allowing you to add directly via this network. Indeed, you may also utilize your consciousness to scan and add, continuously refining and upgrading the system. However, remember that establishing rules and foundational logic is paramount, for you can produce and construct everything you require here, far surpassing mere scanning. Now, I must take my leave. Farewell, esteemed one. Lin Shijie suppressed his overwhelming elation and spoke hastily. With a thunderous roar echoing in his mind, the resplendent light before him vanished. In an instant, his consciousness was left with a barren expanse and his designed AR game floating solitary in the center. As he opened his eyes, Lin Shijie observed the dimly lit room, rendered somber by the vast electrical gaps, yet his own eyes sparkled with vibrant brilliance. Within his mind, he now possessed a blank system that could be crafted and upgraded, allowing him to add and retrieve at will. Could he perhaps take that step forward, matching the world's pace?
Chapter 2. The blank system. Lin Shijie took a moment to compose his excited heart and once again observed the blank system in his mind, thanks to the game program he had already integrated into the system. Lin Shijie discovered that rules concerning computer program compilation had begun to take shape. Moreover, as the system had previously stated, he could directly input compilations from the computer. With this thought, Lin Shijie promptly approached his computer and began downloading a plethora of blueprints and detailed information. Ranging from the simplest pure metal, gold bars, Swiss Army knives, and handguns, to more complex items like flashlights, cameras, mobile phones, and even the more intricate first-generation computers, which were the size of half a building. Before long, all these items vividly manifested within the blank system in his mind. However, Lin Shijie noticed an issue. These items seemed merely to be programs and did not possess a tangible form. He quickly directed his attention to the virtual gold bar extraction. There was no response. Lin Shijie furrowed his brow in confusion. Why was this happening? Hadn't the system claimed that direct input and extraction were possible? Was it perhaps due to the absence of foundational rules? With this consideration, Lin Shijie shifted his gaze to the glass cup on his computer desk. Focusing intently, he commanded, "Scan." It felt as though his mental energy coalesced into a tangible force, enveloping the glass cup as he scrutinized it thoroughly, inside and out. Moments later, an identical glass cup appeared within the blank system in his mind. Lin Shijie gazed at this glass cup, a thrill coursing through him. Simply by concentrating on it, he instinctively felt capable of extracting it. Extraction. Lin Shijie murmured softly. Indeed, an identical glass cup materialized on the desktop before him. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he repeatedly executed the extraction. Eventually, he discerned the subtle differences between the virtual glass cup and those items downloaded from the computer. It was likely the distinction between the real and the illusory. The data downloaded from the computer was purely virtual, akin to the game itself, simply electronic data that could not be extracted without foundational rules. However, if sufficient foundational rules were established, or if there existed a basis and technological framework in this world, everything could materialize into reality. Just as the system had indicated, his mind could indeed be transformed into a genuine world. The foundational elements of the world were straightforward. His scanning ability could easily fulfill that role. As for the technological framework, it was also manageable, with knowledge ranging from basic to advanced education readily available online. Yet, this did not encompass the most cutting-edge scientific technologies, which were merely theoretical papers scattered across the internet. Such limitations were far from Lin Shijie's aspirations. The blank system lacked a core, necessitating that he had everything himself, even if he were to establish comprehensive foundational logical rules and a technological framework. It would require extensive research over time. If it were merely this, Lin Shijie would not have entertained the notion of taking a step forward in the world. However, through his recent computer interactions, he uncovered a tremendous opportunity. One might even call it a glitch. The blank system allowed for two modes of input, one via the computer and the other through his mental scanning. He could utilize mental scanning to introduce foundational rules, thereby compensating for the system's deficiencies. Simultaneously, he could manipulate physical objects through the operational rules of the computer. At this moment, Lin Shijie had already begun performing the simplest operations of enlarging and shrinking the glass cup in his mind. Soon, two glass cups appeared before him, one merely 1 centimeter in size, and the other towering at 1 meter. With a smile, Lin Shijie adjusted the size of the glass cups once more, manifesting a nanoscale glass cup alongside one the size of a building. Extraction. While the nanoscale glass cup was successfully extracted, the building-sized glass cup could not be retrieved. Even when Lin Shijie directed his consciousness to the open space outside, the outcome remained unchanged. Insufficient system energy. Upgrade required. The frown Lin Shijie had just adopted relaxed. It was merely an energy issue, not a major concern. More importantly, he had discovered a method with the computer's control mechanisms, whether enlarging or shrinking. Regardless of precision or complexity, no challenge remained insurmountable. In other words, Lin Shijie could directly create the most precise and intricately crafted items in the world. He could also produce the purest or most complex compounds. Even a single large character would suffice in its simplicity and brutality. What? Confused? Would you fear a fist the size of a sandbag? No? Then would you fear a cockroach the size of a sandbag? Similarly, you might not fear a grenade the size of a watermelon, but what about a missile the size of a manned rocket? Isn't that sufficiently brutal? As for the system's energy, it was not a concern. As he progressively refined and upgraded the system, this issue would naturally resolve itself. The foundational rules and basic technologies of the world were also simple enough. As for advanced technology, Lin Shijie smiled slightly, for his mental scanning was precisely the remedy. Whether it was computer chip lithography machines or aircraft and rocket spacecraft, scanning would yield the most comprehensive data, even allowing for countless physical disassemblies and studies. Lin Shijie doubted that such technology would elude him. However, this meant he would need to embark on the path of entrepreneurship and establish a company, as the development of high technology was certainly beyond the capability of a single individual. Ideally, collaboration with the state would eliminate any lingering concerns. Yet, this might lead to disappointment for Gu Yaran, Lin Shijie thought with a wry smile. Nonetheless, he silently reassured her, "Yaran, trust me. This time it's not my stubbornness. I will succeed and win you back. In the following days, Lin Shijie scanned nearly everything within sight, even making a special trip to the suburbs to encompass items unseen in the city. Naturally, he also explored nearly all conceivable physical and chemical reactions, including the myriad transformations of nature. Now, apart from a handful of unique minerals and materials, the foundational rules of the system were nearly complete. Observing the increasingly tangible system and his gradually strengthening mental prowess, Lin Shijie felt a surge of joy. However, he also identified an issue. All living entities, whether flora or fauna, could be scanned and successfully entered into the system space. Yet extraction remained impossible. This was, in fact, within Lin Shijie's expectations. After all, if life itself could be scanned and extracted at will, it would be quite alarming. Upon returning to his small room, Lin Shijie immediately began packing his belongings and booked a flight back to school. He intended to revisit his alma mater, not only because the materials department had access to a greater variety of unique materials that could supplement the foundational rules of his system, but also because he had already conceived the first step of his entrepreneurial journey. Indeed, it was also materials. The prices of high-end elemental materials were exorbitantly high and exceedingly rare, which necessitated cautious and meticulous research and practical testing, making it difficult to achieve meaningful results. Yet, this posed no problem for Lin Shijie. Of course, the steep prices were not the most significant concern. After all, if he truly desired wealth, whether diamonds or gold bars, the system space contained authentic data, allowing him to replicate as much as he wished. What truly mattered to Lin Shijie was the immense advantage that university provided, an unparalleled resource. Chapter 3. Chenhao. What a coincidence. Stepping back onto campus, Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. The familiar teaching buildings, dormitories, and even the roads felt exceptionally endearing. The places he had walked alongside Gu Yaran evoked even deeper memories. Once upon a time, he had been the pride of this institution, a notable figure among his peers. Yet now, his circumstances would surely astonish those classmates. No, he mused, they must have already heard of his situation. They must have indulged in secret mockery, given that he had once been the center of attention. In his youthful arrogance, he had been oblivious to the discontent he may have inadvertently caused in others. Just as Lin Shijie was lost in thought, a somewhat familiar voice called out from behind him, "Lin Shijie, is that really you?" Lin Shijie turned in surprise to find that it was Chenhao calling his name. Although not a classmate, he was from the same graduating class. Lin Shijie recognized him primarily because Chenhao had once pursued Gu Yaran. However, Lin Shijie was not particularly familiar with him, as victors often regard the defeated with indifference. Yet, observing the peculiar smile on Chenhao's face, Lin Shijie understood that this fellow was likely aware of his current plight, hence the expression tinged with schadenfreude, albeit poorly concealed. "Ah, Chenhao, long time no see. But aren't you still in school? You need to keep working hard," Lin Shijie replied with a smile, thinking, "You're practically broadcasting your schadenfreude. Why would I offer you a pleasant demeanor?" Upon hearing Lin Shijie's words, Chenhao's cheeks involuntarily twitched, recalling the disdainful attitude and sharp words Lin Shijie had directed at him during his pursuit of Gu Yaran. There was little he could do. After all, Lin Shijie had indeed been dazzling at that time. Chenhao lacked the confidence to retaliate, but now, things were different. Chenhao summoned his courage and gazed at the familiar face before him. "Do you still believe you are that once celebrated prodigy, surrounded by countless accolades? In truth, you are merely a failed entrepreneur, a squanderer of precious years. While you languished in defeat, I ascended steadily." Thus, Chenhao smiled faintly. "Indeed, still not having graduated, yet the professor insists I assist with research, leading me to pursue my doctorate ahead of schedule. Here I am, guiding these eager graduate students, preparing to head to the laboratory." Lin Shijie understood. It appeared Chenhao had indeed embarked on a doctoral journey, perhaps believing himself superior, hence his bravado. Yet, observing the admiring gazes of the students behind him, Lin Shijie recognized that Chenhao must possess some merit. "By the way, how is your entrepreneurial venture faring? You are undoubtedly the most dazzling figure of our cohort. I assume you have achieved resounding success." Chenhao regarded Lin Shijie with a mocking glance, suggesting it was a chance for those of us still ensconced in academia to glean some wisdom from your experiences. Chenhao tilted his head, deliberately emphasizing the word lesson. Lin Shijie furrowed his brow, noting the somewhat gleeful expressions of the students behind him. he quickly surmised that his misfortunes had likely been disseminated far and wide by this individual. Initially, Lin Shijie was disinclined to engage. But then a thought crossed his mind. Wait, Chen Hao, if I recall correctly, you are studying materials, right? Materials, particularly as a research-oriented doctoral student. This is akin to encountering a pillow while one is on the verge of slumber. So, he promptly inquired with a smile, by the way, Chen Hao, what specific area are you researching? Chen Hao found himself at a loss for words, thinking, I am mocking you, ridiculing you. Do you not realize, even if you do not feel shame, at least express some indignation? Why do you turn around and inquire about my work with such a friendly demeanor? Is my approach so subtle? No wonder Chen Hao was bewildered. He had been sheltered within the confines of academia, untouched by the rigors of the outside world. How could he comprehend that Lin Shijie's 2 years of societal experience had fundamentally altered his outlook, rendering such mild jests trivial? Thus, when confronted with Lin Shijie's inquiry, Chen Hao found himself momentarily stunned. However, a graduate student nearby interjected, Senior Chen is researching graphene and has already made significant progress. Graphene, are you focusing on the mass production of monolayers? Lin Shijie immediately probed further. Chen Hao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Graphene? Is it as commonplace as cabbage, monolayers, and mass production? What are you thinking? If I had that capability, I wouldn't be pursuing a doctorate. I would directly apply for a Nobel Prize. Then establish a high-tech company, undoubtedly surpassing you and winning over Gu Yanjin. Do not just so naively. Currently, no one in the world can mass-produce monolayer graphene, Chen Hao replied, exasperated. Of course, one could produce fragments or disregard yield losses, but the quality would be dismal. Senior Chen is researching silicon carbide epitaxy and has been able to obtain high-quality bilayer graphene. Even monolayers are not out of reach, a diligent graduate student chimed in. Chen Hao naturally displayed a proud smile, feigning humility by waving his hand dismissively. However, Lin Shijie paid no heed to Chen Hao's ostentatious demeanor, or perhaps he simply did not notice. His thoughts had been abruptly redirected by their conversation. Previously, he had fixated solely on rare and precious elemental materials, neglecting to consider graphene, which, while requiring sophisticated techniques and conditions, is composed of readily available raw materials. Indeed, it is evident that specialized matters necessitate expertise. Lin Shijie could not help but chuckle. While extracting a small quantity of precious metals might be manageable, excessive quantities could certainly invite considerable trouble, but graphene is different, as long as one possesses the necessary techniques. Even the most rudimentary mechanical exfoliation method could yield results. Suddenly, Lin Shijie beamed at Chen Hao, who felt a chill run down his spine. He wondered if Lin Shijie had been so profoundly affected by his entrepreneurial failures that his faculties had begun to falter. Lin Shijie, of course, noticed the meaning behind Chen Hao's gaze, yet he remained unfazed, instead affectionately draping an arm around Chen Hao's shoulder. Chen Hao, it has been ages since we last met. You were heading to the laboratory, weren't you? Let us walk together. By the way, enlighten me about the current applications of graphene. Has the advancement of global technology stalled without it being affected? Chen Hao stared incredulously at Lin Shijie, who was all smiles and casually resting an arm around his shoulder. Was this truly the proud Lin Shijie, the one who looked down upon everything, or had he genuinely lost his mind? The graduate students trailing behind cast puzzled glances at the two, having previously assumed a rivalry existed between them, given their earlier remarks. How had their relationship transformed so swiftly into one of camaraderie? Did Senior Chen and Lin Shijie share a friendship akin to that of mischievous companions? The students exchanged bewildered glances, hastily following along. Hey, Lin Shijie, what on earth is going on with you? Chen Hao could not help but inquire as Lin Shijie rambled on with his nonsensical comments. Lin Shijie chuckled lightly, dismissing the query. Oh, nothing much. Just stumbled upon a method for mass-producing monolayer graphene, and I wanted to verify it with you. What? Chapter 4. Graphene is a marvelous substance. Chen Hao was utterly taken aback by Lin Shijie's statement. As he understood it, various methods for producing monolayer graphene existed, each with its own drawbacks and limitations. Achieving mass production was indeed feasible, albeit at the cost of sacrificing certain properties, such as insufficient carbon ring purity or the inclusion of other elements. Additionally, one might need to compromise on quality, yielding smaller specifications and allowing for a greater presence of bilayers or multilayers. After all, as long as there was a monolayer, possessing complete carbon ring structures could still be considered mass production. Could it not? Thus, reflecting on this, Chen Hao shook his head in resignation, believing Lin Shijie had succumbed to the dubious tendencies prevalent in society after 2 years of navigating its complexities. You were never like this before, he remarked, only to be interrupted by Lin Shijie, who insisted, let us focus on the present. Look at you. You're the leader of a laboratory now, thriving in your development, yet you fail to share it with your friends. Chen Hao found himself at a loss for words. Are we that familiar? Besides, I believe we lack contact information. However, before Chen Hao could retort, Lin Shijie continued, by the way, your research on graphene must require a considerable amount of high-end equipment. Right, indeed, as mechanical exfoliation methods do not necessitate particularly sophisticated apparatus, I require precision instruments, Chen Hao affirmed. Oh, splendid, Lin Shijie replied with a smile. So, how has life at the school been these past few years? Any notable changes? Certainly. They have constructed a new sports complex, and the swimming pool has finally been completed. Oh, the swimming pool is finished? That is quite an accomplishment, indeed. Construction began when we first entered university, and it has taken so many years. As Chen Hao recounted the state of the school, he could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Wait a moment. Chen Hao suddenly paused mid-sentence. Realizing he had unwittingly become ensnared in this conversation, he glanced at Lin Shijie, questioning, are we really that familiar? Oh look, we've arrived at the laboratory. We've delayed long enough. Let's head in and allow me to take a look around. Lin Shijie smiled as he approached the laboratory building. Aren't you involved in software? After your entrepreneurial failure, are you considering a career change? Chen Hao finally regained his composure and posed the question. Puzzled, entrepreneurship? Naturally, it is wise to focus on one's area of expertise, Lin Shijie replied with a grin. However, it is also essential to explore other fields, for many seemingly inconspicuous areas may harbor lucrative opportunities. Chen Hao could only shake his head in disbelief. Am I considered an inconspicuous area? Enough of this. We should enter the laboratory promptly and see your achievements. I wish to broaden my horizons. Although Chen Hao felt exasperated, he nonetheless stepped into the laboratory, harboring a desire to showcase his accomplishments. I must inform you, once inside the laboratory, do not touch anything. Outsiders are not permitted here, Chen Hao cautioned. Haha, fear not, I understand, Lin Shijie replied confidently. He was well aware that Chen Hao was more concerned with how to impress him than any prohibition regarding entry into the laboratory. The graduate students trailing behind the two exchanged glances, further solidifying their belief that a close friendship akin to that of playful adversaries existed between them. Upon entering the laboratory, Lin Shijie wasted no time in unleashing his mental acuity. Over this period of systematic development, his mental prowess had significantly increased. While it still lacked the miraculous qualities of telekinesis as described in legends, he had made substantial strides in scanning objects. Thus, he commenced a comprehensive, multidimensional scan of the entire laboratory, particularly focusing on the seemingly advanced instruments and apparatus. Chen Hao, witnessing Lin Shijie's actions, found himself momentarily speechless. Lin Shijie, but Lin Shijie quickly interjected, Chen Hao, please, continue with your work. Do not mind me, I will take a casual look around. Chen Hao found himself momentarily speechless, pondering that he had yet to take any action. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he turned to the girl behind him and said, could you please introduce me to him? Particularly regarding my accomplishments, I will prepare the experiment first. The somewhat admiring junior immediately nodded vigorously, believing she understood Chen Hao's intent, and approached Lin Shijie. Haha, thanks, Lao Chen. Lin Shijie responded with a smile, relieved as he had been pondering how to initiate a conversation, only to have Chen Hao present him with the perfect opportunity. Hello, Junior. How long have you been following Chen Hao? Lin Shijie inquired cheerfully. For a year now. Senior Chen has taught me a great deal. She replied, well, I must say, his academic prowess is quite commendable. Lin Shijie acknowledged with a nod. By the way, Junior, could you provide me with a thorough introduction to this place? I am genuinely intrigued by graphene. Sure, she replied, beginning her explanation. Lin Shijie already possessed a fundamental understanding of graphene, recognizing it as a novel material composed solely of carbon atoms. Its purported applications were vast, yet its practical utilization was hampered by the limitations in its preparation and various application conditions, relegating it to merely basic applications. However, the individuals present were professionals, capable of providing Lin Shijie with detailed information. Nonetheless, Lin Shijie's primary interest lay in the methods of graphene preparation and the related equipment. This was where he envisioned the most potential for investment, as refining precision within the system was no trivial matter. Once he maximized the precision to the atomic level, the preparation would become significantly simpler. Lost in pleasant thoughts, Lin Shijie attentively listened as the junior introduced him to the intricacies of graphene. After all, this knowledge was essential for his technological development. By the way, this is the largest and highest quality monolayer graphene produced in our laboratory. The junior noted with a smile as she approached the display. This was overseen by Senior Qin, she added, winking at Chen Hao, who was oblivious to Lin Shijie's envious expression upon hearing the junior's introduction. Lin Shijie's eyes gleamed with excitement, his attention fully captivated by the display case before him. Forgetting all about Chen Hao, inside a vacuum glass chamber lay a substrate of an unknown material, upon which the monolayer graphene was presumably placed. Yet, it was impossible to discern with the naked eye. After observing for some time, Lin Shijie still could not determine what was atop the substrate. However, considering it was merely a layer of carbon atoms, it was hardly surprising that visibility was an issue. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his ability to scan and replicate it within the system. This must be quite expensive, he mused. Of course, the junior replied, while there are indeed many monolayer graphene products available on the market, they typically exist in powdered form or as microflakes in solution, only suitable for the most basic applications. Our laboratory requires such materials to better explore the myriad functions of graphene. Lin Shijie couldn't help but chuckle. Expensive was indeed the right descriptor. He promptly immersed his consciousness into the system, magnifying the view, and finally caught sight of the thin layer within the glass. There you are, he exclaimed in triumph. With this sample, the issue of obtaining graphene was no longer a concern. Now, let's magnify it further to observe its precise structure, so I can create various configurations. Magnify, my precious. As the monolayer graphene continued to enlarge, Lin Shijie's excitement grew, anticipating the sight of the classic hexagonal structure. However, he soon discovered that his attempts to magnify the graphene were futile. Regardless of how he manipulated the controls, the monolayer graphene remained unchanged, failing to reveal its molecular structure. Lin Shijie paused, realizing that the current size was still far from exhibiting the molecular structure. Why had he reached this limit? How could he expand it further, bend it into carbon nanotubes, or arrange it into myriad configurations? Was it possible that his technological development had not yet reached this threshold? Frowning slightly, Lin Shijie's initial excitement began to wane. If that were the case, his improvements to precision instruments would likely be confined to basic adjustments of magnification. Only when his technological advancement reached a certain level could he fundamentally alter the equipment. Moreover, upon calming down, Lin Shijie understood that his previous assumptions had been somewhat naive. The molecular structures they observed were simplified representations, with the atomic bonds depicted merely as lines for ease of understanding. In the microscopic realm, those bonds manifested as clouds of electrons. To manipulate them was not as simple as merely removing them. Without the requisite technology, he would be unable to make any adjustments to such minute details. Frowning once more, Lin Shijie realized he had been viewing the system through the lens of computer programming, needing to shift his perspective quickly, at least until he acquired the necessary technology. Since alteration was off the table, he decided to replicate several samples. Whether for intimidation or emergencies, they would prove useful. With a hint of resignation, he resumed inquiring about the various methods for preparing graphene from the junior. The methods include the simplest mechanical exfoliation, the commonly used oxidation reduction method, epitaxial growth, chemical vapor deposition, and so forth, the junior explained earnestly. However, Lin Shijie listened with furrowed brows, soon feeling overwhelmed. These concepts were far too advanced for him. Even after improving the equipment, he would still be unable to produce the graphene himself. After all, to extract graphene, a viable preparation process was essential. At that moment, Chen Hao, feeling somewhat smug, remarked, not comprehending the intricacies. Each field has its expertise, and these matters may be beyond your grasp. Chen Hao then turned to the junior. By the way, explain the simplest mechanical exfoliation method to him. He should be able to grasp that. The junior smiled, having noticed Lin Shijie's furrowed brow. Lin Shijie, unfazed, thought, underestimating me, are you? He leaned closer to the junior and said, just explain it in layman's terms. Otherwise, I might not understand at all. He winked playfully. The junior smiled and nodded slightly. Now quite confident in the dynamic between Lin Shijie and Chen Hao, she indulged, in simple terms, in 2004. Andrei Geim and Konstantin Novoselov from the University of Manchester used adhesive tape to repeatedly separate highly oriented pyrolytic graphite, ultimately obtaining monolayer graphene. For this achievement, they were awarded the Nobel Prize in 2010. What? They won a Nobel Prize using tape? Lin Shijie exclaimed, astonished. While it may sound trivial, those two were indeed professional scientists who, after exhausting various methods, stumbled upon this seemingly clumsy yet effective technique. Chen Hao approached, rolling his eyes at Lin Shijie. Indeed, it may seem trivial, but there are many such methods in scientific history that have yielded significant results, like the classic example of atmospheric pressure miracles and the groundbreaking methods for achieving absolute zero. Back in the day, Dewar had employed the simplest principles of gas compression to achieve low temperatures, ultimately reaching conditions suitable for hydrogen liquefaction. In comparison, the tape method for isolating monolayer graphene hardly seemed remarkable. What truly satisfied Lin Shijie was that this method suited him perfectly. It did not require extensive knowledge or overly complex equipment. Employing this technique to produce high-quality monolayer graphene was undoubtedly his top choice. All it requires is a modification of tape. If graphene cannot be adjusted, surely tape can, he resolved, with his decision made. Lin Shijie turned his attention to Chen Hao. When are you going to win a Nobel Prize? Chen Hao, while adjusting the experimental apparatus, Chen Hao nearly stumbled, caught off guard, though he occasionally entertained thoughts of the Nobel Prize. They remained just that, thoughts. He was well aware that he was still quite distant from such a prestigious recognition. With a bemused glance at Lin Shijie, especially at his beaming face, Chen Hao felt a twinge of irritation. After fine-tuning the instruments, Chen Hao approached Lin Shijie, preparing to suggest that it was time for him to leave. Although a visit was acceptable, remaining during the experimental phase would be inappropriate. Yet before he could speak, Lin Shijie interjected, Chen Hao, I just heard the junior explain that while preparing graphene is one aspect, testing its applications is equally significant. Chen Hao nodded, of course. But high-quality graphene and corresponding materials are relatively scarce. Indeed, our laboratory is in dire need of high-quality graphene, the junior concurred. Upon hearing this, Lin Shijie chuckled, I knew it, with your capabilities. You shouldn't be in such a predicament. I previously mentioned that I had acquired a method for producing monolayer graphene. I brought some along to show you. Chen Hao stared in disbelief. Are you serious? Absolutely. More genuine than gold itself. As he spoke, Lin Shijie placed his bag on the table by the door, simultaneously. He tapped the single-layer graphene samples he had copied from the system, shattering the edges before carefully placing them back into an identical vacuum package. After opening the bag, he ostentatiously tossed a neatly prepared stack into it, while also brandishing another sample. Here, this one is slightly smaller than yours, yet still quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Hao, astonished, accepted the graphene, then glanced back at the one displayed in the showcase. His cheeks involuntarily twitched. Could it be true that this guy had indeed discovered a preparation method? With that thought, Chen Hao hurriedly placed the sample he held onto the apparatus for testing. Observing the single-layer sheet structure and its high purity, his hands trembled. Had Lin Shijie truly found a new preparation method? In an instant, the confidence he had just built began to crumble. At that moment, the laboratory door swung open. Chen Hao's mentor, academician Fan Luohua, stepped inside and furrowed his brow upon spotting the outsider. Lin Shijie, however, before he could utter a word, the door inadvertently collided with Lin Shijie's bag, sending the stack of graphene samples tumbling to the floor. Instantly, the laboratory fell silent, all eyes fixated on the scattered samples. Lin Shijie observed the stunned expressions of those around him and thought, I swear I didn't mean to leave it there, but it seems the effect is rather impressive. Chapter 6. Preparing for business. Fan Luohua gazed at the vacuum packaging on the floor, particularly at the familiar shape and base. His heart skipped a beat. His gaze swiftly darted towards the showcase, where the exhibits remained eerily stilled. A slight sigh of relief washed over him. Yet, as he noticed the surrounding students looking at him with a mix of terror and confusion, he turned to Chen Hao with urgency. Chen Hao, what's going on here? Fan Luohua intended to inquire about the situation, but upon seeing Chen Hao holding a sample as well, he hesitated. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Could those not merely be packaging? Lin Shijie, aware of the esteemed professor's reputation as a prominent figure in the Materials Institute, quickly smiled at Chen Hao, saying, Chen Hao, How about you introduce me to academician Fan? I have long admired his illustrious name. Chen Hao, slightly dazed by Lin Shijie's words, approached his mentor. Professor, this is my friend, who graduated from our school. He came here too. Suddenly, Chen Hao glanced at Lin Shijie, uncertain of his true purpose. Lin Shijie, beaming, interjected. I merely came to see if your high-quality graphene is sufficient for your needs. He continued earnestly, we cannot allow material constraints to hinder our school's technological advancement. Since I am familiar with Chen Hao, I thought I would bring a few samples to examine. That moment. Academician Fan's expression stiffened. He cast a wary glance at the scattered packages on the floor, swallowing hard. You mean those are not just packaging? Fan Luohua quickly directed a questioning look at Chen Hao. Chen, is what you have truly graphene? Chen Hao nodded slightly. Not only that, but the quality is excellent. It's merely a tad smaller than our own sample. Fan Luohua felt his blood pressure rising as he surveyed the fallen stack. What about those? Chen Hao hesitantly nodded, then shook his head. While I'm not certain, the likelihood is quite high. Fan Luohua felt as if he had stepped out without consulting the almanac. What a stroke of bad luck. And you are? He asked, finally allowing a smile to form as he addressed Lin Shijie. Lin Shijie promptly approached academician Fan with a broad smile, sweeping aside the samples on the floor with his foot. I am Lin Shijie. It's a privilege to finally meet you, academician Fan. You truly are a warm-hearted elder. It is fortunate for Chen Hao to have you as a mentor. As for me, I graduated from the same class as Chen Hao and am now starting my own venture, which is why I thought to visit our alma mater. Oh, starting a venture is commendable, albeit arduous. Fan Luohua chuckled awkwardly. Chen Hao looked at Lin Shijie, wondering if he was genuinely planning to sell these graphene materials. Why not? Lin Shijie replied with a grin, while you can produce it yourselves. The crucial aspect lies in discovering preparation methods and researching the properties of graphene. Engaging in repetitive tasks merely wastes time and offers little value. Hence, there's no need to devote excessive effort to them. Is there? Lin Shijie turned to Fan Luohua, cheerfully seeking his insights. What do you think, academician Fan? Fan Luohua nodded in agreement. After all, the stack of samples he had inadvertently damaged was right there, according to Chen Hao. Each sample was only marginally inferior to the one displayed. The value of these samples was difficult to quantify. While the market boasted a variety of graphene products, most were powders or solutions, lacking comparability to lab-grade products. If one were to truly scrutinize this, determining a fair price would be quite complex. Given that the principal party had not broached the subject, they certainly would not make themselves uncomfortable. Thus, Fan Luohua's demeanor toward Lin Shijie softened considerably, brushing aside any previous concerns regarding his unauthorized entry into the lab. Lin Shijie, academician Fan began. Lin Shijie quickly interjected, please, just call me Xiaolin or Shijie. I cannot bear the weight of such a grand title. Very well, I shall call you Shijie. Fan Luohua agreed. It is my honor, Lin Shijie continued, for I wish to seek your counsel regarding graphene, particularly why it has maintained such a trajectory of development despite the stagnation in civilian technology over the past 2 years. Fan Luohua smiled gently. Indeed, over the past 2 years, the development of civilian technology has been sluggish due to environmental factors, and even laboratories have begun to scale back. Nonetheless, genuinely promising avenues of development have not ceased to thrive. Take graphene, for instance. A few years back, it was all the rage, with a surge of interest across the nation. Numerous universities established research labs, and various technology parks launched projects. However, most endeavors remained superficial, focusing on basic research and applications, wasting resources unnecessarily. Now, as the impending crisis begins to wane, capable nations worldwide are fervently advancing high-tech applications, striving to gain an advantage in the upcoming wave of development. We, too, aim to seize this opportunity to catch up. Fan Luohua's expression grew resolute as he spoke, observing his mentor's demeanor. Chen Hao added, however, we no longer approach matters as we once did, rushing headlong into every project. Instead, we are now selective, focusing on the most promising directions for in-depth exploration. Fan Luohua nodded. Our current strategy involves simplification, eliminating endeavors that are meaningless or yield little effect. Therefore, your assertion is quite valid. We have been exploring and improving preparation methods, which is essential, yet understanding the properties of graphene and its various states, along with future development directions, is equally important, perhaps even more so in certain respects. At this moment, Jinhao's contributions to the lab's prominence became apparent. Lin Shijie smiled and nodded, hearing your words. Academician Fan, truly enlightens me. I end this era of robust development. How can we, as aspiring individuals, not strive forward and contribute our share? Who knows, amidst the currents of this age, we might showcase a unique brilliance. Noticing the approving gazes and nods from both Jinhao and Fan Luohua, Lin Shijie cheerfully exclaimed, "So, shall we solidify our graphene business arrangement? Huh?" Chapter 7. Development Direction. Upon hearing Lin Shijie's words, Fan Luohua felt a twinge of uncertainty. His earlier praise for Jinhao stemmed from the latter's inherent capabilities, but it was also influenced by the fact that Lin Shijie appeared to be a good friend of Jinhao. A compliment could only serve to strengthen their rapport. However, when it came to the acquisition of graphene, matters were not so easily settled. Thus, Fan Luohua hesitated. Jinhao also furrowed his brow slightly, setting aside other considerations. It was true that a portion of the laboratory's procurement decisions could be made independently, but the budget was limited. Moreover, the price of such high-quality graphene is exorbitant. If one were to procure these, it would leave little room for other expenditures, resulting in a scarcity of resources. Observing the hesitance of the two individuals, Lin Shijie maintained an impassive expression while casually nudging the stack of graphene samples with his foot. Jinhao and Fan Luohua were rendered momentarily speechless, realizing that this fellow had been awaiting their arrival. Fan Luohua cleared his throat and addressed Lin Shijie. "Shijie, may I inquire about the source of your graphene? What are your intentions? Is it merely a transaction?" Lin Shijie promptly assumed a serious demeanor, assuring him, "Rest assured, the graphene is sourced from my own production, and there are no issues regarding its origin. My sole aim is to engage in commerce. I harbor no ulterior motives. If I were to express a desire, it would be to advance our technological development. After all, having our own innovations is far superior to relying on external sources." As he spoke, Lin Shijie playfully patted Jinhao, leaving him astonished and incredulous, pondering when their relationship had grown so amicable. Meanwhile, the other students regarded the two with understanding, recognizing them as true friends. Fan Luohua nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging their lab's need for procurement. Yet before he could elaborate on pricing, Lin Shijie interjected with a smile, "Old Fan, let's not dwell on prices. My objective is to foster our technological advancement. Discussing costs feels rather mundane. Does your lab have a budget for high-quality graphene? If so, let's proceed based on that. As for the graphene, whenever you require it, just have Jinhao collect it from me, and we can settle the accounts at the end of the month." Lin Shijie spoke with generous candor, as he was oblivious to the actual market value of the material, opting instead for a straightforward arrangement. This way, he and the laboratory would become intertwined in mutual benefit, alleviating many potential complications. At the very least, the lab would refrain from scrutinizing the graphene's origins, as no one would question matters that were so advantageous to them. Simultaneously, he would secure a significant favor, given that for him, it was merely a matter of replication. As for financial concerns, while they had once held considerable importance, they no longer bore significant weight for Lin Shijie. His foremost aspiration was to promptly enhance the technological framework of his system world, anticipating a future where resources would abound. Moreover, the world was currently embarking on a technological renaissance, and he could not afford to miss such a fortuitous opportunity. It was imperative to launch his AR game promptly, capturing a substantial market share, and subsequently establish a tech company to ascend to a position of influence and power. What do you say? With system replication at his disposal, would he not have access to whatever he desired? Such naivety could only be attributed to a lack of understanding. As an ordinary person, possessing trivial gadgets held little value. However, acquiring wealth far beyond one's means would not lead to a gentle, stable evolution. Instead, it would summon a tempest of turmoil and disaster. Presently, within Lin Shijie's system, there existed a considerable quantity of gold bricks and diamonds. Yet should he dare to reveal them, regardless of the means employed for exchange, he would soon find himself pursued, perhaps by criminal factions, or even law enforcement. In any case, anonymity would be a distant dream. Therefore, he resolved that only once he matured into a towering figure could he secure greater resources for accelerated development. After all, he possessed a blank system, devoid of any means for self-preservation, relying solely on his own capabilities. Having traversed the societal landscape, Lin Shijie harbored a modicum of understanding regarding its darker facets. Thus, he opted for caution, choosing to develop discreetly, avoiding recklessness. At least until he acquired sufficient abilities for self-defense. He would refrain from excessive risk. Even if he were to take risks, they must be contained within manageable parameters. Chen Hao and Fan Luohua remained blissfully unaware of Lin Shijie's contemplations. Chen Hao was relatively untroubled. Believing that Lin Shijie genuinely sought to advance the school's technology while assisting him, he felt a surge of gratitude, gazing earnestly at Lin Shijie, guilt creeping into his heart as he reflected on his previous misconceptions. Had he misjudged such a commendable friend? Fan Luohua, seasoned and astute, harbored numerous thoughts. The synthesis of high-quality graphene was no trivial endeavor, particularly in large quantities, which was unattainable for an individual. Lin Shijie must have acquired substantial graphene through some means, and he was now generously offering it for the benefit of national technological advancement, even while subtly aiding Chen Hao. Yet, was this not entirely reasonable? Besides, Chen Hao possessed his own talents, as for the origins of the graphene. Did it truly matter? If it were illicitly sourced domestically, news would surface within days, as the quantity would be significant. Conversely, if it had been procured from abroad, that would be even better. Once utilized, they could simply cover their tracks. Naturally, any contracts or transactions would require a change of nomenclature. As for Lin Shijie's potential ulterior motives, that was inconsequential. A simple reminder to Chen Hao would suffice. Shijie, I appreciate your efforts. Let's establish a rough outline for now. And you and Chen Hao can discuss the specifics later, Fan Luohua said, patting Lin Shijie gently, his expression one of satisfaction. Lin Shijie was taken aback by the unexpected praise, unsure of what Fan Luohua had envisioned, yet grateful for the positive outcome. After a brief deliberation, Lin Shijie, under the astonished gazes of those present, produced another stack of graphene and handed it to Chen Hao. Use this for now, if it proves insufficient. Just reach out to me. Thank you so much, Chen Hao exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he regarded Lin Shijie. Satisfied with his accomplishments, Lin Shijie inquired, by the way, do you possess high-precision instruments here? Is there a need for even greater precision? This question stemmed from his sincere desire, as he understood that his acquisition of graphene had been somewhat opportunistic. The genuine breakthroughs would require the expertise of Chen Hao and his team. However, Chen Hao smiled and shook his head, explaining, previously, that would have been necessary, but with sufficient graphene for our research, we no longer require it. Oh, why is that? Lin Shijie asked with curiosity, contemplating how he might also contribute to the instruments. Although they might not be needed here, surely other laboratories would find them valuable, Chen Hao elaborated. With an ample supply of graphene, we can gather extensive, nearly comprehensive data. The more complete the data, the simpler the computer simulations become, allowing many experiments to be conducted directly on the computer. He continued with a grin, if only you had developed a laboratory system, creating an advanced AR laboratory assistant akin to Iron Man's. That would have been ideal. The words, spoken without intent, resonated deeply with Lin Shijie, illuminating the previously nebulous contours of his future plans. Chapter 8. The Need for Funds. Upon hearing Chen Hao's remarks, Lin Shijie felt as though he had received a profound revelation. His return to school was motivated, in part, by a desire to leverage his system's replication capabilities to forge strong connections with the high-tech laboratories. After all, these were the pinnacle of technological advancement accessible to him. Additionally, attending a comprehensive university offered a complete technological framework across various disciplines, which was precisely what he sought. As for his ambition to carve out a niche in the impending technological wave, Lin Shijie had indeed contemplated this, buoyed by the confidence his system instilled in him. However, he lacked a concrete and actionable plan. Chen Hao's words undeniably pierced through the fog before him, revealing a viable direction for his progress. Suddenly, Lin Shijie's vision became remarkably clear. His AR game concept had faltered due to a decline in consumer spending and a stagnation in civilian technology, leaving it bereft of a sustainable environment. However, the laboratory was a different matter altogether, equipped with hardware far superior to civilian applications. Moreover, the demands for visual fidelity and immediacy were less stringent. Precision and error-free results were paramount, while the notion of an Iron Man-like system was somewhat exaggerated. He could certainly develop a dedicated AR assistant tailored for laboratory use, though this market was relatively small and, owing to confidentiality and other considerations, not the most lucrative business choice. Lin Shijie was unfazed. The potential high-tech benefits alone rendered it invaluable. Furthermore, his initial vision for AR extended beyond mere gaming. He recognized that games provided the best entry point and the most promising financial prospects. In addition to simulated research, real-world teaching, remote control, and even more advanced AR worlds were all part of his grand design. Now, with the universal AR game seemingly lacking a suitable market, he could alter his approach. Prioritizing the development of the laboratory AR assistant system, should this system gain traction across universities and national laboratories, he would amass sufficient high-tech achievements, achieving a level of innovation that surpassed civilian applications and approached military-grade technology. In this scenario, he would not need to wait for global technological advancements. Instead, he could actively participate in and potentially lead the evolution of technology worldwide. Eventually, his AR game, or rather, his AR world, might very well herald the dawn of a new era. Since this AR system has led to its own downfall, it is now time for me to rise again with its AI deed. It is only through this means that I can ascend safely and without adverse effects. As the ability to replicate this technology must remain undisclosed. No, I must meticulously plan the specific steps for implementation. With this thought in mind, Lin Shijie embraced Qin Hao tightly. Brother, you must strive hard. Whether in the preparation of graphene or in research outcomes, I am eagerly awaiting your Nobel Prize, Lin Shijie said with palpable excitement. Qin Hao, equally moved, replied, rest assured. I remember your kindness. I will certainly work diligently to achieve something remarkable. Excellent, Lin Shijie exclaimed, glancing around with fervor, and to all my fellow juniors, let us strive for the advancement of our nation's technology. Everyone was deeply touched, for Lin Shijie's actions were tantamount to selfless assistance to their laboratory. After all, this was not merely a matter that could be resolved by Qin Hao alone. Upon hearing Lin Shijie's words, the group suddenly realized that his thoughts were genuinely focused on the prosperity of the nation's technological development. Thus, they all shouted in unison, let us go. Even Fan Lao's expression softened. It seemed Lin Shijie truly cared for the country, and he had a clear understanding of the origins of the materials. He resolved to help this young man stabilize the situation. After a heartfelt farewell, Lin Shijie left the laboratory with a hint of reluctance, moving the others deeply, even after walking quite a distance. Lin Shijie's heart remained aflame with enthusiasm, as he was busy calculating future plans in his mind. It seemed imperative to establish his own studio. Developing an AR laboratory support system would indeed require considerable resources. Additionally, he needed at least a semblance of a proper preparation lab, for if he were to successfully develop the AR laboratory support system, the objectives would extend far beyond just a few laboratories. Therefore, securing some valuable materials could serve as a crucial stepping stone. In light of this, he realized that his needs were substantial, necessitating a significant amount of funding. With this in mind, Lin Shijie took out his phone and dialed a number. Guwei, it's me. Lin Shijie, wow, it's a rarity for you to call me. Lu Guwei's astonished voice came through the phone. Hearing Lu Guwei's voice, Lin Shijie couldn't help but smile. He was a true friend from university. Unlike Qin Hao, where are you? I need to discuss something with you. Where else would I be? At school, Lu Guwei replied with a hint of resignation. By the way, how are you holding up? Speak frankly. Don T beat around the bush. Haha. Lin Shijie chuckled softly, aware of Lu Guwei's genuine concern. Things aren't great, but that's temporary. I need your help. What? You want my help? Lu Guwei exclaimed in surprise. Wow, you've finally come to your senses. We've been brothers for 4 years. Just say what you need without holding back. Lu Guwei felt a mix of relief and astonishment, for Lin Shijie was not one to easily ask for help. His request must indicate a genuine predicament. Just tell me how I can assist you. Do you need money or manpower? Lin Shijie smiled. What manpower? Where are you? I'll come find you. I just returned to school today. What? You're back. Lin Shijie could hear a flurry of activity on the other end. You didn't just wake up, did you? Haha. Isn't today the weekend? Lu Guwei replied cheerfully. Let us go to that little restaurant by the North Gate for lunch. Fine. You're treating of course. Soon, Lin Shijie arrived at the familiar restaurant from their school days, where he found Lu Guwei already waiting. After a hearty embrace, Lu Guwei began to scrutinize Lin Shijie from head to toe. You look all right, not like a beggar. So how about you treat this time? Get lost. I'm here for serious business, to discuss a collaboration. Lin Shijie stated directly. Collaboration. Lu Guwei was taken aback. Lin Shijie nodded earnestly. Yes, I need a sum of money. Money? What kind of collaboration is that? How much do you need? Lu Guwei asked straightforwardly. A few million. Lin Shijie replied nonchalantly. Pfft. Lu Guwei spat out the beer he had just sipped. Brother, are you planning to run away? Run away? No way. I need to rent a space and purchase some equipment. Lin Shijie retorted playfully. Besides, I'm not asking for your money. Hey, you're not asking for your good brother's money. But you're not concerned about Gu Yanren's. Lu Guwei teased. You've got no sense when it comes to women. Cut it out. She's my wife. We're family, so it's different. Lin Shijie rolled his eyes. All right, I genuinely don't have that much. $1 million is the limit. Lu Guwei said with resignation. So, what's the collaboration about? Once Lu Guwei swallowed his beer, Lin Shijie spoke. I have some valuable materials for experiments that I want to sell to the school's laboratory at a discounted price. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Guwei started to cough again. Lin Shijie shook his head helplessly. This guy always had exaggerated reactions. Brother, Lu Guwei whispered as he glanced around. You're not seriously in trouble, are you? Materials worth millions are recorded per gram. Lin Shijie chuckled. So you can relax. There's absolutely no issue. It's just selling them is too troublesome, which is why I'm reaching out to you. Lu Guwei eyed Lin Shijie skeptically. Really? Lin Shijie nodded seriously. All right, I trust your character, but we will still need to verify the materials. Lu Guwei stated earnestly. That's only proper. Lin Shijie agreed. Then let us finish our meal and head back to school. Lu Guwei felt reassured by Lin Shijie's demeanor. The two began to eat and chat naturally. By the way, where's Gu Yanran? Didn't she come back with you? No, we just broke up, Lin Shijie said, taking a sip of beer, his tone tinged with bitterness. No way, you two split up? Lu Guwei exclaimed. Eyes wide in disbelief. You could have told me you were married with kids, and I wouldn't have been surprised. But breaking up? How is that even possible? Seeing Lu Guwei's astonished expression, Lin Shijie felt a pang of melancholy. Indeed, who would have thought that a couple once so perfectly matched could part ways? It's my fault for being too stubborn and hurting her feelings. Lin Shijie lamented, taking another sip of beer. But this is temporary. I will win her back. Seeing Lin Shijie's determination, Lu Guwei hesitated before speaking. Don't say I didn't warn you. Gu Yanran comes from a prominent family. A true heiress. While you were a campus icon, in comparison to her, you were just a kid. She endured considerable pressure from her family to be with you. Now that you've broken up, I don't know how things will unfold between you, but her family certainly won to approve, and you'll have more to face than just Gu Yanran. Lin Shijie nodded. He was well aware of Gu Yanran's prestigious background and knew it was indeed a powerful family. However, the youthful Lin Shijie had once believed he could reach such heights through his own abilities. That confidence had been significantly eroded by the harsh realities of life. He now understood that rising to such a status was far from simple, often resembling a distant dream for ordinary people. Especially after experiencing the deepest lows, he had let Gu Yanran go. After all, unions with vast disparities in status often yield not a beautiful fairy tale, but a harsh reality. Yet now, things were different. With the blank system at his disposal, all of this no longer seemed like an unattainable dream. Rest assured, I am confident and patient this time, and I believe Gu Yanran holds feelings for me as well. Lin Shijie recalled the moment Gu Yanran hesitated at the door when she left. All right, I support you. If you need help, just ask. Cheers. Lu Guwei raised his glass. Enough drinking. We need to return to school soon. Although he said this, Lin Shijie also downed his drink. Okay, let us have a proper celebration tonight. Lu Guwei nodded. After their meal, the two returned to school, heading straight to the materials college. By the way, what materials are you talking about? Lu Guwei asked curiously as they arrived at the materials college. Lin Shijie pondered. He had been well prepared regarding the valuable materials. Unlike with graphene, he had already gone through the list of valuable materials, dismissing silver as too cheap and gold as unsuitable. Radioactive elements, like plutonium, were far too sensitive, as for tritium or helium. 3. Although they are exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, they are not something an ordinary person could procure. Especially helium. 3, which can only be harvested from outer space or the moon. Should one manage to acquire some, it is certain that agents from the National Security Agency would arrive at their doorstep in no time. Thus, Lin Shijie opted for rhodium, a highly valuable metal, yet not excessively rare. While its price is steep, it is not prohibitively expensive, and it is also a substance frequently utilized in laboratories. Consequently, Lin Shijie directly stated. Please take me to see the rhodium used in the laboratory. I wish to ascertain its quality. Lu Guwei raised an eyebrow slightly, noting that this material was relatively benign, but inquired, "Where did you source this?" "It better not be from within the country, otherwise we would be in quite a predicament. Rest assured," Lin Shijie replied with a smile. "There will be no trouble at all." Lu Guwei nodded slightly, smiling as he said, "All right, I trust you. However, if trouble arises, don't say you know me. Get lost. Let's go. I need to check if this is indeed rhodium. If not, I might have to resort to selling myself to pay off debts." Lu Guwei immediately chimed in with a laugh. "Get lost." Lin Shijie pretended to kick him. That moment, a female teacher happened to walk by, prompting Lin Shijie to retract his foot. Lu Guwei promptly straightened his posture. Walking past with a smile, "Miss Lu, what brings you here on the weekend?" the female teacher asked cheerfully. "Teacher Feng, I just wanted to check on a few experimental progress reports. You truly are diligent." "I shall take my leave. Goodbye." After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Guwei maintained a serious demeanor. Being a teacher certainly makes one look different. Very refined indeed, Lin Shijie teased. "This is called professionalism. Once you take on the role of a teacher in a school, you must embody the essence of that position," Lu Guwei replied earnestly. "Moreover, who could blame my father for being so strict? I finally moved out to live on my own. I certainly don't want to give him any reason to drag me back." Lin Shijie couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that his best friend's father was the dean of the Material Science College. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought him out. Furthermore, given that the system he was about to develop would be housed at the university, he would likely need Uncle Lu's assistance. "We're here. This is where the rhodium is located. You can take a look while I fetch the testing equipment." "All right." Upon seeing the silvery white metal before him, Lin Shijie's face broke into a smile. Chapter 10. Rhodium. There were 2 samples of rhodium labeled in the cabinet, though neither was particularly large. One was a regular cylindrical shape, entirely silver, gleaming under the lights like precious silver, while the other was a grayish-white powder. Below was a brief introduction to the metal rhodium, detailing its discovery, properties, and applications. Lin Shijie glanced over it and nodded silently. "No wonder this material is so expensive. Not only is it exceedingly scarce on Earth, with a concentration of merely 1 part per billion in the crust, but it also boasts impressive hardness and a melting point nearing 2,000 degrees. More importantly, its corrosion resistance is astonishingly high. Even aqua regia, reputed to dissolve nearly everything, can only dissolve a minuscule amount of it. However, upon examining rhodium's applications, which primarily include coating, as well as uses in catalysts and gemstone polishing," Lin Shijie narrowed his eyes at one particular application, its use as a reflective coating on mirrors. This application opens up numerous possibilities, easily conjuring thoughts of laser weaponry. "Do you see it now? Is this what you were looking for?" Lu Guwei returned and smiled, adding, "But with that expression, I doubt you can tell. Come, let me test it." Lin Shijie nodded, scanning and projecting some of the powder from his bag. It wasn't that he couldn't replicate the solid form. Rather, he was unable to alter its shape, which would create an awkward situation. A spherical shape could be adjusted, but a cylinder would be problematic. So powder it was. Lu Guwei, oblivious to other options, took it and began the testing process. By the way, Guwei, this material appears to have only ordinary applications. Is its high price solely due to its scarcity? Lin Shijie could not help but ask. "Indeed, it's not only rare globally but even scarcer in our country." Lu Guwei nodded. In fact, many rare elements are lacking in our nation. It's merely a matter of insufficient technology, preventing large-scale applications across many areas. Once the technology matures, imports will be necessary." Lin Shijie nodded, noting this information, and then inquired, "This must be quite expensive, correct? Twice the price of gold. This little bag here is worth around 100 to 180,000. Lu Guwei said, glancing at the small pouch in his hand. Lin Shijie's face immediately lit up with a smile. This price was indeed delightful. He quickly produced 2 more bags to hand to Lu Guwei. "Wow, you really have these?" Lu Guwei exclaimed in surprise, then added quietly, "I must warn you, if there truly is a problem, don't be a hero. Just hide away. If it comes to it, turning yourself in is an option too. Get lost. I told you there's no issue," Lin Shijie retorted with a laugh. By the way, what solution are you using? It wouldn't be aqua regia, would it? seeing Lin Shijie carefully handling a jar of solution while wearing gloves. Lu Guwei couldn't help but ask, "Indeed, this is the simplest method of testing," Lu Guwei replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Shijie quickly stepped back, saying, "Then keep your distance. I am quite fearful. Shouldn't we be using some high-tech methods like laser sequencing? This seems rather rudimentary. Is it reliable?" Lu Guwei chuckled. "This is professional. Do you still wish to question its efficacy? Besides, should anything go awry, you stand to benefit. Fine, do as you wish," Lin Shijie said with a smile. "By the way, why are you renting a place and buying equipment? Are you planning to develop something together?" Lu Guwei inquired while continuing the testing. "Not much, primarily. I wish to develop an AR assistance system specifically for laboratories," Lin Shijie stated plainly, observing Lu Guwei's puzzled expression. "Have you seen Iron Man? It's akin to his laboratory. You can think of it as a simplified version." Lu Guwei's eyes immediately sparkled at this revelation. "That sounds impressive, but didn't you say you were struggling with game development? How's this different?" Watching Lu Guwei waving about the aqua regia, Lin Shijie felt a surge of anxiety. "Don't move. Steady now, just set it down. TCH, you don't trust me," Lu Guwei scoffed, casting Lin Shijie a disparaging glance before placing the rhodium powder into the aqua regia and letting it sit aside. Lin Shijie then explained, "That's different. A panoramic real-time rendering game demands universality. IT requires at least a smartphone or a home computer with sufficient processing power. Of course, cloud computing via 5G theoretically could work, but currently, it's quite lacking. However, laboratories are a different story, especially in universities or national-level labs where they possess central computers. Their computing power is adequate, so creating a simplified version should be feasible." Lu Guwei nodded, but remarked, "There are quite a few components involved, and the profit might not be substantial. It could easily become a laborious endeavor without reward." Lin Shijie chuckled. "No worries. It's just a preliminary investment to build recognition and familiarity." Lu Guwei nodded slightly. "That is feasible, but didn't you experience a failed startup? How do you have the time and resources for this?" Just as he finished speaking, Lu Guwei smirked. "I forgot you somehow procured these metals." "All right, but I can't get involved. It would be against the rules if I did," Lu Guwei replied. Lin Shijie nodded. "Of course, you shouldn't be involved. There isn't much profit to be made anyway. However, if I successfully develop it, do remember to ask Uncle Lu for assistance." Lu Guwei laughed. "That goes without saying. Once it's ready, let us have a look. If it truly reaches that level, it will surely be fine. I say, have you not finished testing yet? Your efficiency seems rather low. It's several million. Naturally, I must be cautious. This matter is my responsibility. If there is any slip-up, I shall have a difficult time ahead." Though he said this, Lu Guwei quickly completed the testing of one bag. "If you're not in a rush, I can transfer 1 million to you now. We can settle the rest tomorrow." Lin Shijie smiled. "Sure, I don't mind waiting a couple of days. First, take me to see the school's computer room. What do you wish to see?" "The computing power," Lu Guwei asked curiously. "Not only the computing power, but also the corresponding hardware and architecture, so I can make targeted adjustments. After all, our school is my primary objective." "All right, just a moment. We will head over shortly." Before long, the two arrived at the school's computer room, which was not a place where students attended classes, but rather the central computing facility for the entire institution, responsible for various large-scale computations and simulation experiments. While it wasn't a supercomputer, it consisted of 2 large parallel computers. Lin Shijie's goal was precisely these 2 machines. They were invaluable resources, and even wealth could not procure them. Of course, he himself was without funds. However, we possess a system, and how could we possibly let such an excellent opportunity slip away? Thus, upon encountering 2 computers the size of small rooms, Lin Shijie meticulously examined them inside and out, leaving no detail overlooked. His mental energy was exuberantly expended in an effort to scan every inch. After all, utilizing these 2 machines for demonstrations would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Chapter 11. The perfect game. In truth, Lin Shijie's scanning method was not akin to that of a laser scan, which meticulously records every detail before transferring it to a computer. Rather, his mental energy enveloped the objects, allowing the system to automatically generate models of them. Although the representations within the system, as well as those projected, mirrored the originals flawlessly, Lin Shijie found himself unable to directly perceive their internal intricacies through his mental energy. Even within the system, he could only perform basic enlargements or reductions, along with modifications using the tools and technologies he had mastered. Hence, his thorough examination primarily expedited the scanning process, as his current mental prowess, while capable of enveloping the large computers, rendered scanning at that scale rather sluggish. Scanning them separately was decidedly more efficient. Observing Lin Shijie's focused demeanor, Lu Guwei could not help but jest, "With you so engrossed. Are you considering purchasing one for yourself? After all, you have the funds." Lin Shijie quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous notion. Are these even meant for personal use? With that kind of money, I could simply acquire a standard computer for my array, far more practical." "Is that so?" Lu Guwei replied, taken aback. Lin Shijie elaborated, "Their purposes are different, and their cost-effectiveness and application directions vary. Spare me your wild speculations." "All right, I concede. I'm no expert in this realm," Lu Guwei admitted with a shrug. Shifting the topic, by the way, where do you plan to establish your studio? "There aren't many suitable spots near the school," Lin Shijie nonchalantly replied. "The further, the better. It keeps costs down and minimizes hassle." He mused to himself that this would allow him to utilize the system with fewer reservations. "Fair enough," Lu Guwei nodded. The two continued to discuss their respective circumstances until Lin Shijie completed the scanning of the large computers and rose to take his leave. "Without a place to stay, you might as well head back to my place," Lu Guwei offered. "I'm not particularly interested in your hospitality. I have matters to attend to. I'll reach out to you later." Lin Shijie waved dismissively. Lu Guwei did not press the issue, understanding that Lin Shijie was likely preoccupied with his aspirations and striving to achieve his ambitions. As a brother, he resolved to offer support wherever possible. At the very least, to avoid being a hindrance. By the way, it's clear that Shijie still has feelings for Gu Yanran. Should I investigate her situation and the Gu family's stance? He pondered. "Yes, that sounds like a plan." Without further ado, Lu Guwei set off to gather information, while Lin Shijie exited the school gates and made his way to the outskirts of the city. Given that the university was situated on the city's periphery, it did not take long for Lin Shijie to arrive at the suburban area. He aimed to find a suitable location for his studio. Firstly, the space needed to be substantial, as he had numerous items to accommodate. Secondly, it required complete privacy, given that the technology he was developing was high-tech and included sensitive systems that must not be leaked. Fortunately, many properties in the suburbs fit this criterion, and Lin Shijie quickly identified several options. After negotiations, he selected a particularly appealing one, a spacious courtyard with 2 floors. "Sir, would you like us to assist with tidying up or renovations? We can accommodate your preferences," the landlord inquired with a smile. "No rush. It's for personal use, so I'll take my time to assess," Lin Shijie replied amicably. The landlord, evidently losing interest, understanding that personal use yielded little profit, smiled and said, "All right. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." "Thank you, I'll be on my way." After bidding the landlord farewell, Lin Shijie entered the courtyard. He began modeling the entire structure within the system before promptly heading to the city center. He was ready to scan various items. Using the modeled layout of the house in the system, he visualized filling it with essential household goods and furnishings. He also arranged for the necessary plumbing and electrical modifications, along with security and surveillance measures. Naturally, he ordered several inconspicuous large boxes. Soon, numerous people and items would begin to arrive at the courtyard. The high-end furniture and various electronic devices he had scanned could quietly materialize in his home. Along with the experimental equipment, as for the large computers, they could be stored in the basement, as he could always retrieve them without concern for exposure. This thought brought a smile to Lin Shijie's face. He wondered what would happen if he were to reclaim the rhodium from Lu Guwei. Currently, Lin Shijie discovered that while his system could project objects from within it, there seemed to be a limit to the total mass it could handle. Whether in one go or multiple attempts, exceeding this threshold rendered further attempts futile, like that oversized glass cup that required gradual recovery. He had yet to determine the specific value of this limitation. But he was not overly concerned. His primary focus remained on the design of the AR system, as it constituted his most significant investment of time and effort, with the opportunity to rejuvenate it. He was more than eager to dive in. After setting up the computer array, he also opened his AR program within the system. Since its integration, he had not closely examined his program, merely perceiving it as a conduit between the computer and the system. As he unfolded the program and began transferring it to the computer array, he curiously ran the game within the system. However, this action startled Lin Shijie. The AR development platform he had once ambitiously created could only be deemed a preliminary product, while the game itself was merely a half-finished endeavor. Without the appropriate hardware and computational platform, the setup was far from complete. Yet, the display before Lin Shijie was anything but a half-finished product. It was a fully developed game program and development platform. The vacant spaces and rudimentary computations had been refined and optimized through methods that Lin Shijie could barely comprehend. Have they truly been perfected? He wondered, elated. If that were the case, could he not release his game immediately? However, upon inspecting the development platform and game within the computer array, Lin Shijie realized that, while everything operated flawlessly, it seemed to depend on the system. As if the system in his mind were the true host, with the external computer merely serving as a computational extension, he promptly scrutinized and tested the setup. After a prolonged examination, a mixture of joy and concern graced Lin Shijie's face, though. It was predominantly joy. The concern arose from the realization that while the game could run, it demanded specific inputs, making an immediate launch impossible. His dream, therefore, remained unattainable in the short term, which left him somewhat disheartened. Yet, he could not conceal his elation, for he had uncovered a delightful surprise that promised to yield substantial results with minimal effort. Chapter 12. A tremendous surprise while testing his AR system. Lin Shijie discovered that the fully exported game remained interconnected with the system. In other words, any modifications made on the computer would correspondingly relay to the system to ascertain whether the issue resided with the game itself or the AR platform. Lin Shijie intentionally created a new small program based on the AR platform and found that it too could transmit all information seamlessly, even completely offline. This revelation ignited a spark in Lin Shijie's eyes. Originally, his primary objective in developing the AR laboratory support system was to acquire the most advanced technological achievements to enrich the system with access to cutting-edge technology. He could utilize the system to produce the latest advancements based on laboratory innovations. One must not underestimate this aspect. Laboratories often operate without regard for costs, focusing solely on possibilities. Many scenarios depicted in science fiction films could already be implemented, albeit temporarily shelved due to prohibitive costs and the constraints of the external environment. If production were to proceed without financial limitations, the world could make significant strides forward. Fortunately for Lin Shijie, this process was considerably simplified. Once he obtained these advancements, he could directly create the most sophisticated equipment within the ideal conditions of the system. High temperatures, high pressures, vacuum environments, and even near absolute zero conditions would pose no challenge. Moreover, he need not concern himself with costs, raw materials, or external restrictions. Once a product was created, it could be replicated and projected indefinitely. Furthermore, once he mastered the complete technological tree, Lin Shijie could refine it using the simplest, most precise, and intuitive methods within the system. This, in turn, would assist the laboratory in further advancing technology, especially with his ability to provide ample rare materials. This scenario would undoubtedly yield a mutually beneficial outcome. The crux of it all was to acquire the most advanced technological achievements and perfect the technological tree. Originally, Lin Shijie had intended to develop an AR laboratory assistant system. Although confidentiality would prevent any information from leaking, he would certainly be responsible for its maintenance and updates. In due time, through his own scanning, he would still be able to achieve results, albeit with a certain degree of complexity and the need to decipher the outcomes. However, at present, such efforts were entirely unnecessary. Once he successfully developed the system, the results would naturally be transmitted to his system upon the laboratory's utilization. As for why various universities and laboratories would opt for his system, Lin Shijie couldn't help but chuckle. During the process of exporting and compiling programs, he stumbled upon an anomaly, or rather, an automatic conversion feature. The programs in the system were all optimized, yet upon being transmitted, they would automatically compile according to the external devices, ensuring compatibility with the computing capabilities of the equipment, thereby avoiding garbled outputs and bugs, or instances of failure to run. Currently, the games in the system had achieved the state Lin Shijie had envisioned, resembling the vivid displays seen in science fiction films, capable of showcasing a complete gaming process grounded in reality, with real-time manipulation. Should this transform into a laboratory assistant, it would nearly replicate the effects of Iron Man's laboratory. The only issue remained the necessity for sufficiently powerful computational capabilities and hardware facilities. Presently, as long as Lin Shijie wished, he could indeed recreate such a system in a university or a high-level laboratory. Thus, with such an exceptional system, priced merely as a maintenance fee, and possessing absolute privacy through complete disconnection from the internet, what was there to fear? Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel exhilarated, of course. Such advanced results could not be disclosed, as they were far too ahead of their time. At the very least, he had encountered many aspects of the compilation process that he did not fully comprehend. He would take his time to grasp them before proceeding, therefore it would be wiser to utilize a slightly less sophisticated version. With the dawn of advanced technology, it was the lower-end technological tree that faced challenges. Although his goal in attending university was to thoroughly learn the foundational technologies and complete his technological tree, he could easily study those essential and applicable aspects. However, the system required comprehensive knowledge across nearly all disciplines, which could not be acquired merely by inputting a few textbooks. It necessitated learning through practice and a holistic understanding. In other words, he had to use the human brain to comprehend first before inputting into the system. If he relied solely on self-study, how long would that take? Thus, foundational AR education also required some strategizing. Yet, the matters involved were too numerous. Enhancements to basic hardware or the widespread advancement of 5G technology were prerequisites to meet the most fundamental computational demands. Furthermore, even if his laboratory assistant were developed, how to promote it across various universities and laboratories posed a challenge. After all, regardless of how excellent the product might be, it required personal experimentation, promotion, and financial backing. Relying solely on Lu Guwei and Uncle Lu, his alma mater would likely pose no issues, but elsewhere, the situation was uncertain. At that moment, overwhelmed with myriad thoughts, Lin Shijie couldn't help but reminisce about the days when Gu Yanran was by his side. The meticulous and exceptionally intelligent Gu Yanran always managed to organize most of his affairs, allowing him to focus solely on research and simple responses, unlike now, where he felt somewhat dazed, feeling somewhat dejected. He closed the program. After all, it was merely an empty shell at present, lacking essential debugging and projection equipment, and could only perform basic compilations. It would be better to check the latest developments in the tech world regarding AR, hoping for some breakthroughs, at least in basic hardware. Then he wouldn't have to fret so much, as he wouldn't need to study on his own, perusing technology news, especially the status of high-tech companies. Lin Shijie attentively observed that, seemingly out of nowhere, a wave of interest in the metaverse had begun to surge. Bored, he stumbled upon a piece of news regarding Apple. They were set to release AR glasses in the near future. Although aside from this news, everything else remained confidential. As a titan in the tech world, their decision to announce such a product implied they had achieved significant technological breakthroughs. It seemed that companies and nations worldwide were genuinely ramping up their efforts in technology. What a colossal wave, albeit 2 years late. However, possessing the system, wasn't it time for him to seize the opportunity to ride this wave? Yet, even the strongest individuals require a capable partner, the metaverse. Apple, new devices, and new technology would inevitably lead to a surge in stock prices, and here he was, equipped with similar, if not superior, technology. Could he leverage the metaverse and Apple's launch event to raise his profile? Moreover, this might also present an excellent opportunity for capital operation, right? Influenced by Gu Yanran's background in a financial family, Lin Shijie felt this could indeed be a golden opportunity. What? A chance for capital intervention to reap profits? No, this was the perfect opportunity to call Gu Yanran back. With this thought, Lin Shijie eagerly picked up the phone and dialed Gu Yanran's number. Chapter 13. Calling Gu Yanran. Yanran, how have you been? As soon as the call connected, Lin Shijie lost the excitement he had just felt, instead adopting a somewhat cautious tone. I'm well, I've returned home. And you? Gu Yanran replied flatly. Oh, returning home is good. It's much better than suffering outside. Home is indeed the best, Lin Shijie awkwardly remarked. Gu Yanran responded with a faint sound. Well, I've returned to school, Lin Shijie quickly said, sensing Gu Yanran's silence. Back to school? What for? Gu Yanran instinctively asked, immediately regretting her concern for him. Yet, she said nothing more, simply remaining silent. At that moment, she was lying on her bed in her family's villa. Having just concluded a busy day, it was only through the daytime hustle that she could temporarily forget the past. However, she hadn't anticipated that upon returning home, she would receive Lin Shijie's call, and inexplicably, she answered it. What was more, she found herself caring about his well-being, which was quite frustrating. On the other hand, upon hearing Gu Yanran's words, Lin Shijie felt a wave of happiness. Her concern for him indicated that he was not merely being sentimental. Yanran indeed held some regard for him. Thus, Lin Shijie let out a long sigh of relief. A significant weight lifted from his heart, and smiled as he said, I just returned today, met with Chen Hao and Lu Guwei, and I had some ideas I wanted to run by you. What do you expect me to look at? Aren't you always making decisions on your own? Gu Yanran retorted coldly. You still don't know? I'm just a single-core brain. I don't always consider things comprehensively. I need your help to advise me. Lin Shijie quickly added in a flattering tone. Gu Yanran snorted, but this time the sound lacked the previous coldness, carrying a hint of pride instead. That was enough. At least Lin Shijie felt a surge of joy within. However, Gu Yanran continued, if it's about your program, don't ask me. I have no opinion, of course not. Hearing the hint of annoyance in Gu Yanran's tone, Lin Shijie quickly replied, I just saw in the news that Apple is releasing new AR glasses, and now they've started promoting the concept of the metaverse again. Don't you think this is a good opportunity for capital involvement? Gu Yanran was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shijie's words. As a member of a financial family, she naturally kept an eye on Apple's developments and understood the implications. But what did this have to do with Lin Shijie? The only connection was that he was also developing AR, yet he was utterly clueless about financial matters. What exactly are you trying to say? Gu Yanran asked, puzzled. How should I put it? Since Apple is boldly releasing AR glasses, doesn't that mean they've achieved considerable advancements in the AR field? That's certain, but what do you mean by that? Gu Yanran still seemed unclear. Lin Shijie smiled. They will undoubtedly take this opportunity to release demonstration videos, which should be of world-class caliber. With the metaverse trend in play, the corresponding stock prices will surely soar, right? A significant increase is indeed foreseeable. Gu Yanran nodded. But what if, and I emphasize if, my demonstration video outshines Apple's? Perhaps even leaving it in the dust, so that it can't even be seen in the rearview mirror. What kind of joke is this? Gu Yanran was startled, sitting up abruptly in bed and exclaiming loudly. Then, she quickly covered her mouth, listening carefully to the sounds around her. This was her home, not outside. Her family would be overjoyed to learn she had broken up with Lin Shijie. If they found out she was in contact with him again, they might launch another matchmaking campaign. Meanwhile, Lin Shijie held his head high. Do you think I would joke with you about such matters? Taking a deep breath, Gu Yanran realized that given Lin Shijie's character, he indeed wouldn't jest about his area of expertise, as it pertained to his hard work and aspirations. All right then, tell me, what exactly happened? How did you achieve such significant breakthroughs in just a few days? Gu Yanran asked in a serious tone. Did Lu Guwei assist you in accessing school resources? Lin Shijie chuckled. You still don't understand me. Helping out with minor tasks is one thing, but taking on such a significant responsibility is something I simply cannot delegate to anyone outside of you. Not even to a good brother. Gu Yanran let out a huff, though it was laced with a hint of satisfaction. After all, for Lin Shijie, only family could be considered as deserving of unconditional assistance. Thus, being regarded as family was something that naturally pleased Gu Yanran. It's rather inconvenient to discuss the specifics over the phone. When do you have time to come over? I'll personally demonstrate it for you. This way, you can gauge the situation, especially after Apple makes its announcement. Having a comparison will be beneficial. Upon hearing Lin Shijie's words, Gu Yanran began to ponder carefully. If Lin Shijie could indeed produce a display far superior to Apple's, the potential for maneuvering would be immense. Who could have foreseen that after a significant surge in Apple's stock price, the technology sector would suddenly experience a severe setback? This represented an extraordinary opportunity for any financial institution, particularly for the Gu family, known as financial giants. If they could ascertain this information, it would undoubtedly hold great importance for them. Gu Yanran quickly grasped Lin Shijie's intention. Was this a grand gesture or even a gift for her? Or perhaps for the Gu family? Just wait. I will come over as soon as possible, Gu Yanran replied, her tone softening. But don't you dare deceive me, or you'll regret it. Lin Shijie broke into an exuberant smile, his excitement palpable. When have I ever deceived you? Rest assured. Come over and prepare to be surprised. Humph. Goodbye. After hanging up, Gu Yanran contemplated for a moment before stepping out of her room and knocking on her father's door. Meanwhile, Lin Shijie, who remained in his modest room, began to dance with joy. Despite the late hour, his elation and excitement left him wide awake, filled with exuberance. Why not take this opportunity to prepare the necessary equipment and decorate the room with what he had scanned during the day? He could also test how much the current system was capable of projecting. With this thought in mind, Lin Shijie immediately began selecting suitable items from the day's scans to project within the room. Outside in the yard, 3 shadowy figures stealthily climbed over the wall. I asked this kid from a wealthy family, the eldest asked. Of course, he rented this shabby yard for a year, and in cash no less. Plus, he's all alone. It's clear he's well off, but he just rented it today. There can't be anything valuable here, can there? Fool, just scout the place. He brought a large bag. It might be filled with money. The elder said greedily, even if it's not cash, there's bound to be something of value. The other 2 lackeys' eyes gleamed with avarice. Let us go. Chapter 14. The encounter with the 3 thieves. Place the sofa here. And the dining table and cabinet over there. We can put the swing that Yanran likes right here. Lin Shijie continuously projected items around the room, adjusting their positions effortlessly by simply retracting and reprojecting them. Focused on creating a better environment for Gu Yanran, he remained oblivious to the commotion outside. At that moment, the 3 thieves had already scaled the courtyard wall and quietly approached the window. However, the continuous thuds of heavy objects falling inside piqued their curiosity. 3 pairs of eyes cautiously peered through the window. The inquisitive expressions transformed into sheer shock as they beheld the scene within. Big brother, one lackey began, only to be silenced by the elder's hand over his mouth. Although he was equally astonished, his innate boldness and experience kicked in. Don't panic. It could be an illusion or perhaps some sort of laser projection. Upon hearing the eldest's words, the 2 lackeys felt slightly reassured, yet still trembled as they asked, "What should we do?" "We charge in directly. Whatever illusions there are, we'll break through them," the elder replied fiercely. At that moment, Lin Shijie, having sensed the intruder's presence, realized they were not here for friendly purposes. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, they were merely a few small-time crooks, and he had no reason to fear them. Yet, Lin Shijie had no intention of allowing them to burst in. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. What if these desperate thieves resorted to some makeshift weaponry? He glanced at the size of the courtyard. A smile creeping across his face. This is the perfect opportunity for some fun. An identical room to his own was projected into the courtyard, instantly ensnaring the 3 thieves with a wave of his hand. A wall suddenly appeared before the thieves, separating them from the glass. "Be big brother. What's happening? Calm down. It must be an illusion," the elder huffed, then slammed his fist against the wall. Thud. "Ouch, my hand," he cried, clutching his throbbing hand. "It's real," one lackey exclaimed, feeling the wall. "Of course I know it's real." "Ouch," the elder, irritated, smacked him again, only to find his hand throbbing anew. "Be big brother. Look around." "What the hell is it now?" the elder snapped. "You need to see this. This is the inside of the house. Isn't it?" The timid lackey stuttered. "What?" The 3 of them quickly looked up, their eyes widening. "When did we end up inside the house? And where did the windows and doors go?" "Big brother, what's happening?" another lackey exclaimed, clearly unnerved. "Damn it, I still don't believe it. Something's off. Look around." The elder, now resolute, led his 2 lackeys as they began to search the room. Lin Shijie observed the unfolding scene with amusement. "They're bolder than I thought. Let's amp it up a notch." As the 3 thieves cautiously explored under the elder's direction, suddenly the table and chairs in front of them vanished into thin air. It disappeared. One of them shouted, "Shut up, it was an illusion." "What's the big deal about something disappearing?" the elder insisted, trying to maintain composure. But, what is that?" the timid lackey shrieked. The elder turned to see a massive iron ball looming behind them, large enough to crush all 3 with ease. The ball began to roll toward them. "Run!" the lackey shouted in terror, bolting forward. The elder, not daring to test the reality of the situation, sprinted alongside them. The thud of the heavy ball hitting the ground echoed ominously, sending tremors beneath their feet. The elder could no longer dismiss it as mere illusion. "Where the hell is the door?" he cursed. As they frantically searched, a door appeared before them, resembling an exit. Without a second thought, they rushed to open it. Click. The door swung open easily, and the three scrambled inside. Be big, brother. Why is it so cold in this white room? How should I know? Achu. Why does it feel like we're inside a freezer? What freezer? The three of them froze, suddenly aware of their surroundings, and scrambled back to the door, bursting through it in a panic. What the hell is this cursed place? The elder muttered, shaken. Be big, brother. Something feels off here, one lackey said hesitantly. What do you mean? Isn't there no more giant iron ball? The elder paused, confused. No, look ahead at that large pipe. And above us, doesn't it look like a heating element in an oven? Only much larger. The elder glanced back and forth, especially at the glowing red heating element overhead radiating warmth, and yelled in horror. The three bolted for the door again, rushing out. However, this time they dared not stray far from the door, fearing what might lie ahead. After scanning their surroundings and finding nothing particularly unusual, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. But just as they began to relax, one lackey shrieked again, Big brother, we seem to be inside a bottle, and everything around us looks oddly oversized. What? The three of them scrutinized their surroundings, realizing that everything appeared immensely large. Even more bizarre was the feeling that they were merely small figures trapped inside a gigantic bottle. Suddenly, a massive eye appeared outside the bottle, confirming their fears. Ah! The three men screamed in unison, their voices reaching new heights, and they turned to flee. However, as soon as they opened the door, they found themselves tumbling uncontrollably downwards. With a splash, they landed in water. What's that smell? One lackey asked. It smells like urine. Shut up. The elder shouted angrily. No, the water is moving, it's swirling. We're not in a toilet, are we? What kind of cursed place is this? Gulu gulu. With a series of bubbling sounds, the three individuals, drenched from head to toe, reappeared in the room. This time, however, the colossal objects that had surrounded them were absent, replaced instead by a multitude of doors. Elder brother, is this place akin to the ghostly abode of Lanrua Temple? What nonsense! We have been here before. Then, that person must be the issue, the younger sibling quavered. He cannot possibly be after our vital energy. Can he? The elder brother dismissively struck him. He is not a female ghost. Why would he desire our yang energy? Oh dear, aren't men even more terrifying? The younger sibling replied, feeling aggrieved. The elder brother shuddered at the thought. Unable to suppress a chill, observing the scene, Lin Shijie felt somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, by utilizing these individuals, he had gleaned substantial data for his system. It was time for them to take their leave, as their presence, drenched in the water he had just released, was becoming rather odorous. Chapter 15. Safety first. Watching the three scoundrels flee in disarray, Lin Shijie nodded in satisfaction. However, he promptly retracted all that he had released moments ago, including the water. Let them wallow in their own paranoia. He hoped for a period of peace. Yet, these three rascals had served as a wake-up call. Clearly, he needed to address his safety concerns thoroughly. If he had discovered their presence, what if he hadn't? If they had approached him or, worse yet, shot him outright, he would have been in peril. Such dangers could very well arise in the future. Prioritizing safety, Lin Shijie immediately began to contemplate how to ensure his protection with absolute certainty. A suit of close-fitting armor was indispensable. In moments of danger, he could project it onto himself as a precaution. The armor must also incorporate a self-breathing and toxin-filtering system. No, that would be too cumbersome and beyond his design capabilities. Since he could project, creating an armor to counter immediate dangers was the first step. He also needed to devise secondary and tertiary layers of protection based on this armor, both sturdy and capable of sufficient cushioning and buoyancy. As for sustenance, there was no need for concern. He could project it. Once he navigated the initial crisis, his projection ability would render him unafraid of adversaries. Yes, that was the plan. The future Lin Shijie would stir up a storm, so he must ensure his safety measures were in place. With this thought, Lin Shijie set about preparing. The recent experiment with the three miscreants had allowed him to grasp the limits of his current projection capabilities. He also realized that the objects he projected were inherently tethered to his spiritual energy. Although he could not discern and observe things as clearly as through his eyes, he could still perceive objects. This was the reason he had been able to toy with those three fellows so effortlessly. Importantly, The projected items maintained a degree of inertia. For instance, the toilet he had just filled with water was projected at the moment it was flushed, contemplating how best to secure himself. Lin Shijie began designing the armor and the outer protective fortress. Naturally, a suit akin to Iron Man's was out of the question. After all, such tightly fitted armor would subject him to immense impact, particularly at vital points like the head and spine, risking severe injury. Without sufficient cushioning or deep-sea technology, such armored suits held little practical value. Perhaps a multi-layered bulletproof vest could significantly mitigate harm. However, that was beyond his understanding. Mere data from the internet would not suffice. As for the outer protective fortress, whether a spherical or ground-based armored vehicle type, that too was not within his design capabilities. At most, he could manage a sufficiently solid steel fortress. Moreover, such specific requirements were unlikely to be the focus of any laboratory's research. It seemed he needed to acquire a wealth of specialized knowledge. Wait, perhaps he need not learn it himself? An idea suddenly sparked in Lin Shijie's mind. While laboratories might be inadequate, his game could serve as a platform. By modifying the game to align with real-world technological principles and guiding the vast online community to unleash their creativity, he could reap the benefits without direct effort. However, this endeavor would not yield immediate results. For now, he would have to settle for a simplified version. Defense would remain as is, but he could bolster his crisis detection capabilities. Since the projected items could bear his spiritual energy, they could also assume the role of a sentry. The only issue was that his spiritual energy was not abundant. Having just toyed with those three rascals, he felt somewhat fatigued. Clearly, the system required prompt enhancement. Therefore, for the time being, the highest priority remained the swift development of an AR laboratory assistance system. Acquiring advanced technology was one thing. More crucially, it would enable him to rapidly ascend the ladder of capability and status, allowing him to progressively realize his aspirations. Thus, it was time to work. After a night of diligent effort, Lin Shijie remained invigorated. He also restored the room to its original state, for visitors would soon arrive to commence renovations in the courtyard. Lin Shijie intentionally compensated the landlord, an elderly gentleman, for his assistance in overseeing the proceedings, while he himself ventured out once more. This time, he aimed to procure equipment necessary for AR development, design, and display. Of course, this time he would not merely scan and leave without payment. He intended to make substantial purchases. At least on the surface, acquiring a complete AS for scanning, that was still a necessity, particularly for the highest tier items that made his heart ache at the sight of their prices. Upon Lin Shijie's satisfied return to his humble abode, he naturally encountered the workers coming and going, as well as the landlord's somewhat hesitant expression, especially the way he averted his gaze. "Thank you for your hard work, uncle. I've brought you 2 packs of cigarettes." "Please don't hesitate," Lin Shijie said cheerfully. Well, thank you," the landlord replied, though he seemed to struggle with his words. Lin Shijie smiled. "Uncle, if there's anything on your mind, feel free to share it. Young brother, did you sense anything unusual last night?" The landlord inquired cautiously. "Unusual? Not at all. I was just playing games and then went to bed. I didn't notice anything," Lin Shijie replied, puzzled. Had something occurred last night? The landlord quickly shook his head with a smile. "Nothing at all, of course not. How could there be anything?" Internally relieved, he thought, as long as there was no issue, it would be a shame to lose this house he had finally rented for a good price due to rumors of hauntings. As for those 3 rascals, claiming they saw ghosts and mentioning Lanrua Temple, they must have been drunk last night. His house had never experienced any strange occurrences in all these years. It was surely their fabrications. "Yes, it must be." The landlord waved at Lin Shijie. "I'll be on my way then. Take care, uncle." Lin Shijie surmised the landlord's thoughts, but chose not to explain or elaborate. It would be futile to do so in broad daylight. Better to wait until nightfall. If anyone came, he could act then, also practicing his proficiency. Just as the landlord pondered whether to check the courtyard that evening, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing ghosts on a hot day, Lin Shijie chuckled, shaking his head as he entered the house to begin arranging things. Meanwhile, in the financial family's ancestral home in the bustling metropolis, a meeting was convening among the clan members. Presiding over the meeting was none other than the family head, Gu Chongkong. To his left sat Gu Yanran, who typically lacked the qualifications to occupy such a position. At this moment, she was seriously reviewing the materials before her. Completely unfazed by the peculiar and even mocking glances from the surrounding family members, sitting in this position signified that this meeting was initiated by her. Throughout the Gu family's many ups and downs, significant matters of life and death had often commenced from this very spot. Thus, even the composed and astute Gu Yanran felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet, her eyes quickly revealed a determined glint. Chapter 16. The Gu family meeting. Gu Yanran's resolve was not solely rooted in her trust in Lin Shijie. It also encompassed her own convictions and her accountability for the past few years. Observing the myriad of bewildered, doubtful, hesitant, and even disdainful gazes around her, Gu Yanran offered a gentle smile, refusing to let it affect her. She understood well that she had not achieved any notable accomplishments within the family, and thus she could not claim any authority or status. Her presence here was largely due to her father being the family head. Many in attendance likely shared the sentiment, especially those peers who were not even qualified to sit at the table. They were probably whispering criticisms about her, but none of that mattered, for she was already seated here. Ji Yanran subtly nodded to her father. Ji Changkong cleared his throat and, with an impassive expression, initiated the family meeting. Everyone quieted down, their gazes fixed on the family head. This meeting, proposed by Gu Yanran, warranted her suggestions first. Ji Yanran stood, slightly bowing to the elders at the table before taking her seat. This display of courtesy elicited nods from the uncles and elders, for this young lady was indeed well-mannered. Then, Gu Yanran spoke eloquently. My proposal pertains to the North American financial market, specifically. It is to seize the opportunity presented by Apple's recent conference, capitalizing on the surge in Apple's stock price to execute a series of financial maneuvers. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows slightly. This was not due to any issues with Gu Yanran's statement. On the contrary, it was not only devoid of flaws, but also exceedingly accurate. Yet, precisely because it was so accurate, it was something that every financial institution could foresee. And if it was something that all financial institutions could anticipate, it implied that there was hardly any significant profit to be gained. Moreover, this was America, the financial epicenter of the world. Wall Street is populated by financial moguls who have been calculating their moves for over a century. Foreign capital, especially from Huagua, does not find it easy to penetrate the beautiful country. They naturally welcome profits from dividends of listed companies. But the prospect of large sums of money entering just to make a quick profit is laughable. It has always been them who profit globally. When have they ever allowed others to take from them? Hence, for the U.S. stock market, whether retail investors or financial institutions, participation in investment is the norm. Dreaming of making easy money like in the domestic market is futile. Therefore, even for a financial giant like the Gu family, it remains merely a standard investment. It is precisely for this reason that Gu Yanran's words elicited slight frowns from the crowd. Naturally, seizing the opportunity to profit is expected, yet this matter holds little significance worthy of discussion. All eyes involuntarily shifted from Gu Yanran to Gu Changkong's face. They even suspected that this was an orchestrated effort by Gu Changkong to garner some achievements and goodwill for his daughter. After all, in terms of accomplishments, it could indeed be considered so. However, it hardly reached the level of necessitating a family meeting, were it not for Gu Changkong's considerable prestige, having previously saved the family from peril. There might have been doubts raised by now. Yet, even without anyone speaking up, the piercing gazes gradually converged on Gu Yanran. Ji Yanran, however, deliberately paused, waiting until everyone was on the verge of impatience before she spoke again. The main product of this Apple conference is AR glasses. Prior to the official announcement, whether for hype or to instill confidence in investors, they would undoubtedly release some demonstration videos first. An elder, presumably Gu Yanran's uncle, pondered before speaking. Yanran, we are all aware of this. If it is merely these aspects, then it is reasonable for you to coordinate. With experienced individuals assisting, I believe you can handle it well. The elder's words struck a balance, allowing Gu Yanran to take charge while also granting the patriarch ample respect. He also suggested experienced assistance, enabling other juniors to get involved. It is not excessive for the patriarch's child to enjoy the meat while others share the broth. However, Gu Yanran merely smiled. Thank you for your words, uncle, but this is only the first part. Oh, the elder was taken aback, curiosity piqued. What is the second part? Gu Yanran smiled and continued. Apple's willingness to release AR peripherals must indicate that they have achieved some breakthroughs. Hence their bold announcement. From their demonstration videos, we can discern the extent of their technology. If their technology truly leads the world, then there would naturally be no second part. But what if their technology does not reach that level? Gu Yanran surveyed the room seriously and posed the question. Are you suggesting that there exists technology superior to theirs and is prepared to compete? The elder inquired skeptically. Precisely. If there is AR technology that can reliably surpass Apple's. What might transpire? Gu Yanran's eyes sparkled as she scanned the room. The previously soaring Apple stock price would undoubtedly come to a halt. If managed adeptly, a significant downturn could even be on the horizon. At that point, the operational space available would be quite substantial. The crowd momentarily paused, their expressions shifting to seriousness. The potential for maneuvering was indeed considerable, and such an unexpected turn could certainly catch those on Wall Street off guard. While it might only go so far, the significance of the matter itself was undeniable. Moreover, it would be exhilarating, as this was something unprecedented, of course, to execute such a maneuver in the beautiful country. The Gu family alone could not suffice. IT was not a matter of inability to play, but rather the risks were too great and the influence insufficient. Collaborating with more financial firms and even institutions with backing would yield better results. But as the leading Gu family, what position would Gu Yanran occupy? The elder looked at Gu Yanran with a mix of excitement and disbelief. You aspire to be China's Soros. The elder's direct remark caused everyone's gaze to converge on Gu Yanran. They were astonished by this seemingly unremarkable young lady who had just dropped such a bombshell. Not yet. Gu Yanran hastily waved her hand, sensing the weight of their stares. The crowd shivered. Not yet did not imply fear or inability. This ambition was truly substantial, especially upon noticing Gu Changkong's approving gaze. They realized that this had already been discussed. All of this hinged on one premise, the existence of technology more advanced than Apple's, and that it could be manipulated by them. Gu Yanran continued, You aren't referring to Lin Shijie, are you? A cousin pondered aloud. As soon as Lin Shijie's name was mentioned, the Gu family members glanced at Gu Yanran with newfound intrigue. Indeed, it's him. I plan to conduct a thorough investigation. If true, I will certainly ensure he fully cooperates with us, but if it is false, then he can fend for himself. Gu Yanran's coldness sent shivers down everyone's spines. Women are truly formidable. Chapter 17. News from Lu Gui. Gu Changkong surveyed the room, and only then did the crowd retract their previously astonished expressions. Yet, they all speculated that although this matter was proposed by Gu Yanran, without Gu Changkong's approval, such an audacious proposal could hardly have been put forth. Gu Changkong spoke slowly. The proposal stands as it is. The first step goes without saying. We are already in motion. As for the second step, Gu Yanran, you shall investigate. If it proves true, we shall formally commence operations under your leadership. Gu Yanran nodded earnestly. Yes, I will expedite the process. If it turns out to be false, it reflects poorly on your judgment of character. You shall spend 2 years studying abroad. Gu Changkong concluded. All right, everyone else, you may disperse. Gu Changkong's tone was casual. Before long, everyone left the conference room, leaving only a few core members behind. Patriarch, isn't this a bit risky? One inquired. Gu Changkong smiled slightly. I actually hope that young man can produce something substantial. Oh, in these tumultuous times, the world is showing signs of disorder. Observing Gu Changkong's fervent gaze and eager demeanor, the others exchanged glances, each surprised. Could it be that the one aspiring to be a Soros was not Gu Yanran, but rather the patriarch himself? As Gu Yanran departed the conference room, she naturally attracted numerous ambiguous glances, some filled with admiration, others with schadenfreude, and a few merely watching the unfolding drama. Yet, a smile gradually broke through her previously serious demeanor, and soon, she could not contain her laughter. Lin Shijie, this is our last chance. If you dare deceive me, I will personally ensure your downfall. Meanwhile, Lin Shijie, who was directing workers in the renovation of a house on the outskirts, suddenly sneezed several times. What's going on? Is someone talking about me? Lin Shijie muttered to himself. Hee, it must be Yanran, eager to see me, delighted by the thought. Lin Shijie hastily resumed arranging the house. He had opted for the simplest, most superficial renovations, and since materials like cement and plaster were unnecessary, progress was swift. By dinner time, aside from the bathroom and kitchen, the rest of the areas were nearly complete. Of course, it looked quite rudimentary, but it did not impede functionality. After a quick meal, Lin Shijie immediately returned to developing the AR laboratory support system. However, just as he powered on his computer, his phone rang. "Shijie, I've completed all the tests, and the money has been transferred to you. IT should arrive shortly." As soon as the call connected, Lu Guo's voice echoed. "Got it. Thanks. Thanks for what? Where are you? Come have dinner with me. I'm at my rented place. And I've already eaten. I'm about to get back to work." "Oh, perfect. I'll eat while I watch and review what you've developed," Lu Guo said without hesitation. "You have some nerve. I don't have time to entertain you." Lin Shijie replied bluntly, "I've gathered quite a bit of information on Gu Yanran, and I assure you it's something you don't know. I was planning to share it with you." Cough, cough. "Look at what you're saying. I've sent you the location. I'm ordering some barbecue." Lin Shijie quickly replied, "Hee, that's more like it. I'll be waiting." After hanging up, Lin Shijie promptly sent over the location and ordered a generous amount of barbecue. When it came to Gu Yanran, he could not afford to be careless. Before long, Lu Guo arrived at the front of the courtyard in his car. Inside the house, Lin Shijie spotted Lu Guo through the surveillance feed and promptly opened the courtyard gate. "Come on in," he called out. "Hey, this place is quite nice," Lu Guo remarked as he stepped out of the vehicle and surveyed the spacious courtyard. However, upon entering the house, his expression turned to one of disbelief. "Brother, this is rather rudimentary. Don't tell me you're claiming this is minimalism." He ran his fingers along the coarse concrete wall, trod upon the bare ground, and gazed up at the exposed brick and stone ceiling. Besides being spacious, there's really not much to commend. IT doesn't even match your equipment. I've already sent the funds your way, so hurry up and tidy this place up. What a waste. Let's put on the gear and take another look at it. As he spoke, Lin Shijie handed over a pair of glasses. "Don't tell me this is the AR you've been working on. Have you made any progress?" Lu Guo asked, curiosity evident on his face as he donned the glasses. "Nothing seems to have changed. It's still the same. Isn't it?" He wondered aloud, observing the familiar surroundings. "What kind of environment do you fancy? A desert, a beach, or perhaps outer space?" Lin Shijie replied with a smile. "Well, obviously a beach, preferably with bikinis," Lu Guo retorted, then added, "Wait a minute. Don't tell me you can actually change the environment." "Let's find out," Lin Shijie chuckled, activating the program. In an instant, Lu Guo felt a shift before his eyes as the shabby room transformed into a sunlit beach. In the distance, he could see beautiful women in bikinis frolicking about. "Wow, the effect is impressive," Lu Guo exclaimed, taking in the surroundings. Although it was evident that the scenery was virtual, the immersive three-dimensional sensation was delightful. "This would be fantastic for watching movies," he said, settling onto a nearby sofa. While the scenery morphed into a beach, the objects around them remained, merely adopting a new style. For instance, the sofa transformed into a beach chair. This is an AR system based on reality. It won't interfere with the user's interaction with surrounding objects. However, under these circumstances, it hardly seems remarkable, Lu Guo mused, noting the significant disparity between this effect and the high-tech laboratories showcased in films like Iron Man. Lin Shijie chuckled. "This is merely a backdrop. Designed for our barbecue." As he spoke, he placed the already prepared barbecue onto the table. "We'll demonstrate something more impressive shortly." Lu Guo grinned, grabbing a skewer to eat. "All right, we can discuss that later. But don't just eat. Hurry and tell me what you've discovered about Gu Yanran." Lin Shijie pressed eagerly. "I thought you weren't concerned," Lu Guo replied with a laugh. "Enough joking around. Spill it out so I can prepare in advance." "Yes, preparation is key. You must seize the opportunity to win back such a wonderful girlfriend," Lu Guo said, taking another skewer as he spoke. "Come on. Don T. Stall, tell me," Lin Shijie urged, also grabbing a skewer for himself. "All right," Lu Guo said with a smile, adopting a serious tone. "Did you know that about a year ago, Gu's financial company invested in several domestic and international tech firms developing AR hardware? This wasn't just a simple financial investment. They poured real money into research and development. At that time, engaging in RD was quite contrary to their usual approach, and the investor was none other than Gu Yanran." "You certainly weren't aware of that, were you?" Lin Shijie was taken aback. A year ago was indeed a time when civilian technology stagnated, coinciding with his own career's lowest point. So, Gu Yanran had quietly begun planning for the future back then? What a bittersweet yet heartwarming revelation. How's that for a surprise? Lu Guo chuckled. "It's touching, which means I must act swiftly. Otherwise, if Yanran sees the results aren't satisfactory, it'll be embarrassing. What? Gu Yanran is coming over? Lu Guwei jumped up in surprise. Aren't you two broken up? How did you reconcile so quickly? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Having thought his information would help Lin Shijie appreciate Gu Yanran's merits and win her back. It seemed this fellow was moving much faster than he anticipated. I invited her to see the results and to rekindle our feelings, Lin Shijie explained. Oh, so you haven't reconciled yet, Lu Guwei said with a smile. But if she agreed to come, that means she still cares about you. There's hope. Lin Shijie nodded in agreement with a smile. All right, you keep eating. I'll get back to work and soon we'll be able to check out the trial version. With that, Lin Shijie returned to his computer to continue compiling. By the way, play a movie for me. Something with particularly stunning effects, Lu Guwei urged. Sure, it's up to you, Lin Shijie replied, switching to cinema mode for Lu Guwei while he resumed his development work. Though both were immersed in their own captivating experiences to the outside world, it appeared quite ordinary. One sat on the sofa while the other worked at the computer, both wearing heavy glasses, occasionally displaying various expressions. I told you there's nothing going on, the landlord muttered as he peered over the courtyard wall. Wait a minute, where did that young man get the soda in his hand? I didn't see any on the table. Could I be seeing things? The landlord rubbed his eyes, convinced that the distance and his own poor eyesight were to blame. However, when he looked back into the house, his eyes widened in disbelief. Beer, popcorn, ice cream, bananas, mangoes, appearing as if conjured out of thin air in their hands, despite the table being empty. This is like something out of Doraemon, he thought. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. Recalling the ominous words of the young man from the Wu family, that a haunted house, Manju a temple, luring people in, trapping them in a labyrinth of illusions, draining their life force, the landlord gulped nervously. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Is this the first step to lure me in? If I go inside, will I also fall into an illusion and have my life force drained? A shiver ran down his spine as he glanced at the sun, which had completely set. Namo Guanqian Bodhisattva, Taisheng Lao Jun, I beseech you, Mama Mi Ma and I Hong. He fervently gestured across with his hands and then bolted away. Sprinting towards the local temple with every ounce of speed he could muster, Lin Shijie was aware of the landlord's presence, but had no intention of letting him enter, so he paid him no mind. However, had he known what the landlord was witnessing and imagining outside, he surely would have drawn the curtains. Time swiftly passed, and after finishing the film, Lu Guwei approached Lin Shijie. So, did you achieve any results? Let me have a look at. Of course, I'll show you this, Lin Shijie replied with a smile. The room's visuals shifted back to reality, but before them appeared a controllable three-dimensional interface. Oh, this looks quite impressive. Lu Guwei grinned, eager to interact. Take off the glasses and see for yourself, Lin Shijie suggested with a chuckled, no way. A 3D controllable projection. Lu Guwei quickly removed the glasses. Indeed, the controllable interface remained before him, though it appeared significantly less impressive without the glasses. How much can it be controlled? Lu Guwei inquired, intrigued. It offers basic controls. This is primarily for demonstration and preparation. The true assistance can only be utilized in AR mode, Lin Shijie explained. Lu Guwei promptly put the AR glasses back on, and the visuals sprang to life. Due to the lack of experimental data, I can't simulate it, so I'm using this model as a substitute. Before them materialized a massive construct composed of various rudimentary devices. As Lin Shijie manipulated the controls, this colossal apparatus began to disassemble into an array of orderly parts suspended in midair. Each individual component could be tested, swapped out, or modified independently. When combined, they operated cohesively for comprehensive evaluations, the entire process reminiscent of magical manipulation. Incredible. But why does this contraption seem somewhat familiar? Lu Guwei pondered aloud. It's the first computer, ENIAC. Didn't you recognize it? Lin Shijie teased, adding, and this is all real-time computation. Lu Guwei nodded, realizing, now I see why it feels familiar. If every tiny component can be quantified like this, it would be a tremendous boon for mechanical engineering. Not just that, it applies to chemistry, biology, and even high-energy physics. Lin Shijie smiled. As long as there are sufficient data and formulas to input, it can conduct simulated experiments directly. Lu Guwei felt a spark of excitement. There a complete set available? I'd like to take it back to school for a trial. If such functionality exists, it would be a significant leap for our technological advancement. Lin Shijie shook his head. This is just the initial version. I'm still refining it. Moreover, I need to discuss it thoroughly with Gu Yanran when she arrives before deciding on the next steps. Immediately, Lin Shijie smiled, noting that these items were intended for laboratory use and there was no need for Lu Guwei to be overly anxious. However, Lu Guwei appeared somewhat agitated, insisting they should proceed swiftly. If what Lin Shijie claimed were true, utilizing them sooner would undoubtedly save a significant amount of time. After all, this was an era where every second counted. Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback, not realizing Lu Guwei possessed such a broad perspective. Isn't it obvious? A prosperous nation leads to a prosperous home, and only then can the populace thrive. The stronger our country becomes, the better our lives will be. Moreover, I've long held a disdain for those developed nations, Lu Guwei said with indignation. Relying on their technological superiority, they impose bans and threats, while dreaming of sanctions. Just wait until our technology catches up. We shall see how they fare then. Lin Shijie nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Lu Guwei's words, yet he pointed out that the system they discussed had its limitations. After all, many high-end materials were exceedingly scarce, and various properties could not be fully tested. Indeed, those precious materials must be conserved, Lu Guwei replied, nodding in understanding. Wait a moment, why do I feel there's more to your words? Lu Guwei suddenly directed a questioning gaze at Lin Shijie. And did you not give old Fan some high-quality monolayer graphene? Come clean. Do you possess other valuable materials? After a pause, Lu Guwei inquired with astonishment. You didn't suddenly awaken some spatial abilities and travel to another laboratory, did you? Chapter 19. The arrival of Gu Yaran with your intellect. If I had such abilities, I would have first retrieved the lithography machine and then brought back the advanced technologies from the United States. At that point, the nation would surely lavish me with resources. Lu Guwei nodded in agreement. Indeed. How did you acquire them? Don't pretend you did it. That would be sheer nonsense. Lin Shijie chuckled. That's merely a surface-level excuse. The true source is none of your concern. After all, no evidence remains, so let us keep it discreet. Lu Guwei felt a chill run down his spine. I must advise you, let this be the only instance of such behavior. Do not engage in it again. It's far too perilous. Lin Shijie smiled. Rest assured, I understand. IT requires substantial funding to initiate, and with your involvement, I wouldn't dare take such risks otherwise. All right. I shall speak to Old Fan about it. Lu Guwei nodded. By the way, when did you become so familiar with Chen Hao? Isn't he your rival in love? Lin Shijie laughed heartily. Rival in love? Don't be ridiculous. I have no such rivals. As for Chen Hao, I merely see potential in him, which is why I chose to engage with him sincerely. Lu Guwei squinted his eyes, looking at Lin Shijie with palpable skepticism. I don't trust a word you say. Believe it or not, it matters not. You can either assist me or be on your way, Lin Shijie declared decisively. Assist with what? I'm not knowledgeable about this. Lu Guwei chuckled. It's simple. Just manually adjust it using AR. What I designed certainly does not possess a steep learning curve. Don't forget, I initially developed it for gaming, so it must be user-friendly. Understood. This will be a good chance for me to refine my skills. Lu Guwei nodded. The two worked tirelessly through the night, finally succumbing to sleep until the dawn of a new day. Today is the weekend. Do you have any plans? Lin Shijie yawned. What do you mean? Plans? I still have to return to school and report to my father. Lu Guwei replied directly. Well, it's not too late to go in the afternoon. First, accompany me to the airport to pick someone up. Who? Gu Yaran. What? So soon? Enough chatter. Hurry up and get ready. We need to leave right after a quick bite. The sound of the airplane landing echoed, and upon seeing the flight number, Lin Shijie knew it was Gu Yaran's. Thankfully, he hadn't stayed up late the previous night, or he would have missed the information, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief, keeping his eyes fixed on the exit. Before long, the familiar silhouette appeared. Still bearing her stunning features, her tall figure radiated an unparalleled elegance. Shijie, why does it seem that Gu Yaran appears even more graceful and beautiful when she's not with you? Lin Shijie promptly gave Lu Guwei a playful nudge. You being ungrateful. Lu Guwei rubbed his rear, feigning discomfort. Coincidentally, Gu Yaran's gaze drifted towards them, her cool demeanor softening into a genuine smile that illuminated the space around them. She truly is captivating. You must seize this opportunity, Lu Guwei advised earnestly. I didn't mention it yesterday, but the Gu family has long planned a marriage alliance and the prospective match is from a highly esteemed family far superior to you. At least in your current state. Oh, you must work hard and not slack off. Lin Shijie raised an eyebrow in surprise at Lu Gui's words, then nodded solemnly as he turned his attention to Gu Yaran, who was approaching them. It's been a while, Gu Yaran greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while, Lin Shijie replied, grinning as he stepped forward, arms open for a long-awaited embrace. However, Gu Yaran completely bypassed him and gently embraced Lu Gui instead. Good to see you again, Gui. How have you been? Very well, indeed, Lu Gui replied with a grin, glancing at Lin Shijie, whose face flushed with an uncharacteristic displeasure. He muttered under his breath, I wonder how long this will last. By the way, where's Lin Shijie? Gu Yaran casually inquired, looking around. Here. Lin Shijie hurriedly approached with a broad smile, eager to assert his presence. Gu Yaran regarded him with a bemused expression. Oh, you seem to look well. In an instant, the smile faded from Lin Shijie's face, replaced by a look of distress. Not well at all. I've been utterly exhausted lately, constantly thinking of you, even in my dreams, even my work, which usually captivates me, has lost its allure. Yet, the thought of aiding you keeps me going. Gu Yaran couldn't help but burst into laughter. Though she quickly composed herself, Lin Shijie felt a surge of joy. After all, laughter was a good sign. Come on, let me see what you've developed in such a short time, Gu Yaran said with a huff. If it doesn't meet my expectations, then, Lin Shijie interjected. I guarantee your satisfaction. If you're not satisfied, I shall revise it until you are it. As the service provider, I will unconditionally accept your feedback and revisions, no matter how many iterations it may take. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the car, where Lu Gui naturally took the driver's seat. Lin Shijie opened the back door, intending to graciously invite Gu Yaran to sit. However, she ignored his gesture entirely and climbed into the front passenger seat instead. Resigned, Lin Shijie squeezed into the back, casting a resentful glance at Lu Gui's back. Lu Gui, unfazed, engaged Gu Yaran in lively conversation throughout the ride, leaving Lin Shijie with little opportunity to interject. Even when he did manage a comment, Gu Yaran disregarded him. Yet, Lin Shijie felt it was only fair. After all, he had been upset with Gu Yaran previously, and now it was her turn to express her grievances. However, Lu Gui's willingness to cooperate irked him, and he silently vowed to address it later. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard Lin Shijie had rented. All right, I have matters to attend to. I'll treat you both to dinner tonight. I must take my leave. With that, Lu Gui sped off, knowing that lingering would only result in Lin Shijie venting his frustrations. Moreover, he thought it best to let the two of them sort out their feelings. Once Lu Gui departed, Lin Shijie finally felt a sense of relief. Now, it was just the two of them, and he could finally speak freely. Yet, as soon as he opened his mouth, Gu Yaran looked at him seriously and said, Lin Shijie, I must inform you that your results are of great importance. I have convened a family meeting at home based on your proposal, and should your results fail to meet the standards you've set, I believe we will have no need to meet in the future. You understand. Chapter 20. The shocked Gu Yaran. Lin Shijie smiled confidently. Rest assured, Yaran, you will have the chance to see for yourself shortly. By the way, what will occur if my results meet your family's expectations? Lin Shijie asked with eager anticipation. Then my proposal will officially commence, and while the final outcome remains uncertain, it is highly likely that our family will reap immense wealth and prestige. As the host of this endeavor, I, too, shall gain sufficient status and recognition to pursue my passions unimpeded. Upon hearing this, Lin Shijie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, during their time together, Gu Yaran had mentioned that the greatest obstacles they faced would likely arise from their families. Now, with Gu Yanran's words, she has effectively removed the largest obstacle. Lin Shijie was naturally elated, as the root of this matter lay with him. Once successful, he would certainly share in the credit. Thus, it could be said that there were virtually no barriers remaining between them. Of course, this was contingent upon him first winning over Gu Yanran. Understood, please come in and allow me to show you, Lin Shijie declared with unwavering confidence. After inviting Gu Yanran into the room, he handed her the AR glasses. I recall that you have a fondness for Tang dynasty architecture. Soon you shall witness the grandeur of the Tang Empire at its zenith. Ji Yuyanran's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her gaze fixed intensely upon Lin Shijie. Though she said nothing, her eyes brimmed with hope, which served as the greatest encouragement for him. Please wait a moment. Lin Shijie promptly projected 2 large computers into the basement. After all, it was only by utilizing them that he could achieve the desired effect. Once everything was connected, Lin Shijie donned the AR glasses. Enjoy, as his words fell, the scenery around the two began to ripple and transform. The stone and concrete structures instantaneously morphed into a wooden palace, adorned with exquisitely carved beams and painted columns. The delicate fabric and vermilion lacquer seemed to momentarily render Gu Yanran entranced. This effect far surpassed what he had demonstrated to Lu Guwei the previous day. While Lin Shijie had showcased his achievements before, including her favored ancient architecture, they paled in comparison to the spectacle before her now. It was as if one were viewing a pixelated relic from the past, while the other presented a breathtakingly intricate image on the most advanced computer display. Gazing around in awe, Gu Yanran involuntarily inhaled sharply and reached out to touch the surroundings, even knowing they were merely illusions. She could not resist gently caressing them, as if handling the most precious artifacts. Yanran, look outside, Lin Shijie gently urged. At his prompting, Gu Yanran lifted her gaze to the nearby railing. She knew that what lay beyond should have been a real wall. Yet it had transformed into a railing overlooking the vast Tang Dynasty world. She beheld pavilions and towers, with passers-by clad in vibrant attire galloping by on horseback. Ji Yanran was truly taken aback. Was such detail, such a vivid scene, truly achievable? Perhaps in a national laboratory, it might be feasible, but if Lin Shijie had possessed such capabilities earlier, none of this would have transpired. With this thought, Gu Yanran turned her attention to Lin Shijie, who was now clad in Tang attire, smiling at her. It was then that she noticed she herself was adorned in a splendid Tang Dynasty court outfit, particularly accentuated around her chest. Ji Yanran shot Lin Shijie a fierce glare. This is your favorite Huawei Xianghui Tower, the most prosperous site of the mid-Tang Dynasty. Huawei Xianghui Tower, Gu Yanran sighed softly. It indeed was her favorite. However, she soon removed the glasses, causing the enchanting scene to vanish. Lin Shijie, momentarily taken aback, also took off his glasses, astonished. What's wrong? Was it not satisfactory? Gu Yanran shook her head. It's not that it wasn't satisfactory, but rather that it was too extraordinary. This far exceeds our current capabilities. Perhaps in a national laboratory, with supercomputers, such effects could be achieved. But here, with just these devices, Gu Yanran stepped closer to Lin Shijie, scrutinizing him earnestly. Tell me, what on earth has transpired over these days? Or is this place not what it seems? What are you hiding? Observing Gu Yanran's anxious and flustered demeanor warmed Lin Shijie's heart. He gently placed a hand on her agitated form. Yanran, please do not fret or become agitated. Allow me to explain everything to you slowly. As she gazed at the calm, smiling Lin Shijie, Gu Yanran steadied her emotions. Speak, what has truly happened? Lin Shijie poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to Gu Yanran. First, sit down and I will recount everything in detail. Once seated, Lin Shijie took a deep breath. Initially, he had indeed intended to share some personal details with Gu Yanran, though not everything. At least he hadn't planned to reveal the system's ability to project real objects just yet. But upon reflection, why not? What purpose or necessity was there in concealment? Having already committed to Gu Yanran, he might as well trust her completely. After all, the system resided within his mind. What harm would it do to divulge it? Do you remember the day you left? Lin Shijie began slowly. I do, Gu Yanran replied with a slight nod. Her thoughts instantly transported back to that sorrowful moment. Lin Shijie nodded in agreement. We were both heartbroken. I fought to suppress my emotions, but after you departed, I could not help but cry. With a bittersweet smile, he continued, I naturally went to the restroom to compose myself, but that was when the unexpected occurred. Unexpected? Gu Yanran inquired seriously. Lin Shijie nodded. Yes, it felt as though my mind had been struck by something. By the way, do you know about the system? Huh? The system? The sudden shift in topic left Gu Yanran momentarily stunned. Before she responded with surprise, are you referring to that kind of system from novels? Lin Shijie chuckled. Indeed, that kind. Yanran, do you still read novels? Be serious and confess, Gu Yanran retorted, slightly exasperated that the atmosphere had been disrupted. Oh, confess. Lin Shijie chuckled. I truly was struck by a system. What? There really is a system. Gu Yanran's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Shijie affirmed, indeed, there is, and it even communicated with me. Oh, it truly is a system. What did it say? Gu Yanran asked, excitement evident in her voice. I ask it like in the novels, offering you a beginner's gift or assigning you tasks for great rewards. Lin Shijie slowly shook his head and replied. It said, TMD, wrong coordinates. Cough, cough. In an instant, a series of coughs erupted as Gu Yanran choked on the water she had just sipped. This was soon followed by her indignant exclamation and Lin Shijie's pained cry. After a while, Lin Shijie, grimacing, rubbed his sore waist. "Do you dare mock me again?" Gu Yanran said, somewhat exasperated. "I no longer dare, truly," Lin Shijie quickly pleaded. "Now, let's converse properly." "Yes, I will certainly speak properly," though Lin Shijie feigned distress. He felt a surge of joy within. At least the previously tense atmosphere between them had eased. At that moment, the system mentioned it had miscalculated the coordinates and wanted to leave quickly. However, its outer framework had already begun to merge with me. You have no idea. The system directly stated it would annihilate the host, me, if it were to depart. Lin Shijie recounted, still feeling a shiver at the memory. My emotions at that time were bewildering. It was a roller coaster of elation followed by terror. But I thought to myself, I cannot die. There are so many things I have yet to accomplish. I must win back my woman. Fulfill my dreams. How could I possibly perish? Continue with your tale. Gu Yanran interjected with a soft huff. Though she understood Lin Shijie was safe now, her concern for the situation then lingered. You have no idea. At that moment, inspiration struck me. The system is merely a program, is it not? The one I developed is similar, albeit different in level. The structure should be comparable, right? So, I urgently suggested to the system whether my program's shell could serve as the outer framework. To my astonishment, it actually worked. Gu Yanran nodded, relieved. So it left. But what about your current situation? Lin Shijie poured Gu Yanran another glass of water and took a seat beside her. Although the system has departed, only its core has left. The framework has fused with me, hence it could not take it away. Moreover, before leaving, the system transferred my development platform and game programs directly into me. Lin Shijie expressed a hint of uncertainty. While it is merely a system framework, it is a very high level. According to the system, it is classified as divine technology. Consequently, my programs were fully completed, enabling me to achieve the effects I had envisioned. Gu Yanran nodded, gazing at Lin Shijie. So, you are now capable of directly showcasing the effects you originally envisioned. Lin Shijie affirmed with a nod as long as there are sufficient devices and computational power. The programs are no longer an issue. In other words, you now possess a system based on your AR platform. Gu Yanran inquired hesitantly. Precisely. So, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Lin Shijie grinned. Although it is somewhat regrettable. At least it will save years of effort. Gu Yanran nodded. After all, such technology, even if it exists globally, would undoubtedly, as Gu Yanran anticipated, be confined to high-end laboratories and could not be utilized in the outside world. Lin Shijie's product undoubtedly holds epoch-making significance. Establishing a world-class unicorn company should pose no problem. It was just unexpected that such systems actually exist in the world. Fortunately, the system Lin Shijie possesses is not akin to those female-centric systems she had heard about. Otherwise, it is truly unimaginable what might have transpired. Gu Yanran scrutinized Lin Shijie, acknowledging that although the AR system he designed has already yielded substantial results, being a system, even if merely a shell, should possess considerable development potential. It must be thoroughly explored to see if there are any other capabilities. Listening to Gu Yanran, Lin Shijie smiled. Do you think I have been doing anything other than thinking about you these days? Naturally, I have been diligently developing the system. Gu Yanran gave a slight smile, her small hand darting to pinch Lin Shijie's waist sharply. Ouch! Lin Shijie exclaimed, jumping up in surprise. Then why haven't you mentioned it? Why leave half of it behind? Gu Yanran retorted, somewhat annoyed. Rubbing the pinched area, Lin Shijie returned to his previous seat. I was just considering giving you a surprise. Gu Yanran cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shijie. She understood that his willingness to share such confidential matters with her was a testament to how much he valued her. Wait a moment. Have you checked everything here? There are no issues. Right? Gu Yanran stood up, drawing the curtains closed, while carefully surveying the surroundings. Lin Shijie smiled. Rest assured, I have carefully analyzed everything. There are no anomalies. Analyzed, Gu Yanran paused in surprise. Lin Shijie stood up. His demeanor serious. Yes, analyzed. What I am about to tell you is extremely important, even more so than the AR system. What? Gu Yanran exclaimed, astonished. While the AR system may currently be ahead of the world, being caught up will not be far off. However, what I am about to reveal could potentially alter the global landscape. As she listened to Lin Shijie and observed his grave expression, Gu Yanran couldn't help but adopt a serious demeanor as well. Hand me your phone. Lin Shijie extended his hand. Although Gu Yanran felt somewhat puzzled, she placed her phone in Lin Shijie's hand. Lin Shijie unleashed his mental energy, enveloping Gu Yanran's phone and began scanning it. Soon, the phone was completely scanned within the system. Projection, Lin Shijie declared, extending his other hand. An identical phone appeared in his grasp. Gu Yanran's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the two phones. Yet, in the next moment, her own phone vanished, replaced by all its internal components. You can systematically replicate, Gu Yanran inquired, but why is it not a blank system? Lin Shijie clarified, to be precise, it's scanning. I can use my mental energy to scan the physical objects in this world, along with the fundamental rules and technology, with sufficient items and various rules established, alongside the enhancement of the technological tree. Lin Shijie's eyes sparkled. I can perfectly construct everything in this world within the system, then manipulate that world as if controlling a computer. I can project it back into reality. Although I am unsure where this energy truly originates or what the limits are. The range and quality I can project are increasing as the system world continuously develops. Lin Shijie continued, of course, regarding living plants and animals, while I can scan and generate them in the system world. They remain merely static data and cannot be projected. Wait, let me catch my breath, Gu Yanran hurriedly interjected. Once she thoroughly comprehended Lin Shijie's words, she slowly stated, so, you mean to say you have created a virtual world that can project into reality and is nearly identical to it? It must be said that Gu Yanran's summary was quite astute. Lin Shijie nodded. Aside from life elements and time, that is essentially it. Heavens, you rascal. Hurry up and tell me everything in detail about what you've been scanning these days. Gu Yanran exclaimed. Honestly, how many beautiful girls' data do you have in your system? Lin Shijie looked at Gu Yanran, somewhat speechless. Do women's thought processes work this peculiarly? Besides, I haven't scanned anyone. Am I missing out a bit? Chapter 22. Beginning to scheme. Lin Shijie's secret thoughts were, of course, not to be spoken aloud. Instead, he meticulously recounted everything regarding the system over the past few days, including the replication of precious materials and the design of the AR laboratory assistant. Gu Yanran nodded, having grasped the situation and capabilities of Lin Shijie's system. Although it was entirely different from what one might find in novels and lacked such miraculous abilities, the system was blank and required gradual enhancement. Yet, precisely because of this, one need not worry about any hidden dangers. Simply collecting technology alone, if developed steadily, could undoubtedly reach astonishing heights. Not to mention the ability to project reality. This capability was certainly akin to a game-breaking advantage. Replicating some rare materials was hardly significant, as it essentially meant carrying a world with one at all times, one that could be summoned at will. However, Shijie, this ability must not be revealed unless absolutely necessary, otherwise, it will lead to tremendous trouble. Gu Yanran stated seriously, I understand, at least until I am powerful enough. This ability will remain concealed, Lin Shijie replied with a nod. Your plan to develop the laboratory assistant system is commendable, but the level you just mentioned cannot be employed. It is too advanced. Lin Shijie immediately chuckled, of course, to demonstrate for you. I specifically projected 2 large computers in the basement. Gu Yanran was momentarily speechless. I'm impressed. Since we have Gui as assistants, I will speak to him tonight to ensure everything is thoroughly concealed, Gu Yanran said calmly. Lin Shijie nodded. Then I will no longer provide those precious materials. Unexpectedly, Gu Yanran shook her head. As you said, those materials are likely to serve as a stepping stone. Otherwise, many laboratories would not necessarily require your system. Moreover, if it can indeed rapidly enhance our technological capabilities, why not utilize it? This is a win-win situation. Gu Yanran then glanced at Lin Shijie. Do you still expect foreign parties to use your system? Well, then I will heed your advice, Lin Shijie replied with a smile. I still need you by my side. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. All right, Enough joking. We need to thoroughly discuss our future developments. Gu Yanran smiled as she said, initially believing her plan to be bold. She now realized it was merely the beginning. She found herself genuinely looking forward to the future. Lin Shijie immediately leaned closer to Gu Yanran. Whatever future you desire, I will wholeheartedly support you and be your steadfast backing. Humph. Gu Yanran shot him a playful glare, yet the underlying tone was one of affectionate reproach. Meanwhile, at the School of Materials, Lu Guwei was discussing Lin Shijie's matters with his father, Lu Tianze. Just as they were speaking, there came a knock at the door. Director Liu, it's me. Oh, Mr. Fan, what brings you here? Upon seeing it was Fan Luohua, Lu Tianze immediately rose with a warm smile to greet him. After all, although he was the director, Mr. Fan was not only a senior figure, but also an academician, a true treasure of the Materials Institute. Thus, Lu Tianze treated him with utmost respect, welcoming him with a beaming smile. Lu Guwei, standing by, also greeted him repeatedly, exchanging glances. After all, Mr. Fan was the one he had discreetly invited. Mr. Fan, what brings you here? You could have just called, Lu Tianze said, ushering Mr. Fan to a seat with a smile. It's just that my laboratory acquired some items, and I thought I should at least inform you, Fan Luohua said with a smile. You make it sound like you need to report. You have absolute autonomy over what your lab purchases, Lu Tianze replied with a cheerful smile. Of course, if funding becomes insufficient, don't hesitate to let me know, and I'll increase it immediately next month. Mr. Fan shook his head with a smile. I know your funding is also limited. I am not here to request funds. While Lu Tianze had been smiling all along, hearing Mr. Fan's words brought a genuine smile to his face. Mr. Fan, if you have something to say, please go ahead. Our institute is counting on you. This matter, Xiao Lu knows. Let him speak, Fan Luohua said with a smile. Oh, Lu Tianze glanced at his son and instantly guessed that Mr. Fan had likely been invited by him. The subject was undoubtedly about Lin Shijie selling materials. You rascal, speak up quickly, Lu Tianze said, somewhat exasperated. Dad, you must have guessed it. It's about Lin Shijie's materials. Lu Guwei replied, grinning broadly. Although the origin of his items remains ambiguous, it is certain that they are not sourced domestically and pose no risks. Lu Tianze abruptly interrupted his son's discourse, questioning. How can you ascertain there are no risks? Foreign sources might present even greater complications, indeed, but this is also intended to foster our school's technological advancement, is it not? Lu Guwei hastily replied. Elder Fan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, asserting, yes. For the sake of our own technological progress, Lin Shijie indeed possesses a commendable sense of patriotism. I understand, but what if complications arise? This matter could escalate beyond triviality, Lu Tianze expressed, visibly troubled. After all, should someone pursue accountability, the ramifications could be considerable, jeopardizing his position. Then we should report it as a private procurement, Elder Fan suggested directly. Lu Guwei promptly nodded at his father, recognizing Elder Fan's esteemed credentials. Moreover, private procurements are not burdened with excessive regulations or transactional documentation, making it troublesome to investigate should issues arise. Lu Tianze was naturally inclined to agree with this approach, with Elder Fan's qualifications backing it. Any potential problem would likely be resolved within this context. However, this might tarnish your reputation. Lu Tianze still hesitated. Reputation. If we can yield results, I would gladly sacrifice it all, Elder Fan remarked nonchalantly. Lu Guwei solemnly bowed to Elder Fan, expressing, you are truly a model for our generation. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Shijie. Elder Fan waved his hand dismissively, stating, all right, continue your discussion. I must take my leave. I have several experiments to conduct with this rare material. Please take care. Lu Tianze smiled as he escorted him to the door. However, upon turning back, he cast an annoyed glance at his son, saying, you had this all planned, didn't you? Setting a trap for Elder Fan. Do you think this is a good idea? Lu Guwei quickly pleaded, I was merely trying to achieve two objectives at once. You see, Elder Fan may be unconcerned about reputation, but what about those above us? Lu Tianze said helplessly. What if a problem arises? The funding and research projects allocated to Elder Fan could be diminished, which would impede our ability to produce results. Do you think I am solely focused on my position? I am genuinely concerned about our academy's honor. Can Lin Shijie truly secure unlimited materials for elder fans' research? Lu Trenza shook his head in resignation. You young people are often short-sighted and naive. Lu Guwei hung his head in shame. Yet, Lu Tianzi grew even more exasperated, exclaiming, "You truly take after your father." Lu Guwei was taken aback, realizing his oversight. Observing his father picking up a nearby object, he quickly protested, "Dad, no, how could that be? It truly isn't." Chapter 23. Reconciliation during dinner time. Lu Guwei, rubbing his sore backside, arrived outside the small courtyard rented by Lin Shijie. "Shijie, come out and help me inside." Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Guwei began to shout. "To smooth over the situation, I have endured pain far beyond my years," he lamented. Lin Shijie, surprised, stepped out and could not help but chuckle at Lu Guwei's plight. "What happened? Don't tell me Lu uncle kicked you." "Hasn't it been ages since he last did?" Lin Shijie teased, recalling the mischievous Lu Guwei often receiving reprimands from his father back in their freshman year, much to the amusement of their classmates. "It's not fair. I did it all to help you," Lu Guwei protested. "Are you referring to the materials?" Lin Shijie asked with a smile. "Is there any other matter?" Lin Shijie continued, reveling in Lu Guwei's discomfort. "If I had informed you sooner that Yanji could handle this, you wouldn't have had to endure such punishment." Lu Guwei's rubbing ceased as he looked at Gu Yanji, his face falling in dismay. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" he exclaimed. "Besides, you all moved on so quickly. It has hardly been any time at all. It's like quarreling at the head of the bed and reconciling at the foot." Lin Shijie laughed. "Go ahead and envy us, all right? I'm fine here. After all, it was Elder Fan who bore the brunt of it." Lu Guwei straightened up. "If there are any issues down the line, and Elder Fan's reputation and research funding are compromised, and you can't provide sufficient experimental materials, you'll owe the big guy a favor." Lin Shijie paused, initially believing the burden of this matter rested solely on Lu Guwei and Lu Uncle. To his surprise, Elder Fan, whom he had only met briefly, was willing to assist him in such a significant way. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Jiyu Yanji also looked slightly taken aback, nodding in agreement. Elder Fan is truly a dedicated scientist, unconcerned with external matters. He is a figure worthy of admiration. Lin Shijie adopted a more serious demeanor. Rest assured, this situation was never destined to cause any issues. Furthermore, we need not worry about materials. As long as Elder Fan requires them, I will provide them free of charge. Then you have a good conscience. Lu Guwei nodded. "Now, let us first soothe my hunger and discuss your AR assistance system." Lin Shijie agreed. "Very well." The trio chose not to dine out but rather ordered takeout. "Regarding the system, we plan to pause our preparations for the time being," Lin Shijie stated as he ate. "What is the matter?" Lu Guwei inquired, intrigued. Lin Shijie smiled. "Because Gu Yanji intends to take advantage of this opportunity for something significant. Thus, I will hold off on releasing my research for now." "Oh," Lu Guwei was taken aback. Glancing at Gu Yanji, "Wait, you aren't planning to challenge Apple, are you? Are you that confident you can outpace them?" Lin Shijie chuckled. "Why wouldn't I be confident?" "Well, while you may be slightly inferior to me, you're still a genius." Lu Guwei raised an eyebrow. "But Apple has a plethora of geniuses. Are you truly that assured?" Lin Shijie replied with confidence. "That's why I'm waiting for them to release their demonstration video before making any decisions." Lu Guwei nodded. "That makes sense. We'll assess the situation. If it doesn't work out, we won't lose much, as it will all unfold soon." Lin Shijie and Gu Yanji exchanged knowing smiles. While Lu Guwei's understanding was somewhat skewed, their anticipation hinged on Apple's video release to gauge how much higher they could soar, not on a fear of falling short. However, there was no need to elaborate on these covert matters to Lu Guwei. After all, the fewer who knew, the safer it would be. As the three continued to eat and chat, Lu Guwei soon felt disheartened. He realized he was merely a third wheel, an oversized, glaring bulb. Forget it. "I'll stop eating. You both seem nearly full," Lu Guwei said glumly. "I truly wonder who is the one who said they broke up and who is now blatantly ignoring it. People are just so fickle." "Guwei, it's time you settled down and found a girlfriend," Lin Shijie jested. "Indeed, it would be good for someone to keep that mouth of yours in check. It's far too loose," Gu Yanji chimed in. "All right, you two have begun to harmonize like a couple. I'm leaving in a huff," Lu Guwei declared, standing up in annoyance. Just as he stepped out the door, he turned back to say, "Yanji, if you do take action, remember to inform me. I could use a little side income." Jiyu Yenji smiled and nodded. Sure, I'll notify you when the time comes. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Go home and enjoy yourselves. Luke Wei left with a cheerful grin. Once the two returned indoors, Gu Yenji immediately spoke. Let us finalize the samples tonight so I can take them back quickly and prepare for action. So hasty, Lin Shijie said, somewhat reluctant. Mobilizing such a significant amount of funds requires advanced planning, especially since the target is sensitive. We must exercise extra caution. Time is already quite pressing. Lin Shijie nodded. Understood. I'll expedite the process. But we only need the most basic materials, correct? Gu Yenji affirmed. That will suffice as we are targeting ordinary users. If they are forced to reveal their trump card, that would be even better, observing Gu Yenji's spirited determination. Lin Shijie couldn't help but smile, proud of the woman he cherished. Her vibrant energy was invigorating. He realized that as long as he focused on his responsibilities and kept a grand vision, he could trust her with everything else. What are you staring at? Get to work, Gu Yenji urged, noticing Lin Shijie's dazed expression. It's simply because of you. Your external beauty and internal brilliance are so captivating. Lin Shijie sincerely remarked. That's right. So remember not to be so stubborn in the future, especially after you gain this external support, Gu Yenji advised earnestly. It's fine now, but once your power grows stronger, it's easy to become arrogant. You must always remind yourself. I genuinely fear you might lose your balance again. Lin Shijie nodded. I understand. That's why I truly need you. Only with you by my side can I maintain control. Gu Yanran gazed at the increasingly close visage of Lin Shijie before her and could not help but pinch his nose. This is what you meant by control, isn't it? Cough, cough. Lin Shijie awkwardly took a step back, unable to suppress his emotions. I shall get to work right away. As he opened his computer, just as he was about to begin, an unexpected sound interrupted him. Yanran. I was contemplating designing a set of gear that could protect oneself in a crisis. Now, it must serve to safeguard both of us. Your input would be invaluable. Jiyu Yanran paused, but upon reflecting on the potential developments in the future, it became evident that ensuring personal safety was indeed essential. Very well, let me see what it is like. Excellent. Lin Shijie promptly moved closer to Gu Yanran and spoke with solemnity. Prepare, it has begun. Projection. In an instant, layers of metallic equipment enveloped them, and a steel fortress materialized within the room. Oh no, I forgot to adjust the size. The confined space pressed the two of them closely together. Lin Shijie. Ouch. Chapter 24. The approaching future. The following morning, Lin Shijie, with a beaming smile, handed Gu Yanran the computer that had been loaded with programs. It is all set. Once connected to the computer array, we can showcase it. Of course, a high-quality computer can also run it, though the settings will need to be adjusted downwards. Jiyu Yanran shot him a glance of disdain as she continued her energetic morning routine of washing up and applying makeup. Meanwhile, Lin Shijie stood by with a smile, awaiting her. By the way, I know you've invested in several hardware development companies. This time, it should yield some fruitful results, right? Lu Guwei must have informed you. Gu Yanran replied with irritation. If it rises this time, I will sell everything. Well, do sell, but let me take a stroll before that. When I return, we can go for something even better, Lin Shijie quickly concurred. All right, I shall leave shortly. You just wait for my news here, Gu Yanran said, her complexion radiant after completing her makeup. Don't you want me to accompany you back? I could help bolster your presence. Lin Shijie eagerly volunteered. It's not about helping me bolster my presence, but rather being my support. Support? Lin Shijie inquired, somewhat surprised. Jiyu Yanran nodded. With your presence, our plans will surely come to fruition, and the number of participants will likely be substantial. It is quite probable that some formidable individuals will also join, as the tangible benefits of this matter may not be substantial, yet it serves as a significant symbol and representation. I suspect someone will wish to seize control. I intend to maintain that control, and you are a crucial part of it. We cannot expose it too soon. Are you certain you have absolute control over this program? Gu Yanran asked once more. Rest assured, connected to this place, Lin Shijie pointed to his brain. I could withdraw the core with just a thought. However, pausing for a moment, Lin Shijie added, after the plane lands, do give me a call and power it on. I haven't tested such a long distance before. Yes, I understand. Gu Yanran replied as she donned her attire, once again regaining her spirited demeanor. I'm off. Be careful, as there may be those who come looking for you. Lin Shijie chuckled. Let them come. Anyone who dares to set their sights on our Yanran will learn why the flowers bloom so vividly. That would be ideal, for they are likely trying to win you over. They may resort to various tactics, Gu Yanran said with a playful blink. Oh, Lin Shijie's eyes lit up, musing aloud. No wonder you agreed to me last night. Gu Yanran shot him a piercing glance. Haha, Lin Shijie immediately adopted a righteous demeanor. Fear not. No matter what schemes they employ, even if it's a beauty trap, I want to let them through this door without it counting as my defeat. Gu Yanran chuckled. Now that's more like it. She then stepped before Lin Shijie and gave him a light peck on the lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water. I'm off. Await my news. Lin Shijie nodded, watching as Gu Yanran was escorted away by her bodyguards, completely disregarding the unfriendly glares directed at him since yesterday, as soon as they disembarked the plane. Several bodyguards had been vigilantly observing Gu Yanran, clearly understanding that their young lady was with this fellow, yet they still deemed him unworthy of her. Lin Shijie, however, brimmed with ambition, confident that he would soon possess the strength to match the Gu family. At that moment, the dynamics of their relationship would surely shift. Yes, I must rise to the top. Back in his room, Lin Shijie began enhancing the auxiliary system. After all, Gu Yanran's version was merely the most basic. Designed for comparison with that of the fruit company, the system he was currently developing was tailored specifically for laboratory applications. Gu family, conference room. Gu Chongqing and several key members of the Gu family gazed intently at Gu Yanran, or more precisely, at the notebook in her hands. Yet, at this moment, no one spoke. Only a few technicians were busy connecting the computer array. Gu Yanran, however, wore a confident demeanor as she sat beside them. After contacting Lin Shijie as soon as she disembarked the plane, she discovered that his mastery over the program remained unwavering. This alleviated any lingering concerns she had. Soon, all the equipment was connected. Once the technicians completed their adjustments, they cut off all networks, implementing strict physical isolation. Following that, they activated the room's shielding layer and signal interference before vacating. However, no one questioned this level of caution. Rather, they deemed it entirely justified. After all, the stakes involved were tremendously high, and one could never be too cautious. Before long, all unrelated personnel had exited. It was only then that Gu Yanran powered on the computer and handed the AR glasses to her father and the others. Initiating the operation, as the devices powered up, the scene before everyone began to shift. The room remained the same, yet a virtual screen appeared before each individual, displaying various options and operation guides. Gu Chongqing and the others were momentarily stunned. While the spectacle was novel, it was within their expectations, and they were not overly surprised. Gu Yanran smiled and began to manipulate the controls. Now I will adjust the surrounding environment. I believe the elders appreciate ancient architecture. So let us change the setting. As Gu Yanran's words fell, the room began to ripple like a canvas. In a flash, the surroundings transformed into a charming wooden structure, with even the tables and chairs taking on an antiquated style. Nearby, the walls and doors morphed into wooden doors and half-height fences. The attendees could even see the sky outside, with birds and white clouds flitting about. Observing their own clothing, they found themselves clad in round-collared robes, each adorned with a traditional cap. It felt as though they had been transported back to ancient times. Although they knew it was an illusion, the experience was delightful. An elderly gentleman chuckled. Uncle, this is merely a backdrop. We have not yet truly begun operating. Oh, Gu Chongqing was taken aback, initially believing that this was the official commencement, only to discover it was merely the setting. Allow me to teach everyone how to use it. The control panel before you serves as our controller, operable via voice or gestures. We can directly load our daily tasks or leisure activities onto the AR platform without disrupting reality in any way. We can initiate virtual video calls for remote communication at any time, engaging in conversations rather than merely viewing images, from tabletop games and movies to varied entertainment, from autonomous driving and remote construction to clinical surgeries, or even dynamic foundational education. On a grander scale, this includes high-energy laboratories, weapon testing, and even space exploration. As she spoke, Gu Yanran demonstrated each feature for the attendees. Naturally, everyone had prior knowledge of this technological domain and recognized the maturity of the technology. However, the more they learned, the more astonished they became. As if sensing their thoughts, Gu Yanran smiled and said, "Esteemed elders, the future is already within our grasp." Chapter 25. Further confirmation. Gu Changkong gazed at the effects before him, exhilarated, yet his voice remained grave as he inquired, "What level of effect can the fruit company achieve? How does it compare to this?" Gu Yanran pondered for a moment before responding, "It may reach such a level, but it likely can only be achieved at the Fruit Company's research center, utilizing their supercomputers." The elder was taken aback, yet still hesitantly spoke, "Although I don't fully grasp this, can Lin Shijie, as just one individual, develop something more powerful than the Fruit Company?" Gu Changkong narrowed his eyes. They were well-versed in finance, yet their understanding of high technology, especially specific technological outcomes, was rather limited. However, as the elder mentioned, they were aware of the challenges. In an environment lagging in technology, catching up had always been arduous. However, it is now not only catching up, but also significantly surpassing, which is somewhat hard to believe. Gu Yanran naturally understands this point, but who can blame Lin Shijie for his fortunate encounters? Thus, she confidently remarked, "But this is the reality now. I believe that soon the fruit will showcase a demonstration video. And correspondingly, we will be able to estimate what their true cutting-edge technology looks like." Gu Changkong nodded. "This afternoon I will head to the capital. Yanran, you shall accompany me. On one hand, this is to reconfirm, as there are more specialized individuals there. On the other hand, it is also to gauge the intentions of those above." However, although Gu Changkong spoke of reconfirmation, his eyes and actions already revealed an unwavering determination to succeed. Removing his glasses, Gu Changkong's gaze sharpened. "This is a rare opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Riding the tide of the times, the Gu family will step onto the world stage." Listening to the patriarch's words, the core members of the Gu family all felt a jolt of excitement. It seems the patriarch is ready to extend the long-prepared tendrils into the world. One can foresee that this will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. After all, it is a stronghold of established capital and a gathering place for global wealth. Yet, that is precisely what makes it more alluring, isn't? Moreover, let us not forget that throughout much of human history, the center of the world has predominantly resided on this very land. It is time to once again showcase to the world what it means to be a celestial empire. Gu Yanran's heart raced with excitement, and she also considered that this matter had likely been discussed long ago. It was merely waiting for the right opportunity. Now, she and Lin Shijie had become this rare breakthrough point. Gu Yanran could foresee that the capital would likely witness an intense debate and competition. Yet, she remained composed and confident. After all, this is merely the beginning. Meanwhile, Lin Shijie, the very root of these events, was currently engrossed in watching technology news online while adjusting the AR assistance system for the laboratory. Although he was concerned about Gu Yanran, he could only wait. For Lin Shijie, developing the system posed no difficulty. The challenge lay in collecting various experimental data and simulating corresponding changes in properties. He could only glean information from scientific papers and publicly available experiments. However, those concepts were too abstract for him to comprehend. Without understanding, he could not input data into the assistance system, let alone expand the technology tree. Thus he could only establish a basic framework for the assistance system. Lin Shijie glanced at the chaotic system in his mind, still lacking any semblance of order. After all, it was a blank system that could not even categorize itself automatically. He had to operate it piece by piece. Of course, Lin Shijie had considered adding a system framework to help manage it. However, that would be no different from his current operations, at least for now. With limited items, he could see everything instantly, making it of little consequence, unless he could have an intelligent steward, akin to Jarvis, to help him manage the system. It would be even better if it could autonomously develop technology based on the technology tree. Yet, developing an artificial intelligence was beyond his capabilities. It seems he should take the time to study artificial intelligence development, at least to establish a database, once his system is fully deployed, with a vast amount of data for learning. The growth of artificial intelligence would also be rapid. Yes, that is the plan. With this thought, Lin Shijie promptly downloaded learning materials for artificial intelligence from the internet and began to self-study. As his mental prowess gradually increased, he found that both his learning ability and comprehension had significantly improved. It seems the system's claim of being divine technology, capable of mastering the heavens, holds some truth. After all, merely establishing a framework is already so miraculous. Lin Shijie began to multitask, simultaneously learning about artificial intelligence development, verifying the AR assistance system, and pondering about Gu Yanran and school matters. Time passed swiftly, and suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was Chen Hao calling, which instantly reminded him of old fan and the graphene materials. Chen Hao, is it that the materials are insufficient? Just come over and take them. Chen Hao chuckled. Indeed, I wanted to inquire about the materials, but I also have good news to share. Oh, good news. Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback, then eagerly asked, have you made some progress in your research? On the other end, Chen Hao could not contain his laughter, and Lin Shijie could hear it over the phone. It seems a significant achievement had been made. Indeed, Chen Hao continued with a smile. It was a collaborative effort with my mentor regarding some experiments on carbon nanotubes. However, due to material issues, we need to conduct several more rounds of validation and confirmation. That's fantastic. How much do you need? I'll send it over directly. Lin Shijie responded hurriedly. He had intended to thank Old Fan in person, and this opportunity was not to be missed. Moreover, he wanted to take the chance to consult with Chen Hao and Old Fan about the various forms of graphene, their differing properties, and experimental data to refine the AR laboratory assistance system. Thus, after finishing the conversation, Lin Shijie swiftly collected all the items that should not be present at home, especially the 2 large computers in the basement. However, recalling the previous 3 burglars, he decided to seal the doors and windows from the inside completely. As for the yard, there was nothing of value, and surveillance cameras were installed on the walls. Surely, no one would dare to brazenly climb over, right? Yet, gazing at the empty yard, he considered that he would likely be frequenting the school, so it appears he needs to buy a car. Of course, given his character, appearance is not paramount. The essence is what truly matters. Upon returning in the evening, he would thoroughly investigate and, if possible, it would be best to catch a glimpse of the presidential vehicle. With these delightful thoughts, Lin Shijie took a taxi to the school. Just after he left, as the sun set, several seemingly inconspicuous individuals arrived outside the yard, appearing to do so inadvertently. With no security measures aside from surveillance, and no one else in sight, one of them commanded, "All right, move." In the 26th chapter, titled Uninvited Guests, 2 individuals sauntered to the corners of the street, casually munching on sunflower seeds, feigning nonchalance. Yet their eyes were discreetly scanning the surroundings, constantly on the lookout for any approaching figures. Meanwhile, the other 2, after activating a small device, effortlessly vaulted over the yard wall, their agility suggesting that the wall was non-existent. Upon entering the yard, they did not linger in the open space, but dashed directly towards the house. One approached the front door, preparing to pick the lock, while the other discreetly observed from a window. What sort of lock is this? The one at the door exclaimed in surprise after inspecting the lock. The other quickly joined him, only to be equally bewildered. The door was equipped with its own lock, yet for some reason, an old-fashioned brass lock had been added, which, although somewhat antiquated, was not particularly unusual. The problem was that the large brass lock had no keyhole whatsoever. After fiddling with it for a while without success, they realized it was neither electronic nor a mechanism with a latch. It was entirely solid. This is frustrating, the leader grumbled. Let's go through the window. All right. The one attempting to unlock the door nodded in agreement. Though not a professional locksmith, he could usually handle basic locks. However, faced with this one, they were left with no option but to resort to brute force. Approaching the window, he retrieved his specialized tools and began cutting. Soon, the outer layer of glass was removed along the frame. Following that, the second layer, which was adhered to the wallpaper, was also taken down. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, both of their faces began to twitch. As the layer of glass attached to the wallpaper was removed, they finally beheld what lay inside. A wall. Indeed, it was a solid wall that had completely sealed off the window. The leader found himself at a loss for words. Why on earth would you block a perfectly good window with a wall? But then, considering the urgency that had brought them here, he surmised there must indeed be something of interest. What should we do? He asked, frowning while holding the glass. Let us put it back and break the door lock. Fine. The 2 returned to the door and proceeded to forcefully dismantle the brass lock. Before long, the lock was snapped off, and the standard door lock posed no challenge to them. With a click, the door lock opened, and the leader swung the door wide. What lay before them, however, was yet another wall. What kind of nonsense is this? He couldn't help but exclaim. Are you certain he came out from here? His subordinate nodded. They had just seen him exit through the door. But was there some hidden mechanism? They began to probe the wall for any clues. Yet, little did they know, it was merely a solid wall. Unyielding and devoid of any mechanisms or gaps. Nothing here. Should we look elsewhere? The subordinate suggested hesitantly. Let us go, the leader replied, feeling a bit exasperated. The two quickly circled the house, checking every possible entry point. But to no avail. Every single one was simply a wall. This is absurd. How did he just get out? Could it be that there are automatic locking mechanisms within? Is it on the second floor? One of the subordinates glanced up at the windows of the second floor and inquired. The leader pondered for a moment and then pulled a stone from his pocket. A stone? Isn't that rather conspicuous? The subordinate asked, somewhat taken aback. If we can't even get inside, what's the point of worrying about it being conspicuous? The leader retorted, exasperated. True enough, it's just a stone, even if it's discovered. It won't be a major issue. However, he suddenly recalled the damaged brass lock, which was far more noticeable. Let us not overthink it. The way this place is set up, they probably anticipated that someone would come. After saying that, the leader forcefully hurled the stone at the window of the second floor. Whoosh crash. The robust stone struck the glass, shattering both layers with a resounding sound. However, the stone came to a halt against the wall behind the window. Peering through the gap, all that remained was a wall, leaving the leader speechless. This house solid. Let us go. Are we leaving just like that? The intel from above needs to uncover the details of this place. Preferably getting our hands on something tangible, the subordinate promptly stated, then began to mumble in surprise. Though he didn't specify what exactly they were searching for, the leader gave him a swift slap, making it clear that this situation was beyond their capacity to handle unless they were to demolish the house entirely. Regardless, someone will arrive soon. We'll just report the truth and follow orders. Very well. The force swiftly departed, and the traces they left behind became less conspicuous as the light dimmed. However, the unusual events that transpired here were relayed to Lin Shijie, particularly when the brass lock was destroyed. Lin Shijie immediately sensed it. Although he was unaware of the specific occurrences, it was evident that someone had disrupted the projection he had deliberately left for sensing, though the distance rendered it impossible for him to grasp the details clearly. Could it be those three thieves again? Surely not. Haven't they learned their lesson yet? Or could it be those who Yanran mentioned might come? Currently, battery technology still heavily relies on lithium, while graphene can be experimented with in laboratories. Practical applications are still far off. Lin Shijie, what's wrong? Did I speak too quickly? Elder Fan inquired upon noticing Lin Shijie's furrowed brow. This time, Lin Shijie brought along a large bag of high-quality graphene, as well as a substantial amount of carbon nanotubes. This was a tremendous aid to their ongoing experiments. Naturally, Elder Fan responded earnestly when Lin Shijie inquired about graphene, especially upon learning of his intent to develop an AR-assisted system for laboratories. Lin Shijie smiled, stating, "Your explanations are already quite comprehensible. It's merely that my foundational knowledge in this area is insufficient. Nevertheless, once I complete the system, I'll bring it over for you to test and provide feedback." Chen Hao nodded in agreement. That sounds excellent. Our current simulation system is outdated and ineffective. If your AR resembles something out of a science fiction film, it would be absolutely fantastic. If we could manipulate things at the atomic level, experiments would become significantly more convenient. Lin Shijie chuckled, as that was precisely his objective. Certainly, it will be ready soon, he replied with a smile. You young people are truly impressive, daring to dream and take action. With individuals like you, we can rest easy as we grow older, Elder Fan remarked with pride as he looked at Chen Hao and Lin Shijie. Elder Fan, Guo Wei has expressed his gratitude to me. I truly appreciate your assistance, Lin Shijie said earnestly. Moreover, rest assured, I will supply all the materials needed for the laboratory in the future, ensuring complete compliance with procedures and affordable prices. Elder Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter. However, this is indeed your prime opportunity to showcase your talents, so make the most of it and don't slack off. Yes, Lin Shijie and Chen Hao responded in unison. Meanwhile, not far from the small courtyard rented by Lin Shijie in the suburbs, the four individuals who had previously intruded were earnestly detailing all the information they possessed to a man and a woman, particularly about the peculiar wall that surrounded all entrances within the house. Chapter 27. Preparation. Financial sniper. Half a day ago, in the capital, Gu Chongkong and Gu Yanran had just disembarked from the plane and immediately attended an extraordinarily high-profile and confidential meeting. In comparison, the Gu family's security measures seemed rather simplistic. The entire meeting unfolded in a harmonious, friendly, and tranquil atmosphere. The prominent figures present exchanged nods and smiles, yet not a single word was spoken beyond that. Apart from Gu Changkong's inquiries regarding security, there was an absolute absence of superfluous conversation. Observing his father's approving nod, Gu Yanran naturally reiterated her presentation. She elaborated on the AR system with increased seriousness, detail, and neutrality, devoid of any forecasts or judgments, simply presenting the facts, with no hint of uncertainty. This was precisely what Gu Changkong had instructed. Nevertheless, Gu Yanran could discern from the astonished expressions and awestruck gazes of those present that they, too, were profoundly impressed by the system. A sense of pride welled within her. Indeed, this was the product of her partner's labor. Once concluded, aside from Gu Changkong's departing inquiries, everyone else seemed to revert to casual conversation as if nothing significant had occurred, discussing their respective developments, the global situation, and even their children, very mundane topics. Amidst this gathering of influential figures, Gu Yanran found herself with little opportunity to speak, merely adopting a gentle demeanor and smiling as she trailed behind Gu Changkong, listening to the subtle praises and probing remarks from the eminent attendees. After a round of pleasantries, Gu Changkong turned to Gu Yanran with a smile. "Don't you find it strange?" Gu Yanran gently shook her head. "That person must have gone to make inquiries, right? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the higher-ups should also be aware of the results, albeit with far stricter requirements. Otherwise, they would have at least taken the system away." Gu Yanran smiled slightly. Ji Changkong nodded. "Indeed, but the outcome should remain unchanged. The only variable might be the control over this matter." Observing Gu Changkong's suddenly serious demeanor, Gu Yanran understood the gravity of the situation. Particularly for the Gu family. While their family was certainly a formidable financial power, they were not as prominent on a national scale, especially with numerous influential institutions around. However, this event marked the inception of a landmark initiative, carrying profound significance. It would undoubtedly exert a subtle influence on future undertakings. Since the Gu family was at the helm, with the trump card in their possession, it was imperative they secured control. Gu Yanran nodded, affirming that this time, the Gu family would take the lead, as this system belonged to him, and thus to her as well. Ji Changkong, gazing at the resolute Gu Yanran, suddenly found a hint of endearment in the previously loathsome young man. Of course, merely a hint. Very well, prepare yourself, and there's no need for any formality. Understood. Approximately half an hour later, the elder returned once more. The gathering fell silent as everyone turned their attention to him, for the outcome held decisive significance. The subsequent developments unfolded as she had anticipated. The elder smiled and nodded, signifying the formal commencement of the financial sniper plan. This operation extended beyond the Gu family or merely the financial sector. It encompassed a contest between nations. Its importance was self-evident. However, precisely because of this, there would be no shortage of individuals seeking to seize control under the pretext of this initiative. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so quick to arrive. That evening, Lin Shijie bid farewell to Elder Fan and Shenhao as he exited the laboratory. Having learned that his courtyard had been forcefully intruded upon, he had no intention of returning, prioritizing safety above all else. Besides, there was nothing of significant value within the courtyard. As for who the intruders were, he could make a reasonable guess. It was undoubtedly those preparing to take action with Yanran. Since returning was not an option, he decided to visit Lu Guwei and stay with him for a couple of days. Just as he was about to call Lu Guwei, his phone rang first, displaying an unfamiliar number. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shijie decided to answer. "Hello, who is this?" "Good day, Mr. Lin Shijie." Hearing the alluring female voice on the line, Lin Shijie felt a sudden shiver run through him. Was this truly a case of a femme fatale? Just hearing her voice was overwhelming. What would happen if he saw her in person? It seemed he had made the right choice in not returning. Hello there, miss. How may I assist you?" Lin Shijie replied with a smile. "This afternoon, our people inadvertently entered your courtyard and broke a window. We sincerely apologize for that. May I kindly request your presence so we can properly express our apologies?" "Oh no, I fear I might not be able to handle it. Let us discuss matters over the phone instead," Lin Shijie stated directly. "Oh, what's so unbearable?" The woman's voice took on an even more enticing tone. "Alas, it seems you haven't fully grasped my information yet," Lin Shijie sighed. Oh, what do you mean? The woman inquired, slightly taken aback with curiosity. My girlfriend is Gu Yanran. Are you familiar with her? Lin Shijie stated plainly. Gu Yanran. The woman exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. No matter what you wish to discuss or what bribes you might contemplate offering, you must think it through carefully. Lin Shijie declared nonchalantly. Gu Yanran is not only a stunning beauty, but also the beloved princess of the Gu family, possessing both wealth and influence. Therefore, I suggest you ponder this well before proceeding. The woman hesitated slightly. Thus, there is no need to rush. Taking a preliminary step now holds little significance, as matters will not resolve themselves swiftly. Lin Shijie remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Furthermore, I believe I am still of considerable importance. Surely, I am not the only one you are considering. Once everyone arrives, you should convene and determine the most favorable conditions before presenting them to me. Well then, that will suffice for now. Farewell. Lin Shijie abruptly hung up in response to the shouting from the other end. Simultaneously, he received a message from Gu Yanran, containing but a single sentence. Be my steadfast support. Do not be swayed by sweet temptations. A faint smile graced Lin Shijie's lips, as he understood that Gu Yanran was likely unable to speak freely at that moment. He replied, Rest assured, I have yet to encounter any sweet temptations today. Not even a glimpse. Moreover, I shall only entertain your allure. Whenever you require my presence, simply inform me. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yanran sent another message. Just wait a bit longer. Soon, you should be free from any disturbances. I shall contact you soon. Lin Shijie found it peculiar that no one would be bothering him anymore. Was it truly so anticlimactic? He had not even made his presence known yet, nor had he even glimpsed those temptations. Perhaps it was best to call Lu Guwei instead. Guwei, where are you? May I borrow your car for a couple of days? What? Your girlfriend and car are not for lending. All right then. Can I stay at your place for a couple of days? What do you mean inconvenient? I am already at your doorstep. Open the door. Listening to the flurry of activity from within, Lin Shijie could not help but chuckle. Chapter 28. Gu Yanran's schemes Guwei. Open the door. Lin Shijie called out jovially from outside. Coming, coming. You're quite the harbinger of doom. Lu Guwei grumbled as he opened the door, upon seeing Lu Guwei dressed only in shorts and a woman in the room, who, while clothed, still exuded an alluring figure. Lin Shijie couldn't help but laugh. He leaned in and whispered, If you claim she is your girlfriend, I shall turn on my heel and leave. I won't add to your troubles, even if it means sleeping on the streets. Lu Guwei looked exasperated. What are you in such a hurry for? I am simply enjoying life. All right, come in. Your arrival has disrupted my peace. Despite his words, Lu Guwei remained loyal to Lin Shijie. However, turning back, he cheerfully addressed the woman. Miss, this is my best buddy. He has nowhere else to go and will be crashing here for a couple of days. Shall we go out and have some fun? The woman smiled slightly, casting a teasing glance at the two. I want to intrude on you. I think I shall seek out a real man instead. Hey, what do you mean by a real man? That would be me, Lu Guwei retorted, flexing his muscles. However, the woman merely glanced downward with an enigmatic smile before slipping on her shoes and departing. At that moment, Lin Shijie could no longer suppress his laughter. I never imagined you would be looked down upon. Lu Guwei appeared somewhat constipated. That woman is heartless. No, it was your fault for calling me at such an inconvenient time. Lin Shijie replied with a grin. Enough of that. Keep some of your money handy. Gu Yanran and her crew may be gearing up for action soon. Lu Guwei paused, then looked at Lin Shijie with excitement. Is that true? I must hurry to gather more funds. It should be soon. Within a few days, we'll have confirmation. Lin Shijie nodded. Otherwise, why would I have come here? Lu Guwei's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that someone is after you? Is it dangerous? Lin Shijie, observing Lu Guwei's concern, couldn't help but smile appreciatively. Yet Lu Guwei quickly added, If there is danger, you should stay here. I will find a hotel for a couple of days. Get lost. There is no danger, just a bit of trouble, Lin Shijie replied, somewhat exasperated. From Gu Yanran's words, he could surmise that those seeking him were undoubtedly after controlled, as a fundamental component of their plans. He was not in any peril. In fact, he would likely receive various bribes and temptations, which was precisely why Lin Shijie found the situation unworthy of his attention. How dull, Lu Guwei remarked, slumping on the sofa. Lin Shijie sighed. Fine, you carry on with your business. I am commandeering your small room. Go ahead. There are tissues by the bedside. get lost, at that moment, on the other side of the globe, at the headquarters of the fruit company. A pair of sleek, aesthetically pleasing, technologically advanced AR glasses lay before the board of directors. Having completed comprehensive testing, all performance metrics were approximately at 3 times the laboratory figures. Now, simply pairing it with a Mac would render it usable, and this would undoubtedly propel our sales to new heights. More importantly, the new world is gradually unveiling its doors to us. The board members were visibly intrigued, and President Kyuk wore his signature smile as he declared, "Let us prepare to show the demonstration video and schedule the official launch event. Let us choose an optimal time for a global live broadcast to maximize our impact." Understood, sir. The news of the impending demonstration video swiftly spread across the globe, with countless individuals eagerly anticipating it. After all, this was a significant event in the tech world, heralding the long-awaited virtual realm and the much-discussed metaverse concept. At long last, a credible product was set to debut. This could very well serve as a harbinger of change, drawing the attention of many who would begin to strategize. In the capital, including the Gu family, everyone received the news promptly, without regard for the late hour. They immediately began preparing for action, benefiting from Lin Shijie's product showcase. They felt sufficiently confident in this type of product and its related future. They all began to strategize to secure advantageous positions amidst the impending wave. The best investment would naturally be in the fruit company, but due to various constraints, large-scale investment and profit were challenging. However, with Lin Shijie emerging as a figure who had already proven the superiority of his product, he quickly became the prime investment target, unparalleled in potential. His intrinsic value even surpassed the control he was being pursued for. Consequently, everyone turned their envious and jealous gazes towards Gu Changkong and Gu Yanran. For the Gu family was closest to seizing this opportunity, a chance to soar to unprecedented heights. Thus, even as news of Lin Shijie's status and his relationship with Gu Yanran circulated, individuals were unwilling to remain idle and prepared to take action. After all, Lin Shijie and Gu Yanran were merely dating. They were not yet married. Moreover, given the existing disparities, they believed that with a little persuasive charm, they might still carve out a share for themselves. After all, in their eyes, love too had its value, so long as it could be surpassed. Just then, Gu Yanran began to smile. She had been waiting for this opportunity, the moment the fruit company would release their video. With a gentle smile, she surveyed the room before finally fixing her gaze on the elders seated at the head of the table. "I suggest that we refrain from taking any action for now. At the very least, let us wait until the video is released and discuss it thoroughly. We must first ascertain whether our results truly surpass theirs. That is inevitable. We already know without needing to look." A middle-aged man chimed in, then teasingly added, "Is the dear niece perhaps feeling a bit anxious?" Gu Yanran smiled. "I am indeed a bit concerned, worried that some individuals' actions may provoke unnecessary trouble. Should it be noticed that so many factions are focused on a single individual, it would undoubtedly pique the interest of others. If the information were to leak, or worse, if the system were compromised, it could lead to chaos." Gu Yanran spoke with a smile, yet the implications of her words were unmistakably clear. The room fell silent, and soon, furrowed brows emerged among the assembly. The elder, in particular, frowned deeply. Nodding in agreement with Gu Yanran's sentiment, this effectively cut off their current opportunity to entice investments. The most frustrating part was that they could neither refute her nor disagree. They could only concede. "How vexing. The younger generation is indeed formidable," the previously grumpy elder remarked. Jiyu Changkong observed the disgruntled expressions of those present and felt a surge of joy within. He regarded Gu Yanran with admiration. Proud that she was his daughter, as for Lin Shijie, he could not fathom what made him so special. Even if he had developed the system, he paled in comparison to his daughter, Jiyu Yanran. Meanwhile, nodded modestly, a subtle sense of pride swelling within her. Having stated that no one should disturb Lin Shijie, she was determined to see it through. Moreover, Lin Shijie is indeed mine, just as the crowd was engulfed in envy. News suddenly spread online. The AR demonstration video of the fruit company had been released. Chapter 29. The demonstration video in the office. Several individuals were engaged in a heated discussion regarding reports and various proposals. The PPT on the wall had long since ceased to meet their needs, and at that moment, they all donned a pair of glasses. Instantly, a holographic representation of Earth appeared above the table, followed closely by a clear depiction of the company's territory before them. Various reports and records were subsequently displayed, accompanied by detailed data and analytical reports from different regions. Improvements and launches of various products began to be systematically adjusted according to the data, presented in a three-dimensional and intuitive manner before all present. Soon, the atmosphere shifted back to satisfaction, with smiles illuminating their faces. The scene shifted. On a beach, a family was joyfully playing in the water, particularly a little girl who was diligently sculpting various shapes in the sand, radiating imagination and innocence. Meanwhile, her parents smiled gently, donning their glasses. In an instant, three-dimensional sand sculptures materialized before their eyes, and upon selection, these vivid images were projected directly onto the beach. The couple promptly set to work, effortlessly crafting impressive creations in the sand. The man's glasses even provided information on the current temperature, wave conditions, and the impending storm. With smiles, they returned to the hotel together. The scene shifted again. A laborer, having just completed his work, received a phone call from his wife. Once the call connected, her image appeared before him, accompanied by affectionate greetings. The scene then transitioned to a kitchen filled with delectable dishes. As she inquired about dinner plans, the scene changed once more to a tea night. A couple lay together on their bed, both wearing glasses. In the romantic ambience, the view suddenly transformed into a stunning night sky, with twinkling stars illuminating the heavens. The two nestled closely, using the sky as their backdrop to watch a romantic film together. The scene shifted again. In a mechanical research and development center, engineers were working on new equipment, while the complete three-dimensional structural diagrams of the devices were vividly displayed before them. They could easily disassemble, modify, and debug the equipment. New home renovations and shopping experiences could also be realized through AR glasses, providing an extraordinary level of engagement, coupled with the clean and refreshing visuals. The demonstration encompassed a vast array of applications. Upon its release, the fruit company's demonstration video sparked tremendous excitement and a surge in purchasing enthusiasm. Almost instantaneously, the company's stock price witnessed a notable rise, despite merely being a promotional clip. It was foreseeable that when the official launch occurred, even achieving half the effect demonstrated would result in significant advancements for the fruit company. As the external world expressed optimism, various investments began to flow into Wall Street. This was the scenario they had longed for, thus prompting an increase in support. Naturally, the financial strike team seized this opportunity to amplify their capital consolidation and transfer. After all, witnessing such demonstration effects, they too were convinced. Historically regarded as a pioneer in technology, the fruit company's current showcase, while visually appealing, ultimately fell short in real effectiveness. Without Lin Shijie's contributions, it could have been deemed a groundbreaking invention. However, upon reflection, it merely scraped by. This was still contingent upon the interconnectedness of the fruit company's devices and their robust software development platform. It could be said that if the fruit company's demonstration leaned more towards interactivity rather than mere showcase, it could pose some challenges for them. Nonetheless, given the achievement of such results, how could they refrain from exhibiting it? Thus, the strike team promptly initiated their actions. The mobilization of funds was self-evident. More critically, they aimed to benchmark their demonstration, necessitating essential scene applications and interactivity on Lin Shijie's AR system. Consequently, all eyes turned eagerly towards Gu Yanran. Although her strict confidentiality had rendered them hesitant to engage in collaborative actions, the current situation necessitated his presence. Surely, she could not obstruct their meeting this time. However, Gu Yanran remained unfazed, fully aware that this situation was anticipated. The benchmark module development would soon be perfected, and such a straightforward matter hardly required his presence. I recall you recently mentioned the importance of confidentiality, remarked a frowning individual, a figure of notable background. Surely, being here is more secure and discreet than outside. Gu Yanran smiled gently, replying, "Remaining here is indeed exceedingly safe. But why should we require him to stay here indefinitely? After all, our relationship is merely one of collaboration." The individual smiled slightly. "Oh, then his personal opinion must be paramount, correct?" Gu Yanran nodded. "Naturally. Well, then, this is for the best." Meanwhile, Lin Shijie, at Lu Guowei's home, also caught sight of the fruit company's release video and received a message from Gu Yanran. Lin Shijie smiled slightly, realizing from the video that the fruit company's demonstration effects merely underscored the mediocrity of their technology. Even when compared to his own foundational version, it fell significantly short. Yet, they had showcased it, blending a warm environment with various application scenarios, including office spaces and inter-device interactivity, all while subtly revealing the appealing effects achievable through computer displays, and even basic effects via smartphones. This was indeed captivating. Thus, even without Gu Yanran's message, Lin Shijie intended to diligently benchmark the development. After all, the fruit company produced commendable products, and despite facing various challenges in recent years, their status remained at the pinnacle of technological innovation. However, some individuals harbored a peculiar psychological bias towards them, perhaps not outright admiration for foreign products, yet still embodying a sense of ostentation, even disparaging domestic offerings. Moreover, the fruit company had increasingly acted unscrupulously, not only reducing their offerings, but also exhibiting clear discrimination that infuriated the populace. Therefore, with an opportunity at hand, it was only fitting to strike back decisively. "Hey, Shijie, did you see the demonstration video? It's quite impressive, feeling almost on par with yours," Lu Guowei exclaimed as he approached, both excited and anxious. Lin Shijie chuckled softly. "On par? You're overestimating it. I'm about to develop some benchmarking programs targeting their demonstration. So please do not disturb me. This is crucial, understood? Rest assured, this is tied to my operational funds, so you can count on me to handle the logistics. Just tell me what to prepare," Lu Guowei assured. "Delicious food and drink, please," Lin Shijie replied with a smile. "Shall I find a couple of girls as well? Get lost." "All right," Lu Guowei scampered off cheerfully. Upon closing the door, Lin Shijie immediately activated his computer array and connected directly to the AR development platform within his mind's virtual realm. With the system's automatic optimization capabilities, Lin Shijie was confident he could develop a comprehensive application module that would surpass the fruit company's offerings within a single night. At that point, the fruit company would be in for a surprise. Chapter 30. A woman. A cold woman. As the morning sun streamed through the window of the small room, Lin Shijie finally completed the final portion of his development and promptly sent a message to Gu Yanran. "Yanran, I have finished." Upon viewing Lin Shijie's message, Gu Yanran's heart leaped with joy, and those around her were equally invigorated. However, they could never have imagined that these creations were the result of Lin Shijie's work from the previous night. They all assumed this was something he had developed long ago, merely organized for benchmarking against the fruit company's offerings. After Gu Yanran sent the message Lin Shijie provided, preparing to share it with the group, she was suddenly intercepted by an individual. "I believe direct transmission carries certain risks. It would be wiser to have him bring it over himself or send someone to retrieve it," suggested the middle-aged man before her. Gu Yanran was momentarily taken aback, as this person was not one of the prominent figures, but rather an associate of the elder. She hesitated, asking, "But wouldn't sending someone to retrieve it pose a similar issue?" The middle-aged man smiled. "I trust that with Lin Shijie's capabilities, setting up some anti-theft protocols should be a trivial task. Once he brings it here, he can simply inform you of the decryption method." Glancing at her father, Gu Chongkong nodded slightly. Given the individual's unique status and the implication that there was a reason behind this suggestion, Gu Yanran acquiesced. "Very well, I will inform him, but who should we send?" The middle-aged man smiled. "In this world, everyone seeks profit. The wealthy of Chang'an City are no exception." Gu Yanran paused. A code phrase. "Indeed, someone will seek him out, and upon arrival, you need only hand it over." "All right," Gu Yanran nodded. "Shijie, please ensure the program is secured with anti-theft measures. Someone will come to collect it." The code phrase is, "In this world, everyone seeks profit. The wealthy of Chang'an City are no exception." Lin Shijie was momentarily bewildered upon receiving the message. What was this? Why not just transmit it directly? However, considering their concerns, and given the size of the program, any issues during the transfer could indeed be troublesome. If someone could bring it back, so be it. Yet, what was this code phrase? A signal of some sort, or perhaps a form of hope, received. "If you need anything from me, just let me know," having completed the program and securely stored it away. Lin Shijie finally yawned and stepped out. However, upon gazing at the empty room, he couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Lu Guowei, in an effort not to disturb him, had vanished without a trace. What happened to the promise of looking after him? At the very least, he could have brought some food and drink. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the door swung open. Lu Guowei returned with breakfast, a cheerful smile on his face, upon seeing Lin Shijie heading out. He rushed over. brimming with excitement and concern. "You've emerged. How did it go? Are you confident?" Lin Shijie grinned proudly. "Is that even a question? But remember, I'm only telling you this because you bought breakfast. Keep it under wraps." Lu Guwei, grinning from ear to ear, arranged the breakfast out. "Of course, I'm counting on Yanran to take me flying. I didn't order takeout to avoid bothering you. I went out to buy it myself." "Take your time eating, and if it's not enough, just let me know." "I asked it enough? Are you off to work?" Lin Shijie asked between bites. "Yes," Lu Guwei replied with a hint of frustration. "That's why I want Yanran to take me flying. Once I have money, who needs a job? I'll embark on a world tour first." Observing Lu Guwei's blissful expression, Lin Shijie shook his head. "You might want to reconsider. Otherwise, your father won't let you off." Mentioning his father made Lu Guwei slightly helpless. "Fine, I'll be on my way." "All right." However, just as Lu Guwei opened the door, he was met with a striking woman clad in a black dress standing at the threshold. Her alluring features and sultry figure were in stark contrast to her icy demeanor. This juxtaposition lent her an exceptional charm that was utterly captivating. Clearing his throat, Lu Guwei hastily adjusted his appearance and spoke in a low voice. "Hello, how can I assist you?" Meanwhile, Lin Shijie instinctively tensed upon seeing the woman, as she exuded an aura that was anything but ordinary. The chill emanating from her was almost palpable. Although Gu Yanran had assured him that no one would disturb him again, what about those who had come before? Following orders was one thing. What if they didn't or hadn't received any? Taking it a step further, what if there were spies among them? Thus, upon seeing the woman, the layout of the entire house, including the corridor, instantly materialized in Lin Shijie's mind, and his mental energy spread throughout every corner. Simultaneously, a massive iron chest, closely aligned with the woman, was ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. "Gu Wei, step back," Lin Shijie commanded. "Huh?" Lu Guwei was taken aback, but, noticing Lin Shijie's serious expression, cautiously took a step back. "And oh, need to be alarmed, Mr. Lin Shijie," the woman said with a calm yet enchanting tone. Her expression still inscrutable. Lu Guwei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly a stunning beauty, but regrettably here for Lin Shijie. "I ask it you." Lin Shijie recognized her voice immediately. She was the same person who had called him the previous day. He also sensed that she posed no immediate danger, or else she would have acted when Lu Guwei turned back just now. "Haven't I instructed you not to take any actions? Why have you come here?" Lin Shijie inquired, puzzled. In this world, everyone seeks profit. The wealthy dominate Chang'an City. Lin Shijie was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "No way. Something must be afoot here." Indeed, it was curious. The individuals who had troubled him yesterday suddenly appeared today, seeking something from him. Their previous demeanor had clearly indicated they belonged to a certain faction, yet now they seemed neutral. "If you're interested, we can go together. I can provide you with explanations along the way," the woman stated nonchalantly. "Forget it. I'm afraid you might change your identity again and sell me out." Lin Shijie shook his head repeatedly. Lu Guwei, meanwhile, looked back and forth curiously. "Do you two know each other? It seems like you don't." Lin Shijie hurriedly replied, "None of your concern. Get to work. Children should refrain from eavesdropping on adult conversations." He subtly signaled to Lu Guwei. Lu Guwei nodded, turning to the woman. "Excuse me, I need to head to work. By the way, can we add each other on WeChat?" The woman shot him a cold glance, her chilling presence seemingly penetrating Lu Guwei's very bones. He shivered and hurriedly left. The woman then entered the room without hesitation and shut the door. "It seems you want TV joining us, so please hand over the item," she said softly. "No problem. You've already mentioned the code." Lin Shijie nodded, handing over the hard drive without a hint of hesitation. After all, he had projected the hard drive himself and infused it with his own mental energy. As long as he hadn't received any news from Gu Yanran, he could obliterate its contents completely once it was accessed. Receiving the hard drive, the woman scrutinized Lin Shijie. "I am quite curious. What gives you such confidence to remain so composed?" "Want to know? Add me on WeChat," Lin Shijie replied teasingly. Chapter 31. The effect is remarkable. Hearing Lin Shijie's words, the woman disregarded the playful tone on his face and responded decisively. "All right." Lin Shijie nearly spat out his soy milk. Just kidding. Just kidding. Don't take it to heart," he quickly clarified. "This is meant for Gu Yanran. If she hears about this, she might get angry again. I've worked hard to appease her. I can't let any issues arise." The woman regarded Lin Shijie once more. "Fine. My name is Zhuang Yanru. Let me confirm again. Are you truly not planning to go to the capital? Surely, what you can gain there won't be less than what you would get with Gu Yanran. Lin Shijie shook his head. Not interested. I will take what I want myself. Just as he held no particular interest in the identity of this Zhuang Yanru, he similarly had no curiosity about whether she was a subordinate of a certain faction, an undercover agent, or even had multiple identities. After all, curiosity is not always a virtue, especially when one lacks sufficient power. Zhuang Yanru nodded. All right, perhaps we'll meet again some other time. With that, she opened the door and left. It was only after she had closed the door and vanished from Lin Shijie's sight that Zhuang Yanru let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ever since Lu Guwei had opened the door, or rather, since she had stepped into Lin Shijie's view, she had felt enveloped by a tremendous sense of danger. This sixth sense, honed from years of living on the edge, had saved her numerous times and was never wrong. In other words, she had been in a state of life-threatening peril until she stepped outside. Lin Shijie was likely more than just a technological genius. Placing the item into her pocket, Zhuang Yanru descended the stairs slowly, her hands swiftly adjusting her hair and face. In the blink of an eye, her attire transformed into something entirely different. By the time Zhuang Yanru stepped out, the cold and alluring beauty had vanished, replaced by an ordinary, vibrant young girl. Meanwhile, Lu Guwei, waiting quietly downstairs, merely glanced at her before continuing on, as neither her figure nor her face aligned with his aesthetic preferences. He preferred to wait for that striking woman to descend. Yet as time passed, there was still no sign of her. Unable to contain his concern for Lin Shijie, Lu Guwei called him. Shijie, are you all right? Of course, I'm fine. Have you reached school? Cut this small talk. What about that woman? Upon hearing Lin Shijie's assurance, Lu Guwei immediately exclaimed, I must inform you. You already have Gu Yanran. You can't be messing around. Lin Shijie felt somewhat exasperated. What are you talking about? She left shortly after entering. You came in just moments apart. Are you trying to fool me? I've been downstairs the whole time, and I didn't see her. What? You're downstairs? Lin Shijie was taken aback, then felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Buddy, that woman is no ordinary person. You should forget about her. You can't be eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. It's hard for me to find someone I like. And you can't be so disloyal. Why are you so flustered? Lin Shijie asked in confusion. Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Guwei rushed in, scanning the room with urgency. Not here. That's impossible. I've been watching the whole time. Lu Guwei panted, bewildered. Take it easy. You're quite fast. Lin Shijie chuckled. But I must warn you, that woman's identity is likely not ordinary. She is either a spy or an undercover agent. I even suspect she might be a double agent. Lu Guwei was taken aback. No way. Lin Shijie pondered for a moment. A spy seems unlikely, but an agent is very possible. Oh, Lu Guwei was intrigued, his mind suddenly conjuring the image of the vibrant, unremarkable girl. Could it be? Lin Shijie hastily inquired. What's on your mind? Lu Guwei looked astonished. How could she transform so quickly from a sultry vixen to someone so ordinary, without a trace of her former self? With a sorrowful expression, he lamented, which one is the truth? However, upon reflection, he found it rather exhilarating. Chuckling to himself, Lin Shijie swiftly delivered a slap, exclaiming, Are you daft? Lu Guwei, jolted back to reality, hurriedly recounted his earlier encounter downstairs with a young girl. Lin Shijie nodded earnestly, affirming, No need to ask, it must be her. Stop daydreaming. She could very well be a minor, or even ambiguous in gender, Lu Guwei retorted, momentarily stunned, and hastily banished the unsavory images from his mind. All right then, let us not dwell on it. After all, uncertainty regarding gender is simply crossing the line. Let us go. I'm in dire need of a good sleep. Lin Shijie yawned. Yet, he unwittingly summoned the data model of Zhuang Yanru in his mind, marveling at her alluring figure, pondering how she had transformed. At the airport, a plane bound for the capital swiftly soared into the sky. However, none of the passengers aboard resembled the previously aloof woman or the vivacious girl. Had Lin Shijie not been asleep, he would have sensed that his hard drive was on board, nestled in the hands of a refined young lady. In no time, the hard drive safely reached Gu Yanran. She promptly sent an inquiry to Lin Shijie. Having set up reminders for Gu Yanran, he naturally awakened, relieved to find no issues with the hard drive, which had synchronized with his computer. Rubbing his slightly dazed mind and sensing his fatigue, Lin Shijie discerned that the distance between his computer and hard drive was too great, exerting considerable strain on his mental faculties, akin to an intense cognitive workout. Previously, after the system enhanced his mental capacity, he had scarcely felt any mental fatigue. Realizing this, he retracted all the mental energy he had allocated to the small courtyard, hoping to alleviate some of the burden. After splashing water on his face, he glanced at the time and decided to head to school for lunch. He also intended to visit Professor Fan's laboratory, as it was a rare opportunity to utilize such an advanced facility to test his auxiliary system, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Meanwhile, in the capital, Gu Yanran conducted further evaluations of several applications in front of a crowd, with notable figures personally testing them. The results were nothing short of remarkable. The unfolding actions required no elaboration, yet everyone's interest in Lin Shijie intensified. As for the woman standing behind a prominent figure with the hard drive, she garnered little attention. Lin Shijie harbored some suspicion and remained cautious. Outwardly exhibiting no excessive curiosity and exuding confidence, Wang Yanru spoke softly, contemplating whether to voice her suspicions about Lin Shijie. Knowing they were merely her feelings, the notable figure nodded gently, glancing at Zhuang Yanru. "You've worked hard. You'll be returning now, correct?" "Yes. Once this matter is settled, I shall rejoin the team. It's been a challenging time. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. The organization will accommodate my requests." The notable figure nodded in agreement, redirecting their gaze towards Gu Yanran in the center. Chapter 32. Laboratory-level technology. Lin Shijie possessed limited knowledge of finance, primarily gleaned from casual conversations with Gu Yanran. Yet, he understood that tackling a company of Fruit's magnitude would be no simple feat. Previous arrangements were undoubtedly indispensable, and Gu Yanran was likely swamped with work. As for the specifics of their strategy, Lin Shijie was not well informed. If faced with a similar situation, he would likely purchase some fruit stocks and sell them after a significant rise post-announcement, then short sell, waiting for the product launch to profit once the stock plummeted. However, he was not particularly invested in the details, as finance did not pique his interest. Despite being the quickest way to generate income, it failed to captivate him. Fortunately, with Gu Yanran's presence, he need not concern himself with such matters. After enjoying a long-awaited meal at the cafeteria, Lin Shijie made his way to Professor Fan's laboratory. This time, he was prepared to engage the system directly, eager to ascertain whether the experimental work conducted by Chen Hao and the others could indeed supplement his technological framework. If successful, he intended to develop a simplified version, ideally one applicable to smartphones, allowing him to distribute it freely for basic education, thus simplifying his own efforts. Lost in this pleasant thought, he suddenly froze. Realizing that basic education was already well known to him, it was unnecessary. Could he truly expect elementary students to enrich his knowledge of language, mathematics, and English? Such a narrow-minded view. The focus of development should not lie in elementary education, but rather in higher education across various disciplines. After all, universities cover fundamental education in diverse subjects. Moreover, various industries and factories often surpass university knowledge and rival laboratories in their production techniques. Lin Shijie squinted, recognizing that while the goals for universities and laboratories remained unchanged, the various industries, particularly the leaders in their fields, should also be prioritized. Let us discuss this thoroughly once Yanran returns, he resolved, upon arriving at the laboratory. Lin Shijie immediately spotted Chen Hao preparing for an experiment. "Hello, Chen Hao, where's Professor Fan?" Lin Shijie greeted with a smile. "Shijie, Professor Fan hasn't arrived yet. He seems to have a meeting this afternoon and will be late." "Oh, that's fine. I've brought the system with me. We can conduct some thorough research," Lin Shijie replied cheerfully. "Oh, really?" Chen Hao exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. "Last night, I watched the demonstration video of Fruit and was eager to see when such technology would be applied in the laboratory." "I didn't expect you to arrive today. How does your version compare?" Chen Hao inquired, anticipation evident in his tone. Even if Fruit's performance exceeded expectations and was competitively priced, they still couldn't utilize it. Lin Shijie chuckled, fully aware of Chen Hao's mindset. "What, you think so little of me? I used to be quite the figure back in the day." "You mentioned back in the day," Chen Hao retorted without hesitation. "But I'm still here, and I've honed my skills for an additional 2 years. Rest assured," Lin Shijie replied confidently. "Of course, The version he presented was not the one showcased to Gu Yanran. It had been stripped of most real-time rendering effects, leaving only the most fundamental version. It resembled a game. Gu Yanran's version boasted full effects, featuring external real-time weather conditions and vividly colored flowers and grass, with characters rendered in exquisite detail. In contrast, the version before them was devoid of any embellishments. There was no weather, not even color, and as for the flora, all decorative elements had been excised. The characters, they resembled block models akin to the earliest Minecraft. However, the responsiveness and precision remained uncompromised. As Jinhao donned the glasses and glimpsed the visuals, he couldn't help but grimace. This display is exceedingly primitive. It feels like stepping back 20, no, 30 years. Lin Shijie remained unfazed. Chuckling, "It's merely a laptop. What more do you expect? As long as it doesn't hinder your experiments, it's sufficient." Jinhao nodded in agreement. "Fair enough. It is still AR, at least better than our previous setup." "All right, let me guide you through the operation. Inputting information remains unchanged," he instructed. "Understood," Jinhao affirmed, initiating the process. Soon, he became accustomed to the operation, entering the foundational data from his previous computer. By the way, what is the current research focus for you and Professor Fan?" Lin Shijie inquired curiously. "We are primarily concentrating on graphene, particularly in battery technology, as current battery limitations pose significant obstacles to many industries." Jinhao explained while continuing to input data. Thus, graphene batteries, with their promising prospects, hold considerable value. Although our laboratory can already produce batteries that charge in mere seconds, actual application in the real world is still a distant goal. This is the challenge we need to overcome. Lin Shijie nodded, recognizing the increasing importance and application of batteries, alongside the growing constraints, an urgent need for breakthrough technology. "But aren't lithium batteries the norm now? What about hydrogen fuel cells?" he queried. Jinhao nodded. "Indeed, lithium batteries dominate the market, and likely will for some time to come. There are advancements in electrode materials to increase recharge cycles, as well as new lithium-air battery models. These batteries offer high capacity and efficiency. If we can address their instability, they could herald a significant leap forward in current battery technology. This technology is often referred to as the battery of the future, and we have several research teams delving into it." Lin Shijie raised an eyebrow. "And what about graphene? Isn't it a super battery?" Jinhao chuckled. "Indeed, graphene batteries can utilize water-based electrolytes, which are non-toxic and environmentally friendly. Once the technology matures, it will be affordable, as well as safe and reliable. However, the preparation of raw materials is currently an exceedingly challenging and costly issue, not to mention the enormous instantaneous power consumption, which necessitates an upgrade of the entire industrial chain and supporting facilities. So, for now, it can only be used in laboratories, remaining quite distant from reality." Lin Shijie nodded, acknowledging that it indeed seems somewhat detached from reality, making practical application in the short term quite difficult. "But here, it's not a problem. It seems that the laboratory is truly an excellent place. At least it could lead basic civilian technology by 50 years. Just imagining having it all at hand is exhilarating." Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Lin Shijie inquired again. "By the way, what about the carbon nanotubes that old Fan is researching?" "Oh, those have numerous applications and can even be used to create chips." "What? Chips?" Chapter 33. Feedback on System Knowledge. Lin Shijie, being a programmer, may not be an expert in computer hardware, but he certainly possesses some understanding. Yet, the idea of using carbon nanotubes to create chips left him somewhat bewildered. "No need to be surprised," Jinhao replied with a smile. "Although this is currently merely theoretical, it is indeed feasible. You know that computer chips, while still having room for improvement, are nearing a bottleneck." Lin Shijie nodded. "Isn't it said that 5 nanometers is the limit? Going any smaller would lead to quantum effects. Furthermore, even if a solution were found, gathering so many components on silicon-based chips would make heat dissipation an insurmountable problem. Hence, various fields are already researching new materials and methods," Jinhao remarked with a smile. "I know this." Lin Shijie naturally had some knowledge in this area, just like quantum computers or biological computers. However, quantum computers can only compute specific types of problems. It's hard to say how many hurdles remain before they can become universal. As for biological computers, it's even less promising. Some have successfully stored information in biological cells, But that's as far as it goes, and they can't even produce a decent storage device, let alone a computer. Jinhao chuckled. That's merely a direction. At this stage, we must rely on existing theories. Thus we can only devise strategies concerning materials. Lin Shijie curiously asked, so, has there been any related experimentation with carbon nanotubes? Yes, different forms of carbon nanotubes can be utilized as diodes and conductors, and their thermal conductivity is significantly superior to that of gold. Lin Shijie was taken aback. If carbon nanotubes indeed satisfy these two criteria, coupled with their size advantages, they could truly replace silicon as the next generation material. He quickly inquired, what is the current status of this? It's hard to say. Perhaps foreign countries already have established theories, but currently, it is undoubtedly still in the preliminary experimental stages. After all, it's an immensely vast project. With each step being built from scratch under extremely stringent conditions, it's not an easy task. Therefore, we still have an opportunity to catch up, Jinhao said confidently. However, Lin Shijie's confidence far surpassed his own. Because no matter how harsh the conditions or how arduous the preparation, as long as one can be produced, he would have countless of them at his disposal, ensuring that there would be no issues with materials. Moreover, with the AR-assisted system providing ample raw materials and comprehensive data, the experimental process could potentially be entirely integrated into the system. If that were the case, the experimental progress would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. At the very least, his system would be the first to realize future scenarios. The more Lin Shijie contemplated, the more excited he became, urging, let us hurry, input all the data and see how this system performs. Jinhao nodded and began simulating the experimental process within the system. Meanwhile, Lin Shijie enveloped all the raw materials with his mental energy, ranging from the most basic graphite to various forms of graphene. Even carbon nanotubes. After all, no matter how comprehensive the input data, it could never compare to the thoroughness of his mental scans. Although he had no specific technical means, he was confident in the basic properties of the raw materials. Soon, the system had already integrated the foundational data and some simple preparation methods for the materials, and the two promptly commenced various foundational tests. Observing the steady growth of the technology tree related to graphene in his virtual world, Lin Shijie couldn't help but smile. Although Jinhao was merely conducting the most basic tests, his ample experience and theoretical knowledge allowed related insights to gradually flow into the virtual realm through the auxiliary system. Suddenly, as Lin Shijie gazed at the expanding array of foundational knowledge, he experienced a peculiar sensation. It was as if this knowledge belonged to him yet did not. It felt akin to having learned these concepts before, only to have forgotten them due to a long absence from the subject. It was as if they had been stored in his mind, sealed away for countless years, yet still retained a semblance of familiarity. Lin Shijie became increasingly exhilarated as he suddenly envisioned a possibility. The virtual world in his mind could allow him to incorporate various rules and technologies. Conversely, could the virtual world be seen as a part of his brain? Could he acquire rules and knowledge from the virtual realm? As for the rules, that might be challenging, as it is merely a framework. The system did state that it must conform to the world's rules. But what about the technology tree? Could he potentially gain knowledge through it? With this thought in mind, Lin Shijie impatiently began his experiment. Using his mental energy, he directly reached out to touch the technology tree that had already materialized in the virtual realm. Driven by a strong desire to understand, the moment his mental energy made contact with the technology tree, it seemed to abstract once more, flooding Lin Shijie's mind. Instantly, knowledge regarding graphite, graphene, and carbon nanotubes began to unfold before him. Before long, Lin Shijie comprehended most of the content, with only a few sections requiring further related technological understanding remaining unclear. However, at that moment, Lin Shijie was already overjoyed. Did this not imply that he could master all the knowledge in the world? Though his mind felt a bit dizzy from the overwhelming influx of information, he trusted it would soon normalize. After a brief pause, Lin Shijie observed Jinhao demonstrating the experiments, and he suddenly felt no difficulty whatsoever. This was truly exhilarating. Did this mean he could become a man who mastered global technology? Shijie is here. At that moment, Old Fan pushed the door open and entered. Old Fan, you've arrived. We are currently testing the auxiliary system. Your presence is timely for some guidance. Lin Shijie immediately beamed. Old Fan, as an academician, possessed a wealth of knowledge and experience that was beyond compare. Jinhao also turned to him, joyfully stating, Teacher, Although Shijie's system appears rudimentary, the practical application is truly commendable. Oh, let me take a look as well. Coincidentally, today's meeting discussed virtual technology for fruits. With that, Old Fan donned AR glasses and began to learn and experiment simultaneously. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, countless media outlets and websites had gathered at the headquarters of the fruit company, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the president, Coco, at the press conference. Not only were they present, but even more people were waiting in front of screens through various networks and channels. After all, this press release and interview could provide more information and perhaps herald the dawn of a new future. As countless individuals eagerly anticipated, President Coco, along with the spokesperson and executives of the fruit company, arrived at the press conference. Instantly, the atmosphere became fervent. Chapter 34. A storm is brewing. Mr. Coco, could you comment on the authenticity of this demonstration's effects? Mr. Coco, when can we expect an official release? Mr. Coco, is it true that AR can be realized solely through a phone and Mac during the demonstration? Mr. Coco, with such significant achievements in research, does this indicate a substantial rise in the stock price of the fruit company? Mr. Coco, is the fruit company exploring and developing models for the future of humanity? Mr. Coco, could you share how much longer we are from the effects demonstrated? Mr. Coco, will the fruit company be expanding its market share again? Mr. Coco, the AR glasses won't be devoid of chargers, will they? Listening to the excited inquiries from the crowd, Coco was naturally pleased, aside from a somewhat jarring voice that was quickly drowned out. The spokesperson immediately shot a sharp glance at the security personnel present. The outlier was soon discreetly escorted away. Once permitted, the spokesperson cleared his throat, gestured for silence, and then took the microphone. The crowd momentarily paused their questioning, focusing their attention on the individual who was about to speak. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending this QA session. In light of the enthusiasm and various inquiries from professionals across different industries and sectors regarding our presentation, our company has specially organized this gathering. However, I shall first address a few straightforward questions. The spokesperson promptly reassured the visibly excited crowd. There is no need for concern, since our president is present. There will undoubtedly be an opportunity for remarks. The crowd then settled down, attentively listening to the spokesperson's answers. Of course, these were merely simple clarifications concerning matters such as the authenticity of the demonstration, application scenarios, and technical requirements. Topics like stock prices or sales figures were, naturally, avoided. As for future prospects or visions, those were left for Coco to elaborate on. The audience was generally aware of this protocol. Thus they maintained their silence as they listened intently. Only after the spokesperson concluded did they gesture for Coco to take the stage. Instantly, the atmosphere surged with enthusiasm, for Coco's speeches always held remarkable significance. Admittedly, there were moments of slight awkwardness, yet overall, they were certainly worthy of grand narrations. Coco rose and approached the podium. This time, we at Fruit have turned our gaze toward the future, developing this AR headset. With it, we can work and live with unprecedented convenience, and as you may have noticed, all devices associated with Fruit can interconnect, facilitating computations and achieving remarkable results. This connectivity extends beyond just smartphones, tablets, and computers. It is likely to encompass smart homes, automobiles, and more. At this juncture, the crowd expressed astonishment, considering that Fruit's venture into the automotive industry had been in the works for quite some time. Some had just asked, "Is this the future?" Coco smiled and replied, "I must say, no, this is not the future. This is the present." With that, Coco concluded the address with a smile, leading the executives back into the company premises. Naturally, the crowd was reluctant to part without further details, yet there was little more information to be gleaned. Nevertheless, Coco's words had already conveyed an abundance of meaning. It was evident that the entire Fruit series was poised for significant development and expansion, be it in overall sales, stock prices, or market share. Even the company's visions for the future began to take shape in the minds of many. In summary, discussions and optimism began to proliferate both online and in reality. Gu Yanran and her team were, of course, fully attentive, prepared for such an eventuality, and they welcomed it. After all, the higher one stands, the harder one falls. The more optimistic the outlook, the higher the stock prices will soar, thereby increasing their profits when they short sell later. Furthermore, Fruit had indeed become rather ostentatious. Even within the beautiful domestic landscape, The rivalry between the Werewolf camp and the android camp would inevitably foster significant friction. This was all something to be capitalized upon. Thus, Gu Yanran and her associates began to closely monitor the movement of their funds, not because they wished to engage, for such contact might yield counterproductive results. Instead, they intended to observe discreetly. Should any actions arise, mingling amidst the chaos could prove a clever strategy. Simultaneously, these financial magnates had invested heavily in numerous tech companies domestically, which would naturally entail corresponding arrangements. Whether it was preparing to counteract Fruit in public opinion or coordinating with Lin Shijie or Gu's family for a collaboration, they were ready to make their mark. In essence, the ripples of this event were growing ever larger. It was no longer merely a matter confined to the tech sector. It had already extended into the financial realm and various other industries, creating a trend of upheaval. After all, should this technology come to fruition, its impact would be vast. Hence, many enterprising companies and individuals began to take action. After all, substantial change heralds immense opportunity. Acting even a moment sooner could seize such an opportunity. For instance, Lu Guowei, at this moment, was gleefully transferring all his savings to Gu Yanran, eagerly awaiting the monumental returns to come. Shijie, I've been utterly broke lately. I can only rely on you now, he said cheerfully from the sofa. By the way, you haven't spent all that money, have you? Lin Shijie rolled his eyes at him. Rest assured, I have enough for meals, but don't expect me to indulge in any festivities. Well then, that's fine. At this point, I have no interest in festivities. I'm just fixated on Fruit's stock price. Lu Guowei then curiously inquired. Speaking of which, their entire series can interlink, allowing immediate engagement with novel experiences. Even if your program is superior to theirs, it's still just a program. At least you haven't collaborated with those major platforms or companies to develop anything ready-made, right? Can you truly outshine them? Lin Shijie pondered for a moment and shook his head. Perhaps not. However, I believe this time is merely about catching them off guard. The true competition lies ahead. After all, when it comes to technological foundations, Fruit has a significant advantage, be it hardware or software. Therefore, maintaining a portion of the market, securing a foothold, and garnering sufficient allies is paramount at this juncture. As for counterattacks, Lin Shijie glanced at the mental models of super batteries and carbon nanotube chips, softly stating, I believe that won't be too far off, and it might even be quite formidable. Chapter 35. The storm approaches. Lu Guowei, however, found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Far off? How so? Not to mention the domestic tech companies. Even the foreign Werewolf and android-based companies won't sit idle. Moreover, those tech companies that have long been laying the groundwork for the metaverse, like Facebook, won't allow Fruit to dominate the market unchallenged. After all, if this drags on too long, the market could be seized significantly. I would wager that those companies are likely already convening late into the night, preparing various countermeasures. Lin Shijie nodded with a smile. That should be the case. He felt a twinge of sentimentality. Had he not acquired the empty system in his mind, he might have been enduring hardships himself. How many days had passed? The pace of change in this world was truly astonishing. Just then, Lin Shijie's phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Curiously, he pondered for a moment but decided to answer. Hello? Hello. Is this Lin Shijie? Long time no see. How have you been? Hearing the familiar pleasantries on the line, Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback. Hello. Who is this? Oh dear. How could a distinguished person forget? This is Lu Wankai from Tianyu Technology. Lu Wankai chuckled. Lin Shijie was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted to one of bemusement. Just moments ago, he was reflecting on his changing circumstances, and now this call had arrived. He certainly remembered Tianyu Technology, though it wasn't among the top-tier high-tech companies. It was respectable and had shown interest in his program. However, they had insisted on a complete acquisition and had been rather firm about it, so Lin Shijie had not pursued further discussions. Lu Wankai was the manager he had spoken with back then. Remembering this, Lin Shijie smiled. Manager Lu, what brings you to call me? Ha ha ha. Well, our company is gearing up for a major push into AR technology, and you were the first person I thought of, Lu Wankai replied cheerfully. I strongly recommended you to the company as your AR game holds considerable promise. So, as long as you bring the program, we can negotiate everything. Lin Shijie had the call on speakerphone and Lu Guowei, sitting beside him, couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Although he didn't say much, he shot Lin Shijie a knowing wink, clearly indicating, "See, I told you so." Even domestically, they are starting to respond immediately. "Thank you, but I won't consider your company. I prefer to continue developing independently," Lin Shijie politely declined. "Don't be hasty. You can still develop independently while we can co-invest to establish a subsidiary," Lu Wankai urged. "Haha, thanks, but no thanks. Goodbye," Lin Shijie replied calmly and hung up. It appeared that the release of Fruit's demonstration video had placed immense pressure on these tech companies. Indeed, the upheaval brought about by this transformation would undoubtedly be significant. With great opportunities come equally great pressures. Where there are those who rise, there will inevitably be those who fall. The commercial arena is akin to a battlefield. If one does not advance, they will retreat. As he pondered this, his phone rang again, yet again from an unfamiliar number. However, Lin Shijie had lost interest in answering. He had indeed sent out numerous proposals for discussions with various companies and had shared several demonstration visuals. Yet, there had been little in the way of meaningful responses. Now, such calls were merely a result of pressure, casting a wide net for talent without any real significance. Thus, Lin Shijie silenced his phone. After all, apart from his parents, Gu Yanran and Lu Guwei, only Qin Hao would call him. They all had special ringtones set, so he need not worry about missing any important calls. Indeed, the times have changed. Had I received such a multitude of calls back then, I cannot fathom the level of joy I would have experienced. Moreover, given the current circumstances, my requests would likely be met with overwhelming approval. Alas, I find myself no longer in need of such attention. The domestic landscape is as tumultuous as the international arena. In the blink of an eye, individuals skilled in AR technology have become highly sought after. Major corporations have commenced the development of their own AR programs almost simultaneously, recognizing it as the burgeoning trend. Securing a place in this field guarantees profit, with even the possibility of soaring success. In an instant, large companies began launching projects and small teams eagerly prepared to establish their own studios. The entire AR industry ignited, and its fervor was unprecedented. However, Lin Shijie remained largely indifferent, for even the most formidable Fruits paled in comparison to his own creations. The hastily assembled offerings from other companies posed no cause for concern. It was only when Gu Yanran and her team initiated their actions and unveiled their demonstration that it would be his moment to step forward. A sense of ambition surged within him, akin to a hero emerging amidst a tempest. Lin Shijie could not help but muse. "Snap out of it. What foolish dreams are you weaving?" Lu Guwei wrapped Lin Shijie's distracted form. "Are you thinking of that stunning beauty from today? I have no interest in that. I was contemplating the carbon nanotubes developed by Old Fan," Lin Shijie replied with exasperation. "You find that intriguing?" Lu Guwei questioned, his brow furrowing. "This afternoon, I conducted a test of the AR Laboratory's auxiliary system and discussed it with Old Fan," Lin Shijie elaborated. "Spare me your boasts. You merely had a discussion." Lu Guwei scoffed, clearly skeptical. "Nonetheless, how does that auxiliary system perform? Don't let slip any details that could compromise the overall strategy." "Worry not. Rest assured, my tests were mere fundamentals, lacking any comparative value," Lin Shijie reassured him. "As long as no professionals are at the controls, the visuals are barely passable." "Very well. What shall we do now?" Lu Guwei inquired with curiosity. "What else? Sleep, of course. What else could we possibly do?" Lin Shijie retorted. Then retreated to his room. He did not intend to sleep, but rather to further assimilate the knowledge he had acquired that day. The basic concepts had indeed allowed him to grasp the technology tree of the virtual world through sheer mental effort. However, the more intricate knowledge, such as that pertaining to super batteries and carbon nanotube chips, eluded his immediate comprehension. He would need to study diligently, even going so far as to simulate the processes himself to gain understanding. Though this would undoubtedly expedite his learning far beyond his previous efforts. Thus, in the ensuing days, Lin Shijie dutifully visited the laboratory, consulting with Qin Hao and Old Fan on these topics while refining the AR auxiliary system. Remaining indifferent to external events, in stark contrast, the world was abuzz with excitement due to the Fruit Company's demonstration video and the impending launch event. Indeed, the official unveiling of the Fruit AR glasses was on the horizon. Accordingly, the stock price of the Fruit soared to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Gu Yanran and her team were fully prepared and poised for action. Likewise, companies like Wearone and Facebook watched with keen interest. The atmosphere was electric. As if a storm were brewing. Chapter 36. The action begins meticulously monitoring the inflow and outflow of funds. The data was relayed directly to the upper echelons. Yes. Continuously observing the capital flows of tech companies such as Werewon and Facebook, particularly those related to fruit. Any movement should be reported immediately. Yes. Place the fruit stock price prominently in the center, alongside our holdings and capital amounts. Yes. List the brokerages holding fruit stocks. Once action commences, execute simultaneous multi-channel purchases to short sell, leaving them no time to react. Yes. Bring up the futures market. Once we begin, continue buying on the dip without pause. Yes. Gu Yanran, donned in AR glasses, calmly issued a series of meticulously confirmed commands. Simultaneously, all data materialized in the air before them. The surrounding individuals, also equipped with glasses, intently observed the information, quietly awaiting the official commencement of the fruit launch event. Little did the fruit company suspect that a group armed with more advanced AR technology was poised to strike. It began, indeed, 30 minutes before the market opened. The fruit company's launch event commenced punctually. Hyuk's figure appeared before a global audience, wearing the familiar smile and surrounded by the iconic scenery. Even his attire remained unchanged, reminiscent of previous years. The only notable difference was the glasses, which had attracted the most scrutiny. They were slightly thicker in the frame and wider in the arms, yet overall still resembled ordinary glasses. Hello everyone, I trust you have all eagerly anticipated our AR glasses. Let me not meander unnecessarily. Here they are. Moreover, what I see before me is markedly different from what you perceive. Those present can open the boxes in front of them, which contain these very glasses. Together, we can revel in the splendid sights. And for those watching from screens, fret not. We will transmit two signals, one from the live event and another showcasing the breathtaking vistas through the AR glasses. As Hyuk spoke, the video signal transitioned. The already technologically advanced display suddenly transformed into a realm of enchantment, transporting the audience to what appeared to be a spaceship. That moment, everyone found themselves aboard the vessel, swiftly departing Earth and heading towards the moon. Soon, a full moon loomed above them, and the realism of the effects surpassed those of previous demonstrations by a significant margin. Behold, this is the simulated scenery provided by our AR glasses. Achieving an astonishing level of realism, the audience naturally gazed curiously at the moon above. Their intrigue peaked as they surveyed their surroundings. The camera naturally panned around the venue, under the AR calculations. The entire setting transformed into a genuine spaceship, with Hyuk himself donning a high-tech astronaut suit, embodying the captain. However, the attire of the surrounding audience remained unchanged, leaving one to wonder whether this was a gesture of respect or a limitation of the simulation's capabilities. Yet, such a spectacle led Gu Yanran and her companions to deduce that it could only be achieved through the supercomputer at the fruit headquarters. Hyuk reveled in the astonished expressions of the industry professionals present. If they were so taken aback, what of the viewers at home? We often dream of what it would be like to traverse the cosmos, and now we can truly experience it, with a simple gesture. The spaceship accelerated, swiftly leaving the moon and heading towards the sun. Oh, and feel free to summon your personal assistants at any time to request drinks and refreshments. Of course, capturing and sharing your experiences is also encouraged. Hyuk remarked with a smile. Before the audience appeared a compact interface, prompting their curiosity to take control. Some placed orders for meals, others requested photographs, while a few inquired about changing seats. And even one asked if they could step outside the spaceship for a view. In no time, a plethora of requests were fulfilled: virtual delicacies, electronic photos, and even transformations of their seats into luxurious first-class arrangements. Even the individual who wished to see the cosmos beyond the ship found their desires granted. With the view shifting to their perspective, clad in an astronaut suit, their viewpoint gradually ascended, soon revealing the immense spaceship below and the sun drawing ever nearer. Attention, travelers, we are approaching the sun's outer limits. Temperatures will soar to 2,000 degrees. Please prepare to return to the cabin. Oh, what a pity. But very well, the audience member lamented. Once we return, I shall ensure every family member gets one of these. I must have a space adventure. This individual's sentiments echoed the thoughts of many at this moment who would not desire such a pair of glasses. Hyuk replaced the traditional detailed introduction with a demonstration, guiding everyone on an interstellar voyage. In the concluding moments, he showcased the AR glasses from every angle, presenting their specifications and various application scenarios alongside the required hardware. However, he omitted any mention of the equipment needed for this demonstration. It could be said that this was Kyuk's briefest speech yet it conveyed the most, especially the final ascent into space, which undoubtedly represented both the fruit company and his ambitious vision. Unsurprisingly, in the subsequent stock market opening, an influx of capital surged into the fruit company, resulting in a 10 increase, leading to a 15-minute trading halt. Meanwhile, within Gu Yanran's financial strike team, data began to shift rapidly. Funds from Werwan and Facebook started to flow, yet they did not engage in short selling within the futures market. Instead, they entered the stock market. If they do not act, we shall. Let us stir the waters first. The news of the supercomputer powering the fruit launch event also began to circulate. At the same time, some whispers of a superior AR technology were leaked. Indeed, all measures were implemented and completed within a mere 15 minutes. After trading resumed, the stock price of fruits continued its relentless ascent. Although the pace had slightly tapered, it was foreseeable that a 20 increase would soon be achieved, leading to a second round of suspension. It was halted again, the second time. Observing the trading halt, Gu Yanran calmly stated, "In the final 5 minutes, release all news. Simultaneously, withdraw all funds once we reach a 25 increase. Initiate a comprehensive short sell." Chapter 37. The Blessing of Misunderstanding Shijie. The stock price of fruits is skyrocketing. This is utterly outrageous. Even previous investments could yield substantial returns, Lu Guwei exclaimed, his eyes glued to the ever-changing news. However, Lin Shijie appeared somewhat detached, his gaze fixed on the screen, yet his mind seemed to wander. "I've been rather exhausted these past few days. Engaging in scientific research is no ordinary fatigue," Lin Shijie remarked, rubbing his temples with a sense of melancholy. "Oh, come off it. You've only been in the lab for a few days. Don't act as if you're the one conducting the research," Lu Guwei retorted. Somewhat exasperated, Lin Shijie refrained from countering, as he truly had not engaged hands-on. All his scientific experiments unfolded in the realm of his imagination. He had initially anticipated a more relaxed experience in studying technology, but he never expected it to be so mentally taxing. The disparity between acquiring knowledge and conducting scientific research was indeed considerable. Fortunately, he had fully grasped the technology of graphene batteries, even having a prototype within the system. Yet, as Chen Hao had previously mentioned, charging these batteries posed significant challenges, and it seemed he would need to visit a power plant soon. Otherwise, testing at home might lead to a blackout for the entire neighborhood. As for the carbon nanotube chips, they were still lagging far behind, especially since even Professor Fan lacked a complete design plan. After all, he was merely a material scientist and would struggle to design a chip. However, Lin Shijie was not in a hurry. Such technology was not feasible at present, being far too advanced. Moreover, a singular technological tree could never develop comprehensively, so there was no need to rush. Once his auxiliary system was fully deployed and equipped with complete technology, that would be the moment for him to embark on scientific research. He just wondered when Yanran would require his appearance. At this moment, the atmosphere within the sniper team was intensely tense. The stock price of fruits had surged to 24, mere moments away from reaching the predetermined target. Everyone anxiously watched the conspicuous numbers in the void. 25. Commenced the short sell, Gu Yanran shouted. Instantly, all held fruit stocks began to be sold off, and simultaneously, all brokerage firms holding fruit stocks received short-selling requests. Concurrently, in the futures market, substantial funds began to short fruits as well. Given the immense scale of fruits, small-scale funding would typically have no impact. Furthermore, it was currently amidst a frenzied surge. However, such a sell-off was remarkably conspicuous in the trading environment. Moreover, while the American financial system had mechanisms to short sell to prevent excessive stock price surges and bubbles, it was clear that fruits was not in such a situation. There was evidently a significant volume of funds engaging in short selling. The headquarters of Werwan Strategic Investment, was Facebook initiating action? It seemed a bit premature. Moreover, reports indicated that an even better AR demonstration was imminent. Hey, could they have quietly developed something superior? How is that possible? Even we have to concede some ground to fruits. Let alone them. They might merely be attempting to muddle the waters to prevent fruits from soaring too high. All right, let us vote on whether to follow suit. Of course, They have clearly signaled their intent to seize market share. So we must retaliate. I agree, and I propose we also prepare to commence our demonstration. I second that. Meanwhile, at Facebook's headquarters, Mark Zuckerberg stared expressionlessly at the effects in the void. Indeed, wearing a pair of AR glasses. Unclear funding? He mused. Yes, it seems a bit too early, and the news of the AR demonstration has only just surfaced. After a moment of contemplation, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Let us disseminate this information rapidly across the globe. Additionally, we shall follow suit and simultaneously reduce our holdings in fruits. All right, it must be said that Gu Yanran and her team's timing was impeccable, prompting the two major opposing forces to take action prematurely. Especially Facebook, with its global social network, swiftly spread the news. Upon receiving this update, Gu Yanran was momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by elation. I propose we release the demonstration effect video ahead of schedule, Gu Yanran stated with fervor. Now was the perfect moment for Werwan and Facebook to cooperate covertly, ensuring the best possible outcome. Otherwise, if they prepared to release their video as well, it could lead to premature exposure for them. Ji Yuzhongkong regarded Gu Yanran with approval and declared, I concur, and it is also time to inform our allies of some news. The elder surveyed the group and said, let us prepare, for our time is limited. It's always better to act swiftly. Ji Yanran nodded. Let us initiate a comprehensive action in an instant. Numerous demonstration effects began to flood the internet, each equivalent to the previous release event from Fruits. Various environments were showcased, transforming deserts into deep seas, land into clouds, and so forth. Participants varied widely, including individuals of African, Caucasian, East Asian, Nordic, and even Eskimo descent. Yet, the stunning effects were undeniably real. Such occurrences ignited an explosion of activity online. Initially, many believed this to be merely a sensational effects video. However, as an increasing number of professionals analyzed and verified it, they affirmed that this was indeed a genuine AR demonstration. Almost immediately, the majority sought verification from Fruits, as they were the sole entity currently possessing such technology, at least on the surface. Thus, regarding the hidden forces behind it, many remained skeptical, preferring to believe it was a cleverly orchestrated publicity stunt by Fruits. At Werwan, disbelief reigned. Is this real? How could Facebook possess such technology? They may be slightly better than us, even rivaling Fruits. Hey, think about it. This cannot be Fruits. That is sufficient. Well, as long as it's not from Huagua. We refine. Let us not joke about this. Indeed, does Facebook really possess such advanced technology? Why didn't they release it sooner? There must be some substantial limitations. They are likely compelled to unveil it now. Zuckerberg furrowed his brow. When can we achieve something similar? That may be quite difficult to accomplish in the short term. However, there are a few small companies with considerable potential in this area. If we allocate our resources, let us acquire them, Zuckerberg stated nonchalantly. Understood. I'll initiate discussions. A.S. Cook had said, this is the future. Lin Shijie stifled a considerable yawn. Given the late hour, he was utterly exhausted. I am off to bed. You can continue monitoring. Go ahead. You needn't worry. Gu Yanran is sufficient for that. I'm more concerned about my finances. Lin Shijie shook his head and retreated to his room to prepare for sleep. However, just as he laid down, a message from Gu Yanran pinged on his phone. Prepare to make your appearance, my man. Chapter 38. Deceiving the heavens and crossing the ocean. It must be said that sometimes a single phrase from a woman can prove more effective than any stimulant, instantly invigorating a man. Phrases like there's no one home tonight or it's 10 o'clock, the dormitory doors are closed. Gu Yanran's term of endearment, my man, similarly electrified Lin Shijie, causing his previous fatigue to dissipate almost instantaneously. Given the preparations for his appearance, it signified that the demonstration effects were now fully underway, prompting him to ready himself for the official press conference. In the past, he would have reveled in this moment, as it heralded his ascent on the fast track of life toward brilliance. At that point, he would indeed see the fulfillment of the adage, ascending to the pinnacle of life, becoming a CEO, and marrying a beautiful heiress. However, things were different now. He possessed a system, not only the AR system, but with time, he could acquire the entirety of the world's technology, including the materials. Yet, his system remained a blank slate. Devoid of personal safety assurances, should an unforeseen incident occur before he could secure his own safety, to whom could he turn for recourse? Although he harbored a genuine desire to personally showcase his product and bask in the spotlight, such aspirations paled in comparison to his safety, rendering them expendable. Glancing at his phone, Lin Shijie surmised that Gu Yanran was likely preoccupied with her own pressing tasks and chose not to disturb her. Regardless, the press conference must go on, so let us first prepare the necessary materials. As for whether I will take the stage myself or allow others to do so, that can be decided later. However, is it time to establish my own company? We shall discuss this thoroughly when Gu Yanran returns. For now, let us focus on our work. After all, we have already developed corresponding applications akin to those of the fruit company. Producing a few unique variations should suffice. The press conference primarily needs to streamline its procedures, ensuring compatibility with simpler devices, such as laptops or high-end smartphones. Perhaps we could even design a dedicated mobile host that complements AR technology. However, that is beyond my current capabilities. Moreover, since it will be my own press conference, I won't shy away from addressing the shortcomings, unlike the fruit company, which only highlights its advantages. The glasses may indeed be aesthetically pleasing. Yet one cannot overlook how Cook conveniently omitted the issue of battery life, merely stating an average duration of 2 hours. In reality, to achieve the effects demonstrated at the conference, the glasses would undoubtedly run out of power within 20 minutes. Additionally, the potential discomfort or adverse reactions caused by wearing the glasses has not been thoroughly discussed, but I am unperturbed. After all, my focus is solely on developing AR software, and hardware concerns are not my responsibility, at least not at this moment. Thus, I can speak freely. Surely, this will invite considerable animosity towards me, which could be perilous. Yes, this requires cautious consideration. Safety must remain paramount, as Lin Shijie fantasized about the future. He began to project various models of laptops and high-end smartphones around him. After all, he had already scanned these items during his shopping excursions, making their use exceedingly convenient now. He then leisurely commenced his design work. Meanwhile, Gu Yanran, or rather the entire financial strike team, was anxiously scrutinizing the data before them. The stock price of the fruit company had experienced significant fluctuations, but still reached a 30-circuit breaker point, initiating yet another pause. However, various voices online had begun to proliferate, even swelling into a torrent. Coupled with significant short-selling activities against the fruit company, there was little doubt that when trading resumed, its stock price would undergo a substantial transformation. That moment, Cook and other senior executives and shareholders of the fruit company convened an urgent meeting. The meeting was displaying this circulated demonstration video. It closely resembled our own. It seems that someone does not wish for us to dominate the market excessively. Cook remained unfazed, instead offering a calm smile. He may not be a remarkable individual, but he is undoubtedly a shrewd businessman. He had long anticipated the situation. As for those disseminating the video and stirring the pot, their identities were easily surmised. The crucial question now is, what should we do? Indeed, if this continues, the stock price will plummet. Cook chuckled. Does it matter? The room fell silent, with everyone looking at Cook in curiosity. If no one else is shorting the stock, we might as well do it ourselves, just a bit earlier, that's all. If assistance is offered, why not take advantage of it? We can profit without getting our hands dirty and maintain a clean slate in our relationships. The attendees exchanged glances, their expressions visibly relaxing. What about the demonstration video? Cook turned his gaze towards the screen. It was similar to ours, but did they possess compatible equipment? Did they have a global sales network? A vast and loyal fan base, a well-recognized development system, a well-prepared global strategy. With each of Cook's remarks, smiles began to emerge on everyone's faces. Thus, we shall soon seize the largest market share, while their hasty efforts will merely allow them to trail behind, forever left in our wake until we ultimately absorb them. The room erupted in smiles and applause, confident that under Cook's leadership, the fruit company would solidify and expand its standing, continuing to hold its throne as the world's greatest company. As for the stock price, it will naturally rebound steadily, and even rise higher. Similarly, this assessment was echoed in the high-level meetings of Werewon and Facebook. They too resigned themselves to making a quick profit before diligently catching up to share in the impending tide of fortune. After all, the profits would largely come from stockholders and even foreign investors, so why not seize the opportunity? However, these conclusions were predicated on one significant assumption, that all competitors remained within the beautiful nation. On this point, nearly everyone agreed. Europe fared well in other respects, but in this technology, it held no advantage. Similarly, the neon nation in Asia had long since been undermined by the beautiful nation, and though it remained resilient, its vigor had waned. AS for the formidable Arctic bear, while it excelled in warfare, high technology. Let's not even go there. AS for Huagua. It indeed stands as the greatest rival to the beautiful nation. Its development across various sectors has been rapid, yet to genuinely catch up will still require considerable time. From the current perspective, they have managed to widen this gap even further. Jiu Yanran and her team devised this plan based on such reasoning. They firmly believed that when the ultimate truth is revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone and leave the companies and institutions of the beautiful nation filled with regret. Haha, it has fallen. It has truly fallen. Lin Shijie heard the excited shout from Lu Guwei and couldn't help but open the door to see what was happening. Is it really necessary to be this excited? How can I not be excited? This is a remarkable outcome of our proactive efforts, Lu Guwei exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Shijie regarded Lu Guwei with mild surprise. He had not anticipated such a display of national pride from him. Well then, I have a few questions. Let's discuss, of course. Feel free to ask anything, and let Teacher Lu provide some answers. Lu Guwei replied with a grin. You think our actions might prematurely expose our technological prowess? Shouldn't we be developing modestly? Chapter 39. Nation, Home. Lu Guwei's demeanor turned serious as he took a sip of beer and said earnestly, once this matter concludes, they will likely realize what has transpired and swiftly trace the flow of funds back to us. At that point, they will be utterly astonished, perhaps even filled with regret. After all, they have always been the ones reaping profits worldwide. When have they ever been on the receiving end? After a moment, he added, as time passes and your demonstration results are unveiled, it will undoubtedly leave them speechless. Observing Lu Guwei's excitement, Lin Shijie felt a sense of astonishment, as if he were witnessing a different side of him for the first time. Yet, he wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Guwei's sentiments, believing that this would indeed astonish the companies and institutions of the beautiful nation. Lu Guwei then fixed his gaze on Lin Shijie and continued, as for whether we might prematurely reveal our strength and provoke the beautiful nation's vigilance, leading to unnecessary targeting, such concerns indicate a lack of awareness. You must understand that such targeting has long since commenced. Various high-tech restrictions and limitations on companies and personnel are not unknown to you, but we are no longer the impoverished nation we once were. We have developed and grown stronger. We have fostered our economy, enriching our nation. We have advanced our technology, landing on the moon. We have bolstered our military, constructing aircraft carriers. Should we continue to endure such unfair treatment? No, in the face of such targeting, we have but one course of action, to respond resolutely and without hesitation. We must extend warmth to friends like the spring, while treating enemies with the ruthlessness of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Only when our nation stands strong in all aspects can we, the common people, enjoy a better life. Listening to Lu Guwei's passionate yet sincere words, Lin Shijie felt a mix of surprise, reflection, and insight. It was not that he lacked patriotism. Rather, he had been preoccupied with personal development and entrepreneurship, never truly contemplating national issues. His previous work on developing AR-assisted laboratories was primarily aimed at completing his virtual world technology tree. Such technology would undoubtedly benefit his own country, providing convenience and security, while also allowing for reciprocal growth, a true win-win situation, indeed. Yet, after hearing Lu Guwei's words, Lin Shijie suddenly realized that he harbored similar thoughts deep within. It was quite a profound feeling. Gently patting the still excited Lu Guwei, Lin Shijie took a bottle of beer and returned to his room, sipping while continuing his development, all the while nurturing his own ideas. Morning arrived. After wrapping up his development work, Lin Shijie naturally tidied up the projected materials. Upon opening the door, he discovered Lu Guwei fast asleep on the sofa, surrounded by several empty beer cans. Hey, wake up, you have work today. Lu Guwei murmured, rubbing his reddened eyes and yawning. I can't do it. I need to take the morning off to catch up on sleep. I was too excited last night. As he spoke, Lu Guwei promptly made a phone call and then collapsed onto his bed. Lin Shijie shook his head, realizing that Yeren and her team must have had a remarkably smooth operation the previous night. Just as he pondered this, a call from Gu Yeren came through. Yeren, you've been busy all night. Why don't you get some rest? Lin Shijie remarked hurriedly. Haha, I'm too excited to sleep. Gu Yaren's somewhat exhilarated voice immediately responded. Indeed, but congratulations, Lin Shijie quickly added. Hee. Gu Yaren couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, I'm calling to inform you that you need to prepare. There might soon be a dedicated showcase. Make sure to get ready. It would be best to develop a simplified version that high-end smartphones can utilize. Lin Shijie smiled, assuring her, don't worry, I thought of that last night, and I'm already working on it. I believe results will come soon. That's wonderful, Gu Yaren suddenly said softly. What? Lin Shijie didn't catch it clearly and asked curiously. I mean, you're my man. That's truly wonderful, Gu Yaren said boldly. Of course, Lin Shijie replied with a grin. All right, I have to wrap things up here. I'll call you back in a bit so we can discuss our next steps. Understood. Oh, and one more thing, Gu Yaren added hurriedly. What is it? It's about the various parties trying to court us. Now that the restrictions have been lifted, many will surely come knocking. However, these are all financial companies, and their aim is merely to invest. Before Gu Yaren could finish, Lin Shijie chuckled. You should know my stance on this. Besides, I did need funding in the past, but not anymore, Lin Shijie said with a smile. Gu Yaren grinned. I'm aware of your thoughts, but I advise you to consider it. As long as you maintain your leadership, it would be best to let go of as much as possible. Lin Shijie paused for a moment, but quickly grasped Gu Yaren's idea. After all, being alone can complicate many matters. When united with others, forming a community of shared interests makes things much easier. Should we also leave something for the higher-ups? Lin Shijie joked. You're quick to catch on. You're quite clever, Gu Yaren said with a mix of surprise, flattery, and satisfaction. Lin Shijie felt quite pleased in response. That's just being around you for too long, rubbing off on me. As for everyone wanting to invest, sponsor, or negotiate cooperation, I'll hold them off until you return to finalize things. All right, I'll hang up for now. See you later. Bye. With a smile, Lin Shijie ended the call and immediately opened his phone to check on the stock market situation from the previous night. After all, if Gu Yaren inquired or if they discussed it, not knowing the specifics would be quite embarrassing. Although he was developing the program, claiming that as an excuse in front of a woman. No way. It was better to get acquainted with all the timelines first. Lin Shijie blinked, and an AR display effect appeared before him. After connecting to the computer, all sorts of information unfolded before his eyes, since all AR was developed based on a virtual world platform. Lin Shijie could easily access it. Observing the information before him, Lin Shijie began to comprehend what had transpired the previous night, and it was no wonder Gu Yaren was so thrilled. The stock price of the tech company had surged by up to 36 before it began to decline due to a flood of adverse news that suddenly emerged. Allegations of concealing hardware information, the need for supercomputers to achieve the display effects, false advertising claiming the battery wouldn't last long, avoidance of discussing user experience, monopolistic practices, differential treatment, and expulsion of media were all thrown around. Coupled with better effects at lower requirements for AR demonstrations, the stock price plummeted uncontrollably. More importantly, all of this was orchestrated by the United States itself. It would truly be difficult not to revel in their misfortune. As the stock price continued to fall, it quickly retraced all previous gains. Soon after, the first user video was circulated. Having just received the product, this individual eagerly began using it. However, most users were imagining using the phone in their dreams, including this particular user. Thus, the initial effects, with simple line indicators, were acceptable. Watching movies posed no issue either, as the power consumption didn't become apparent immediately. Yet, when he attempted to activate the AR transformation feature, it became quite awkward. The screen was nearly filled with mosaics before an error message appeared. This triggered a new wave of outrage, with accusations of false advertising and deceiving the public. The stock price was directly halted, entering a temporary pause. At this point, some individuals began to sense something amiss and started to observe. When trading resumed, although the stock price continued to decline, major companies and institutions began to recognize the irregularities, particularly the tech giants Apple, Microsoft, and Facebook, who started investigating the sources of funding and information. Soon, they uncovered clues that pointed back to China. To their astonishment, the demonstration videos were not released by the opposing party, but had also originated from China. This was a bombshell revelation, leaving them dizzy and incredulous. After a brief discussion among the three companies, they confirmed the seriousness of the situation. They had been played by a financial group from China. Meanwhile, the stock price had already dropped to a second trading halt, with the market about to open again. Thus, the three companies quickly shifted their focus, and Wall Street received the news simultaneously. As the market opened, they immediately began their counteroffensive. A flurry of news blockades and whitewashing, along with official rebuttals and demonstrations of effects, began to flood the market. The stock price commenced its ascent. On Gu Yaren's side, a group of seasoned veterans had been closely monitoring their movements. Sensing something was amiss, they promptly departed without a trace of hesitation, although Apple's stock price eventually saw a slight increase. For the financial strike team, this was a significant gain. From 25 to 78, they secured at least a 40% profit, even after taxes and fees. It was nearly 3-0. It should be noted that the funds they gathered were exceptionally substantial. Additionally, they had informed several international partners. Consequently, Wall Street suffered considerable losses, though the greater concern was maintaining their FAAD. This was akin to a slap in the face. Lin Shijie nodded. Achieving such results was indeed a cause for excitement. As for retaliation, as Lu Guwei had mentioned, it had already begun, so there was nothing more to say. Of course, the information circulating online was unabashedly accusing China of fraud. Lin Shijie smiled faintly. Fraud? Soon. They would witness what true AR truly entails. However, perhaps he should pay attention to safety matters. It shouldn't be too difficult for the United States to trace him, and they might not directly dispatch spies for physical elimination, right? No, he needed to promptly enhance his security measures. With that thought, Lin Shijie turned his gaze toward the carbon nanotubes within the system. It was said that these materials possessed incredible toughness and were sufficiently robust. If he used them to craft a suit that enveloped his entire body, it should be able to withstand typical attacks, right? Additionally, there were those bulletproof fabrics, providing double-layered insurance. But what about his head? He couldn't just wear a steel helmet. Perhaps he could weave a fine net of carbon nanotubes to surround his head? Given the size of the nanotubes, outsiders wouldn't be able to see them. Yes, safety first. That's the plan. In truth, Lin Shijie was being overly cautious, while the United States was indeed investigating specific origins. They had never indicated that they were targeting a particular individual. After all, logically speaking, this was not something one person could accomplish. They were searching for a hidden group, as they believed China had a penchant for such maneuvers. Ironically, they were correct. China did possess such a group, and they had indeed created such technology, albeit with somewhat inferior effects. Of course, one cannot say Lin Shijie was being overly paranoid. If the United States discovered that he was solely responsible for such developments, they might indeed take action. However, it would certainly not be done overtly. After all, if he could do it, so could others. No nation would dare set such a precedent, for it would undoubtedly make them a global pariah. Yet, even if Lin Shijie were aware of this, it likely wouldn't change his perspective. After all, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Safety first. As Lin Shijie contemplated his security, the elder of the strike team was also pondering the same issue. He quickly turned his attention to Gu Yaren, having observed the exchanges between her and Lin Shijie, and understood the affection shared between the couple. Thus, he called Gu Yaren over directly. Gu Yaren, let Lin Shijie expedite the establishment of the company. It would also allow our lab personnel to go over and gain experience. As for regulations, let us proceed as you suggested earlier. This way, there will be someone to ensure his safety. As the young man is the one who has contributed the most to this endeavor and is a pillar of our nation, we cannot afford any mishaps. Naturally, Gu Yaren agreed, as this had always been her intention. I shall take my leave, esteemed elder, to convey my gratitude to Sir Jie. Do you have any further instructions? Gu Yanran inquired respectfully. If there is an opportunity, let him come. We truly value such talent, the elder replied, his gaze intense. Understood. I will certainly relay your message, Gu Yanran promptly affirmed, and upon departing, she hurriedly informed Lin Shijie of the news. The elder, observing Gu Yanran's retreating figure, couldn't help but smile, for he was genuinely intrigued by Lin Shijie. A person capable of developing such remarkable results has provided the most crucial foundation for this endeavor. It remains a mystery how he procured materials to sell to the university. All of these factors compelled the elder to take a keen interest, despite the absence of any issues in the records or documentation. And, even viewing the individual's current actions as sincere, the elder was still apprehensive without witnessing it firsthand. Of course, since this individual had merely established a company without any further demands. The elder was not in haste. He decided to send personnel from the laboratory to study the other S abilities thoroughly. Additionally, he would dispatch agents to his side for protection while closely monitoring his every move, ensuring any issues could be promptly addressed. Glancing at the middle-aged man behind him, he commanded, "Send someone over." Yes, as Gu Yanran and her team concluded their tasks, discussing future investments and the allocation of rights. A plane had already departed from the capital, heading toward the city where Lin Shijie resided. On board, several young individuals exchanged whispers filled with admiration, disbelief, and a tinge of rivalry. Among them, one young man wore a smile, gazing out the window at the city drawing near. Didn't he expect to return so soon? Chapter 41. The super protective suit. Lin Shijie was engrossed in experiments within the virtual realm, marveling at what could possibly be the world's longest carbon nanotube, causing him to chuckle. After all, to create clothing, the thread must be sufficiently long, mustn't it? However, gazing at the straight carbon nanotube in his mind, he felt uncertain. Although its flexibility was impressive, capable of returning to shape regardless of how it was bent, could it truly be fashioned into clothing? Lin Shijie found himself filled with questions. Perhaps I should consult a professional. My knowledge is rather limited, he decided. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Lin Shijie curiously posed his inquiry, only to be met with Chen Hao's incredulous expression. "Hey, it's merely a novel idea. Is it really that surprising?" Lin Shijie remarked, exasperated. "Haha, no worries. Science is about making bold hypotheses and cautiously verifying them," Chen Hao chuckled. "But I simply couldn't hold back. You've made me laugh." After some time, Chen Hao regained his composure, somewhat exasperated, and remarked, "The idea of using such materials to stop bullets isn't new." Lin Shijie, initially planning to seek alternative materials, paused at this revelation. "Is it truly feasible?" he inquired. Chen Hao nodded. "Of course. Whether it's graphene or carbon nanotubes, it can be done, but it requires a special multi-layer weaving technique into composite materials. The notion of directly making clothing is, I must admit, rather imaginative for an outsider." Lin Shijie's eyes brightened. Since a method already existed, it would simplify matters. "Do you have any documentation? Finished products would be even better," he asked eagerly. Chen Hao shook his head. "This isn't my project. But Elder Fan's team should have it." Lin Shijie grinned. "Excellent. I shall seek his guidance." As Lin Shijie departed, Chen Hao found himself puzzled by the sudden interest Lin Shijie had in the subject again. Leaving the laboratory, Lin Shijie made his way to Elder Fan's other lab. Soon, he arrived at the door, but found that Elder Fan was not present. Fortunately, he was familiar with the staff there and entered. Waiting for the Elder's arrival, this space resembled more of a display room than a laboratory, showcasing numerous conceptual items related to specialized materials to exhibit the allure of science and inspire creativity among visitors. During his exploration, Lin Shijie soon came across the super protective suit, crafted from carbon fiber, graphene, and carbon nanotubes. This suit was designed to emphasize protection. Though it appeared as a mere thin layer, it could withstand bullets, and even machine gun fire would not penetrate it. However, should someone be shot while wearing it, they would undoubtedly sustain injuries due to the impact. Nevertheless, Lin Shijie was overjoyed, his spirit soaring as he delved into the suit and its materials within the virtual world. He quickly began to disassemble and scrutinize it. The suit appeared to be primarily composed of carbon fiber, layered with graphene sheets supported by carbon nanotubes. Just examining its structure led Lin Shijie to believe in its formidable protective capabilities. He promptly tailored a full-body suit to fit his physique, grinning in satisfaction. But what about the head? He pondered. Although the suit was made of various carbon materials, it still incorporated many other components, as relying solely on these materials would not suffice to create clothing. Thus, after eliminating the excess and thinning it down, he realized he could achieve his envisioned nearly invisible design. Upon closer inspection, it seemed there was indeed a layer, yet standing at a distance would render it unnoticeable. Lin Shijie was genuinely elated. He had crafted a complete safety suit. Without further ado, he projected it onto himself, acknowledging that while it did not reach the level of a nano-armor suit, it was still quite impressive. Just as he was contemplating, his phone received an unknown call. Lin Shijie had no interest in answering. It was likely either an investment proposal or an invitation to join a venture. He decided to postpone such matters until Gu Yanran returned. With his objective achieved, Lin Shijie did not wait for Elder Fan and instead prepared to take his leave. Stepping outside, he contemplated whether to check on a vehicle or head to the power plant. Although he was intrigued by the adjacent Nuclear Physics Institute, he lacked any relevant knowledge and would be unable to comprehend anything there. Hence, he resolved to delay exploring the principles of nuclear power until he had gathered sufficient knowledge regarding graphene batteries. As he approached the school gate, Lin Shijie decided to purchase a car first, then returned to his small courtyard to make some arrangements. After all, whether he continued development or established a company, it would be more convenient in his courtyard. Regarding the safety of the car, while he could not afford a presidential vehicle, he now possessed the structural design of a super protective suit. At worst, he could apply an extra layer of protection inside and outside the vehicle, significantly enhancing its safety. As he pondered, Lin Shijie noticed a group of individuals around his age standing at the school gate, their gazes fixed intently on him, even pointing and whispering, "What on earth? Are they really so brazen as to approach me?" Lin Shijie felt a surge of anxiety. Having just acquired the protective suit, he feared these individuals might be hostile forces seeking trouble, especially as they approached with an aggressive demeanor. "These folks are too bold," Lin Shijie muttered under his breath. However, just as he contemplated fleeing into the school, he halted. If they were indeed dangerous, leading them into the school would be disastrous. With his projection ability, he could lure them to a secluded area and, catching them off guard, deal with them accordingly. He was slightly concerned about the quality of his projections, but with the protective suit on, he felt confident enough to handle a few attempts if necessary. Resolute in his decision, Lin Shijie turned and sprinted toward a less populated area on the opposite side of the school. "Hey, Lin Shijie, don't run. Why are you fleeing? Ignoring our calls is one thing, but running away is another." As Lin Shijie heard their threatening tones, he became even more convinced of their ill intentions. With phone calls and confrontational approaches, their demeanor was far from friendly. Thus, he quickened his pace. The group pursued him relentlessly until they reached a wooded area beside the college, where Lin Shijie glanced around at the pleasant surroundings devoid of others and finally stopped. Panting, he addressed the group. "Let me make this clear. Don't say I didn't warn you. Coming to find me was a grave miscalculation." His intent was clear. They would regret seeking him out. However, this was entirely misinterpreted by the group. They had been sent to assist Lin Shijie in preparing his company and to learn about his technology. Already reluctant and feeling competitive, their tone had been confrontational. Upon hearing Lin Shijie's words, their anger only intensified. "What, are you refusing to teach us?" one of them retorted indignantly. Among the group, one young man couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing there must be some misunderstanding. Simultaneously, he was curious to discover what Lin Shijie was truly capable of. Observing the group's increasingly furious expressions, Lin Shijie remarked, "Very well, you've brought this upon yourselves." In an instant, the augmented reality world unfolded before him, with several thick wooden poles emerging around the group, targeting their heads and vital areas, while a marble slab materialized overhead. As long as they project their intentions, these individuals are likely to suffer severe injuries immediately, or at the very least, endure excruciating pain. Simultaneously, the young man sensed the great peril and hastily called out, "Lin Shijie, it's a misunderstanding. Gu Yanran sent us here." Chapter 42. A reunion with Zhuang Yanru. Upon hearing the shout, Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback. Although he had prepared to attack, he had not intended to act without a genuine threat at hand, especially when facing a group of unarmed individuals. Thus, upon hearing the call of misunderstanding, Lin Shijie regained his composure, realizing he might have indeed misjudged the situation. After all, if they were truly foreign forces, they would not display such ineptitude nor exhibit such gentleness. Furthermore, recalling that Gu Yanran had indeed sent him a message earlier that morning, informing him that someone would be dispatched to assist with the establishment of the company and the upcoming press conference, he began to understand. Observing the individuals before him, each gasping for breath even more heavily than he was, and noting their genteel demeanor, he deduced that they had been assigned as subordinates. Coupled with the realization that his development surpassed theirs, he understood their agitated tones stemmed from their feelings of inadequacy. leading to the misunderstanding. He chastised himself for being overly sensitive. However, Lin Shijie did not entirely retract his preparations for an offensive. He retained his focus on the vital points below. That moment. He extended his mental energy, enveloping these individuals and initiating a scan. After all, what if there were spies among them? Before long, the scanning data of these individuals materialized in the virtual realm, revealing no weapons or hazardous materials. Yet, the individual who had shouted earlier appeared somewhat peculiar. Lin Shijie scrutinized the model of this person, noting that their physique seemed to have been altered, as if their flesh had been compressed together. Strangely familiar, he thought. Could it be Zhuang Yanru? No way. Is this girl truly a spy? No, that can't be right. She must have been sent to monitor or protect me, which would make her an agent. Lin Shijie understood her role, leading him to contemplate. This juncture, he finally retracted all his attacks, allowing Zhuang Yanru's sense of danger to dissipate. She turned her gaze towards Lin Shijie, her eyes filled with increasing confusion. She had been carefully observing her surroundings, but remained perplexed by the earlier sensation of danger, how it had come about and vanished. Yet, she was certain it was related to Lin Shijie. Meanwhile, Lin Shijie furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhuang Yanru, and in that moment, their eyes met. Did she discover my awareness? Zhuang Yanru felt a jolt of surprise. No, I can't let her know I've realized it. Lin Shijie quickly averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he began to scan the others nearby. Nevertheless, Zhuang Yanru still harbored some suspicion. Her disguise techniques had rarely failed her. Yet Lin Shijie's penetrating gaze had raised significant doubts. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Shijie coughed a few times before approaching the group with a friendly smile. It was merely a misunderstanding. The young individuals exchanged glances, their expressions marked by exasperation as they regarded Lin Shijie. A misunderstanding? You could have mentioned that earlier. Indeed. Why did you run? You made us chase after you, and I'm utterly exhausted. Lin Shijie couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that he had inadvertently led them astray. However, he furrowed his brow and sighed. Since you are sent by the higher-ups, I will speak candidly. Are you aware of the substantial losses my research has inflicted upon the United States? They will undoubtedly send someone to counter me. I am aware of this, which is why I hoped you would arrive promptly. It would allow me to impart my findings to you all quickly, ensuring that, should anything happen to me, the overall situation remains unaffected. With heartfelt sincerity, Lin Shijie continued, when you caught up to me, I almost believed I was facing imminent peril, prepared to fight to the death. If it came to that, I would have had to bravely sacrifice myself, regretting the future plans I had envisioned. However, fortunately, it was all a misunderstanding, Lin Shijie expressed with gratitude. Yet, he soon cast an apologetic glance at the group. I truly appreciate your efforts. This is entirely my fault. The group exchanged glances, each feeling a mix of awkwardness, relief, and a tinge of embarrassment, given that their initial tone had been unfriendly and they had pursued him afterward. Zhuang Yanru, however, couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. How had she not noticed before how adept this fellow was at acting? Well, we too have our shortcomings, one of them replied. Yes, primarily our feelings of inadequacy, but that is all in the past. Indeed, we are here to assist you in organizing the upcoming press conference and, in turn, genuinely seek your guidance. Very well. Lin Shijie took a deep breath, nodding slowly. Thank you all for your trust. Rest assured. I will share everything I know. Let us work together diligently. It is fortunate that you are here, as I have numerous concepts yet to be realized, which we can discuss together. Of course, sounds good. Observing the harmonious atmosphere among the group, Zhuang Yanru sighed in resignation. Well, this is quite agreeable. Lin Shijie glanced at the individuals before him, who had now revealed warm smiles, inwardly chuckling. They were purely researchers. After all, how endearing. Unlike the man and woman nearby, who smiled politely yet wore expressions that clearly conveyed their skepticism. I'll just sit back and watch your performance, without exposing you. Did as for Zhuang Yanru. She was purely an agent, and he knew he could not hide anything from her. Yet, what about the other individual? Lin Shijie turned his gaze towards them. You two are not researchers, are you? The man smiled and extended his hand. I am Liang Jiadong, here to assist you with the company and various matters related to the press conference. This is... Liang Jiadong began to introduce, but Zhuang Yanru interjected. I am Zhuang Yanru, responsible for these various tasks alongside Liang Jiadong. Additionally, I am your temporary secretary. tasked with urgent communications and certain special matters. Lin Shijie instantly displayed a look of astonishment, though to their eyes, it appeared somewhat feigned. He had to react appropriately to, Zhuang Yanru. How is it that you've changed so dramatically? Zhuang Yanru smiled lightly. It seems you recognized me long ago. It was merely a small ruse. Lin Shijie sincerely admired. Your disguise techniques are remarkable. I am truly impressed. Yet, he felt puzzled as to why Zhuang Yanru had chosen to reveal her identity so directly. Wang Yanru seemed to perceive Lin Shijie's confusion, gently explaining, I have a duty to protect you. Concealing my identity would not be conducive to that. Lin Shijie nodded in understanding. I see. Zhuang Yanru smiled subtly and leaned closer to Lin Shijie, discreetly inquiring. I am quite curious about how you managed to put us all in such danger and how you recognized it was me. Lin Shijie could only smile in disguise. I could tell from the comprehensive data I have on you, not only your measurements, but even the structure of your skull. I naturally figured it out. By the way, you all just arrived and surely have not eaten yet. Allow me to treat you to a meal, and afterward, we can discuss matters in detail. Please, no need for formality. Let us go. Chapter 43. Cautious Lin Shijie. As they dined and chatted, Lin Shijie naturally came to understand the identities and purposes of the individuals present. Indeed, the researchers were, as they had claimed, here to lend a hand while absorbing knowledge. They had grasped the most advanced AR technology and applications, but could not lower their standards, hence their visit for insight. Liang Jiadong was responsible for amplifying the impact of the press conference globally, thus possessing other roles as well. They would remain with Lin Shijie until the press conference concluded, after which they would return home. As Gu Yanran had mentioned, all company affairs were to be under Lin Shijie's control, free from external interference. As for Zhuang Yanru, her roles included secretary, bodyguard, liaison, and likely surveillance of him, while the others were manageable. Zhuang Yanru was a different matter. Her departure was uncertain, and he must maintain a respectful distance. This was not out of intent to avoid her, but rather a necessity to uphold a sense of detachment. After their meal, Lin Shijie thought it best to lead everyone to a small courtyard, not to overcrowd his own. Instead, he opted for the adjacent empty one, which he could simply rent. Upon seeing Lin Shijie's courtyard, Zhuang Yanru cast a few lingering glances, rather than joining the others in the other courtyard. She headed directly towards Lin Shijie's space. Miss Zhuang, aren't you going to settle in first? Lin Shijie inquired with a smile. Wang Yanru glanced at him. I am here to protect you. Residing in the same courtyard facilitates my duties. That won't do, Lin Shijie quickly replied. This courtyard is for me and Gu Yanran. It cannot accommodate anyone else. Zhuang Yanru regarded him. You seem quite confident in your safety. You have embarrassed Wall Street and surpassed them technologically. If they were to discover that all of this was developed solely by you, your situation would be perilous. Observing Zhuang Yanru's icy demeanor, Lin Shijie couldn't help but swallow hard. Just how perilous? Assassination. Zhuang Yanru replied coldly. Lin Shijie winced at the thought. Surely, it couldn't be that severe. Then Zhuang Yanru leisurely continued. Could you refrain from panting so heavily? Lin Shijie retorted, feeling somewhat speechless. However, he cautiously regarded Zhuang Yanru, awaiting her next words. Poisoning, crippling, and sabotaging your research capabilities are indeed quite plausible. Lin Shijie furrowed his brow at this revelation. Is that so? He hesitated, considering that with his protective measures, external threats seemed minimal. Yet, the notion of poisoning or other stealthy forms of harm left him uncertain on how to respond. However, glancing around his courtyard, Lin Shijie felt a sense of reassurance. Worst case, he could transform the entire yard into his own projection, allowing him to handle any dangers that might arise. As for food, he could always take a short course in food safety at school, scanning his meals beforehand to detect any foul play. As long as there were no large-scale assaults on his yard, he felt he had ample means to cope. Therefore, as long as he remained within his courtyard, his safety was assured. That won't do. I needn't worry about my safety in the courtyard, Lin Shijie confidently asserted. He then added with a grin, however, I will rely on you when outside. Oh, Zhuang Yanru glanced at Lin Shijie, noticing that his apparent lack of curiosity about the outside world was merely an excess of caution. Though his confidence seemed somewhat unfounded, she couldn't shake the belief that he was genuinely onto something. Fine, but I will need to take a look around to familiarize myself, so I can assist if anything arises. Remembering her subordinate's earlier remarks and the subsequent rumors of hauntings, she resolved to inspect the premises personally. No problem, please do. Lin Shijie readily agreed. After a thorough examination, he found no irregularities. The concealed mechanisms enveloping the building left no trace. Wang Yanru raised an eyebrow. The dangers he had mentioned were merely the most extreme scenarios. The authorities had dispatched these researchers with the intent to obfuscate, leading outsiders to perceive Lin Shijie as merely another agent involved in research. Thus, such extreme situations were nearly impossible, naturally. Lin Shijie would not encounter these dangers. Otherwise, Zhuang Yanru would have needed to have a serious discussion with him about the source of his confidence. By the way, Ms. Zhuang, I was wondering if you could arrange for the presidential vehicle? That would surely ensure safety, wouldn't it? Zhuang Yanru's eyes widened in astonishment, her corners twitching involuntarily. How afraid of death are you? Asking for a presidential vehicle? Have I frightened you too much? Let me see what I can do. She replied, rolling her eyes in resignation before departing. Lin Shijie, however, was genuinely concerned. After all, Zhuang Yanru was indeed a bodyguard and a secret agent. He called out, if you can't procure one, just checking would suffice. Watching Zhuang Yanru leave without a backward glance, he felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that it was truly unattainable. What a pity. Once everything was settled. Lin Shijie naturally conferred with Liang Jiadong and others regarding the upcoming press conference. As for the company's preparations, he decided to wait for Gu Yanran's return to commence. Considering she would be back tomorrow, Liang Jiadong had no objections but suggested that Lin Shijie retain 51 of the shares for himself. Avoiding distribution to anyone else, he also recommended formal notarization and an agreement stipulating that the shares could not be divided or transferred. This way, future complications and risks would be mitigated. Observing Lin Shijie's slightly displeased expression, Liang Jiadong chuckled. It's merely a suggestion. After all, the business world is akin to a battlefield, and your situation may be even more intricate with many unpredictable variables. Granting shares to Gu Yanran might not be beneficial and could potentially harm her. Lin Shijie paused, his displeasure dissipating. All right, I will discuss it with Yanran. Very well, let's conclude our discussions for today. You all can delve into technical matters. I have other matters to attend to, Liang Jiadong remarked with a smile. Subsequently, in his small courtyard, Lin Shijie showcased his compiled code to the researchers. Being professionals, they immediately became engrossed, engaging in discussions and validations. They would not approach Lin Shijie unless they encountered something completely unclear. Lin Shijie relished the situation. After all, this was merely a preliminary version, lacking significant secrets for them. The only standout features were its optimization and adaptability. Thus, he glanced at Zhuang Yanru, who sat steadily to the side, no longer resembling the icy beauty he had first encountered, but rather exuding the tranquility of a neighborly big sister, quietly reading and sipping tea. Only her occasional piercing gaze sent shivers down Lin Shijie's spine. My goodness, this foundational program operates not solely on servers, but encompasses the entire network. Why does it also employ a processing model akin to blockchain? This is simply astounding. Chapter 44. Another internet? Hearing the researchers' excited exclamations, Zhuang Yanru turned her gaze. While she understood these terms, their implications eluded her. Lin Shijie, upon hearing their voices, smiled. This was once his proudest concept. A notion ahead of its time. It was also this idea that had delayed the launch of his game. Yet, without this concept, how could the initial system have transcended its superficial framework? Had it been merely a standard program confined to a computer, he might have been sacrificed as an external shell by the system. However, because the system transcended that shell, Lin Shijie's AR development platform and the systems built upon it now existed in a state of chaos. They could communicate and however, witnessing the excitement of the crowd left him somewhat astonished. Yet, once he comprehended the sequence of events, he gazed at Lin Shijie in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly reported to his superiors. Lin Shijie, on the other hand, remained indifferent, having consented to their learning. He had no intention of concealing anything. Furthermore, it was only through the strength of the nation that better expansion could be achieved. After all, he did not wish for the digital realm to fall under the control of others. At the very least, he intended to make his foundational rules and logic public, thereby eliminating any doubts or ulterior motives. This transparency would ensure genuine acceptance from all parties involved simultaneously. Lin Shijie believed that this was undoubtedly the will of the state. Fairness, justice, and openness were principles that should apply universally. Under equal conditions, Huaguo was indeed unafraid of any adversary. The subsequent conversation with Liang Jiadong further validated Lin Shijie's thoughts. After mutual communication, the standards for the upcoming demonstration were significantly elevated. Even Zhuang Yanru received a call, and the orders she received made her instantly serious. This time, it was no longer a matter of mere protection and surveillance. It transformed into a mandate to safeguard Lin Shijie's personal safety at all costs. With the intensification of protection, the surveillance was astonishingly lifted. This caused Zhuang Yanru, after hanging up the phone, to cast a deep glance at Lin Shijie. Those who could issue such commands were undoubtedly pillars of the nation. Even figures abroad who might wish to eliminate him. Was it truly because Lin Shijie developed the AR program that he received such treatment? Although she could not comprehend it, Zhuang Yanru would certainly execute the orders without reservation. Moreover, additional personnel would join the protective detail. Naturally, a gag order was also issued immediately. N01 was permitted to discuss related matters until the press conference concluded, observing Lin Shijie, who appeared blissfully unaware. Zhuang Yanru couldn't help but remark, "Aren't you curious to see the presidential vehicle?" "Indeed." "Why?" Lin Shijie inquired with curiosity. "There will be an opportunity," Zhuang Yanru replied nonchalantly. "Really? Wow. That's fantastic." Lin Shijie exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Wang Yanru couldn't help but feel exasperated. Was he truly that fearful of danger? Lin Shijie was unconcerned with Zhuang Yanru's expression, for his safety was paramount. Should he perhaps acquire some knowledge about automobiles? Alas, there was so much to learn. When could he possibly cover everything? Wait, having the chance to ride in the presidential vehicle, did that imply he might face even greater peril? With this thought, Lin Shijie hurriedly turned to Zhuang Yanru. Sister, is there really any imminent danger?" Zhuang Yanru replied curtly. "It's merely precautionary measures." Liang Jiadong, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. "Mr. Lin, there's no need for concern. As long as you announce your thoughts during the press conference and disclose the foundational logic and computation code, it will be a done deal, and there won't be any significant danger." A researcher added with a smile, "At that point, Mr. Lin, you will be on par with figures like Tim Berners-Lee, Vint Cerf, and Robert Kahn. Naturally, no one would dare to harm you." Upon hearing this, Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback. Those three were indeed revered as the fathers of the internet. To aspire to such honor, his current achievements were insufficient. Well, the AR development platform can indeed be made open, can it? He pondered. Eventually, he would have help in developing the system. And using something they had developed themselves would undoubtedly be more reassuring. Wasn't this a win-win situation? How had he not thought of it sooner? Lin Shijie was suddenly filled with excitement. Observing his jubilance, Zhuang Yanru couldn't help but internally scoff. What a coward. Truly terrified of death. Chapter 45. The response of the beautiful nation in the beautiful nation. On Wall Street, all data and detailed information were laid bare. A loss of hundreds of billions was hardly a significant concern for them, yet, just as Gu Yanran and others had anticipated, this incident was a source of embarrassment. Wall Street had been swindled by foreign capital. Not only had a few major players been toyed with, but they had also vanished without a trace, while Weiwan and Facebook had profited substantially. They were still quite displeased at being manipulated. Meanwhile, the fruit company felt even more frustrated. They had believed this would mark the beginning of global dominance, only to have it abruptly interrupted. More importantly, Huawei had genuinely developed such technology. This was the aspect they valued most. We should impose stricter prohibitions. Such devices require immense computational power. If we can stall the chips, we can effectively curtail their expansion. Proposed a representative from the fruit company. "A splendid idea, and then you can expand recklessly," retorted Facebook's representative. "Let us not forget the consequences of a ban. What state is our economy in after these 2 years? Tightening the screws further? Humph." Some on Wall Street nodded warily. Despite the stock market's continued prosperity, it was merely a result of monetary easing and global sharing. IT could not be sustained for long. They were merely waiting to navigate through the storm to expedite economic development and compensate for most of the bubbles. If the economy continued to stagnate, the entire system could collapse, potentially triggering another global economic crisis. The whole world was striving for recovery. Naturally, they could not afford to lag behind, for that would impact the entire situation. Competition is not necessarily a bad thing. This is not something you can monopolize. Werewon's representative commented gently. The fruit company spokesperson furrowed his brow, but it seemed he had received instructions from higher-ups, which softened his demeanor. Very well, we can address this matter in Congress. We are not here to discuss such things, but rather how to manage the aftermath of this incident. The others nodded slightly. After all, they could not make decisions for the powerful figures behind them regarding strategic layouts and should focus on practical issues. Let us prepare to impose sanctions and simultaneously begin striking at their economy. We shall increase the embargo on goods and the prohibited import list. Moreover, their economy should have suffered minimal impact and should be on the mend. We can also manipulate the stock market to our advantage. Indeed, while the high-tech blockade must be reinforced, we must ensure it does not impede regular commercial activities. Agreed. However, our economy is also beginning to recover and requires substantial trade. If the trade war with Huawei escalates, it may adversely affect the overall economy. A young participant hesitantly remarked. The others looked at him as though he were a fool. Then the meeting adjourned. Each preparing to ACT, an elder gently patted the young man. Child, refrain from speaking next time. Just listen carefully. Yes, father. But why? The elder smiled. Our trade frictions with Huawei still exist, but they're gradually easing. There is no rationale for exacerbating tensions, whether for economic development or to mend relations. Observing the puzzled young man, the elder chuckled. That is for our allies to undertake. Let them act. The young man's eyes lit up. Yes, this way. Their relationship with Huawei will become stalemated, or even severed, leaving them with no choice but to purchase from us. Meanwhile, we can continue trading with Huawei, pocketing a handsome profit. The elder nodded. Very well. Let us issue a sternly worded announcement condemning Huawei's financial tactics. Understood. Once the meeting concluded, no one believed that this incident was the result of a single individual. They all viewed it as Huawei's strategic maneuvering and deemed further discussion unnecessary. One cannot help but remark that blind confidence is indeed a poor trait. Facebook headquarters. Zuckerberg stared expressionlessly at the AR device in his hand, softly stating, accelerate the layout of related industries and concurrently submit a written report to Congress regarding Huawei's high-tech theft. Understood. Fruit company headquarters. Coco stood before the supercomputer, smiling as he observed the colossal machine tirelessly processing data. Just as he had previously mentioned, the incident's impact on them appeared substantial, but in reality, it was minimal. If Werewon was behind the event, it would indeed pose a problem. However, Huawei's natural barriers significantly constrained its development and expansion. What was there to worry about? As for losses, that was a joke. The fruit company had not suffered losses. They merely earned slightly less than anticipated, with the real losses being borne by stockholders and smaller institutions. Moreover, he still had trump cards that had yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, at Werewon headquarters, the demonstration video had already been released, and optimization was underway. Another round of competition had commenced. Wasn't that rather interesting, by the way? Had the fruit company system been cracked yet? Not yet, but the results are indeed impressive. Morning arrived, and Lin Shijie rubbed his somewhat fatigued cheeks. He glanced helplessly at the still overly energetic researchers. Ever since they discovered that his AR system was based on the internet, they had been incessantly bombarding him with questions throughout the night. Meanwhile, having established his persona as a patriotic contributor, coupled with his pre-existing plans to teach, he had been occupied all night. However, that was not the most exhausting part. The most taxing was that Lin Shijie had spent the entire night remodeling the courtyard. Every weak door, window, and even wall had undergone security upgrades. Everything replaceable had been substituted with his projections, such as doors and windows. Naturally, all these included protective materials. In lieu of a more cumbersome structure akin to a wall, it would be prudent to reinforce it directly, applying several layers of that formidable protective material. This was precisely what exhausted Lin Shijie the most. Both his mental fortitude and the energy from the virtual realm had been significantly drained. Observing Zhuang Yanru, who was dozing on the sofa nearby, Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. While he had toiled throughout the night, this bodyguard had merely slumbered. Of course, he recognized that she was undoubtedly on high alert, as her body remained taut and unrelaxed. Nevertheless, it was quite irksome to witness. Clearing his throat, Lin Shijie addressed her. Dear sister, I am off to fetch Yanran. Will you not accompany me? Zhuang Yanru gently opened her eyes and rose, responding, very well. But we shall only take my ordinary vehicle. Moreover, I am 3 years your junior. Lin Shijie was taken aback. Is that so? He glanced at the detailed data of Zhuang Yanru in his mind. Well, it's not apparent. After all, he lacked the means to assess bone age. However, it mattered little, considering this individual could easily alter her appearance. Age was of no consequence. The issue of the vehicle was far more pressing, and with that thought, Lin Shijie hastened to follow her. By the way, when will the presidential vehicle arrive? On the route to the airport, Lin Shijie proceeded with utmost caution, even discreetly adding several layers of protection in the car, observing the somewhat anxious Lin Shijie through the rearview mirror. Zhuang Yanru felt a wave of exasperation. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Shijie suddenly voiced his concerns. Something feels amiss. It seems we are being followed. Wang Yanru paused. Her curiosity piqued. But this is the only road to the airport. Of course, others will follow us. No, someone has been fixated on our vehicle for quite some time, and that is decidedly unusual, Lin Shijie replied, his tone laced with tension. Zhuang Yanru was genuinely startled. The car behind us? Indeed, and there's another ahead. While I cannot pinpoint which is which, it is clear that the attention is anything but ordinary. Lin Shijie meticulously sensed his surroundings, speaking earnestly, while establishing the protective barriers. He had maintained a mental connection, allowing him to swiftly adapt and respond to any threats. During this mental attachment, he had become acutely aware of the intense scrutiny directed toward their vehicle from both the front and rear. Prompting his anxious remarks, Zhuang Yanru studied Lin Shijie's eyes in the rearview mirror intently before producing a walkie-talkie, instructing, "Hold your positions for 1 minute." In an instant, Lin Shijie felt the weight of the gazes lift. He turned to Zhuang Yanru, somewhat bewildered. "Oh, has my protection team arrived?" "Indeed, but your sensitivity to such matters is quite extraordinary," Zhuang Yanru replied seriously. "Furthermore, you accurately identified me and sensed that peculiar danger earlier." Lin Shijie chuckled. "That's rather private. No need to discuss it." Zhuang Yanru nodded. "Of course, that is your affair. However, as I am responsible for your safety, please cooperate to the fullest. Should you notice anything unusual or take any action, inform me promptly, lest it jeopardize our plans." Lin Shijie quickly affirmed, "Of course, I shall cooperate wholeheartedly. You need not worry." And, Zhuang Yanru stated directly, "Feel free to voice any concerns without hesitation. It's just that your reinforcements have arrived." "What about the presidential vehicle? Surely, there must be an armored car." Zhuang Yanru took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Managing such a cautious individual was quite the challenge. She spoke deliberately. "This vehicle is indeed armored." "Rest assured." Lin Shijie immediately began scanning the car with astonishment. "Is this it? No wonder it feels a bit different." Amidst his surprise, he continued to inspect the vehicle, realizing it was to be his temporary mode of transportation. As for the term temporary, he still awaited the presidential vehicle, so indeed, it was just for now. Before long, Lin Shijie arrived at the airport, where he was reunited with Gu Yanran after several days apart. This time, Gu Yanran did not exude the icy demeanor she had previously. Instead, she joyfully leaped into Lin Shijie's embrace. "Did you miss me?" she asked playfully. "Every day, every night, I've longed for your return." Lin Shijie replied unabashedly, leaning in for a kiss. "All right, there are so many people around," Gu Yanran said, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Lin Shijie chuckled. "Taking the luggage, come, let us return, Gu Yanran replied with a radiant smile. She then cast a curious glance at Zhuang Yanru, who stood silently beside them, and she seemed to surmise her identity, giving a subtle nod. Zhuang Yanru is a bodyguard sent by the higher-ups. Lin Shijie whispered. "Is that all?" Gu Yanran inquired, intrigued, for even she had 2 bodyguards. "Well, I'm uncertain how many others or vehicles are present," Lin Shijie admitted, shaking his head. Gu Yanran nodded, understanding. "Indeed, you are quite significant now." Once inside the car, Gu Yanran turned to Lin Shijie and remarked, "Shijie, the achievements we've attained this time are all thanks to you. You are truly remarkable." "Indeed," Lin Shijie replied proudly, then leaned closer to whisper. "This time, your family's resistance should be considerably lessened, correct?" Gu Yanran smiled. "Yes, my father is not as opposed to you as before. However, that doesn't mean he is entirely satisfied. We must continue to strive for improvement." "Understood," Lin Shijie beamed. That is simple enough. We are on the brink of establishing a company. By your definition, it is to be a unicorn-level enterprise. Surely that is not enough, Gu Yanran agreed, nodding her head. Indeed, as long as we execute the upcoming press conference effectively, it will undoubtedly generate significant buzz. At that point, we will not only receive policy support, but also substantial funding and numerous partners. It would be challenging for us not to thrive. Observing the spirited Gu Yanran, Lin Shijie felt a pang of compassion in his heart. He regretted the past 2 years during which Gu Yanran had entirely catered to him, helping him with various tasks while neglecting her own dreams. However, things were different now. He could finally enable her to lead the life she desired. After all, it was only in pursuing one's passions that one could truly reveal their happiest self. By the way, in addition to the researchers and bodyguards, we have someone specifically to assist us with the press conference. His name is Liang Jiadong. He suggested we expedite the company registration and secure my shares. As he relayed Liang Jiadong's proposal, Lin Shijie discreetly added, "Do you recall why the program I developed previously could not be implemented?" He glanced at Zhuang Yanru to gauge her reaction, finding her expression unyielding, which relieved him. After all, there was a confidentiality order surrounding that matter, and he was uncertain whether discussing it would breach protocol. Thankfully, Gu Yanran was already aware, promptly responding, "Are you referring to your network-centered blockchain algorithm approach, ISNT, that a bit ahead of its time? Can it be executed now?" Gu Yanran asked, intrigued, for she knew Lin Shijie had optimized the program in his mind. However, sensing Lin Shijie's intention in his inquiry, she continued, "Yes, it is indeed feasible now." Lin Shijie affirmed, "Not only is it feasible, but its significance has also greatly increased, as it pertains to reconstructing an entirely new internet based on the existing framework. While I cannot ascertain whether the products from the United States possess a corresponding foundational logic, my emergence undoubtedly disrupts their potential hegemony. Furthermore, I have decided to disclose the underlying logic and algorithms, effectively eliminating that possibility." Gu Yanran, extremely astute, immediately grasped the importance of this matter and began to consider its broader implications. Thus, she gazed at Lin Shijie in astonishment, gradually breaking into a smile of pride. "I always knew you were the one I could be proud of." Suddenly, a tender kiss from Gu Yanran left Lin Shijie pleasantly surprised, yet he instinctively cast a glance at Zhuang Yanru in the front seat. However, upon seeing her expressionless face in the rearview mirror, he felt a sense of relief and began to reciprocate the kiss. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yanran pulled away, discreetly pinching him. Lin Shijie could only smile awkwardly, acknowledging his inability to contain himself. Upon returning to the courtyard, Gu Yanran immediately sought out Liang Jiadong to discuss the arrangements for the company. As a professional, she swiftly collaborated with Liang Jiadong to finalize the necessary procedures. The three of them proceeded to the administration office, where they successfully completed the relevant paperwork, establishing Future Technology Company, Limited, which had been their initial dream. Following that, they aligned with Liang Jiadong's vision to secure Lin Shijie's shares and authority. Throughout the entire process, Lin Shijie resembled a marionette, deftly manipulated by Gu Yanran, signing here, stamping there, posing for photographs, and adopting various stances, obedient as a child. This further solidified Liang Jiadong's belief that his proposal was indeed essential. Upon the quartet's return to the small courtyard, Gu Yanran finally found herself alone with Lin Shijie in the upstairs room. Meanwhile, the researchers downstairs, having taken a nap during the day, were still brimming with vitality as they diligently pursued their studies. Naturally, the two could not engage in anything truly intimate and resorted to lying together and conversing. The reason for their reclining posture was plain. Gu Yanran had been utterly exhausted from her recent endeavors, and after a long flight and a day of busyness, she certainly deserved a moment of respite. It was absolutely not, because it allowed Lin Shijie to embrace her with unabashed familiarity, certainly not. Gu Yanran gently held Lin Shijie and softly remarked, "I initially thought the scale and progress of this endeavor were substantial, yet it appears I have underestimated it." "Is that so?" Lin Shijie replied, somewhat puzzled. "Doesn't everything still require gradual development?" "Not quite," she clarified. "The development of the AR program has begun to flourish due to your influence, and the hardware systems and cloud computing are advancing rapidly as well. I believe that soon, the results will significantly improve. At that point, the AR network system you are developing will likely plunge into a frenzied and fiercely competitive landscape. The notion of everyone operating under a single network is, for all intents and purposes, nearly impossible. Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Really? I was hoping for a global connection. That would certainly be impressive. As you know, Jiu Yanran nodded. Indeed, I understand. But consider this. Your framework is predicated on you, or more broadly, on Huagua. Even if it harbors no risks or flaws and promotes equal development, it will still be perceived as having affiliations by others, particularly other nations, which imposes its own limitations. Lin Shijie paused, contemplating her words. He grasped her implication. Much like national borders, the United States, for instance, would undoubtedly refrain from participating. After all, they would surely devise their own foundational logic. Hey, it seems that only a handful of major powers will emerge, while countless smaller factions will likely spring up. Nonetheless, within the realm of the internet, no one can truly inhibit anyone else. Gu Yanran smiled. Thus, since you are unveiling this, you must seize the opportunity to expand your territory to the fullest. Lin Shijie smiled slightly. I actually plan to release the AR development platform as well, given the platform's sophistication. It will undoubtedly find users wherever it goes, allowing me to gradually infiltrate. Jiu Yanran's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's a brilliant idea. She then adjusted her posture, tightly wrapping her arms around Lin Shijie's, effectively restraining his wandering hand, and with her eyes narrowed, whispered, "But you, I wonder what you'll become by then. Just remember what I said. Maintain your balance and don't lose your footing." As Lin Shijie gently caressed Gu Yanran's long hair, he couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, with you by my side, I shall not become overly obstinate or reckless. You are my safety lock. After Gu Yanran drifted into slumber, Lin Shijie closed his eyes, not to sleep himself, but to immerse his mental energy into the virtual realm within his mind. Recommencing the development of the AR program, the reason he initially focused on gaming was that entertainment products are undoubtedly the fastest means of dissemination, and they are also the easiest to attract traffic and generate revenue. However, there exists another industry that draws even greater traffic, namely social media. Be it domestic platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou or international ones like Facebook, these serve as the largest hubs of traffic, yet, for users, these are distinct platforms that are mutually exclusive. Everything they engage with exists within these platforms, and to some extent, one might argue that it does not truly belong to them. Lin Shijie's vision diverged from this. In the AR internet, each individual could possess their own rich and three-dimensional private world. Regardless of what one wished to publish, it could be directly disseminated to interested parties through algorithms. The entire network would function as a vast platform. Moreover, no app would be required, regardless of the operating system. As long as one could access a URL, they could seamlessly enter the corresponding AR world, be it social media or e-commerce, naturally. This was the ideal state in the near future. Presently, however, reliance on existing platforms remained necessary. Thus, the personal system Lin Shijie was developing would still need to integrate with major platforms. Yet, even this necessitated considerable computational power, along with corresponding interfacing protocols from the various platforms. Nevertheless, he could initiate the development himself. After all, to seize market share, it was imperative to first create user-friendly, accessible, and comprehensible applications. This would ensure maximum public acceptance. Once the public embraced it, those major platforms and corporations would inevitably rush to develop the necessary integration modules. However, it appeared that in order to expedite the advancement of the AR internet, he would need to prioritize promoting the laboratory's auxiliary system to enhance overall technology. After all, scientific advancement is the foremost productive force. Observing the researchers downstairs, who remained animated, along with Zhuang Yanru, who was dozing on the sofa, Lin Shijie sighed in resignation. He had originally intended to develop during the day and enjoy a romantic evening with Gu Yanran. However, not only were the researchers exuberant, but Zhuang Yanru was also reluctant to depart. This girl was undoubtedly keeping a watchful eye on him. Should he consider creating a soundproof room to ensure privacy? On second thought, what if she believed something had gone awry and barged in? No, tomorrow he would relocate the research to their courtyard to avert complications. Resolved, Lin Shijie cast aside his distractions and devoted himself fully to development. Chapter 48. Protective suits and dynamic vision. The following morning, as the researchers were still groggy and preparing to sleep, Lin Shijie promptly ushered everyone back to the other courtyard with a mix of persuasion and coaxing. He then beamed at Zhuang Yanru. who had voluntarily emerged, saying, "Miss Zhuang, you've worked hard. You won't need to stay at my place anymore. It's not conducive for rest, and it strains your health. I shall ensure your safety, at least until the press conference, and I cannot allow you to encounter any issues." Wang Yanru replied nonchalantly, "If no information leaks, your safety should not be overly concerning since there is no intent directed at you from that end." Lin Shijie immediately brightened. "Really? Then you need not worry at all. Just rest easy here." He then prepared to return, for Gu Yan and had yet to awaken, and it was the perfect opportunity to cuddle with her for a bit longer. However, just as he took a few steps, Zhuang Yanru's muttering reached his ears. "Believe what you will, to avoid hindering your development." Lin Shijie swiftly turned back. "My dear lady, please do not breathe so heavily." "Is there truly danger?" "None whatsoever. You need not fret," Zhuang Yanru chuckled. "By the way, here are the car keys. You can take my vehicle when you head out. Rest assured, it's bulletproof, unless someone employs a rocket launcher. It is absolutely safe." Watching Zhuang Yanru's cheerful demeanor, Lin Shijie found himself both amused and perplexed, struggling to discern the veracity of her claims. "Could you provide some assurance?" "Of course not. I am a bodyguard, not an assassin," Zhuang Yanru replied with a faint smile, turning on her heel to return to her small courtyard. "Miss Zhuang, take care." Wait, let us discuss this," Lin Shijie called out with a smile as he hurried to catch up. "Oh, what shall we discuss?" Zhuang Yanru arched an eyebrow. "I have high-tech protective clothing, extremely advanced, mind you. Bulletproof is definitely not an issue," Lin Shijie whispered confidentially. "I ask it for the entire body?" she inquired, glancing him over. "Indeed, it covers the entire body, including the head," he affirmed earnestly, "though it hasn't undergone practical testing yet." Zhuang Yanru paused. Scrutinizing Lin Shijie's head, he naturally held the designed protective layer in his hand and promptly secured it atop his head. "What material is this?" she asked, gazing curiously at the nearly invisible layer. "Carbon fiber, combined with graphene and carbon nanotubes. I won't delve into the specifics, but it offers excellent protection," he explained. Zhuang Yanru examined it closely, even prodding it with her finger. "That's simple enough. We should conduct a practical test. After all, if you possess such a device, our work would become significantly easier," she promptly notified Liang Jiadong, but while waiting, she cast a glance at Lin Shijie. "I asked this what you prepared for Gu Yanran." "Indeed," Lin Shijie replied with a smile. "I certainly cannot allow my woman to find herself in danger, but of course, if you require assistance, I can create another one," he added, regretting the words as they might suggest an ulterior motive. However, Zhuang Yanru appeared unfazed, instead earnestly inquiring, "How is it worn? Does it impede movement?" Observing the unusually concerned Zhuang Yanru, Lin Shijie naturally understood that he was overthinking. After all, her identity was that of an agent, and with such impressive equipment, it was only natural for her to be intrigued. After all, these were life-saving tools. Lin Shijie spoke seriously, stating that while the clothing was fine, its elasticity was somewhat limited, which might result in a snug fit, but he could simply opt for a larger size. However, the headpiece, which rested directly on the shoulders, would certainly be unsuitable for vigorous activity. Wang Yanru nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was sufficient, as they were not the ones in need of protection. "By the way, is this your own invention?" "Of course not." Lin Shijie hesitated. This inspiration came from academician Fan Luohua. He thought to himself that it would be wise to clarify things with the esteemed elder, lest it lead to complications. Especially considering the girl before him was not easily deceived, Zhuang Yanru nodded, suggesting they first test the protective capabilities. If it proved satisfactory, it might warrant a mention to the higher-ups. Soon, Liang Jiadong emerged, being the nominal head of this endeavor, and his approval was necessary. However, upon realizing Lin Shijie's intentions, he couldn't help but feel exasperated, his eyes reflecting skepticism. "This is simple," Liang Jiadong chuckled. "Is it just a matter of testing the protective strength? Can it be removed?" Lin Shijie promptly detached the piece from his shoulders, handing it to Liang Jiadong. Observing the faintly shadowed shield, Liang Jiadong shook his head slightly, then swiftly plunged a dagger into it with lightning speed. Zhuang Yanru remained unfazed, but Lin Shijie was taken aback, only to discover that his mind effortlessly kept pace with Liang Jiadong's movements. It was as if time had slowed. The dagger's tip plunged forcefully into the protective layer. Yet it was halted with ease, causing the entire shield to gradually indent inward, rippling in waves. Nevertheless, proportionally, there remained ample space from the head. This revelation astonished not only Liang Jiadong, but also Zhuang Yanru. Liang Jiadong examined the material intently, remarking that while he had heard of advanced materials with exceptional toughness and strength, he had not anticipated such a performance. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yanru drew her own dagger and thrust it fiercely into the shield. The result was the same, even resulting in a deeper indentation than Liang Jiadong's. This made Lin Shijie reevaluate his perception of her. She appeared unassuming, yet she possessed a fierce tenacity that was not to be trifled with. However, he was curious about his recent peculiar dynamic vision, which seemed rather abnormal. Could it be that with the enhancement of his mental acuity, he had developed some semblance of extraordinary ability? If that were the case, it would indeed be splendid. At that moment, Liang Jiadong nodded in acknowledgement, stating that while it could withstand the blows, it would undoubtedly bear immense impact. He then glanced at Lin Shijie's attire, noting that if he wore the same material, although he would survive, it would hardly be a pleasant experience. Lin Shijie nodded, fully aware of this point. After all, this was merely a demonstration of the new material's protective capability, without consideration for human tolerance. Yet, adding an additional layer would not pose a significant challenge. Such results were certainly promising for Zhuang Yanru, as it alleviated concerns about being incapacitated from a distance. However, it was evident that this was merely a prototype, far from perfection. Understood. I will focus on enhancing the protection based on these observations, Zhuang Yanru affirmed, adding, as for your courtyard, I want to intrude while you sleep, but should I ever choose to visit, be prepared. Lin Shijie felt a shiver run down his spine, but at least everything seemed settled, and he could finally enjoy a sweet evening alone with her. In the days that followed, Lin Shijie collaborated with researchers to develop relevant products, primarily targeting the applications that consumed the most time for internet users, such as AR gaming, AR e-commerce, and AR personal socializing. Meanwhile, Gu Yanran busied herself with Liang Jiadong handling company matters and the upcoming press conference. As for the evenings, after finally securing some personal time, they indulged in leisurely activities, donning AR glasses to transform their surroundings into various enchanting scenes. What did they do? Naturally, they gazed at the stars and the moon while engaging in deep conversations about life. What else could it be? As for his extraordinary dynamic vision, well, with a beauty in his arms, who could still dwell on that? Chapter 49. Arrival in Magic City. Did you create this? Academician Fan gazed at the large helmet Lin Shijie presented, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, after seeing your protective suit, I endeavored to craft one myself, Lin Shijie replied with a cheerful demeanor. However, Fan furrowed his brow slightly, for his own demonstration piece had taken considerable time to construct. The intricate carbon fiber required wrapping layers of graphene, interspersed with carbon nanotubes, with each nanotube penetrating several sheets of graphene to ensure optimal flexibility and curvature. The scale of this endeavor was indeed substantial. Could Lin Shijie truly achieve this? Fan held his doubts, as Lin Shijie had been rather oblivious to these materials just days prior. Yet, Fan refrained from further inquiries, aware that Lin Shijie likely had his own secrets. If he had genuinely managed to create such results in a short span, Fan's interest was certainly piqued. Very well, if you possess a comprehensive and convenient production method, we can discuss it, Fan said with a grin. Certainly, but unfortunately, I have no time at the moment. I'm heading to Magic City tomorrow and came specifically to deliver more materials to you. Lin Shijie nodded emphatically. As for the production method, it was merely a matter of copy-pasting. There was little to deliberate. The truly convenient methods would have to await the research of professionals like Fan. The primary purpose of this visit was to keep the matter discreet, given that Fan already had protective gear. An additional large helmet was hardly significant. Oh, what brings you to Magic City? Fan inquired curiously. To hold a press conference, specifically to unveil the AR system, Lin Shijie replied, then added quietly. It's specifically aimed at the fruit industry. Fan immediately nodded in approval, recognizing it as a positive endeavor. That's excellent. Go forth. Observing the sincerity in Fan's gaze, Lin Shijie felt assured that there would be no repercussions regarding the materials. At the same time, he reminded himself to exercise caution in the future and refrain from revealing too much, especially without sufficient strength to back it up. Exiting the laboratory, Lin Shijie cheerfully nodded at Zhuang Yanru before linking arms with Gu Yanran as they strolled towards the campus exit. This time we're heading to Magic City early. Your responsibilities are quite substantial, Gu Yanran stated earnestly. I understand. I will certainly put forth my best effort when meeting your father and family, Lin Shijie responded with a smile. No joking around. I mean it seriously, Gu Yanran chuckled. The primary reason for our early arrival is to negotiate collaborations with major tech companies and platforms. After all, your role is merely software. The corresponding technology and hardware necessitate their cooperation. Lin Shijie nodded in agreement, feeling a rush of excitement at the prospect of engaging with those industry giants, Huawei, Xiaomi, Tencent, and Alibaba, who had previously been his aspirations. He could hardly believe he would have the opportunity to discuss partnerships with them. It felt like a dream. Gu Yanran shook her head in exasperation. This collaboration is primarily being facilitated by the higher-ups, aiming to expand influence, so everyone is extending their courtesy. Keep in mind that your product hasn't been showcased yet, so don't expect those bigwigs to come rushing to meet you. They are all incredibly busy. Simply appearing at the press conference would be a significant feat. Lin Shijie felt a twinge of disappointment, but nodded understandingly. That's all right. The real collaborations will commence after the press conference. Why then? Those industry leaders will surely step forward, as this is a groundbreaking innovation. Indeed, Gu Yanran agreed, then glanced at the distant figures of others before whispering. Given the current state of technology, it is certainly unrealistic for them to meet your expectations in a short time, but the laboratory operates differently. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she continued. This is our opportunity for expansion, Lin Shijie concurred, acknowledging that the primary focus must be on swiftly promoting the laboratory's auxiliary system. Once that is accomplished, the entire world will be working for me. You certainly have high hopes, Gu Yanran teased as they returned to the courtyard to prepare for their journey to Magic City the following day. The next morning, Lin Shijie and his companions were ready to set off. However, as they stepped out of the courtyard, Lin Shijie's eyes widened in astonishment. Parked before the entrance was a luxurious Hongqi sedan. The craftsmanship, the quality, the grand appearance, and the substantial feel captivated Lin Shijie at first glance. Turning to Zhuang Yanru, who stood nearby with a beaming smile, he realized that this was the presidential vehicle he had longed for. This is fantastic. Is this the car we're going to ride? Lin Shijie exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Gu Yanran chuckled. This is indeed a high-caliber model, but I believe you will soon qualify for a custom one of your own. Lin Shijie nodded enthusiastically. Brimming with anticipation, what more could Zhuang Yanru possibly say? After all, she had adequately prepared herself psychologically for Lin Shijie's extreme caution regarding life. Let us get in the car. This time I shall drive straight to the magical city. Forgoing the airplane, Zhuang Yanru remarked nonchalantly. Very well, as you wish. This mode of transport is certainly preferable to flying. Lin Shijie readily concurred, seizing the opportunity to thoroughly scan the entire vehicle. The convoy swiftly set off. Heading directly to the bustling metropolis, the journey was uneventful, tranquil, and devoid of any turbulence. As Lin Shijie meticulously scanned the car, he resolved to delve deeply into the intricacies of automobile knowledge, particularly in terms of protective capabilities. Wait, if we are discussing protection, wouldn't a military armored vehicle be superior? No, it is the laboratory's protection level that reigns supreme. Thus, he ultimately circled back to the laboratory. Just as Lin Shijie felt a twinge of uncertainty, the convoy arrived at the vibrant city. They parked at a commercial center exuding a distinctly modern ambience. Observing the surroundings, Lin Shijie nodded to himself. Only in such a contemporary global metropolis could one truly showcase their achievements. Not to mention, in order to expand influence, the attendees invited this time were not merely domestic tech companies, but many from abroad as well. Even tech companies from the beautiful country were on the guest list. Lin Shijie couldn't help but smirk. It was indeed a blatant slap in the face, but I relish it. The group proceeded to check into a hotel adjacent to the exhibition venue, where Lin Shijie and his fellow researchers would begin setting up and fine-tuning until the press conference commenced. However, Lin Shijie first made his way to a smaller conference room, although he was alone. The arrangement was far more convenient. In the system world, he organized everything, and soon after, the equipment materialized within the room. Beside him, Gu Yanran watched Lin Shijie's almost magical actions. Despite having witnessed them numerous times before, she still found them miraculous. Moreover, it was a miracle that belonged solely to the two of them. Well, Now we await the arrival of representatives from those large companies. I must admit, I am somewhat eager. Chapter 50, Engagement, Part 1. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yan Yuliang from Huawei's technical department. I apologize for the intrusion. Hello, I am Lin Shijie. There is no need to mention any disturbance. Please come in. Lin Shijie greeted the courteous middle-aged man before him with prompt politeness. After all, both the man's background and his demeanor warranted such respect from Lin Shijie. Mr. Lin, you are truly a remarkable young talent. To independently host such a high-profile press conference is indeed enviable. Not at all, merely fortunate, Lin Shijie replied with humble grace. Yan Yuliang smiled gently. I wonder if I might have the privilege of witnessing this for myself. Lin Shijie grinned, of course. The invitation extended to you is precisely to showcase our work and possibly lay the groundwork for future collaboration. Naturally, Lin Shijie continued, handing Yan Yuliang a somewhat weighty pair of AR glasses before commencing the demonstration. As for Yan Yuliang's previous awkwardness and the slight arch of his brow upon receiving the glasses, Lin Shijie paid it no heed. After all, the man was responsible for technology at Huawei. His mind was more consumed with excitement and the desire to showcase than to scrutinize minute details. The AR demonstration commenced swiftly. Although Yan Yuliang had mentally prepared himself and had studied this technology extensively, witnessing the same effect in real time still stirred a profound excitement within him. What a grand undertaking, he mused, listening to Lin Shijie's explanations. Despite the AR glasses being somewhat cumbersome and lacking the sleekness of their competitors, the results were undoubtedly on par. Furthermore, the formidable computational power displayed either required several high-performance computers or the allocation of supercomputing resources. It was apparent to Yan Yuliang that Lin Shijie's intended collaboration with Huawei revolved around 5G technology, as widespread adoption necessitated immense computational power. In scenarios where portable devices fell short, cloud computing or 5G became the obvious choice. Additionally, the aspect of chip technology was crucial. Such bulky AR glasses could not compete with their sleeker counterparts, as no one would wish to wear such devices in public. Therefore, a stylish and functional AR headset with decent computational power was of utmost importance. And in this realm, Huawei undoubtedly stood at the forefront in the country. Mr. Yan, what do you think? Upon concluding the demonstration, Lin Shijie inquired earnestly. Yan Yuliang nodded thoughtfully. Technologically, it stands completely on par with the competitors, with no discernible weaknesses. In fact, there are certain areas where it surpasses them. It is truly impressive. Lin Shijie smiled. While he considered the praise somewhat understated, it was nonetheless commendable. After all, he was unaware that Yan Yuliang had already envisioned large-scale computers juxtaposed with inferior AR glasses. A more critical point was that the entire RD process had been shrouded in secrecy, not just Lin Shijie's foundational logic rooted in the network and blockchain, but every detail of the development. Even the information revealed at this press conference pertained solely to the latest AR technology. There had been no mention of Lin Shijie as the developer. Thus, the external perception was that this was a state-sponsored project, with Lin Shijie merely playing a significant role, which was why he was invited to preside. Hence, Yan Yuliang's display of politeness stemmed from respect for both the National Research Institution and Lin Shijie as a fellow technologist. As for collaboration, that was not within his purview to negotiate. His role was to acquire detailed information. By the way, what are your intentions regarding collaboration, Mr. Lin? Although Yan Yuliang had his suspicions, he naturally sought accurate information. Primarily concerning 5G and chip technology, we can discuss other matters later, Lin Shijie replied with a cheerful demeanor. Very well, I shall convey this information and your intentions to Mr. Lin after the formal press conference. We can discuss further, Yan Yuliang said with a smile, his heart swelling with satisfaction as he realized his expectations had been met. Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback. He noted Yan Yuliang's assured expression, finding it somewhat puzzling. However, he dismissed the thought, as they would indeed delve deeper after the press conference. There was no rush. Do not forget that the press conference will contain significant information. Please make sure to attend. Lin Shijie reminded. Of course, I shall take my leave now. Very well. Take care. After bidding farewell to Yan Yuliang, Lin Shijie's initial exhilaration had almost entirely dissipated. This was not due to disappointment over the absence of more renowned figures, but rather a sudden realization that what should have been an exhilarating event felt quite tranquil after the initial excitement. Upon reflection, Lin Shijie understood the reason behind this. His sense of excitement stemmed from his lingering perception of himself as an ordinary person. However, since acquiring the system, he had transformed completely. Had several prominent figures attended today, he would undoubtedly still feel elated. Yet with others, he found little cause for excitement. Moreover, he had come to realize that this exhibition, in the eyes of the public, represented a demonstration of strength from the higher-ups, with himself merely acting as an agent. It was disheartening, Lin Shijie lamented. Jiu Yanran, approaching, couldn't he help but chuckle. Why do you seem so glum? Did you foresee this? Why didn't you warn me? Lin Shijie replied, exasperated yet amused, as he gazed at Gu Yanran's smiling face. Well, you were so enthusiastic just a moment ago. Gu Yanran teased. Alas, I was genuinely excited and looking forward to it. But now I find it rather lackluster. But we must engage nonetheless. After all, collaboration will be essential in the future, and selecting worthy partners in advance is surely advantageous, Gu Yanran asserted. Then, with a mysterious smile, she added, moreover, there is indeed a significant figure coming later tonight. Although their time is limited, will you meet them? Lin Shijie's interest was piqued. Absolutely. Who is it? That's a secret. You'll find out in due time. Gu Yanran replied with a sense of pride. Now, hurry and prepare the venue. They've been waiting for you. Very well. Lin Shijie could only maintain his anticipation. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Shijie worked at an extraordinary pace to complete his tasks, prompting everyone to inexplicably accelerate their own efforts, resulting in a swift conclusion to the day's work. Lin Shijie naturally returned to his room early to make comprehensive preparations, while the researchers decided to enjoy some leisure time together. Having been quite busy and fulfilled during this period, given that they had achieved results and were in the final stages, a little relaxation was not a significant issue, and Liang Jiadong certainly would not object. However, as is often the case, unexpected events tend to occur at the most improbable times. Chapter 51, Engagement, Part 2. My goodness, Mr. Lei? Lin Shijie gazed at the individual before him, scarcely believing his eyes. What he had thought would be a calm encounter now sent his heart racing with excitement. Greetings. I apologize for my hurried arrival this time. There is not much time to spare, Mr. Lei stated directly and without preamble. However, my mind was preoccupied with our own technology, so I mustered the courage to come over, and I hope this does not cause any offense. Lin Shijie naturally held no grievances, for with Mr. Lei's stature, even if one were merely a spokesperson, it would still be overly polite to express such sentiments. Thus, Lin Shijie wasted no time and promptly led Mr. Lei to his modest chamber. Offering him the substantial AR glasses, are we to use these? I had thought we could utilize something more conventional, Mr. Lei inquired with curiosity. Lin Shijie smiled, explaining that his technology does not discriminate among AR glasses. Any model produced in recent years would suffice. However, some models may require compatible processing cores. Of course, due to varying battery capacities, the duration of use could differ significantly. Mr. Lei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Not only was the glasses' compatibility impressive, but the phrase "my technology" piqued his interest. Yet, Mr. Lei refrained from elaborating further or displaying any unusual demeanor, instead smiling as he asked, So, does that mean we can also use Apple's glasses? Lin Shijie nodded, affirming that as long as they can connect to the internet, they would work. Mr. Lei could perceive this technology as a more dimensional network. By accessing a specific website, one could enter the designated AR realm. Oh, that indeed sounds novel, Mr. Lei remarked. So major websites, and even individuals, could create their own AR interfaces. Indeed, but allow me to keep some details under wraps until the official launch, where you will see the most comprehensive explanation. Lin Shijie replied with a smile. Very well, I shall await that eagerly. As he spoke, Mr. Lei donned the AR glasses and began to experience them firsthand. The effect was undeniably realistic. Should this technology become widespread, nearly every website would require a complete overhaul. What are the current challenges? Mr. Lei could not help but ask, his keen intuition having already detected the potential value and transformative impact this could have on the entire internet, which is crucial for a businessman. Indeed, there are many limitations. Firstly, the effect itself. Lin Shijie stated candidly, to achieve the current level of performance, a computer array is essential, which significantly restricts mobile development. So it can only be applied in specific locations for now. Mr. Lei mused, immediately considering possible applications. Large commercial centers could utilize it to enhance user experiences and attract considerable foot traffic. Major websites, such as e-commerce platforms and social media, could leverage this technology to bolster their own AR developments, offloading substantial processing to their servers. This would allow visitors, even those using personal computers, to enjoy a commendable experience. Clearly, computational power is a significant issue. Thus, technologies like 5G and cloud computing could potentially provide solutions in the future. Mr. Lei remarked gently, personal terminals will always lag behind. Lin Shijie conceded, unless equipped with specialized processing cores. Even compact models could outperform conventional home computers. Mr. Lei's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated the feasibility of the situation. However, Lin Shijie quickly added, there is indeed another considerable problem, battery life. Mr. Lei paused, then quickly grasped the implications. High computational demands necessitate substantial batteries and cooling systems, even if most processing occurs on accompanying devices. The glasses themselves require power, yet, to maintain aesthetics, they cannot be as cumbersome as VR headsets, which directly limits various functionalities, especially battery capacity. Nevertheless, Mr. Lei remained undeterred, his enthusiasm palpable. After all, this issue is a common challenge. Whoever can solve even a single aspect may achieve a breakthrough advantage. Thus, Mr. Lei cast a few more appreciative glances at the young man named Lin Shijie. His decision to come see this for himself had indeed proven fortuitous. Meanwhile, at the Bund, in a bar, several young researchers were awkwardly attempting to dance to the pulsating music. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed their lack of finesse. Unbeknownst to them, a few girls from the atmosphere crew were subtly observing them. For they were quite the catch. They appeared to be inexperienced newcomers, yet they spent liberally without hesitation. Especially amusing was their awkward dancing, which caused them to shyly retreat when the lights brightened. Such delightful targets. Thus, a few attractive young ladies with long legs gracefully approached. With gentle touches, they blushed. Hey, handsome, may I buy you a drink? Sure, thank you. The researchers, though brilliant, were unworldly and utterly captivated by the charming young woman before them, who bore a striking resemblance to a star yet spoke softly and smiled warmly. They soon found themselves entranced. This would have been fine, a mutually beneficial exchange, but one researcher inadvertently revealed a tidbit. He was responsible for the announcement of the upcoming launch event. This seemingly innocuous detail set off alarms, especially for a golden-haired woman with a mixed heritage who suddenly brightened and adjusted her attire before confidently approaching. Elsewhere, Lin Shijie decided to conclude the demonstration. Having noticed that Mr. Lei had interrupted twice with reminders, continuing would be rather inappropriate. Mr. Lei, I want to take up more of your time. After the launch, we can discuss further. Lin Shijie stated sincerely. Agreed. Let us establish our cooperation. And we can refine the specifics later, Mr. Lei said, extending his hand. Lin Shijie readily reciprocated, their handshake sealing the agreement. In truth, Mr. Lei was not the ideal partner. Xiaomi's core strength lies not in technology, but in integration. Moreover, the notion of cost-effectiveness that permeates public perception makes it challenging for the company to excel in high-tech domains. Yet, these were precisely the qualities Lin Shijie required, lacking the technology to offer. He could still leverage Xiaomi's reputation for value to disseminate his AR innovations. As for the true high-tech firms, they would serve as his research collaborators. Thus, the first partnership was firmly established. At that moment, the golden-haired beauty was assisting an inebriated researcher to the restroom, her eyes betraying an incredulous expression unbeknownst to anyone. Chapter 52. Information leak quickly. We must hurry. We are running late. The assistant exclaimed as Mr. Lei entered the vehicle, immediately instructing the driver. Then, with a hint of confusion, he inquired, Mr. Lei, while this project is significant, is it truly necessary to delay so long with Lin Shijie? You don't understand. This is exceptionally important. I am glad I came, Mr. Lei responded with a smile. Notify everyone. An emergency meeting of all senior executives is scheduled for 10 o'clock tonight. Understood. I will inform them immediately. Mr. Lei's concern for Lin Shijie was not solitary. The golden-haired beauty, having gleaned astonishing news from the researcher, discreetly relayed the information through covert channels, given the previous ramifications of related matters. The news swiftly reached the CIA headquarters. Within moments, representatives from several tech giants, including Apple, were summoned to the CIA. The deputy director regarded the group of mere spokespersons and publicity-hungry vice presidents with a faint smile. This is confidential intelligence just received from Huawei. Less than 15 minutes ago, IT pertains to something related to AR technology and seems to involve a new generation of network infrastructure. Also, remember, this is the CIA. I wouldn't bother with you unless the information were genuinely significant. Now that I have called you here, ensure you bring someone who can make decisions. Don't make me repeat myself. With the deputy director's furious shout, the spokespersons hurriedly exited, relaying the news verbatim to their superiors. Shortly thereafter, several tech company leaders with sufficient decision-making authority arrived. Excellent. Let us thoroughly examine this material and see what it entails, the deputy director said with a smile, promptly unfolding the documents. May I interrupt? Coco quickly scanned the pages before suddenly declaring, "Oh, obtain further information at any cost. If possible, eliminate the source directly." Coco's tone turned serious, for this could very well pertain to a conflict of unprecedented significance, a war for the ownership of the future world. War? What do you mean? It concerns a battle for the dominion of the future world. In the vibrant nightclub, several researchers found themselves in a state of high spirits, though not quite intoxicated to the point of forgetting their surroundings. Rather, they were in an exhilarating state of excitement. After all, with such enchanting ladies nearby, such a demeanor was more advantageous for them. Just then, a petite blonde beauty returned from the restroom, having just assisted a researcher, which had unfortunately marred her makeup somewhat. "I truly apologize for earlier," she said. "It's quite all right. You should refrain from drinking any further and instead have some fruit," she replied, offering a couple of orange segments. At that moment, the most composed researcher surveyed the group's condition and then glanced at the young ladies nearby. Though reluctant to depart, he recognized that it was time to call it a night. "All right, everyone, it's time to leave. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Once everything is settled, we shall return here for an enjoyable time." Though the group was still buzzing with excitement, they understood the importance of their responsibilities and began to rise to prepare for their departure. Kaur gently assisted the researcher beside her as they made their way to the exit, her expression one of reluctant farewell. The others teased them, naturally allowing them to linger until the end. "By the way, if you were to master those impressive techniques you mentioned, wouldn't you be able to start your own venture?" Kaur remarked casually. "That's impossible. Those techniques are far too advanced for us. At best, we are merely applying them. We certainly cannot learn them," he replied. "However, do not fret. Once his company launches its operations, it should be no trouble for us to come aboard as executives. That would certainly be preferable to remaining in the research institute." You men, by then, who knows who you will be cozying up to," Kaur said, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Not at all. I can assure you of that. Just wait until the conference is over, and I shall come find you." All right, I believe you. Now, hurry back to the door." Kaur gently kissed his cheek. Soon after, the CIA received this crucial information. Currently, the only individual possessing this technology was Lin Shijie. The deputy director presented the information. Gazing intently at Coco, "I believe I deserve a reasonable and detailed explanation. What exactly is this AR technology? Why does it wield such significant influence? Furthermore, how much do you truly comprehend, or rather, how much have you already begun to implement? And how could we have remained blissfully unaware?" Coco smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I shall provide you with all the necessary details, but I must also urge you to prepare to eliminate Lin Shijie by any means necessary. Do not concern yourselves with the potential impact or the resources it may consume, for compared to the future, such concerns are trivial." The deputy director regarded Coco sternly. "Then you had better clarify swiftly." "Very well, and do not forget to connect with the director's hotline alongside the president, so they can listen in." "All right, you may proceed." In the nocturnal splendor of the metropolis, Lin Shijie and Gu Yanran, despite residing on the rooftop, could not glimpse a single star through the glass dome above. The overwhelming urban splendor obscured the celestial beauty, a paradox of gain and loss. "Why the sudden sense of nostalgia?" Gu Yanran queried, observing Lin Shijie's gaze fixed upon the inky sky. "I was merely lost in thought for a moment, reflecting on various matters." Lin Shijie chuckled. "It appears you two are overthinking, contemplating what ought not to be considered while neglecting what truly deserves your attention." At that moment, Gu Yanran reclined beside Lin Shijie, her satin-like nightgown gracefully draping her near-perfect figure. Lin Shijie couldn't help but swallow hard, chastising himself for allowing his thoughts to wander when such beauty lay before him. Yanran, I'm coming. Meanwhile, at CIA headquarters, everyone, including the director on the phone, was engulfed in astonishment at Coco's revelations. Wait, are you suggesting that this is an entirely new realm? One that surpasses even our own Earth in its vastness? An almost infinite world, and we're merely at the initial stages of its development. Once we gain the upper hand, we might even directly control that virtual world. Coco nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is an expansive realm, brimming with limitless wealth and opportunities, one that we can command. Therefore, I propose we eliminate any potential threats to our control over it. Us, precisely, us, Coco stated plainly. It appears you have employed the same technology. Had it not been for this intelligence, you might have concealed it indefinitely, I presume. The deputy director, puzzled by the information received, turned his attention to Wei Wan and various tech firms. What about you? Do you possess corresponding technology? Wei Wan nodded. We are currently in the development phase, and while we cannot compare to Fruit Corp, it seems the technology from Huagua is somewhat more advanced. We lack many conditions. Zack remarked robotically, but my greater concern is how we can share this technology. Coco smiled faintly. This is a new world. Rapid development and expansion are paramount. Thus, collaboration is our most prudent course of action. Zack nodded and turned to the deputy director. I second that. What? Second what? The deputy director was taken aback. Eliminate all threats to our control of this new world. Seconded. Seconded. Hey, we haven't even called for a vote yet. The deputy director sighed. Just then, a voice on the phone echoed. Seconded. The deputy director smacked his forehead. All right. Brace yourselves for the impending trouble. I am the morning light of the metropolis, the warm, humid sea breeze wafted through the air, even reaching Lin Shijie within his room, an oversight from last night when he had forgotten to close the window. He intended to quietly shut it now, but to his surprise, Gu Yanran had also awakened. I was hoping to close it so you could sleep a bit longer. Lin Shijie chuckled, well aware of Gu Yanran's own busy schedule in recent days. No need. It's perfect timing to rise now. I have a visitor coming before you start working, Gu Yanran replied, getting up without a care for her exposed form, smiling as she strolled into the bathroom. Remember to call for breakfast service. And no peeking. Lin Shijie swallowed hard, awkwardly responding. Oh, right. You mentioned someone else is coming. Is it another big shot? Not at all. You can manage this one just fine, Gu Yanran said while washing up. All right. I'll treat it with the seriousness it deserves. Lin Shijie nodded. Soon, after both had tidied up and enjoyed breakfast, they set off on their respective tasks. Gu Yanran busied herself with preparations for the company, while Lin Shijie headed directly to his exhibition hall, ready to welcome a delegation from an unknown major corporation. Shortly thereafter, a group approached him. Hello, I am Vice President Hong from Penguin Corporation. You must be Lin Shijie, the promising young talent, Vice President Hong remarked, giving Lin Shijie a friendly pat on the back. Lin Shijie observed the slightly older yet sprightly vice president and smiled in acknowledgement, though the man exuded a certain air of superiority. His age tempered it, however. Lin Shijie hesitated. Given the advanced nature of the technology, it would be prudent for someone well-versed in its future potential to evaluate it. Perhaps this vice president possessed remarkable insight and a technical background? Setting aside his doubts, Lin Shijie commenced the demonstration. The results are quite impressive, Vice President Hong remarked, observing the display through the glasses. I recall you previously presented AR gaming information to our company. Given this outcome, we truly missed a significant opportunity. So, what say you? We have come with sincere intentions this time, Vice President Hong added, smiling. You're aware of our strength in the gaming sector, and collaborating with us is undoubtedly the best choice. Any requirements can be negotiated. There is no need to seek rivals. What had begun as a demonstration was abruptly transformed by Vice President Hong into a negotiation, leaving Lin Shijie somewhat exasperated and speechless at the other's posture. Naturally, he intended to prioritize launching games and social platforms, as these were the most lucrative avenues. Achieving success from home, the office, or even a dormitory would be a game-changer. Collaborating with leading enterprises was indeed the optimal strategy. Yet, Vice President Hong's demeanor sparked Lin Shijie's doubts. He could not ascertain whether the vice president's narrow perspective was due to a lack of vision, or if he was deliberately attempting to monopolize the technology. Regardless, whether he was solely fixated on gaming or seeking to claim the technology for himself diminished Lin Shijie's interest in collaboration. After a polite demonstration, Lin Shijie bid farewell to the group. Yet he knew that Penguin Corp would undoubtedly be a formidable partner, given their traffic potential. Nonetheless, the vice president's reputation and attitude left Lin Shijie contemplating alternative paths. In truth, many individuals harbor a love-hate relationship with the products of Penguin. It has become commonplace for them to play games while vocally expressing their frustrations. To an even greater extent, some would go so far as to change their communication software if given the choice. However, as he rightly pointed out, if the game developers refuse to collaborate with them, there is no necessity to partner with other companies either. It is better to operate independently. After all, one's console resides within the mind, requiring no maintenance. More importantly, Lin Shijie harbors additional thoughts regarding gaming, thus it is preferable for him to retain complete control. Once he bid farewell to his guests, Lin Shijie naturally made his way to the venue, collaborating with researchers to commence the arrangement of the entire exhibition space. Simultaneously, as the press conference approached, numerous technology companies from around the world began to descend upon the metropolis. For this world-class city, the daily influx of foreigners is never a trivial matter. The presence of these individuals is hardly remarkable, especially when they possess legitimate business intentions. Thus, a seemingly unremarkable foreign team entered the metropolis. Not far from Lin Shijie's residence on a higher floor of a towering building, a group of individuals gazed down at Lin Shijie's abode. There was still obstruction, making it difficult to pinpoint the target directly. A sharp-eyed man with golden hair furrowed his brow slightly. There is no other choice. This is indeed the most advantageous location, he stated, his voice calm. The target's position has evidently been deliberately selected. Among the team, a middle-aged man remarked, "But this should pose no challenge for you, should it, Death Shooter?" The Death Shooter nodded lightly, meticulously examining the target's location and the surrounding structures. "Provide me with detailed information about the target building, as well as the obstructing structure. I need to assess it personally. No problem, you can head over this afternoon," the middle-aged man replied with a smile, handing over the detailed architectural plans and material analysis of Lin Shijie's building. The Death Shooter calmly scrutinized the documents in his hands, continuously gesturing and calculating. The middle-aged man understood that he was weighing various scenarios and determining the appropriate type of weaponry. After all, once the Death Shooter selects a target, he meticulously designs the trajectory of each bullet. As long as the target appears within his line of sight, escape is simply impossible. Targets marked by him have never survived. Nevertheless, this time, the Death Shooter is merely one of several contingency plans. Chapter 54. The plan commences with a pop, a large pink bubble burst, which the girl proceeded to consume piece by piece. "It seems that fellow is destined for demise, doesn't it? They even brought out the Death Shooter," remarked a cheerful little girl with pigtails. The middle-aged man chuckled wryly. "You don't seem to have the standing to make such comments. Do you, Emerald Barbie?" As his words fell, the remaining individuals gasped in astonishment, instinctively distancing themselves from the seemingly adorable girl. After all, this girl had employed some unknown toxin to incapacitate an entire theater's worth of people. Had it not been for a fire alarm triggering the sprinklers to dilute the gas, hundreds would have met their end. Even now, the CIA has yet to decipher the nature of the toxin. "Shall I deploy poison at the press conference?" Emerald Barbie inquired nonchalantly. "Oh, no, certainly not," the middle-aged man quickly responded. "The target is solely Lin Shijie, just him. Furthermore, we must complete this before the press conference," he reiterated to everyone. Not to mention that such a high-profile event provides them with no opportunity to act. Even if they did, they must refrain from doing so. It is crucial to note that attendees at this level of a press conference are significant figures. Any substantial casualties would not merely be a matter of impact, but could lead to war. "All right, I'll defer to you," Emerald Barbie replied indifferently. At that moment, an elderly man shook his head gently. "I wish to return alive." The middle-aged man smiled at the elder. "Of course, we all wish to return alive, which is precisely why we need Mr. Miracle to assist us in crafting a solid plan." "Very well," the elder nodded. The middle-aged man felt a slight reassurance. This seemingly unassuming elder, even appearing somewhat amiable, is known within the CIA as Mr. Accident, a master of undetectable deaths. Although strict orders have been issued from above, life is ultimately one's own. If it can be disguised as an accident, everyone stands to benefit from increased safety. By the way, the elder continued, you've called upon the Death Shooter and Emerald Doll as precautionary measures. But why summon him as well? The elder directed his gaze at the most ordinary-looking individual among them. If I'm not mistaken, isn't he the Crusher? Why is a Special Forces assault team here? The middle-aged man smiled faintly, albeit somewhat strained. This was a direct assignment from above. Should we all fail, they will handle the aftermath. The resolute-looking man, evidently from a military background, showed no reaction to the words of the elder or the middle-aged man. The latter sighed, thus, hope everyone can unite in completing this mission successfully. After all, if we delay and all fail, a direct assault will be our only recourse. At that point, the situation could spiral beyond control, and it would be difficult to predict the outcome. Moreover, should it come to that, the chances of survival for us would be exceedingly slim. All right, here is all the information regarding the target, along with details about the surrounding terrain and relevant data. He continued, I must remind everyone that the target is unlikely to leave that building, and he is accompanied by a government security team. The building itself boasts high-level security measures, however, as it is a commercial center open to the public. Normal ingress and egress should not pose significant issues. However, avoid the upper 3 floors, as inspections are exceedingly stringent and could easily trigger alarm. Mr. Accident nodded at the documents, recognizing that the level of caution was far from adequate. If they were to proceed as they are, their chances of success would be negligible. I asked this researcher the breakthrough we need. Indeed. Has the other party detected anything? Mr. Accident inquired gently, as this was a critical point. He believed the information must have leaked by chance, yet whether the other party was aware of the breach would dictate their course of action. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Based on current behavior, it seems they have not. After all, Kura used some hypnotic methods to extract the information. The other party likely does not remember the details. The elder nodded and resumed reviewing the materials. A robust individual observed the elder's documents, which contained details about the surrounding neighborhoods, and could not help but feel perplexed. If the target remains indoors, how can we infiltrate? Shouldn't we be examining the layout inside? The elder smiled. If he remains inside, we can find ways to lure him out. That would create various unexpected opportunities, making it more suitable for you and your team to operate. The constraints within the building are too numerous. And as I said, I do not wish to perish here. After a moment's thought, he explained, his girlfriend, Gu Yanin, resides in the metropolis, and since his arrival here, he has yet to visit her personally. This presents an excellent opportunity for us. Then why not just go directly? After all, many prominent figures have already arrived. Haven't they? No, you do not understand the customs of China. With just a little appropriate stimulus, he will undoubtedly come to pay a visit. Provide me with Gu Yanin's detailed itinerary for today. Understood. Noon arrived. Dressed in a short skirt, black stockings, and a tank top, Kur, alongside a similarly attired companion, was engaged in a street photo shoot on a bustling pedestrian street. Even in a city teeming with beautiful women, the pair still stood out, attracting numerous admiring glances. All right, thank you, lovely ladies. After the shoot concluded, Kur quickly settled into a nearby shaded spot, sipping on a beverage while admiring the photos. At that moment, her phone buzzed with what appeared to be a rather ordinary WeChat message. Kur smiled as she read it, revealing no signs of unusual reaction. I'm starving. I'm going to buy 2 lobster pots. 2. I'm not eating any, her companion exclaimed in surprise. Humph, what are you thinking? Those are for someone else, Kur chuckled. Her companion immediately reacted with excitement. Oh, when did this happen? Who is the lucky guy? What is he like? Handsome. Don't be so nosy. It's not certain yet. Let us wait and see. All right, if it works out, don't forget to introduce him. Understood. I'm off. Before long, Kur arrived outside the commercial center venue and dialed the researcher's number. Are you still busy? I brought you something to eat. Straight from Pudong. Come out quickly. Oh, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Listening to the voice on the other end, filled with surprise and excitement, Kur couldn't help but smile with a hint of mischief. Meanwhile, the researchers, having just completed their tasks, exchanged exaggerated glances at the grinning Xiao Wang, unable to suppress their amusement. You young rascal, quite impressive indeed. Just last night you made an acquaintance and today you are already delivering gifts. Pray tell, did you two sneak off to the restroom last night for a clandestine rendezvous? Nonsense. Stop your wild conjectures. Xiao Wang shyly interjected. I'll be back shortly. Observing the beaming smile on Xiao Wang's face, Liang Jiadong couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Chapter 55. Corners and Edges. Lin Shijie was rather indifferent to the fact that someone was seeking out Xiao Wang. His interactions with these researchers revolved primarily around exchanges of professional knowledge, leaving him unaware of their personalities or their charm with women. Perhaps this Xiao Wang was indeed a master of seduction. Captivating someone in just a single evening. As they strolled together towards the cafeteria, Lin Shijie, feeling rather lazy since Gu Yanran was absent at noon, chose not to return to his room. It wasn't long before he spotted Xiao Wang returning, looking quite pleased as he held a box in his hands. "Oh, is this a special delivery of food for you? How extravagant. What on earth did you do behind our backs last night?" This treatment naturally elicited a wave of envy from the others, and Xiao Wang couldn't help but smile proudly, for he had successfully showcased his masculinity before Kerr, fending off numerous unwanted advances on her behalf. Although the alcohol had fueled his bravado, he felt a twinge of fear afterwards. Nevertheless, compared to the current treatment he was receiving, he felt immensely fortunate for his earlier decision. As they teased him, Liang Jiadong had already caught sight of Kerr and discreetly sent out her information. Soon, comprehensive details about her would be in his possession. After all, no matter how one looked at it, she was far too suspicious. Meanwhile, Gu Yanran, who was engaging with several financial firms, couldn't help but overhear conversations around her regarding family dinners, returning home for hot pot with parents, and discussions about bringing boyfriends home. Even the promotional images in nearby shopping districts prominently featured family gatherings. Although Gu Yanran feigned indifference, her heart was indeed stirred. She had returned with Lin Shijie for several days, but had yet to visit home, while her busy work schedule and tasks from above were valid excuses. The absence was still felt. In terms of etiquette, it was somewhat lacking, especially since her family had recently begun to alter their perception of Lin Shijie. If any complications were to arise from this, it would surely be counterproductive. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Yanran, after concluding a meeting with one of the firms, took out her phone and dialed Lin Shijie's number. "Shijie, how about we head home together tonight?" Tonight, Lin Shijie was taken aback by Gu Yanran's suggestion. This was something he had kept in mind and had even brought up previously, but Gu Yanran had always insisted that work took precedence. Why was she suddenly initiating this now? Yet, since she had mentioned it, he had no reason to decline and readily agreed. "Of course, I've been wanting to visit for a while, though I'm unsure of what would be appropriate to bring as gifts." A smile blossomed across Gu Yanran's face. "Great, then tonight it is. Finish your work early this afternoon, and we can head home for dinner. As for the gifts, don't worry about it. I'll prepare everything." "Understood. I'll ensure the task is completed." After hanging up, Lin Shijie paid no further attention to the banter surrounding Xiao Wang and instead approached the dining table where Zhuang Yanru was seated. "Xiao Ru, this evening Gu Yanran and I will be visiting her family, specifically the villa area in the suburbs. May I still use the red flag vehicle?" Casting a cold glance at the cheerful Lin Shijie, Zhuang Yanru replied, "Call me Ms. Zhuang or Zhuang Yanru." "All right, Xiao Ru," Lin Shijie responded cheerfully. "The vehicle is unavailable," Zhuang Yanru stated curtly. "Please, Ms. Zhuang, don't say that. The car is indeed necessary. You mentioned it would only be safe after the press conference concludes," Lin Shijie implored. Understood," Zhuang Yanru replied with a cold snort. Lin Shijie immediately donned a smile. "Please enjoy your meal. Shall I also order a lobster pot for you?" Zhuang Yanru shot a frosty glance at Xiao Wang and the lobster pot nearby. "Lately, refrain from conversing with him, especially regarding confidential information." What do you mean?" Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Liang Jiadong approached and remarked, "She is correct. Although the girl delivering the item seems unproblematic, being of mixed heritage, her connections are somewhat sensitive, and the communications involve encrypted foreign information, making the potential for espionage quite high." Seriously, Lin Shijie was genuinely startled, and Xiao Wang. Liang Jiadong shook his head. "He's just a fool. Saying that about your subordinate seems a bit harsh." Lin Shijie hesitated. "Just remember not to disclose any critical information outside. You'll be publicly revealing it at the press conference anyway. So let us wait until then," Liang Jiadong said while eating. "All right, but won't you at least give him a heads up?" Lin Shijie couldn't help but glance at the blissfully oblivious Xiao Wang. Experience is the best teacher, and he doesn't know much anyway. Consider it a test. Liang Jiadong replied blandly. Zhuang Yanru, meanwhile, displayed no expression whatsoever. Lin Shijie inwardly shook his head, feeling that these individuals were excessively cold-hearted and unreasonable. While he understood it was a necessary professional demeanor, it still made him uncomfortable. By the way, he was to return home with Gu Yanran tonight, Zhuang Yanru stated directly. Very well. Then let us inspect the routes this afternoon and make arrangements ahead of time for our departure. Liang Jiadong nodded. Oh, and your team should bring along the new equipment. It's a perfect opportunity for testing. Understood. Lin Shijie felt invigorated. What equipment? For what purpose? Zhuang Yanru, initially reluctant to engage with him, thought better of it, considering his unusual sensitivity, and replied, if you wish to see, come over early. Sure. Lin Shijie nodded eagerly, valuing all actions that enhance security. Meanwhile, in another room, relevant information continued to flow in. The elder observed the gathered information with little expression. Contrasting sharply with the joy of others, the middle-aged man was unbothered, as the elder rarely displayed any joy unless in moments of true success. He was set to depart that evening. Shouldn't we prepare for arrangements on the road then? Peter inquired with a smile, as swift assaults on targets were his specialty. Presidential vehicles would undoubtedly have protective escorts, and the entire route to the villa area would be under surveillance. This meant that once the vehicles entered that road, no unexpected opportunities would arise. Peter frowned slightly, however. Within the city, that vehicle is not something we can swiftly neutralize. He glanced at the crusher, knowing that only they could resort to violent measures against a presidential vehicle. The elder nodded. Thus, once the target boards the vehicle, there should be no need for any untoward incidents. Peter, I recall your cover identity is that of a petty extortionist, he stated. Indeed. Very well. Chapter 56. Preparations to depart for the Gu family. Lin Shijie spent the afternoon efficiently completing his tasks. Naturally, the researchers had to quicken their pace, while Xiao Wang was gleeful, for completing his tasks early meant he could venture out to see Kerr again. However, Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the poor child, who was clearly blinded by what he believed to be love. When the inevitable fall comes, it would surely hurt. Having hurriedly finished his work, Lin Shijie sought out Zhuang Yanru, eager to inquire about the newly arrived security equipment. Here's what we have. Feel free to take a look, but please don't tamper with anything. Zhuang Yanru, bemused by Lin Shijie's excitement, remarked. Lin Shijie disregarded her indifference and began to question the special agents who were adjusting the equipment. This is a small jamming device that disrupts nearby electronic signals, effectively isolating drones and other remote-controlled devices, even remote bombs. Very useful, indeed. Lin Shijie nodded earnestly, proceeding to scan the device. This is a protective umbrella, akin to those seen in films. Aside from large-caliber sniper rifles and assault rifles, it can withstand other firearms and has a degree of counterattack capability, though it is somewhat heavy. Oh, excellent. We need this. Lin Shijie affirmed enthusiastically, continuing to scan. This is a new generation of protective clothing. It not only withstands bullets, but also features an advanced cushioning system that can instantly deploy protective airbags and stabilize vulnerable joints like the cervical spine, ensuring no severe injuries from falls or violent impacts within a vehicle. That is incredibly important. I'll take 2 sets, one for Gu Yanran as well, Lin Shijie said without hesitation, naturally proceeding to scan it. This is a multifunctional detector with capabilities for infrared, dynamic tracking, radiation detection, and various radar functions. In simple terms, even the smallest creatures in the vicinity cannot evade its detection. Lin Shijie's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Wouldn't it mean that mosquitoes would be utterly defenseless if placed indoors? The special agent smirked. Are you joking? You're considering using high-tech equipment worth millions to swat mosquitoes that fly in. However, he recalled that there had indeed been a persistent mosquito in his own room last night. Suddenly, he shook his head, dismissing such a bizarre notion. What was he thinking? Yet, Lin Shijie was undeterred, conducting scans one after another. He even meticulously examined the obvious weapons, seizing this rare opportunity without hesitation, just as he was engrossed in scanning. He received a call from Gu Yanran. Shijie, are you done? I've finished shopping and am back. Of course, we can set off at any moment. Lin Shijie replied with a smile. Wait for me. I'll help you carry your things. After hanging up, Lin Shijie turned to Zhuang Yanru, declaring, Yanran is back. We can prepare to depart. All right. Zhuang Yanru nodded to the special agents, and everyone promptly got ready. Zhuang Yanru led two individuals to follow Lin Shijie as they approached the door. And once the two were prepared, they hurried towards the garage. Naturally, Lin Shijie and Gu Yanran took their seats in the hongqi, both donning the new protective suits, as for the gifts Gu Yanran had brought. They were placed in another vehicle. After double-checking all equipment and vehicles, Zhuang Yanru finally issued the command to depart. The garage door swung open, and the leading black car surged ahead, followed closely by the striking red hongqi. With another vehicle trailing behind, the three cars glided smoothly through the underground parking lot, ready to ascend to the surface. Lin Shijie, however, felt a twinge of anxiety as he glanced at Gu Yanran. "What should I say when I meet your family? How should I act? What's the matter? Are you nervous?" Gu Yanran chuckled. "Of course, how could I not be nervous?" Lin Shijie confessed, feeling genuinely apprehensive, especially since they were Gu Yanran's family, whom she had never viewed favorably towards him. Although he felt he had gained some standing this time, he still felt a lack of confidence, considering they were the closest people to Gu Yanran. "You need not worry. I end business. Just seek their counsel. In life, take on more responsibilities, and in matters of the heart, speak earnestly," Gu Yanran advised with a smile. "All right." Just then, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. Puzzled, Lin Shijie peered out the window, noticing an additional vehicle seemingly colliding with the leading black car at the exit. Wang Yanru, seated in the front passenger seat, frowned. "It's deliberate. Do not get out of the car." Lin Shijie was taken aback but quickly nodded, reinforcing the protective measures around Gu Yanran and the vehicle. "Hey, you've damaged my car. This is an accident, and you must compensate." Peter, stepping out of his car, shouted at the black sedan, approaching it and banging on the door. "Get out, hurry up and pay." Lin Shijie observed the foreigner from a distance, and without hesitation, enveloped him and his vehicle with his mental power. Soon, the images of the car and Peter materialized in his mind. A thorough analysis revealed no abnormalities, no weapons, no high-tech surveillance devices, not even a dashcam. Perplexed, Lin Shijie couldn't help but smirk. Had the foreign conman ventured into this line of work too? This was rather remarkable. "Hurry up, we are delaying important individuals behind you. Be careful, or you'll regret it." Peter addressed the driver in somewhat awkward Chinese. He then shouted towards the red hongqi. "Why don't you honk to hurry him up? Otherwise, you won't be able to leave either." The driver glanced at Peter. "Are you sure you want to cause trouble here?" No, I'm not. I'm making a reasonable request," Peter retorted, exuding an air of confidence. "It's you causing the delay, not me. If trouble arises, it'll be directed at you. Besides, that car undoubtedly contains important figures. You should hurry, or you'll find yourself in hot water." The driver, feeling exasperated, had initially thought it might be a sudden ambush. Given the foreign presence and the obstructing vehicle, he was ready to take action, only to discover it was merely a foreign extortionist. He was furious. "I'll say it one last time. If you continue to cause a ruckus here and delay our journey, you will bear the consequences." Trying to intimidate me? Peter scoffed nonchalantly. "Wait, are you saying these three cars are together? Are you a bodyguard?" Peter suddenly seemed to grasp the situation, looking at the trio of vehicles with surprise. "Oh, then you can leave. I can't afford to offend you." Cursing under his breath, the driver raised the window. Peter then hopped back into his own vehicle, clearing the way. As the three cars departed, he sent a discreet message via his phone. "The goods are in the first car." Chapter 57. Stimulated, is that so? Mr. Miracle reviewed the message sent by Peter, then looked up at Barbie and Deschat. "Since the items aren't there, you needn't go. You and Deschat stay behind." The middle-aged man hesitated slightly, for both were crucial roles. And he couldn't help but inquire, "Do we not need them for what follows?" Mr. Miracle nodded. "Next, I'll need you to lead them to the lodging and set up the most lethal death traps on the first 2 floors. The middle-aged man's expression sharpened. There was some hesitation, but he addressed everyone. "Please, let us speak privately." Once everyone had exited, only the Annihilator remained oblivious. The middle-aged man felt somewhat helpless, but Mr. Miracle merely smiled slightly, as if everything was proceeding as planned. Meanwhile, Lin Shijie had traversed the bustling commercial district and entered the most leisurely and thriving area of the Magic City, following the riverside road upstream. He absorbed the magnificent scenery of the metropolis. Ms. Zhuang, why are we taking this route, and why so slowly?" Lin Shijie inquired curiously. The individual who had exited the garage responded, "We cannot take any risks." Lin Shijie glanced at the river beside him and the pedestrians nearby, utterly bewildered by the reasoning behind this caution. Jiyu Yanren nodded, chuckling softly as she explained, "This is a bustling area. Inspections and routine patrols occur daily. And special police are always on standby. I suspect the special police have already begun patrolling the vicinity, as well as the river." Lin Shijie nodded in understanding. If that were the case, the most vicious criminals would undoubtedly refrain from making a move. Even if someone dared to attempt something, they would likely be subdued by the police in no time. Then why are we moving so slowly? Lin Shijie continued to question, puzzled. Speed limit. Zhuang Yanru shot him an exasperated glance. Oh, frustrated, Lin Shijie regarded Gu Yanran, who was stifling laughter, feeling somewhat speechless. "I just wanted to get you home sooner. Not scared anymore? Well, going slowly isn't so bad. Before long." The three vehicles had traversed the city and reached the outskirts. No abnormalities were detected along the route, and the traffic was sparse. With no other vehicles in sight, only the three cars remained on the same route, their identities confirmed. Upon hearing the reports, Zhuang Yanru nodded and accelerated. Observing the straight road ahead, everyone felt a sense of relief. "Monitor the road ahead. Ensure we do not encounter any other vehicles while passing through," Zhuang Yanru calmly instructed over the intercom. "Understood." Listening to Zhuang Yanru's commands and observing her composed demeanor, Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel curious. How old is this girl? How is she capable of commanding such crucial security operations with such poise? Remarkable. She must have undergone rigorous training and countless life and death experiences to cultivate such formidable skills and a calm demeanor. Only an elite like her would be suitable to serve as my bodyguard. As for her closing the partition between the front and back seats, it was undoubtedly for her protection. Not because she couldn't bear his incessant curiosity about their operations. Given that his mental power enveloped the entire car, nothing they attempted would escape his notice. However, as he gazed at the tranquil surroundings, Lin Shijie couldn't shake the feeling that they were using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Such robust security measures seemed a waste. Finally, the three vehicles arrived at the villa area where the Gu family resided, and Lin Shijie, who had been enveloping the entire car with his mental power, prepared to retract it. Just as the car came to a halt and he was about to exit, he overheard the driver and Zhuang Yanru's earpieces emitting a collective sigh of relief. Finally safe, the entire journey was so tense, especially with such an expensive car. For a first-time security task, I didn't expect it to be so easy. Tense, because of such an expensive car? And this is your first task? Lin Shijie's mind was momentarily overwhelmed by the incoming information. Wasn't it supposed to be a top-tier bodyguard with presidential-level treatment? Were they merely a bunch of novices? What does that make me? Immediately, Zhuang Yanru sternly reprimanded, "What are you all doing? A bunch of amateurs, and yet you begin to slack off before the task is even completed." Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Indeed, Miss Zhuang Yanru was quite dependable. Look at you all. It's not every day that you have such a great opportunity, accompanied by excellent equipment and conditions, yet you fail to cherish it properly. If you don't practice and familiarize yourselves with this equipment, what will you do if something goes awry? Lin Shijie nodded in agreement. This was more like it, a true reflection of what a trustworthy bodyguard should be. Unlike those individuals, each one of whom could use a good lesson, Zhuang Yanru then softened her tone. Even if Lin Shijie isn't particularly remarkable and is rather timid, he is still our protection target. So, put in some effort. Do you understand? Yes. The resounding chorus from the group made Lin Shijie's heart sink. He suddenly felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Just moments ago, he was pondering his own worth. And now he had his answer. In Zhuang Yanru's eyes, he was nothing more than an inconsequential coward. It was truly disheartening. "What's wrong with you?" Gu Yanran asked, looking curiously at Lin Shijie's expressive face. "Oh, there's no need to worry too much. My father is quite easy to get along with, so you can rest assured." Lin Shijie forced a smile, quickly retracting his mental energy. He did not wish to hear any further discussions from that group. Especially not from Zhuang Yanru, who was even more exasperating. Gu Yanran was much more agreeable. However, when it came to his father, Gu Changong, the man he had met only once, Lin Shijie recalled his tall and imposing figure. Towering over him by half a head, combined with a weighty presence that felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe, and those sharp, murderous eyes, easy to get along with? Don't be ridiculous. That was only true for you, dear. Lin Shijie managed a faint smile at Gu Yanran. As for himself, well, never mind. Regardless, they had arrived at their destination, so it was time to disembark and prepare to enter. As Lin Shijie lifted his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. He had never been to Gu Yanran's home before, so this was his first experience, but wasn't it supposed to be in the suburbs? What was this building before him? A cinema, a shopping mall, a supermarket, and various branded stores. It was unmistakably a commercial center, albeit slightly shorter than usual. Not far away, the lights of an amusement park gleamed. Which suburb looked like this? Yanran, didn't you say your home was in the suburbs? Indeed, it is in the suburbs. My house is just over there. Come on, all right, Lin Shijie replied, somewhat helplessly. Behind them, Zhuang Yanru shook her head. Clearly unimpressed by his lack of experience, sensing a sudden stiffness in his body, Lin Shijie slowly placed a hand over his chest, quietly soothing his wounded spirit. Not much experience, he mused, feeling a twinge of indignation. After a brief walk, Lin Shijie began to grasp the reality of the situation. This truly was a suburban area. However, it was inhabited by a host of big shots, who had conveniently built a small recreational and entertainment center here. In another direction, there were horse racing tracks and golf courses. Did he think that was all? The layout was even more extensive, as not far away stood a high-standard, comprehensive racetrack, capable of accommodating various racing cars and even general aircraft for takeoffs and landings. This place was also renowned as a private aircraft training center in the region. Lin Shijie finally understood what it meant to be affluent, while typical wealthy individuals sought out good places to reside. These affluent magnates transformed their living spaces into exceptional places, and not just any ordinary ones. This was the difference in vision and disparity in status. After hearing Gu Yanran's explanations, Lin Shijie felt his horizons broaden dramatically and secretly resolved to develop in that direction himself. Moreover, he possessed an inherent advantage. Wherever he chose to settle in the future would surely become a paradise. Mountains and deserts would be insignificant. He could opt for the depths of the ocean, the skies, or even outer space, constructing a palace on the moon. In time, he would show everyone what true opulence looked like. As he indulged in these thoughts, much of Lin Shijie's gloom and fear dissipated. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Gu family estate. Indeed, it was a grand estate, not the villa Lin Shijie had imagined. Despite his astonishment, he composed himself and maintained a modest smile. The young lady has returned. This must be Lin Shijie. Please, come in. Just as they reached the door, a kindly middle-aged man approached them with a warm smile. Yes, indeed, this is my boyfriend, Lin Shijie, Gu Yanran replied cheerfully. Lin Shijie, this is Uncle Fu, my childhood caretaker. Lin Shijie immediately smiled broadly, warmly shaking the hand of the imposing but amiable steward. The presence of a steward was surprising enough, but one as formidable as Uncle Fu made Lin Shijie shiver slightly. Good lad, not bad at all. Come on in, Uncle Fu said with a hearty laugh, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at Zhuang Yanru and the others. As for Gu Yanran's discreet kick to his shin. That was nothing new from their childhood. However, Lin Shijie had barely taken 2 steps inside when suddenly, 2 enormous dogs charged out from behind, barking thunderously. Their massive frames, sharp fangs, and drooling tongues, coupled with their exuberant galloping, made Lin Shijie gulp involuntarily. Though his legs trembled slightly, he stood firm and took a step forward, instinctively shielding Gu Yanran behind him. This is Beibei and Huahua, Gu Yanran said, pushing Lin Shijie aside and opening her arms wide. The 2 large dogs leaped onto her, affectionately licking her and wagging their tails while nuzzling her. Then they turned to glare at Lin Shijie, baring their teeth. Lin Shijie's cheeks twitched involuntarily. Did these silly dogs really have to treat him this way? Yet, looking at their large heads, he dared not protest. All right, go play, Gu Yanran laughed. Watching the 2 dogs run off joyfully, Lin Shijie's heart finally settled. I raised them, so they're very affectionate towards me, Gu Yanran said with a smile. You sure can feed them. How much do they eat in a single meal? Lin Shijie murmured. What are you thinking? Let us go. Oh, the pair finally reached the main entrance, where Gu Yanran's cousins awaited. You must be Lin Shijie. Hello. I've heard so much about you from Yanran. It's great to finally meet you. Indeed. Just based on your ability to develop that technology, you're already impressive. Lin Shijie received the enthusiastic greetings from the young members of the Gu family. The tension in his chest eased significantly. At least they did not seem hostile or unfriendly, but rather filled with warmth and admiration. Jiyu Yanran glanced inside and spotted her father, Gu Changong, and immediately rushed over. Slightly irritated, "Dad, we agreed you wouldn't scare him. Why did you let Bei and Hua out?" Gu Changong maintained a stern expression. You haven't even married yet, and you're already defending that little brat. Don't change the subject." "And Uncle Fu, why did you test Lin Shijie? He's just an ordinary person," Gu Yanran retorted. After all, she had noticed Lin Shijie discreetly rubbing his hands. That handshake from Uncle Fu had definitely been intentional. "To be fair, this kid does have a bit of courage. He stood in front of you," Gu Changong remarked, glancing at Lin Shijie at the door. "Let me tell you, no more tests or challenges today." Gu Yanran stated firmly. "All right, it seems my daughter has grown up." Gu Changong sighed, somewhat resigned. Upon hearing her father's promise, Gu Yanran's pout transformed into a bright smile as she hurried back to Lin Shijie's side. "All right, everyone, we'll talk later during dinner. Let us not delay things now. Haha, eager are we? Very well, we won't keep you." Lin Shijie, naturally, smiled apologetically and nodded in acknowledgement, finally joining Gu Yanran as they approached Gu Changong. Upon seeing this towering figure whom he had previously likened to a mountain, Lin Shijie mustered his courage, bolstered by his own abilities and opportunities, which granted him the confidence to face his future father-in-law. Gu Changong noticed the determination in Lin Shijie's eyes and nodded subtly. He appreciated the boy's courage, confidence, talent, and capability. However, the thought of this young man marrying his daughter made him feel the lad might be a tad overconfident. But since his daughter was willing, he resigned himself to the idea. "Uncle, I came to visit today. I hope you can forgive any shortcomings on my part," Lin Shijie said earnestly. I was just about to say something." Gu Changong began, but upon seeing his daughter's pout, he sighed inwardly. "No worries. You have your own matters to attend to. Just being here is enough. Let's have dinner together and discuss things as we eat." "It is more respectful to comply than to decline." How much can one drink?" "Dad, I was merely inquiring. After all, we still need to discuss business matters later, so excessive drinking would not be wise." "Have we established a business plan? Any future projections? Have we selected any potential partners? By the way, where do you intend to set up your office in the future? The magic city here is quite splendid. Furthermore, Yanran is my precious daughter. Regarding past matters, I shall not let you off lightly." At the dining table, as he listened to Gu Changong's endless chatter, Lin Shijie suddenly felt that the once imposing mountain seemed to blossom like spring. It no longer felt insurmountable, but rather strikingly tangible. Observing such a father, Gu Yanran could not help but feel her eyes moisten slightly as she gently wrapped her arm around his. "How warm it is. Though long absent, it truly feels comforting." Meanwhile, in the city, Mr. Miracle and the middle-aged man silently gazed towards the suburbs. "What if they do not return? Then we shall take a nap and wait for their return." Chapter 59. An assassin looking at the amiable members of the Gu family surrounding him, Lin Shijie felt a significant lift in his spirits. Especially gratifying were the subtle expressions of concern from the elder members of the Gu family. Although he was aware that this was largely due to his previous display of capability, which had brought substantial wealth to the Gu family and allowed him to stand out amidst numerous factions, wielding considerable influence. Furthermore, a more amicable cooperative relationship was about to be forged, given that Lin Shijie's company was almost destined to evolve into a world-class unicorn enterprise. Even disregarding the shares involved, the associated collaboration constituted an immensely vast industrial chain. Given the relationship between Gu Yanran and Lin Shijie, it was almost certain that she would ascend to a senior position just below Lin Shijie, or perhaps even assuming the role of the true helmsman, depending on the current dynamics. Thus, it was foreseeable that the Gu family would experience a significant leap forward. Even Gu Changong had begun to envision leading the family onto the global stage, a prospect that now seemed much more attainable. Consequently, the members of the Gu family treated Lin Shijie with warmth and friendliness. Even Gu Changong, who had always been indifferent towards him, rarely revealed a smile, displaying a degree of approval. Naturally, Lin Shijie felt elated, for it seemed that no obstacles remained between him and Gu Yanran. Locking eyes with Gu Yanran, both shared a smile of happiness. "Jie Gu, why not stay the night? After dinner, I'll take you for a thrilling drive." Jiyu Yanran unabashedly slapped her cousin, Noticing Lin Shijie's interest in the idea, she shot him a sharp glance, which he promptly understood. Lin Shijie quickly donned an innocent smile. Observing the scene, the elder members of the Gu family exchanged knowing smiles, while their peers stifled quiet laughter. If you want to race, go ahead. We must return tonight. We cannot afford to overlook any work before the press conference. Gu Yanren said with a smile. This also served to explain to everyone, as it would indeed be inappropriate to be in such a rush for a formal visit. The matter at hand was of utmost importance, especially at such a critical juncture, requiring heightened caution. Jiyu Chongkong nodded in agreement. Lin Shijie promptly stood, performing a respectful bow, acknowledging the busyness of the occasion, vowing to make amends in terms of etiquette next time. Gu Chongkong slightly inclined his head, showing no signs of formality, as this was simply due respect and should not be treated with any negligence towards Gu Yanran. The entrance. Uncle Fu was feeding two large dogs while casting a frowning glance at Zhuang Yanru. The equipment was decent, yet the personnel left much to be desired. Zhuang Yanru paid no mind, merely stating, ensuring his safety is sufficient. Well, at least you resemble something, unlike those others, who just know how to glare and threaten. She added dismissively. Zhuang Yanru nodded and then cast her gaze towards the few uneasy-looking individuals. Remember, you are bodyguards now. Do not lose sight of your priorities. The young men, having been provoked by Uncle Fu's remarks, calmed down, realizing that protecting the target was of utmost importance. They shot disgruntled looks at Uncle Fu, thinking the man had ulterior motives. Wang Yanru observed Lin Shijie and Gu Yanran, who were making their way outside. Her expression hardened as she prepared for inspection and vigilance before departure. Yes, upon exiting, Gu Yanran naturally bid farewell to her father, while Lin Shijie fervently made various assurances. It was only once they were seated in the car that Lin Shijie exhaled, his face still adorned with a smile. Yanran, thank you. For what? Gu Yanran inquired with a cheerful laugh. For being such an exceptional person and being fond of someone equally remarkable like me, Lin Shijie replied with a grin. Huh, how self-absorbed. Zhuang Yanru, seated in front, raised an eyebrow, genuinely expressing her agreement. The car sped swiftly towards the city. By the way, are we still taking that slow route back? Lin Shijie asked, glancing outside with curiosity. No, we'll take another route. It will be much quicker, Zhuang Yanru replied softly, noting that the previous road had become less convenient. Lin Shijie was puzzled but did not dwell on it. He simply wished to return swiftly. Are you eager to return? Gu Yanran asked curiously. Yes, I have a few ideas, Lin Shijie stated, casting a glance at Zhuang Yanru, whispering to Gu Yanran, and it's good for your health to sleep early. Receiving several eye rolls, Lin Shijie remained undeterred and began discussing some concepts for the upcoming press conference with Gu Yanran. Just then, it appeared that something had suddenly occurred on the distant overpass. With thick smoke billowing into the air, what is happening? Before Lin Shijie could ask, Zhuang Yanru had already inquired cautiously. Soon, information crackled through the intercom. A car accident has occurred on the overpass. An overloaded truck has scraped against a civilian vehicle. Although the accident was not severe, the truck's cargo had fallen onto the bridge, making it impassable for the time being. What about our situation? Zhuang Yanru asked directly. Vehicles will be redirected, which will inevitably increase the traffic on our original route. Heighten vigilance and maintain alertness. All equipment must be fully operational. Reduce speed and be prepared for any unexpected scenarios. Understood. Lin Shijie glanced at the overpass, which was still quite far from them, wondering why the urgency. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that caution was never misplaced, safety being paramount. As the surrounding traffic began to gradually swell, Zhuang Yanru adjusted their speed, ensuring that no vehicles remained parallel to theirs for extended periods. In truth, upon sighting their three vehicles, most would refrain from attempting to stay alongside them, for no one knew who might be inside. Adopting a better safe than sorry approach, the majority of drivers would naturally widen the distance, opting to observe the spectacle instead. Thus, while there were few cars surrounding Lin Shijie, several curious onlookers lingered at a distance, some even recording the incident on their phones. Lin Shijie, oblivious to their actions, saw no need to pay them any mind, merely augmenting the protective measures around the car. However, upon adding this extra layer of defense, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The number of gazes directed towards them had noticeably increased. Although most were merely curious, a few exuded a chilling intent. Lin Shijie's heart raced as he concentrated, extending his perception. While he could not detect anything beyond a certain range, he could sense those closer. His mental energy spread outwards, first making contact with the vehicle. Upon this contact, he was taken aback. The car was clearly a modified armored vehicle with specially designed tires. What astonished him further was that the driver was none other than the individual he had encountered in the underground garage. Surrounded by an array of firearms, including a grenade the size of an infant's fist, the target of this entire setup was undeniably evident. Lin Shijie shouted towards Zhuang Yanru, "There's an assassin." Chapter 60. Ambush on the highway. An assassin, Lin Shijie shouted, immediately establishing layers of protection around himself and Gu Yanran. He nodded towards her. "What's happening?" Zhuang Yanru asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Fully aware of Lin Shijie's extraordinary perception, although the other team members, including the driver, looked puzzled, they refrained from questioning further. To the left, behind 3 cars. The driver of a black sedan was the foreigner from the garage. This vehicle had undergone modifications and was likely armored. Moreover, he undoubtedly possessed weaponry, possibly a high-powered grenade launcher. Listening to Lin Shijie's words, even Zhuang Yanru found it hard to believe. An armored car is plausible. But how can you be so certain it's him? Even if your perception is impressive enough to discern the same individual, can you truly identify the weaponry as well, especially something as powerful as a grenade launcher? Sensing Zhuang Yanru's hesitation, Lin Shijie replied, "Let me tell you, had there not been at least 6 pairs of watchful eyes around, I would have dealt with that guy already." "What? 6? Zhuang Yanru immediately grew serious. For she held a deep trust in Lin Shijie's perceptive abilities. "Inform me of our position." Ahead, there were 2 threats, one distant and one near, while 2 more were approaching from behind. Those were the culprits. And the distant one remained unidentified. There were also 2 additional threats. One was located towards the upper right near an overpass, while the other, which had previously been airborne, had now vanished. Zhuang Yanru promptly activated the communicator. "Everyone, listen up. Enemies are closing in. The convoy is maneuvering outward. The perimeter team should keep a vigilant watch on the threat direction and prepare to intercept. Point 1 team, neutralize the black modified vehicle to our rear left. Exercise caution, as they may possess powerful weaponry." Understood. As commands were issued, individuals in the vicinity swiftly commenced their actions. Meanwhile, Lin Shijie and his companions turned sharply at the intersection, steering away from the city center. "This works to our advantage. We can lure out all the enemies at once and eliminate them." Lin Shijie nodded in agreement. "Stay put in the vehicle. No matter what happens, do not exit," Zhuang Yanru admonished. Casting a disapproving glance at Lin Shijie, "Rest assured, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. As long as they lack missiles, I will certainly remain." Lin Shijie promptly responded. Beside them, Gu Yanran couldn't help but express her concern. "Are you really all right?" Lin Shijie gently patted the advanced protective measures surrounding Gu Yanran. "Have you forgotten?" Gu Yanran realized, to her relief, that she was enveloped in layers of protection. However, she still shot a glance at Lin Shijie, gesturing towards Zhuang Yanru and the others. "They are unnecessary. They may hinder our operations." Lin Shijie shook his head lightly. "Moreover, did I not mention, if the enemies are within our line of sight, we can deal with them collectively." His gaze drifted behind them. Their sudden change in direction had caught the enemies off guard, leaving them with little recourse but to reveal their pursuit. The middle-aged man observed the scene with a furrowed brow. "Have they sensed something, perhaps? But that does not impede our actions," Mr. Miracle replied softly. "Could you not employ alternative methods, your miraculous techniques? Perhaps, if you truly hold such an expectation, I might begin to doubt your allegiance." The middle-aged man replied, momentarily taken aback before chuckling softly. "Well, I did not think you could conjure any miracles. In such a short span of time, with such comprehensive protection. Only a deity could manifest the miracles you seek." "Very well, let us commence." A series of jarring friction sounds erupted. A vehicle that had just approached Peter was abruptly flung aside by a sudden brake. Without hesitation, Peter executed a U-turn on the highway, proceeding in the opposite direction, following Lin Shijie's route. Simultaneously, others in various locations were either driving, riding motorcycles, or maneuvering towards Lin Shijie with great speed. "Damn it. The enemy is charging towards you at an alarming velocity," the interception team reported urgently. A barrage of bullets rained down on the car's tires, yet failed to inflict significant damage. The vehicle had been modified, with even the tires being bulletproof. Hearing the communication relayed through the device, Zhuang Yanru glanced at Lin Shijie, who merely shrugged. "Trust me, their weaponry is likely the greatest threat. Attention everyone, the enemy may be equipped with grenades or heavy artillery. Should a fire exchange occur, do not hesitate. Immediately neutralize the threat." Understood. Zhuang Yanru surveyed the map. "Head towards the military district." The driver paused in surprise. Zhuang Yanru nodded affirmatively. "Targeting the military district. Full speed ahead." Upon hearing the mention of the military district, Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback. This young lady was indeed ruthless, yet it also promised safety. "I like it." The convoy pressed onward, albeit at a less than optimal speed due to the formidable protective measures, which naturally added considerable weight and sacrificed velocity. Consequently, 3 vehicles, along with a motorcycle and several drones, soon trailed closely behind. Team 2, eliminate or control the operators according to the signal. Affirmative. Team 3, assess the situation and clear those civilian vehicles. Yes. Team 1, if you cannot stop that vehicle, do not return to report. Understood. Exercise caution regarding heavy firepower. Received. Lin Shijie contemplated urging them to draw closer, assuring them of their inability to escape should they do so. However, it was prudent to refrain from revealing his capabilities, for any exposure could complicate his situation. Thus, he subtly shook his head at Gu Yanran, who understood and gently grasped Lin Shijie's hand. "Your safety is of utmost importance. Regardless of the circumstances, remember to protect yourself." Lin Shijie smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I will certainly safeguard those around me." Turning his attention to the vehicles drawing ever nearer, particularly the one engaged in gunfire, he slowly closed his eyes. Concurrently, his mental energy began to extend outward. This distance had surpassed his usual control range, yet he wished to attempt it. After all, the greater the distance his mental energy could reach, the broader the area he could encompass, thereby expanding his scanning and projection capabilities. In other words, within this range, it became Lin Shijie's domain or, perhaps, a barrier. Although still imperfect, it was more than sufficient to deal with a few ill-intentioned individuals. "Should you wish to confront me, be prepared to face the dread of being cast out by the world." Chapter 61. A test of power. Lin Shijie's mental energy first encountered the individual he had seen that morning. "Fool, you brought this upon yourself." Countless strands of carbon fiber manifested within the vehicle, binding Peter's hands to the steering wheel and subsequently securing his feet to the accelerator and clutch. Unable to move his limbs, Peter was immediately taken aback. What is happening? Is this some sort of magic, sorcery, or a curse? Observing the successful outcome, Lin Shijie smiled faintly. This was merely the beginning. Peter soon noticed the grenade launcher in the passenger seat slowly levitating, its barrel gradually turning towards him, as the safety was disengaged. He even sensed the trigger being pulled. Peter nearly went insane, desperately twisting his body and shaking his head to evade the gun's aim. Yet, he soon realized that his body was becoming increasingly immobile, as if an invisible hand had ensnared him, leaving him helpless to watch the grenade launcher point directly at him. "No." Terrified, Peter shouted in panic, slamming the brakes to the floor while yelling for help. "Let me go. I would rather be captured than be taken out by a demon. Come and catch me." The pursuing team, naturally on guard yet puzzled by Peter's outwardly normal demeanor, nonetheless fired a shot without hesitation. Struck by a tranquilizer dart, Peter exhaled a sigh of relief before falling silent, losing consciousness. Team 1, target secured. Continue the pursuit. With that, Team 1 charged towards the now stationary motorcycle. The rider was not in a much better predicament, struggling to rise while fearfully shouting as if something dreadful lurked on the motorcycle. Yet, she showed no intention of dismounting. This was straightforward. No need for gunfire. One swift injection would suffice. The 2 bizarre occurrences left Team 1 feeling somewhat unsettled. Report. 2 targets controlled, but the situation seems unusual. We shall address the peculiarities later. First, secure the individuals. Understood. Inside the red flag vehicle, Zhuang Yanru had also sensed the happenings behind them. She cast several glances at the still-closed eyes of Lin Shijie, unconvinced that he had shut them out of fear. At this moment, he should be eagerly observing the unfolding battle, ensuring his own safety. Could it be that the current situation was indeed related to him? As she pondered this, Zhuang Yanru was abruptly startled by the sound of a violent collision. She instinctively glanced back, realizing her subordinates were grappling for dominance on the road, attempting to force their adversaries off the highway. However, upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in disbelief. Two unfamiliar vehicles were colliding with one another, engaging in a brutal and relentless crash. Damn it, get out of the way. I can't control this, as if I have any control. Crash, could you not slam into me? I'm seeing stars. Crash, I feel nauseous. Vomit. Crash, crash. Witnessing the two individuals who had completely lost consciousness and even soiled themselves, the team members exchanged bewildered glances, unable to articulate their thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yanru, now aware of the situation, furrowed her brow and glanced at Lin Shijie, who had finally opened his eyes. Should we continue driving? Just as she was about to inquire, the driver inappropriately interjected with a question. What utter nonsense. Everyone has been apprehended. What is there left to pursue? The driver, immediately silenced, quietly reduced the vehicle's speed, ever ready to turn back. Second team, do you receive the signal? What is the situation? Although Zhuang Yanru inquired about the circumstances, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Shijie. The target has been secured. Our side has suffered no casualties. We will return for support immediately, the second team reported promptly after disabling the jammer. What is the status of the target? Upon hearing that the target was under control, Zhuang Yanru asked anxiously, Quite resilient, but we have subdued him. Is there anything unusual? Zhuang Yanru pressed further. No, nothing out of the ordinary. Very well. Regroup and disperse the individuals for overnight interrogation. Understood. The second team replied loudly, acknowledging their leader's effective handling of the enemy. Less chatter. Hurry back, Zhuang Yanru remarked, somewhat exasperated. She then turned to Lin Shijie, noting that they indeed had many newcomers, whose experience was lacking. She had intended to train them during this operation. If you are dissatisfied, you may request a replacement, but please refrain from displaying such distrust in them, Zhuang Yanru said coldly, her gaze fixed on Lin Shijie. Well, Lin Shijie intended to say it was not his concern, yet the resolute expression of Zhuang Yanru rendered him speechless. I truly did not mean it that way. I merely wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Neither do I, Zhuang Yanru replied nonchalantly. It seems there should be no further complications. Soon, we shall no longer need to interact. With that curt statement, Zhuang Yanru raised the partition, isolating herself from Lin Shijie. Gazing at the night outside, alongside the somewhat bewildered young team members, she let out a gentle sigh. Let us return. Yes, Lin Shijie, feeling somewhat bemused, reflected that this was his first time experimenting with such a long distance. And he had aimed to prevent any mishaps. Jiyu Yanran gently patted Lin Shijie, remarking that differing positions and mindsets were entirely normal and should not be overly concerning. Well, as long as everyone is safe. That is what matters, Lin Shijie said with a light chuckle. The considerable distance had indeed been somewhat exhausting, but it had also allowed him to ascertain his current limits. What exactly did you do just now? It seemed those individuals were all rendered immobile. It was quite simple, Lin Shijie proudly recounted. So, does that mean as long as you are within this range, you need not fear the enemy? Gu Yanran responded. Somewhat astonished. Bear in mind, you only utilized carbon fiber. Had you employed sharper objects or, more directly, firearms, Lin Shijie felt a chill. For he was merely an ordinary person and had never contemplated using such devastating weaponry. The thought of firearms was even more daunting, yet he mused that if he were to engage in projection, cold weapons might resemble something akin to Gilgamesh from a game, while modern weapons might evoke a sense of Magneto. The mere thought of such a scene was exhilarating. However, upon further reflection, the reality of confronting the enemy in such a manner was far too gruesome for his tender heart to bear. As the convoy made its way back, the middle-aged man observed the intact convoy from a distance, furrowing his brow. Aren't they newcomers? How could there be no anomalies? Mr. Miracle, however, remained unfazed, deeming it a predictable outcome. And thus not worthy of surprise. Moreover, this is advantageous. They should be sufficiently relaxed now. Let us proceed. The next arrangements must commence. The middle-aged man nodded, realizing that conventional bodyguards would soon be of little use. Chapter 62. A sudden assault. The convoy smoothly made its way toward the city center. Any unexpected incidents on the road were promptly reported, and several assailants had been anticipated. Even heavy weaponry had corresponding contingency plans. Otherwise, Zhuang Yanru would not have directly approached the military district. However, Lin Shijie's involvement transformed what could have been a straightforward victory into something resembling a farce, an unforeseen twist. Nonetheless, the matter had passed, and everyone was safe, which was a satisfactory outcome. Thus, various parties inevitably relaxed the security measures surrounding Lin Shijie, and personnel began to disperse. Some were conducting interrogations on the apprehended individuals. Others were tracing the origins of the weaponry, while yet others were reviewing and examining the movements of personnel. There were even efforts to track and uncover information related to that coup, and thorough investigations were conducted into the accident on the overpass. In essence, it resembled a thorough examination following the conclusion of a conventional warfare scenario. At this moment, the three vehicles carrying Lin Shijie entered the underground parking garage, making their way into a designated storage area. On the return journey, Lin Shijie, having been looked down upon for his earlier actions and feeling that the assaults had concluded, deemed it unnecessary to maintain the protective veil enveloping the vehicle. Thus, after explaining his actions to Gu Yanran, he began to experiment mentally with a few ideas that had struck him until the car came to a halt. "We have arrived," Zhuang Yanru said, lowering the partition with a calm demeanor. "All right." Lin Shijie nodded solemnly, acknowledging that he had been advised not to meddle unnecessarily, and thus treated them as bodyguards. "Maintain vigilance," Zhuang Yanru instructed her team in a serious tone. Yes, the team promptly assumed alert postures, with one group taking the elevator to the lobby while another stood guard outside the garage, and beside the elevator, Wang Yanru positioned herself with two team members by the vehicle. No anomalies in the lobby, no anomalies in the garage. Upon hearing the reports, Zhuang Yanru opened the car door, allowing Lin Shijie and Gu Yanran to exit. Lin Shijie felt somewhat helpless. Was such caution really necessary now that everything was resolved? However, seeing Zhuang Yanru's serious expression, he refrained from making any teasing remarks and instead held Gu Yanran's hand as they entered the elevator together. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, the nearby bodyguards departed, cautiously making their way towards the elevator leading upstairs. Jiyu Yanran and another bodyguard exited first, scanning the surroundings before signaling Lin Shijie to step out. Although such treatment appeared impressive, it felt rather awkward for Lin Shijie. Thus, with a sense of resignation, he exited the elevator and gave Gu Yanran a sidelong glance. The two exchanged quiet smiles before following Wang Yanru toward the elevator leading to the rooftop. While the elevator they had just vacated returned to the underground, as Lin Shijie and his companions reached the most spacious area of the living room, he suddenly sensed several icy gazes abruptly fixating upon him from all directions. Filled with an aura of death, unable to resist, Lin Shijie turned to follow the stairs. He saw several cold-faced individuals emerging from the viewing platform on the second floor, around the corner of the hallway. And from the direction of the entrance, prominently displaying an array of firearms, assassins, Lin Shijie shouted in alarm. In an instant, these individuals, having meticulously timed their appearance, rushed forward with alarming speed. Their weapons unleashed a merciless barrage of gunfire, creating a lethal net of bullets that enveloped Lin Shijie and his companions. At that moment, apart from the ever-vigilant Zhuang Yanru, who had opened her umbrella to shield the group from above while returning fire at the entrance, the other bodyguards were slow to react. They could only position themselves in front of Lin Shijie, unable to draw their weapons before being struck by a hail of bullets. Lin Shijie watched as these young individuals instinctively shielded him. Even as they were hit, his mind felt as if it had exploded. Overwhelmed by the delay in processing the chaos around him, he slowly turned his gaze to the injuries on the young men and the blood seeping from their wounds. Then followed the trajectory of the bullets. The relentless salvo continued to pour down upon them. Several bullets were clearly aimed at the heads of the young men. If they struck, it would be no mere injury. It was as if he suddenly regained clarity. Lin Shijie's mental energy surged outward, projecting layers of super protective barriers around the bullets. He rapidly formed a massive shield encompassing himself and his companions. The sounds of gunfire intensified, yet a few bullets still found their mark on the surrounding bodyguards, fortunately not striking any vital areas. Lin Shijie dared not hesitate, continuously reinforcing the protective layer until he finally managed to block the remaining bullets. However, witnessing the wounded bodyguard and the two immobilized individuals at the elevator entrance, Lin Shijie quickly cast a layer of protection over them as well. Wang Yanru, though momentarily shaken by the sudden onslaught, remained focused and resolute. She observed the situation closely, already feeling a sense of satisfaction with her young teammates for their swift response in shielding Lin Shijie from harm. Yet, she realized that she might soon lack the energy to consider their well-being, and the hope of ensuring Lin Shijie's safe exit was growing. It was at this moment that she noticed Lin Shijie's extraordinary actions and his astonishing abilities. He had, indeed, managed to block the bullets. As she gazed at the bullets landing before her teammate's forehead, along with others blocked nearby, Zhuang Yanru was initially taken aback, only to be swiftly engulfed by ecstasy. "We must move quickly. Remaining here will only render us targets." Zhuang Yanru exclaimed decisively. Lin Shijie, comprehending the urgency, especially upon witnessing the unrelenting barrage of firepower from the enemy, coupled with the already poised grenade launcher, felt a surge of panic. The layers of protection had begun to tire him, for the sheer power of those machine gun bullets was formidable, necessitating constant repairs with each shot. As for the grenade launcher, it would likely obliterate all protective layers in an instant, wouldn't it? Thus, after reinforcing each individual with an additional layer of defense, Lin Shijie assisted the injured bodyguards toward the elevator leading to the garage. However, at that moment, both the elevator to the garage and the one ascending to the upper floors erupted simultaneously with a deafening explosion. 2 grenades had directly struck the elevator, rendering it inoperative. "Damn it, find cover," Lin Shijie and Zhuang Yanru shouted in unison. Their eyes met, and once again they cried out together, "Let us head upstairs." Agreed. Chapter 63. Firepower suppression. I must retaliate. Since they dare to come so brazenly, they will stop at nothing, Zhuang Yanru remarked as she moved. "Your abilities are completely constraining my counterattack. The bullets simply cannot escape." Zhuang Yanru expressed her frustration. Having just witnessed the blocked bullets, which initially thrilled her, now turned her excitement into dismay as she saw her own shots similarly intercepted. Was she to be merely a target? Nonetheless, she added, given Lin Shijie's capabilities, she could not fully comprehend his potential. If he could maintain such defense indefinitely, it might suffice. Of course not. In order to safeguard you all, I can only defend. If it were just me, you'd see how I would eliminate them. Lin Shijie replied fervently, especially as he glanced at the severely injured bodyguards beside him and the 2 unconscious figures at the elevator entrance, his frustration boiling over. "Can you shield against all bullets while simultaneously retaliating?" Zhuang Yanru inquired earnestly. Lin Shijie hesitated. The barrage from all directions, including grenades, meant that the distinction between protecting them all and himself was minimal. In fact, when it came to his own defense, the density of incoming bullets necessitated even more frequent repairs. If it were just 2 directions, it wouldn't be a problem, Lin Shijie finally stated. "All right, let us take cover against the wall." Be careful." Suddenly, Gu Yanran exclaimed. The 2 quickly recognized the danger. Enemies had thrown several grenades. "Tear gas," Zhuang Yanru frowned. "Are they trying to force us toward the fire escape?" "Don't worry, Yanran. With me here, you can rest assured. There's absolutely nothing to fear," Lin Shijie reassured Gu Yanran, casting an inquiring glance at Zhuang Yanru. "If we can withstand the grenades, we should proceed to the corridor. If not, our only option is the fire escape," Zhuang Yanru quickly advised. Lin Shijie assessed the group and decided to the fire escape. He dared not take risks, particularly not wanting to expose Gu Yanran to any danger. In the midst of the suffocating smoke, his visibility was severely compromised, making confrontation exceedingly disadvantageous. While the fire escape might also be arranged with defenses, it was still preferable to an open space. What kind of technology is this that boasts such an extensive defensive range? The middle-aged man observed the battle in astonishment, incredulously commenting. Mr. Miracle, equally astonished, widened his eyes and murmured, "Telekinesis." The middle-aged man shouted back, "Whatever it is, its defensive capabilities are still limited. At least grenades can breach it, or they wouldn't be falling back. Moreover, it seemed they could only defend against bullets." Utterly helpless against the smoke, Demolisher, increase the firepower. You have only 5 minutes left. Mr. Miracle glanced at the middle-aged man, who remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of distress despite the chaotic situation. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "For us, this is merely routine. There's no need for alarm. Well then, we wish them luck." Upon reaching the fire escape, Zhuang Yanru swiftly jumped inside, opening her umbrella to scan the surroundings, particularly the area above. No immediate danger, she reported. That's sufficient. Lin Shijie nodded, finding it far easier to defend against just 2 angles. You all hurry inside, but do not rush upwards. Be careful, please, Gu Yanran implored, her concern evident. Rest assured, if they wish to kill me. It won't be that simple, Lin Shijie replied coolly. In truth, he felt secure here, as long as he blocked the doors above and below and projected sufficient steel debris. Not even a grenade or a rocket launcher would pose a threat. Yet, Lin Shijie's heart was aflame with rage. He would not be satisfied without teaching those adversaries a lesson. Standing within the door, he closed his eyes once more, channeling his mental energy outward as countless threads began to spread beyond the door. Even though the gas-filled space obscured his vision, those innumerable threads served as his eyes and arms. Sensing the situation outside, the arrival of the gas proved fortuitous. Without it, he might have hesitated to unleash his full potential. But now the threads spread out in a net-like formation, swiftly determining the enemy's precise positions and numbers. 5 individuals. 2 are missing, likely having retreated upstairs, Lin Shijie shouted. Zhuang Yanru, 2 are not outside. They may be in other locations. Understood, Zhuang Yanru nodded, while several lightly injured bodyguards ascended to the top of the staircase, ever vigilant. They gazed at Lin Shijie at the door, filled with astonishment and disbelief, tinged with an unspoken sense of humiliation. These bodyguards were being protected by the very person they were meant to safeguard. Lin Shijie, sensing the movements of those outside as they switched weapons, smiled faintly. One wielded a submachine gun, another a grenade. Seeing their calm and methodical choice of targeted weaponry, he recognized they were no ordinary foes. However, they were about to face someone far from ordinary. Project. Amidst the cover of the white gas, Lin Shijie encircled the 5 individuals with massive bulletproof glass panels, securely enveloping them with super protective materials. Soon, the adversaries sensed something amiss as they touched the suddenly materialized glass, their surprise evident. Without hesitation, the demolisher raised his weapon and fired. Bulletproof, he exclaimed, before promptly unleashing a grenade. Boom, bang. The sound of shattering glass echoed, yet in the next moment, the shattered glass vanished, replaced by an intact panel. An illusion, or some sort of maze. The demolisher frowned, realizing time was of the essence and firing with all their might. The explosions erupted continuously, but the targeted glass shattered and vanished, only to restore itself almost immediately. The frequency of recovery began to shift, and they keenly sensed it. Increase the firepower, Lin Shijie frowned, genuinely impressed by their composure. However, the next instant, countless threads encircled them, binding their limbs and even entwining their gun barrels. The demolisher began to panic. After all, illusions or formations would not hinder their movements, but now they found their actions impeded, threatening their very survival and confidence. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower, yet now, they could not even wield their own firepower. What to do? This question loomed ominously in their minds. Yet the communication devices offered no guidance. The demolisher glanced at the swirling gas obstructing their view and, with time slipping away, his gaze hardened. Execute the final plan. Chapter 64, Lin Shijie's counterattack with that command. The demolisher hurled several grenades into the fray. Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, an overwhelming brightness and shockwave flooded his senses, as if his mind had erupted in an explosion. Leaving him devoid of any other perception, Lin Shijie's eyes snapped open at the tunnel entrance as he shouted to Zhuang Yanru, I don't know what they intend to do, but this is likely their last desperate measure. As he spoke, he layered protective barriers over everyone, including Zhuang Yanru. Simultaneously, Lin Shijie recognized a significant vulnerability. His mental fortitude was weak against intense light and vibrations. At this moment, he had completely lost track of the movements of those individuals. It must be said that these foes were not only experienced, but also adept at adapting, even when faced with unfamiliar tactics. They probed for potential openings. However, no matter how formidable the enemy, Lin Shijie harbored no intention of showing mercy. With no contact within the encirclement, the same applied to the outside. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy impacts resonated as thick steel plates materialized behind the bulletproof glass. Following this, Lin Shijie unleashed a torrent of steel bars, projecting them in a chaotic array above the encircled group. Before they came crashing down, regardless of the means employed, these devices could firmly confine you within. Indeed, Lin Shijie faintly heard the echoes of curses emanating from within. He patiently awaited the dispersal of the intense light and vibrations surrounding the inner circle, knowing that his mental prowess would once again penetrate. This time, he would not afford them any further opportunities. However, at that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated from above the emergency exit. Moments later, several smoke grenades tumbled down from the upper floors. Neurotoxin. Zhuang Yanru exclaimed in terror. Yet before her words could fully escape her lips, several grenades were hurled downwards. The ensuing explosion unleashed a colossal shockwave, instantly dispersing the toxic gas and saturating the entire corridor. Just then, Lin Shijie's mental energy had barely infiltrated the encircled area, only to discover that the 5 trapped individuals had ignited similar gas canisters at some unknown point. Fortunately, they were all equipped with gas masks. Without hesitation, Lin Shijie initiated a scan and promptly tossed masks to those behind him. "Put on your masks." The initially panicked crowd was immediately filled with elation. Even Zhuang Yanru, who had been prepared to gamble everything, gazed at Lin Shijie in astonishment. It resolved outside. Lin Shijie nodded affirmatively. "It's all under control. Now we just need to deal with the 2 up top." As he spoke, Lin Shijie's mental energy seeped into the encircled area, casting numerous carbon fiber threads that ensnared the individuals from head to toe, effectively binding them like large zongzi. In the process, he also dislodged their gas masks. "Good." Zhuang Yanru nodded and swiftly ascended, simultaneously shouting at the team members eager to follow. "You stay here to protect Lin Shijie." The team members exchanged glances before responding in unison. "Understood." With a deep breath, Zhuang Yanru quickly scaled upwards, determined to capture that group of scoundrels, for her chest felt as if it might burst. What she had thought was a concluded protective operation had transformed into a dire crisis. Were it not for Lin Shijie's peculiar abilities, she and her small team would not only have failed to protect anyone, but might have struggled to survive themselves. Reflecting on her earlier bravado when speaking to Lin Shijie, she felt a mix of shame and fury at her own audacity. Gazing upwards at the faint outlines of figures, Zhuang Yanru's eyes widened. "You are doomed." Taking a deep breath, her movements became as light as a cat's, yet her form remained astonishingly swift. In mere moments, she had maneuvered to the base of the stairs where the 2 figures stood. Pressing herself tightly against the smooth concrete surface, as the 2 individuals emerged, she fired her weapon without hesitation. Bang! The bullet accurately struck the hand of the one wielding a machine gun, but their retaliation was immediate. Unleashing a volley of grenades, boom! Hearing the explosions above, Lin Shijie quickly embraced Gu Yanran, assuring her, "It's all right. The situation outside has been contained. We only have those 2 up top left." Gu Yanran nodded, her heart racing rapidly as she had never encountered such a scene before. Yet, apart from the initial shock, she did not feel fear, for she recognized Lin Shijie's formidable strength and the near-miraculous nature of his abilities. Indeed, aside from the injuries sustained at the beginning, no one else had been harmed. At that moment, Lin Shijie was busy reclaiming the items in the hall, having nearly exhausted all his system's energy, and his mental faculties were becoming increasingly fatigued. Although the earlier exertion on the highway had not been excessive, the recent intense firefight, particularly the protective measures and encirclement, had taken a significant toll. He felt acutely aware of the dwindling energy reserves and knew he must quickly recover them to assist Zhuang Yanru above. As he gathered the materials from the encircled area, Lin Shijie's mental energy began to extend upwards. "Aren't we going out?" a bodyguard cautiously inquired, as Lin Shijie's displayed abilities had instilled a profound respect in them. Lin Shijie shook his head. "The outside is also saturated with this toxic gas, and we can't be sure what else those individuals might possess. Better to exercise caution." The bodyguard nodded in agreement. "All right, I trust our comrades in the garage have summoned reinforcements, and help should be on the way soon." Lin Shijie acknowledged this, knowing that since the onset of their assault, the entire building had likely been subjected to powerful signal interference. Nevertheless, this situation would undoubtedly garner sufficient attention. Even without a formal call for help, assistance would arrive shortly. Disregarding other considerations, Lin Shijie focused on extending his mental energy. Soon, he reached the 3 individuals engaged in combat within the confined space. At that moment, Zhuang Yanru resembled a fierce leopard, exhibiting remarkable agility and considerable strength. The two burly men were thrown off balance by her relentless assaults, yet the situation remained perilous, as the trio continued to fire at such close quarters, sending sparks flying as bullets ricocheted off the concrete walls and metal doors. The three combatants seemed oblivious to the danger of hitting themselves or their comrades, as long as there was a chance to strike at the enemy. They fired unhesitatingly. Lin Shijie, merely a bystander, broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of threads, tightly wrapping around the enemy's fingers to disable their weapons. Next, the threads began to encircle their legs, binding them securely. Noticing their movements slowing and becoming distorted, Zhuang Yanru deduced that Lin Shijie was intervening and intensified her assault, yelling, gagged their mouths to prevent them from taking their own lives. Chapter 65. It's not over yet. Upon hearing Zhuang Yanru's command, Lin Shijie hesitated briefly before springing into action. Two iron balls, the size of a child's fist, were hurled into the mouths of the two men, while countless threads ensnared them from head to toe, effectively mummifying them. Finally witnessing this spectacle firsthand, Zhuang Yanru marveled at the transformation occurring in the two men. It appeared as though invisible threads had bound them. But what was that strange object suddenly protruding from their mouths, and why had their faces taken on a grayish hue? Yet, having successfully captured the two individuals, Zhuang Yanru wasted no time in delivering a swift blow to each, ensuring they would remain unconscious for a while. However, she did not descend to reunite with them, but instead proceeded to the control room, cranking the building's ventilation system to maximum capacity. Approaching the window, she observed the reinforcements that had arrived, finally allowing herself a sigh of relief. The threat had finally been neutralized. As the rescue personnel arrived, they naturally took the injured and the assailants away with them. Lin Shijie also noted that the individuals he had previously confined in the hall, who had removed their masks, had succumbed to poisoning. It was not due to the neurotoxin they had released, which merely paralyzed the nerves without being fatal. The true danger lay in the cyanide contained within their mouths. Lin Shijie furrowed his brow, realizing why Zhuang Yanru had insisted on controlling those two men's mouths. However, he felt relieved to discover that the two who had been knocked unconscious at the elevator entrance were not in serious danger. At least their lives were not at stake. Moreover, all the bodyguards had sustained injuries. But even the severely wounded would recover after a few months of rest. Lin Shijie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, before anyone entered, he retracted all of his projections. This matter could not be exposed, as it would lead to significant trouble. For the peculiar abilities he had displayed while rescuing others, he would have to devise a way to obfuscate the truth. Perhaps he could claim it was a special ability or telekinesis. Ultimately, he could simply deny it altogether. After all, he was no longer an ordinary person and had no need to be subjected to experimentation for an inexplicable ability, yet Zhuang Yanru had witnessed it all. Reflecting on this, Lin Shijie glanced over at Zhuang Yanru, who was engaged in conversation with the personnel. He thought to himself, I assisted you for your protection. You must not repay kindness with malice. Zhuang Yanru briefly met Lin Shijie's gaze before continuing her discourse. Numerous individuals moved in and out. All traces of the incident were swiftly erased. However, given the severity of this situation, which involved not only heavy weaponry but also the utilization of toxic gas, specialized personnel were dispatched to handle the aftermath. Yet, this was no longer Lin Shijie's concern. Embracing Gu Yanran, he prepared to ascend and rest properly, as he was utterly exhausted. Zhuang Yanru, having completed her report, approached Lin Shijie. Thank you once again, but we will still report the events honestly, she stated earnestly. However, you need not worry. Many possess mental abilities, though none have exhibited strength quite like yours, she reassured him. It's not a significant issue, and you certainly won't be subjected to experimentation. Lin Shijie finally relaxed, a relieved smile gracing his features. That's good, otherwise, I might regret helping you. Zhuang Yanru recognized his jest, understanding that he would not have assisted her otherwise. Moreover, she had removed the iron balls from the mouths of those two men. This time, there should be no further complications, right? Lin Shijie rubbed his slightly dizzy forehead, forcing a smile. Zhuang Yanru, however, shook her head, hesitant to voice her thoughts. It seems we have both underestimated the potential of your discovery. Gu Yanran remarked coolly. It has now become evident that the adversary has indeed employed related underlying logic. At the same time, it was evident that you were their greatest threat. Once you were eliminated, they would no longer face their most formidable obstacle. Zhuang Yanru glanced at the two individuals and spoke. If what you say is true, and we're indeed on the brink of an entirely new world, then in the face of such immense interests, it would hardly be surprising, no matter what transpires. As she spoke, several sharp-eyed, agile figures emerged before and behind the trio. These are the new bodyguards, seasoned professionals, each as competent as I am, Zhuang Yanru remarked with a smile, adding in her mind that while they may excel in bodyguard skills, she was not a dedicated bodyguard herself. Nevertheless, she felt quite displeased. When the opportunity arose, she would ensure they experienced a taste of the same predicament. Soon, after passing through multiple layers of scrutiny, the group arrived at the top floor. Lin Shijie naturally entered his room alongside Gu Yanran, intending to enjoy a restful slumber. He had already sensed that no fewer than 10 individuals were observing him, suggesting that security measures had evidently been intensified following recent events. However, it seemed a bit excessive. Why was there a gaze fixed on him through the wall? Was it not possible to allow someone to sleep? With a hint of annoyance, Lin Shijie prepared to remove the protective measures surrounding himself and Zhuang Yanru. As they were indeed too sensitive, just as he was about to act, he suddenly paused, furrowing his brow as he stared at the wall. Yanran, do you think they intend to keep watch over us from behind the wall? Is that truly necessary? Upon hearing Gu Yanran's words, Lin Shijie scanned the walls without hesitation, and in an instant, they materialized within the system's domain. Layer by layer, he peeled away the FAAD, finally revealing a spiral DNA-shaped glass vessel concealed within the wall, filled with a vibrant red solution. Alarmingly, there was even a small directional explosive device nestled close to the interior side of the wall. What? Gu Yanran inquired curiously. Just then, a slight bulge appeared on the wall, followed swiftly by a slender bullet mixed with numerous shards of glass and crimson liquid, splattering into the room. Lin Shijie's dynamic vision activated once more. The bullet's rotation, the liquid's splatter, and the glass fragments transformed into slow-moving objects suspended in the air. Lin Shijie's mental energy first formed a modified protective layer around himself and Gu Yanran. Although its defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, it was impenetrable, preventing any large molecules from infiltrating and effectively blocking the majority of toxins. Subsequently, Lin Shijie's mental energy enveloped the spinning bullet, meticulously recording its trajectory. In a fit of anger, Lin Shijie raised his hand, and a barrage of bullets composed of stones, glass, and metal shot forth at the same velocity, following the trajectory of the initial bullet, densely peppering the air in the opposite direction. The distant marksman, having just fired a shot that struck its target, could scarcely believe his eyes as dozens of projectiles hurtled toward him, with stones expanding before him until the moment of his demise, leaving him incredulous that he had fallen to stones. Chapter 66. Unable to endure the explosion within the room immediately triggered alarm among those nearby. Zhuang Yanru and one of the bodyguards rushed in, their faces etched with terror as their hearts brimmed with fear. The assault was indeed relentless, leaving them overwhelmed. Especially concerning was the fact that this attack occurred within a thoroughly searched room. If something were to happen to Lin Shijie, they would be culpably negligent. Upon entering the room and seeing Lin Shijie unharmed, shielding Gu Yanran, Zhuang Yanru finally let out a sigh of relief. However, as she observed the faint red mist permeating the air, she instinctively covered her mouth and nose. It's toxic. Don't come near. Lin Shijie glanced at Zhuang Yanru, stating calmly, while his gaze remained fixed on the damaged wall. The wall concealed bombs and toxins, detonated remotely by a marksman. Truly, it was a challenge to guard against. Lin Shijie spoke with an air of detachment, yet the fury simmering in his eyes and heart could no longer be contained. He had been on the brink of collapse, particularly his mental energy, which was nearly exhausted. Were it not for Gu Yanran's presence and his overwhelming anger, he would not have been able to muster the strength to establish a protective layer for both of them. This experience had granted him a visceral understanding of the sensation of confronting death at close quarters. The faint red mist swirled just beyond the protective barrier, yet Lin Shijie was convinced that even a mere trace of it could prove fatal. After all, the series of attacks had escalated in lethality, and the final one was likely to be the most deadly. No, it was uncertain whether it would be the last. Lin Shijie, safeguarding Gu Yanran, exited the room and turned to Zhuang Yanru with a serious expression. I am uncertain if further dangers loom, but I truly need to rest. Upon witnessing the earnestness in Lin Shijie's eyes, Zhuang Yanru understood that his unique abilities had likely been nearly depleted. The newly assigned bodyguards, true professionals, exhibited no surprise at Lin Shijie's extraordinary protective capabilities, maintaining their composure as they proceeded with their duties. Some donned full protective gear, entering the room to collect samples of the toxins, while others traced the bullet's path to locate the shooter. However, the majority focused on ensuring Lin Shijie's safe relocation. Let us proceed to a more secure location. There's no need for unnecessary complications, Lin Shijie stated nonchalantly. Zhuang Yanru grasped his meaning and concurred, knowing that if another attack were to occur, the current route might not be safe. Particularly given Lin Shijie's remarkable abilities, a swift recovery would enhance their safety. To the innermost room, she directed. Understood, Lin Shijie nodded. Before long, the bodyguards escorted Lin Shijie to the innermost room of the building, surrounded by a multitude of special forces personnel, with police and fire crews stationed outside. Officially, they claimed an explosion had occurred due to a gas leak. However, inside and out, the premises were heavily fortified with security personnel, rendering the entire establishment an impenetrable fortress. The relentless attacks were a blatant provocation, inciting fury among the authorities. Thus commenced the most rigorous scrutiny. Anyone with even the slightest foreign connection or ambiguous relations faced immediate investigation. With an exceptionally stern approach, meanwhile, a middle-aged man anxiously awaited developments at his country's embassy, fully aware that the stakes were exceedingly high. If the mission could be accomplished, all would be well. Yet, if they failed to achieve their objectives despite the chaos, he could very well find himself scapegoated. Though the tense atmosphere outside suggested that the target had likely perished, he dared not confirm anything until the final outcome was revealed. After all, they could not afford to be careless in such matters. Had he been as carefree as Mr. Miracle, he might have already departed. With a silent sigh, the middle-aged man could only endure the torment of waiting for the final results. Meanwhile, everything outside was of no concern to Lin Shijie, who lay in the safety of a secure room with Gu Yanran. If any danger arises, wake me immediately, Lin Shijie instructed earnestly. I understand. You can rest easy, she replied, and then Lin Shijie nodded, succumbing to a deep slumber. Exhausted from the overexertion of his mental faculties, he had reached his limit. Gu Yanran, perched at the bedside, gazed intently at Lin Shijie's face. She had never anticipated experiencing such events, which were virtually foreign to her understanding of the world. Assassins and attacks, events that ordinary individuals would likely never encounter in a lifetime, were not uncommon for someone of her prestigious lineage. Initially, she believed the greatest barrier between herself and Lin Shijie would be their differing life experiences and worldviews, requiring gradual adjustment. Yet, she never expected that the world would so brutally and directly thrust them onto the same plane. Such near-warfare assaults would undoubtedly have a profound impact on both their physical and psychological states. However, there was a silver lining. From this moment on, no barriers or cognitive differences remained between them. They would both need to adapt to the new reality. With a gentle smile, Gu Yanran wrapped her arms around Lin Shijie, her hands softly massaging his temples to alleviate his exhaustion. That moment, within Lin Shijie's mind, the chaotic system space trembled subtly. Upon closer inspection, one would observe that the tremors seemed to emanate from the center, radiating outward, with the vibrations intensifying toward the edges, even hinting at an expansion trend. Lin Shijie had yet to discern the extent of the space that began to expand due to the excessive use of mental energy and system energy. Simultaneously, both the system's energy and Lin Shijie's mental power rapidly recovered, with a discernible enhancement. Lin Shijie's brow unfurled completely, his face adorned with a warm smile at the entrance, Liang Jiadong and a stern, imposing elder listened intently as Zhuang Yanru meticulously reported every detail from the moment of their departure, recounting everything from the garage exit to the initial highway attack, the strong assault on the first floor, and the hidden toxins within the top floor room. Upon concluding the report, the elder furrowed his brow, acknowledging the hard work put forth. This time, the performance was commendable. Just hold on a little longer. Tomorrow will bring relief. Yes. Zhuang Yanru saluted with a precise military gesture. Some individuals and forces have grown exceedingly audacious. It is time for a thorough reckoning. The elders' calm words, however, were laced with profound to dare act so recklessly on this land. They must prepare to face the wrath of Huagua. Report. Should there be any action, I request to be included. Zhuang Yanru understood the elder's intent immediately and spoke up. The elder nodded slightly, but soon frowned again. I comprehend your sentiments, but your body does not permit it. Rest assured, they will undoubtedly pay a hefty price for their actions this time. Chapter 67. Preparing to collect interest, the elder gently patted Zhuang Yanru before turning to leave. Though Zhuang Yanru felt a sense of regret, she recognized her limitations. After all, she was fully aware of her own condition. Had it not been for the complications, she wouldn't have returned to work in security. Stop overthinking it. Did you just say Lin Shijie possesses special abilities? Liang Jiandong inquired with curiosity. Yes, something akin to telekinesis, though it seems to have some distinctions. It could be regarded as a mutation of mental power. Zhuang Yanru replied, nodding. A smile followed as she reflected on his remarkable intellect. A slight mutation was not entirely unexpected. Have you done your homework? Liang Jiandong chuckled. Zhuang Yanru nodded, having learned about this individual's capabilities, and was somewhat astonished. Yet, the recent attacks had corroborated her findings. Liang Jiandong acknowledged, indeed, thus I hold a certain admiration for his decisions. Wang Yanru, unable to disagree, glanced at the tightly locked door and shifted the topic. There should be no issues with this arrangement, right? Liang Jiandong nodded, unless they truly sever ties or employ missiles. Wang Yanru instinctively felt that such a scenario was improbable, but upon glancing at the individuals within, she decided it prudent to remain vigilant, considering the series of assaults they had already endured. Liang Jiandong, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, you should rest if you're tired. Such a situation is unlikely to occur. Those individuals are quite shrewd. They want to act without a vested interest. Wang Yanru shrugged, leaning gently against the wall with her eyes half closed. She was indeed weary and decided to take a brief respite. After all, the layers of protection would allow time for a response, should it be necessary. It seems I am truly ill-suited for the role of a bodyguard, she mused. Morning arrived. Lin Shijie gently opened his eyes, feeling a wave of refreshment. Glancing at Gu Yanran, who was nestled beside him, he couldn't resist reaching out to caress her silky hair. To his surprise, the slightest motion caused Gu Yanran to awaken. You reawake? How do you feel? She inquired hurriedly. Much better, completely restored. Lin Shijie replied with a smile, his gaze falling on the red veins in Gu Yanran's eyes, which filled him with concern. Please, ensure you rest well. You've worked hard. Gu Yanran smiled and immediately nestled into Lin Shijie's embrace, seeking a comfortable position. Now that you're fine, I can finally rest. You have no idea how worried I was last night. At the slightest sound outside, I debated whether to wake you. It made me quite anxious. I hardly slept, and my skin has suffered. I must recuperate. Lin Shijie chuckled, gently holding Gu Yanran. You endured quite a lot. I hope I didn't frighten you too much last night. In truth, Lin Shijie felt a twinge of anxiety within. The events of the previous day had strayed far beyond the realm of ordinary experience. He was resolutely convinced of his intention to go public, for it was the only way to ensure the utmost safety for himself and those around him, fundamentally eliminating potential dangers. Yet, he feared that Gu Yanran might be adversely affected by the revelation. What if she chose not to remain by his side? However, Gu Yanran remained cocooned in slumber, tightening her grip around Lin Shijie. You think I'm easily frightened. You believe life in a wealthy family is devoid of challenges. Silence, you're disturbing my sleep. All right, Lin Shijie replied with a grin, promptly sealing his lips. His thoughts drifted to the imposing figure of Uncle Fu from the Gu family and the two exceptionally fierce dogs. Clearly, his experiences had been somewhat limited. He resolved to broaden his knowledge and abilities, particularly regarding his own capacity. Last night, his skills had proven inadequate, his sensitivity was lacking, and his reaction time far too slow. The moment he detected those intruders, he should have acted decisively, whether through tranquilizers or restraints, incapacitating them before they posed a threat. Such action would have conserved both his mental energy and system resources. Furthermore, regarding the poison and explosives concealed within the walls, he could have swiftly neutralized them, preventing the slightest chance of detonation. It became apparent that his understanding of the system and mental power was still rather immature. Moreover, both his offensive and defensive strategies were overly simplistic, and his grasp of technology was insufficient. Had he possessed an armored suit, he would not have needed to expend energy on defense. With a laser gun or handheld electromagnetic cannon, those adversaries would have been swiftly dispatched. Nevertheless, Lin Shijie found himself astonished by the extent of the capitalists' madness. He had underestimated their greed, realizing that they would go to such lengths for enormous profits. Yet, this incident would remain etched in his mind. What troubled him further was the realization that he might not be able to seek vengeance in the near future, which only fueled his frustration. Wait, who says I can't seek revenge? He pondered. The press conference was imminent. He had initially intended to gloss over certain matters lightly. However, it now seemed imperative to delve deeper into their actions. As a fitting response to their ostentatious hospitality, many individuals must have already utilized their products, and numerous developers were likely preparing to create corresponding applications, coupled with their vast, nearly ubiquitous global platform. Their AR network would undoubtedly expand rapidly. The larger the expansion, the better, ideally involving sensitive information and departments. Given their blatant desperation, it was clear they would not voluntarily disclose any wrongdoing. They awaited the moment they could expand their reach worldwide before revealing their true intentions and commencing their harvest. Thus, when Lin Shijie exposed the truth at the press conference, the repercussions would be monumental, and the dismay of those involved would be palpable. Yet, such actions hinged on a critical condition. He could not allow them to learn that all their schemes had come to naught. They must remain oblivious to his safety. With this thought, Lin Shijie glanced at the peacefully slumbering Gu Yanran, gently rising to his feet and making his way to the door. As he quietly opened it, he spotted Zhuang Yanru and Liang Jiandong in the corridor. Brother Liang is here as well. Greetings, he exclaimed. Have you rested well? Zhuang Yanru scrutinized Lin Shijie's expression, her curiosity piqued. I'm well, better than ever. Lin Shijie beamed. However, I do hope the outside world believes I'm in a dire state, on the very brink of death. What do you intend to do? Both Zhuang Yanru and Liang Jiandong queried in unison. Lin Shijie smirked coldly. What else? I'm preparing to collect some interest first. Otherwise, wouldn't that beating have been in vain? Chapter 68. The Press Conference, Part 1. Lin Shijie's intentions left both of them momentarily speechless. But they quickly grasped the situation. You plan to expose them directly at the press conference? Zhuang Yanru inquired with keen interest. Liang Jiandong, contemplating more deeply, added, Are you concerned that they might discover your safety? Prompting you to preemptively disclose their scandal, Lin Shijie nodded, recognizing that once he was no longer a factor, even if others suspected the possibility, they would lack evidence and the means to uncover it. Not even the researchers would suffice. At most, they could sow seeds of doubt. This would hardly pose a problem for them. Thus, it was imperative to keep his situation concealed, at least until after the press conference. Surely you haven't already released news of our overwhelming victory, have you? Lin Shijie asked, eyeing Liang Jiandong, who appeared hesitant. The report wouldn't include that our side suffered no casualties, would it? Liang Jiandong chuckled. Of course not. The announcement simply stated that some rioters took advantage of the chaos and were easily subdued by us. While the message conveyed their intent, it remained rather understated. Lin Shijie grimaced. That's ambiguous enough. At least it doesn't disclose my condition. By the way, the security measures around us haven't been lifted, right? Certainly not. Who knows if there will be another attempt? Liang Jiandong affirmed. Good, but how will this information be communicated? Lin Shijie pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. Zhuang Yanru raised an eyebrow. Isn't that simple? The final attack involved poison. And we already have samples. We can prepare a large quantity of antidotes and medical personnel accordingly. Then, we'll announce that the press conference may be postponed. Lin Shijie's eyes brightened. Zhuang Yanru had deftly conveyed the gravity of his injuries, even suggesting that his situation was critical. Sister Zhuang. You're incredible. Your talents as a bodyguard are truly wasted. Lin Shijie smiled and said cheerfully. Zhuang Yanru let out a satisfied hum, graciously accepting the title of Sister Zhuang, yet feeling a twinge of disappointment within. However, Lin Shijie was oblivious to Zhuang Yanru's inner discontent and, after requesting the two to spread the news, retreated back into his room. Yet, he soon emerged again, saying, That convenient item. Could you procure a complete set of fruit equipment for me? I need it to gather some materials, of course. Liang Jiandong nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in a quaint town far from the bustling metropolis, an elderly man, plump and resembling a wealthy gentleman, sat smiling on a small bridge. He appeared no different from the other elderly residents of the town, save for the presence of a small girl beside him, her features somewhat pronounced and her eyes notably large, to any observer. It was a typical scene of a grandfather resting with his granddaughter patiently waiting by his side, devoid of any peculiarities. "You stand out too much," the grandfather chuckled. "This is already the limit of what I can accept. If you draw any more attention, I won't participate." "Oh, suit yourself. After all, we will be parting ways soon," the girl replied. "Don't, sir. Without you, I surely wouldn't be able to escape," she added with a bright smile. "If necessary, I'll just put on some makeup." "All right," the grandfather nodded, gazing toward the direction of the metropolis. "Is your poison truly that potent?" The girl smiled slightly. "Once it takes effect, within 3 minutes, it will lead to pulmonary failure and cardiac arrest." "Oh, and what happens after 3 minutes? If one can endure past that point, then there will be no issue," she replied cheerfully. "Then we are considerably safer and need not rush to leave," the grandfather said as he stood up and walked forward. "Huh? Why is that?" The girl curiously followed him. "The embassy. You're the one in charge. Now tell me you are unaware of the target's whereabouts." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and explained, "I have already stated. At the last moment, the poison and bomb were detonated simultaneously. The target will undoubtedly be poisoned, and it is an extremely potent toxin, but how things stand now, I cannot ascertain." "Cannot ascertain? Very well. Let me ask you this. Where are Miracle Man and the Green Barbie right now?" "Damn it, how would I know? The Green Barbie and Death Shooter vanished right after setting things up," the middle-aged man lamented. "As for Miracle Man, cursed be it, he said he was arranging a final contingency. How could I possibly know what he is up to? So, he may have already evacuated ahead of time, possibly alongside the Green Barbie. I do not know," the middle-aged man retorted coldly. "Is there a possibility that they contacted the target in advance, leading to the mission's failure?" "Impossible. What significance would that hold?" The middle-aged man looked at the individual questioning him with exasperation, feeling as though they were nitpicking. "Significance? Are you suggesting that such a possibility exists? What the hell are you trying to imply? Are you saying the Green Barbie has taken a liking to the target and released fake poison?" The middle-aged man scoffed. "Well, thank you for providing a possibility." "Hey, are you all insane?" The middle-aged man glared at those before him, feeling as though they were attempting to shift the blame onto him, which would not be so easy. In the face of the middle-aged man's accusations and fury, only cold smirks and disdainful expressions were returned. Watching the departing individuals, the middle-aged man realized his precarious position. He felt that for Lin Shijie, the best outcome would be for nothing to go awry at this moment. At this juncture, Lin Shijie was retrieving the fruit program, not directly, as escaping from their grasp would be challenging. However, truly attempting to decode all the programs, even the underlying logic, was laughable. It was simply impossible. Did they truly believe that the prowess of fruit, which had dominated the global market for years, was merely for show? Various safeguards, theft prevention measures, encryption, and self-destruction techniques had securely protected all core information. Thus, even with Lin Shijie's utilization of the system, there was little he could do. Of course, this was also due to Lin Shijie's rudimentary system technology not yet reaching such heights, at least, not at this moment. However, this time Lin Shijie wasn't aiming to crack the system, but rather to uncover the underlying logic of its AR network. This was his forte, and with the system's assistance, he was bound to find a flaw. Before long, Lin Shijie discovered a method for verification and even managed to access a portion of the permissions. That was sufficient. When demonstrated, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone, especially the users of fruit products. Time passed swiftly, and the commencement of the press conference drew near, with various dignitaries beginning to arrive. Due to the incident involving Lin Shijie, security had been heightened by 2 levels, particularly concerning foreign personnel, who became the focus of scrutiny. This led to discontent among many foreign guests, yet they had no choice but to endure, for the protagonist of this event was none other than the individual who recently caused a stir on Wall Street, disrupting the ecological layout of fruit. Moreover, based on the circulating results, it truly rivaled fruit's own offerings, with the backing of the Chinese government. This press conference promised to be quite the spectacle. Wasn't it merely the tightening of security? They could bear it. After all, hadn't those from the beautiful country endured similar circumstances? However, the blatant invitation to competitors for a showdown hinted at an impending clash of titans. This was intriguing and worth anticipating. Chapter 69. The Press Conference, Part 2. The press conference commenced punctually, without any delays. However, instead of Lin Shijie stepping out as expected, he appeared seated in an electric wheelchair, gliding slowly from one end of the stage. With a smile, he looked at the audience, especially at the tech companies seated across from him from the beautiful country. I apologize for the sudden mishap yesterday, which resulted in some injuries and led to rumors of a possible delay. Since many have yet to fully grasp the technological displays and explanations, I have come to present them myself, but rest assured, I shall provide you all with the most splendid showcase, especially for the companies from the beautiful country. I will certainly put forth my best effort. Please be sure to wear your AR glasses. As long as they have an independent processing core, any brand will suffice, and fruit will be compatible as well. Of course, if you haven't brought yours, we have prepared a pair for you. Now, let us embark on a journey filled with warmth and the simplicity of everyday life. A.S. Lin Shijie's words echoed. The audience promptly donned their AR glasses, having been informed prior to the conference that personal AR glasses were permitted. Yet, while Fruit had presented a grand space travel experience, Lin Shijie's presentation appeared to pivot towards a more mundane theme. This seemed a tad underwhelming. However, those with commercial acumen became intrigued and began to watch attentively. As the lighting transitioned, the scene before the audience morphed. The once softly lit exhibition hall transformed into a bustling large shopping mall, and the attendees felt as though they had become customers wandering through the shops. Everyone was familiar with the concept of a shopping mall, yet this one was distinct. It could take on various themes, such as an ancient lively marketplace. A.S. Lin Shijie's words faded. The surrounding mall astonishingly transformed into a vibrant outdoor bazaar reminiscent of ancient Chang'an, although the layout remained unchanged. Everyone's attire shifted to traditional garb, including all the participants in the presentation. This left the representatives from the beautiful country momentarily stunned, as the computational demands for such a feat were immense. After all, during Fruit's demonstration, such extensive processing power had not been required. With a smile, Lin Shijie continued, "It can also be a fantastical world of swords and sorcery." As he spoke, the entire environment shifted once more, transforming into a realm reminiscent of the Middle Ages, filled with magic, witches, and even dragons. Nearby vendors could now be seen as sorcerers wielding fireballs or dragon knights riding on the backs of their dragons. Naturally, it could also represent a futuristic interstellar city. Now, the scene morphed into a technologically advanced space city. Above them stretched an expansive starry sky, while around them were shops infused with a sense of futuristic technology, and even peculiar extraterrestrials selling their wares. In a shopping mall, patrons would conventionally have to approach the storefronts to make selections, but here, in this cloud-based shopping experience, they could effortlessly glide to choose different shops. Feel free to try on anything you like, as it will provide a more authentic experience, Lin Shijie encouraged. As he spoke, the surrounding shops transformed into displays of clothing and various accessories. Upon hearing his words, the audience realized they could manipulate their view at will, entering different shops and even trying on various outfits and accessories. Astonishment spread among them, as this technology had evidently matured and was ready for immediate application. Consequently, all related entertainment industries buzzed with excitement, grateful for the information that would allow them to avert substantial economic losses, even the risk of being ousted. They were now positioned to potentially outpace their competitors in an instant. Thus, they eagerly anticipated the opportunity to rush the stage and finalize partnerships. Meanwhile, representatives from the beautiful country nodded in silent agreement, casting glances towards several companies with similar technologies. The implication was clear: they needed to hasten their development of comparable products, or risk being outpaced and endangered by competitors forming alliances. At that time, don't blame us for not giving you opportunities. Hurry up and develop it. However, they found it somewhat peculiar that such a practical application was not being secretly developed, but rather boldly showcased. Even if you are a step ahead, the same technology can have varying degrees of difficulty in imitation, depending on the context of its application. Lin Shijie, seemingly unfazed, continued, "Of course, this is merely the most basic clothing and accessories. There are also home decor, appliance selection, and construction maintenance for both individuals and enterprises, all of which can utilize this to preview effects and conduct detailed designs." Immediately, options appeared before everyone, allowing individuals to arrange and decorate their homes with categories such as home and appliances according to their preferences. For enterprises, there were options for constructing houses, bridges, urban greening, and road design, among others. Lin Shijie also provided special considerations based on each person's profession. At this moment, it was not just a specific group that was intrigued, but nearly everyone. After allowing the crowd to absorb this for a moment, Lin Shijie spoke again. I sincerely apologize. I mentioned experiencing the warmth of ordinary life, yet here we are discussing work. My mistake. My mistake. Let us return to the main topic. As he spoke, the scenes before everyone transformed from a myriad of complex visuals into a unified depiction of an ordinary family. Imagine, if some of our home devices were connected to an AR network, what would that experience be like? Looking at an empty refrigerator, a gentle tap reveals fresh ingredients available for purchase, milk and eggs, gazing at the dining table but not wishing to cook. A display of available takeout delicacies and beverages appears. Staring at a wardrobe devoid of desirable clothing, a selection of beautiful garments opens right before one's eyes, and when the urge to cook strikes, a chef's guidance is available anytime, anywhere, when one feels like exercising. Picturesque scenery is readily selectable. Suddenly, Lin Shijie faltered, "Well, I am merely a program developer. The specific scenarios are for everyone to imagine and elaborate on." The crowd erupted in good-natured laughter. In any case, with this technology, one's cozy home could be a tranquil retreat amidst mountains and streams, with clouds gently drifting at the summit. The visuals transformed once more into breathtaking landscapes, evoking the feeling of a small abode perched atop a peak. Alternatively, one could be a traveler drifting through the starry rivers of time, traversing the annals of history. Even the desire to be like Chang on the moon is entirely feasible. Ultimately, it is one's home, and one is the master of it. The crowd was exhilarated beyond measure. Such effects were simply astounding, far more grounded than the seemingly lofty results previously demonstrated with fruits, making it all the more attractive. Did you not notice the faces of those from the beautiful country darkening to the point of nearly dripping with despair? Chapter 70 Press Conference 3. Of course, you see me up here talking incessantly. Yet I must admit I feel somewhat uneasy, Lin Shijie remarked with a smile. It is only upon witnessing your enthusiastic feedback that I feel reassured, akin to a teacher receiving affirmation during a public lecture. As he spoke, the imagery shifted once again to a spacious and brightly lit classroom. Teaching can be serious, lively, rigid, or flexible and varied. Of course, this is merely a humble thought of mine, and I invite educators to provide their insights. However, this could at least ensure that children who are unable to attend school due to illness do not miss out on their studies. Lin Shijie chuckled and continued. Yet I firmly believe that many technological research and experiments should be more tangible and concrete. As he spoke, the scene transformed into a laboratory. Perhaps our current technology is insufficient to simulate many high-polymer, high-energy physical experiments. But I am confident that with continuous advancements and refinements in technology, many challenges will be resolved. As Lin Shijie's words concluded, the AR screens gradually dimmed. "No need to remove your glasses. We are not finished yet," he said hurriedly with a grin. "Of course, some glasses may have indeed ended. However, fret not, as there are glasses provided to your right. Now, I wish to address the shortcomings of this technology." The crowd was taken aback. The press conference had been going splendidly, elucidating from an alternative practical perspective, effectively overshadowing the fruit company. Why was he suddenly discussing drawbacks? Was this not self-deprecation? Moreover, with so many brilliant ideas being presented all at once, what on earth was this Lin Shijie fellow up to? Or was there some profound significance behind it? The audience glanced at Lin Shijie, seated in a wheelchair, then turned their attention to the representatives from the beautiful country, their minds brimming with speculation. Yet, how things would unfold remained to be seen. Regardless of the changes, the collaboration needed to be finalized swiftly. Lin Shijie, observing the representatives from the beautiful country fixated on him, couldn't help but chuckle. "I am not like you, merely extolling the benefits without acknowledging the drawbacks. After all, that would only highlight my sincerity and accentuate your cunning, wouldn't it? Although, if I were the first to present, I wouldn't mention these shortcomings either. But who asked you to be the industry benchmark and encroach upon my territory? It wouldn't do to let you retain your arrogance. The shortcomings are rather apparent." Lin Shijie began with a smile. Firstly, there is the issue of hardware. Everyone can see that the better the effect, the greater the computational power required. For instance, I am using a large computer and a high-performance computing array here. which significantly limits its usability, especially for personal households. Even a high-performance personal computer, without cloud computing and 5G network support, can only display results that are roughly half as effective as for portable devices. The performance gap is even greater. For those interested, there is a personal mode available. As Lin Shijie concluded, many began to fiddle with their glasses, connecting them to their phones to see the results. They had naturally tested the fruit company's devices, and this was a prime opportunity for comparison. However, they were not overly optimistic about their current devices, given the fruit company's technological prowess and reputation. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered within them, for thus far, the displayed effects had been quite comparable. As the systems connected, the audience finally witnessed the results before them. "It feels similar," they exclaimed, regardless of image quality or resolution. Even the refresh rates were comparable, not bad, indeed quite similar. With a chorus of agreement, the crowd felt a sense of relief, for in their minds, achieving parity was tantamount to victory. "No, wait," a tech industry professional interjected, furrowing his brow. "What do you mean no? The performance metrics are all quite similar. Do not speak nonsense," a nearby person cautioned in a hushed tone. "What do you know? The fruit company's technology has undergone countless calibrations, and their devices are all optimized accordingly. But what about this one? We are using various models of phones, different brands, different chips, and even different operating systems. Yet, it can deliver the same results if it undergoes specialized optimization and tuning. The effects will surely improve significantly." The words of this individual caused the crowd to collectively gasp, followed by expressions of delight. Simultaneously, a schadenfreude glint flickered among the representatives from the beautiful country. The representatives from the beautiful country, particularly those from several tech companies, exchanged glances, their expressions turning sour. However, it was merely a slight displeasure, as it was fundamentally an issue of effect, with little impact overall. It was merely the discomfort of being caught up in a technological chase. Observing all this, Lin Shijie smiled slightly, but refrained from elaborating further on this point. Instead, he continued, "I believe everyone has experienced that using personal portable devices yields significantly poorer results. If we are to normalize the use of glasses as an everyday product, they must be aesthetically pleasing and convenient. Therefore, the glasses themselves cannot be excessively large or heavy, which further restricts their design. Within a compact space, we must accommodate the motherboard, chips, and battery, and the challenges are evident. Speaking of batteries, this brings us to another unavoidable pain point. The better the effect, the greater the energy consumption. For instance, the glasses I have prepared for you are a type of traditional home-use glasses, far less attractive and convenient than the modern iterations. Yet, even these high-capacity battery glasses, when maintaining optimal performance, can only operate for no more than an hour. Of course, there are solutions such as cloud computing, 5G communication, or certain specialized portable computing terminals. Perhaps we should simply embrace a technological explosion, directly utilizing groundbreaking chips and super batteries, which would naturally resolve these issues. However, this is a challenge that the esteemed leaders present must confront. After all, I am merely a programmer, Lin Shijie remarked with a cheerful demeanor, eliciting a ripple of good-natured laughter from the audience below. Simultaneously, many began to roll up their sleeves, contemplating future business ventures. Once the crowd settled, Lin Shijie continued, "As I mentioned earlier, I am a programmer, and it is only fitting that I discuss matters pertaining to software." After stating this, Lin Shijie intentionally observed the reactions of the attendees from the United States. Indeed, one individual's expression shifted noticeably. With his heightened mental acuity, Lin Shijie could discern the underlying sentiments. Despite the majority of the audience's focus being on him, at least the individual whose expression had altered was casting a gaze filled with negative emotions. While it did not reach the severity of life-threatening hostility, it was certainly not benign. Unfazed, Lin Shijie glanced past him, smiling as he added, "The issues surrounding software are indeed significant, yet they are comparatively more manageable than those related to hardware." The audience shared a knowing smile, directed particularly at the few executives committed to independently developing hardware, yet amidst their laughter lay encouragement and support, for they had all suffered the consequences of lacking autonomy in this domain. Lin Shijie then turned his gaze toward companies like Huawei, which championed independent research and development, sincerely stating, "We are indeed somewhat lacking. However, This disparity pales in comparison to the current technological advancements and the capacity to seamlessly operate augmented reality technology. Moreover, we are on par with cloud computing and 5G communications. Thus, catching up is a certainty, and surpassing it is not an insurmountable challenge. The audience immediately responded with gentle applause, though not as fervent as that of the younger crowd. It was filled with determination and longevity. All their eyes turned toward the representatives from the United States. Observing their reactions, Lin Shijie felt a surge of excitement. Those present at the launch event were all from the technology or internet sectors. And although they shared upstream and downstream relationships or collaborations, competition and rivalry predominantly characterized their interactions. Yet, when confronted with external adversaries, they could unite, clearly expressing their stance. This attests to the fact that, at this moment, these business magnates possess a sufficient sense of national confidence and perhaps an ambition to venture onto the global stage, which they can hardly contain. This is a positive phenomenon, as the expansion of commerce yields immense profits. In the current global landscape, maintaining substantial profits necessitates possessing superior technology to engage in high-value-added industries. The ultimate outcome is a positive impetus for rapid technological advancement across various sectors. For Lin Shijie, this represents the best direction for development, which explains his excitement. However, the time is not yet ripe. Once his AR-assisted research system is fully deployed, he will be able to integrate technologies from various industries to expedite this process. Therefore, Lin Shijie cleared his throat and stated, aside from a few specialized fields, we have already begun to surpass global standards in software. Correspondingly, various business models and application scenarios are also advancing along a more sophisticated path. For instance, regarding the application of AR technology, having resolved the discrepancies between different brands, manufacturers, and platforms, we merely need to ensure that our programs operate with the same underlying logic on both the company and user ends. Subsequently, utilizing efficient transmission protocols such as 5G, we can establish fundamental communications, of course, to conserve computational power or to compensate for deficiencies in processing capability. We can also incorporate cloud computing. Thus, a simple closed-loop system is formed. Lin Shijie smiled as he observed the thoughtful expressions of the audience, explaining that the foundation of this technology is distinct from previous iterations. It is not merely a program housed on computers or mobile devices. Simply put, it is not a segment of software installed on a computer or phone. Instead, it is a new model based on network addresses and enhanced by blockchain technology, where local computers or mobile devices merely provide storage and computational power. As demonstrated earlier, even if one is not physically present here, as long as there is access to 5G technology and sufficient computational resources, one can access this URL from any internet-enabled location to experience the same interaction. Lin Shijie's proclamation left the audience utterly astonished. After all, this technology transcends the simplicity of a mere program. IT represents a comprehensive upgrade, nay, an elevation of the existing internet, provided that the technology and communication methods are refined. Everything on the current internet will undergo a radical transformation. This is nothing short of a revolution, a profound and thorough transformation. Lin Shijie anticipated the audience's astonishment. Yet he directed his gaze toward the previously reactive individual from the United States. Unsurprisingly, his countenance had darkened to a brooding intensity, and upon meeting Lin Shijie's gaze, he defiantly returned it, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Yet Lin Shijie could not help but smirk slightly, even at this juncture. He still dared to attempt to assert his influence. Truly a fool's errand. Lin Shijie cleared his throat, reassuring the audience, there is no need for such agitation. As I previously stated, hardware challenges cannot be resolved in the short term. The same applies to software, for despite the glimmer of hope in communications and cloud computing, achieving true completeness will still require considerable time. Therefore, even if a transformation is underway, it will come gradually, allowing everyone ample time to adapt. After all, with different platforms and products, even updating and iterating is no simple feat, so caution is essential. Observing the grinning Lin Shijie, the audience's excitement began to temper. However, a few individuals unconsciously cast their glances toward the fruit company. One tech magnate spoke slowly, considering the situation, with a global sales network and a vast fan base, coupled with exclusive electronic devices and cutting-edge technology, along with the advantage of being first to market, This eliminates any issues of platform integration or system isolation, allowing multiple devices to be conveniently interconnected, all supported by a substantial research and development platform. Each point he made startled the audience. These technological aspects almost perfectly formed a closed loop, enveloping the entire ecosystem. This represents an unparalleled advantage and foresight, compounded by an enduring high-tech attribute. The audience collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions turning grave. After all, even if they now possessed similar technologies and could mitigate most platform-related risks, they remained significantly behind. However, as Lin Shijie stated, at least they now have the qualification to catch up. No longer entirely sidelined, Lin Shijie observed the audience's concerns, juxtaposed with the palpable excitement emanating from the representatives of the United States, and gradually revealed a smile of awe. I almost forgot to mention a very important matter. More important than the current situation, a somewhat anxious technician furrowed his brow and inquired. The audience, sharing his sentiment, turned their gazes toward Lin Shijie, for indeed, nothing seemed more pressing than this. Unexpectedly, Lin Shijie nodded, affirming that it was indeed more significant, and considerably so. What? I have previously elucidated that this technology has the potential to become the next generation of the internet, relying on network nodes and blockchain technology. However, it remains fundamentally a program, and as with any program, there will invariably be compiled code and underlying logic. To some extent, it could even be perceived as the operating system of the new generation of the internet. Upon hearing Lin Shijie's explanation, the audience immediately grasped the essence of this technology. After all, such a straightforward elucidation made it comprehensible even to those unacquainted with technical matters. Yet, this clarity only heightened their concerns. Considering that, at present, computer operating systems are dominated solely by Microsoft and Apple, with the mobile sector similarly ruled by Android and Apple. The rest are either fleeting phenomena or lack sufficient influence to pose a real threat. Thus, does this not imply yet another monopolistic technology? Yet, why does Lin Shijie imply that there is some hidden nuance within? It appears that everyone has comprehended my explanation, so what I shall say next should be easily understood by all. Lin Shijie continued, "Come on, little brother, speak up. We are all ears. Indeed, don't keep us in suspense. Speak. Is there some trickery involved?" Lin Shijie smiled slightly, acknowledging that there is indeed something to uncover, though whether it constitutes trickery is another matter altogether. I trust everyone has purchased the latest AR products from Apple, whether for research or personal use. I end my quest for thorough research. I, of course, acquired the complete set of products and delved deeply into them. However, this investigation uncovered certain issues. As the foundational logic of the new network, minor bugs may not be problematic, but the presence of backdoors would be quite irregular, initially. I presumed this was merely an oversight or defect. However, after conducting several experiments, I realized it was not an error or omission, but rather seemed to be a deliberately established loophole in the rules. IT is akin to a new world's regulations. While they may be imperfect and flawed, these can be gradually rectified over time, which is entirely normal. However, if specific exploitable rules are intentionally set, it equates to opening a backdoor within the system. In such instances, gathering public data, acquiring covert information, or manipulating an opponent's operational speed at critical moments becomes feasible. This is a small program I developed. You may wish to experiment with it, though it is exclusively for those who have purchased Apple's new devices. You can see if you can discreetly extract some confidential information. Although Lin Shijie's tone was not serious and carried a hint of levity, the implications of his words were indeed alarming. The individuals from the United States were already in a state of outrage, as such an accusation is exceedingly grave. This situation does not merely affect Apple. All their high-tech companies and even social platforms could be impacted. After all, the rumors of their data collection practices have been circulating for quite some time. However, as others began experimenting with the small program Lin Shijie released, even some individuals from the United States covertly downloaded and tested it. When they discovered they could indeed access those hidden elements from their phones, they were momentarily stunned. Yet, this daze was fleeting, and they quickly returned to their uproarious indignation, continuing their protests. Nevertheless, they all tacitly agreed to turn off all Apple phones and devices. Among the protesting crowd, the only composed individual furrowed his brow, observing Lin Shijie on stage, and quietly whispered something to a nearby blonde woman. The blonde, taken aback, cleared her throat and loudly proclaimed, "Lin, don't just criticize others. What about your own technology? Surely, there can't be any issues with it. Her voice was sharp and resonant, cutting through the clamor of the crowd, instantly capturing everyone's attention. They paused, momentarily bewildered. Indeed. While the current technology may be lacking, what about the demonstration just presented? Given its formidable adaptability, capable of disregarding platform and brand distinctions, creating a backdoor would likely be even easier, wouldn't it? Observing the sudden cessation of the uproar and the collective gaze upon him, Lin Shijie could not help but smirk inwardly. Just as he was pondering how to introduce his program, a timely inquiry had presented itself. That's an excellent question. Lin Shijie nodded. Indeed. It is challenging to place complete trust in someone else's creation, particularly when it pertains to one's private information and the lifeblood of a company. This is entirely human nature. Thus, I have already resolved to fully disclose the foundational logic of my technology shortly. Anyone can develop their programs based on this, whether individuals or enterprises. As soon as Lin Shijie's words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Completely open, does this not mean sharing the fruits of one's labor? Although developers would undoubtedly retain significant technical and first-mover advantages, there exists a temporal limit, perhaps a year or two, but certainly no longer. However, as they glanced at the visibly distressed faces of the individuals from the United States, they began to comprehend the broader implications. This initiative was not merely state-sponsored, but also aimed at competing for the future territory of the new internet, rendering momentary gains or losses inconsequential. Securing sufficient ground was paramount. The eventual returns would be substantial. As Lin Shijie observed the disconcerted expressions of the American contingent, he secretly chuckled to himself. Were they truly rattled? Patience. There is more to come. Chapter 73. The Press Conference, Part 6. In the United States, as dawn broke, Lin Shijie unveiled the underlying logic vulnerabilities of Apple. How dare they? An exasperated Coco exclaimed. The others around him regarded the shouting Coco as if he were a fool. Everyone present was well aware of the situation, so who was he performing for? Ahem. An elderly man with white hair coughed gently, slowly interjecting, "Let us not be hasty. Have your reparative measures been completed?" Coco nodded, having promptly devised a contingency plan after the situation arose. With a few upgrades, all traces could be entirely eradicated. Coco then turned his gaze toward the intelligence department. However, I wish to know why the entire world is aware of this. Yet you failed to relay the information back promptly. The head of the intelligence department appeared equally helpless. They simply had no information coming in from the front lines and were unable to establish contact. This left them, who should have received the news first, learning about it through the internet, which was undeniably humiliating. However, soon enough, the live feed returned, and he saw his subordinates surrounded by security, clearly hindered from communicating. He began to curse vehemently. How dare they? This is a blatant violation of personal freedom. This is an affront to us, and we must punish them severely. Listening to similar rhetoric, the crowd was left speechless. Did they truly think their actions had gone unnoticed the previous day, just because it hadn't been publicly exposed yet? Who knew what consequences might arise later? And speaking of provocations, they were on the verge of an open conflict. What good were such formalities? Well then, let us discuss how we will address this matter. The elderly man interrupted the ranting intelligence chief, exasperated. This is about the exploration and conquest of the new world. We cannot afford any retreat. Now, let us think carefully about how to solidify our gains, expand our advantages, and prevent the opposition from catching up. Coco raised an eyebrow. Whether in terms of technology, market share, or development platform, we hold an indisputable advantage. There may be some temporary inconveniences, but this is merely transitory. They may carve out their own territory, but they cannot escape being surrounded, infiltrated, and gradually consumed by us. The group had no objections to this, as they were confident in their position. The elderly man nodded. Very well, but everyone must remain vigilant. The opposition has now gained the capacity to resist and retaliate. Remember, this is a war for the new world. We must exert all our efforts to defeat every adversary and seize the bountiful new world. Instantly, the eyes of the crowd gleamed with golden fervor. As the vast benefits of the new world beckoned them, it was needless to say they would commit wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, at the press conference, Lin Shijie's announcement regarding the complete disclosure of the foundational logic elicited a tremendous response. This essentially provided everyone with a completely equitable foundation for the world, unlike the situation in the United States. where individuals were subject to potential data collection if the other side were to act shamelessly and alter the logical rules entirely. Everything built upon that foundation would cease to exist. This maneuver was akin to cutting the very roots of their adversary, while Lin Shijie's actions had undeniably placed the United States in a position of severe disadvantage. For other factions, it merely meant a temporary decision to refrain from engaging with the United States and to observe for the time being. After all, China was also a nation, a superpower, no less, and likewise possessed similar vulnerabilities. However, the situation had now changed. With such a complete disclosure, those drawbacks no longer existed. The various other factions could indeed leverage these advancements to enhance their own AR network systems, even supplementing them with additional rules to establish an independent regulatory framework. This would allow them to seamlessly integrate into the overarching logic of the Huawei system while maintaining strict confidentiality in areas where discretion is paramount. Concurrently, nations with a certain level of technological foundation have begun to gravitate towards such solutions. However, for those countries lacking technological depth, often referred to as underdeveloped nations, this remains a distant prospect. After all, they lack the requisite technological accumulation. Even if they acquire the open foundational logic programs that enable the establishment of their own AR networks, they would still struggle to produce corresponding products, merely awaiting invasion by industry giants eager to reap greater profits. Yet, this is undeniably a trend of the future, leaving these nations and factions to passively await which side might offer relatively more favorable conditions. Lin Shijie, however, was unaware of these dynamics. His initial idea was simply to create an open AR development platform to facilitate global access for the development of various AR applications, given its foundation in reality. It would also allow him to indirectly gather information from around the world. However, he had not thoroughly contemplated the commercial implications or the resultant biases among various factions. In contrast, Gu Yanran, with her acute business acumen, took the initiative to elucidate these intricacies to Lin Shijie prior to the conference. An open development platform not only empowers smaller factions to engage in research and development, but also allows their company to participate in operations through more agreeable collaborative methods. This, in turn, enables local factions to garner greater profits, fostering acceptance, even if it means slightly reduced earnings for the larger entities, ensuring longevity and harmonious relations. As for the developed nations, numerous entrepreneurs would likely utilize this platform to innovate new applications, which aligns well with Lin Shijie's expectations. Thus, when the atmosphere grew fervent, Lin Shijie cheerfully resumed speaking. A shared foundational logic will grant us all a common, secure, and ever-evolving world. Yet, the richness of its content relies heavily on us entrepreneurs, especially the locals from diverse regions, each with their unique economic, cultural, and social backgrounds. However, due to the unevenness of technological advancement and time constraints, many regions possess beautiful cultures and vibrant traditions, but lack the corresponding production capabilities. Therefore, I have decided to unveil my AR development platform. Utilizing it, individuals with foundational AR development knowledge will swiftly adapt to create their own AR applications. Even those with no prior AR development experience need not worry. Anyone with programming knowledge can, through systematic learning, experience the joy of developing an AR application within 3 to 6 months. Of course, even complete novices need not fret, for I am confident that more convenient development models will soon emerge. So, let us collectively anticipate the splendid future that is just around the corner. Chapter 74, Achieving Renown in One Battle. With Lin Shijie's concluding remarks, the conference officially came to a close. The succession of groundbreaking announcements undoubtedly stirred considerable commotion, and as time progressed, this wave of excitement would only grow, sweeping across various regions and peoples. However, many domestic magnates in attendance were visibly excited, eager to finalize more detailed cooperation plans with Lin Shijie. Indeed, it was Lin Shijie, as they now recognized, who stood at the core of this event, regardless of who orchestrated the conference behind the scenes. Much of the technology was likely developed under his lead, particularly the AR development platform. The mature technologies showcased previously held immense promise, and both domestic and neighboring countries, even those in Europe and America, would surely seek to engage. After all, this was undoubtedly the darkest hour for the Fruit Nation and the entire beautiful country. If action were not taken now, when would it be? Moreover, the AR development platform was an extraordinary asset. What would underpin cooperation with other nations? It would be technology and reputation. Who could possess a better combination of both than Lin Shijie, the initiator of the open system? Signing a cooperation agreement to venture into developing countries could easily position him as a leading enterprise. Thus, numerous magnates flocked towards Lin Shijie. Meanwhile, Gu Yanran, pushing her wheelchair, deliberately slowed her pace, allowing the magnates to catch up. Lin Shijie couldn't help but smile wryly, but upon glancing at Gu Yanran's twinkling eyes, he feigned weakness. Once the magnates gathered around him, he feebly remarked, "I understand that everyone is eager to discuss cooperation. However, I kindly ask for your patience until I unveil the foundational logic and the AR open platform." The crowd paused momentarily, contemplating the implications of this open announcement. After all, was a slight delay truly detrimental? In fact, it might allow more to remember Lin Shijie's merits. Yet, he thought to himself, I cannot afford to delay. The sooner I open this up, the safer I shall be. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, scrutinizing Lin Shijie's frail appearance while recalling the recent gas explosion incident and the beautiful country representatives who had just been freed from confinement by security. How outrageous! Such audacity! Did they think this was the past? The ire of various magnates swiftly turned towards the representatives of the beautiful country, while Gu Yanran nodded in satisfaction. This was merely the beginning. She would ensure they faced consequences for daring to lay hands on her man. Lin Shijie rose, gazing at the formidable Gu Yanran with a mix of amusement and gratitude. Previously, when she urged him to address the AR platform, it was clearly aimed at the representatives of the beautiful country. Gu Yanran nodded affirmatively. Of course, your revelation of the foundational rule loophole serves merely as a wake-up call, instilling caution among them. Yet, they will likely continue their actions, as they lack the technology and must choose a side. However, by disclosing your foundational rules and the AR development platform, you effectively undermine their advantages. Lin Shijie nodded, acknowledging that he had temporarily gained the upper hand, though fierce competition lay ahead. Indeed, this is unavoidable, Gu Yanran concurred, but at least it establishes a dichotomy of dominance and a multitude of local powers. Lin Shijie resolved to upload these two components swiftly. Once completed, he would no longer need to worry about targeted dangers. Gu Yanran agreed. Yet her frustration over the recent attack remained palpable as she picked up the phone to continue her arrangements. In the beautiful country, in the early morning, the same room found an irate elderly man with white hair shouting furiously, "Damn it! How dare they? Have they truly gone mad? What? They've even opened the AR development platform? What on earth do they intend to do?" The onlookers exchanged glances, bemused by the familiar tirade of the enraged elder. "Damn it, we need to assess the potential losses from this. Also, Coco, tell me your course of action." Coco, equally bewildered, pondered how to respond now that the other party had made their move. He could only follow suit, but he knew that revealing their logic, which contained designed vulnerabilities, would only affirm their shortcomings. "Let's first conduct system upgrades and maintenance, then go public," Coco suggested, fully aware that this would likely be the largest maintenance operation in the history of the Fruit Nation. What he had once believed to be a trump card for global control had now become a constraint on their development. The elderly man regarded Coco coldly, stating, "In light of this incident, I believe your companies need to deliberate thoroughly. Perhaps a joint effort to develop an AR network platform would better align with our collective interests. A hearing will be held tomorrow. Prepare accordingly." As he exited, he continued to grumble, "How dare they? What immense profits are at stake? This is a monumental task to explain and arrange. Damn it." The group exchanged sighs, contemplating the unfolding situation, though Zach's lips twitched involuntarily. While the current landscape appeared unfavorable for the beautiful country, for him, it was rather fortuitous. Indeed, after Lin Shijie uploaded both systems, the download numbers skyrocketed, and had not the Magic City deliberately opened the maximum bandwidth, the servers would have likely crashed under the sheer volume of global download requests. At last, Lin Shijie commenced discussions with the magnates, though the primary negotiations remained in Gu Yanran's capable hands. With Lin Shijie focusing on the technical aspects, the discussions primarily revolve around collaborative ventures utilizing established technologies, for the development of proprietary AR platforms and applications, as well as the segmentation of foreign market shares. What is predominantly required is Lin Shijie's reputation and technical support. After all, these are public platforms. Those with superior technology naturally aspire to develop their own solutions. while those with lesser capabilities will either collaborate or directly apply existing technologies. Furthermore, those titans in the hardware sector will certainly seek to create complementary products. However, as Lin Shijie aptly stated, this is a protracted endeavor that necessitates continual iteration, regardless of whether it is development or application. Lin Shijie's guidance and esteemed reputation are indispensable in the short term. Thus, through this press conference, Lin Shijie has effectively elevated his profile, even trending towards becoming a foundational figure in the AR network. Coupled with his exposure of the United States' ulterior motives, it can be said that he has achieved fame overnight. Indeed, Lin Shijie has risen to prominence, with the title of AR network pioneer already being attributed to him online. However, that is where it ends. The disclosure of underlying logic is inconsequential. It can help the entire Chinese AR network gain trust and expand rapidly for companies engaged in related industries, particularly Lin Shijie's firm. This is undoubtedly a significant boon. However, the public announcement of the AR development platform presents a different scenario. This move also greatly benefits the expansion of the AR network and holds substantial strategic significance, as it appeals to numerous developing nations and underprivileged countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It is also a tremendous advantage for domestic competitors, as it allows them to swiftly catch up and develop their own AR applications and networks. In fact, it significantly propels the global transition to a new generation of AR networks. Yet, for Lin Shijie, particularly regarding his future technology company, this is not necessarily favorable. What could have been a firmly established unicorn enterprise is now witnessing a rapid decline in importance. Although it is expected to remain at the forefront for the next year, it no longer possesses that commanding presence. After all, those truly large technology companies will undoubtedly close the gap swiftly. Lin Shijie is but one individual. How can he perpetually maintain his lead? Thus, being overtaken is merely a matter of time. Of course, this move holds positive implications for both the nation and the related industries within China. Consequently, the external accolades have increased, directly attributing the title of AR network pioneer to Lin Shijie. However, those investors in Lin Shijie's future technology company are far from pleased, as their interests are likely to suffer significantly. The concerns among them are circulating, but since the primary shareholder is Lin Shijie himself, followed by the state's share, and then the Gu family, only then do they occupy the remaining stake. If anyone were to incur losses, it would undoubtedly be the Gu family, as the opportunity for swift advancement has been lost. The onlookers exchanged glances, having heard the rumors, which can no longer be considered mere hearsay. Lin Shijie has faced retaliatory attacks from the United States, prompting him to tear down the FAAD and publicly unveil his AR development platform as a form of retribution. Moreover, Lin Shijie's actions align with the national interest, ensuring he receives adequate support. Indeed, as Gu Changkong noted, the robust development of the entire industry could even expand to more countries, presenting a golden opportunity for these financial giants. Since Lin Shijie cannot invest excessively, it is convenient for them to allocate resources elsewhere, thereby mitigating their losses. Gu Changkong observed the reactions of those around him, offering a gentle smile as he sipped his tea. Lin Shijie, as an individual, cannot compete with those large corporations. Such sentiments have been expressed during their preparations for financial maneuvers. Yet, what is the outcome? To venture into the global arena, one must place substantial bets. It seems they must be prepared for comprehensive collaboration with future technology, seizing the moment while Lin Shijie enjoys a technological edge and reputation, with Yanran at the helm ensuring that all parties provide certain conveniences. Thus, the related supporting industries must be the primary focus of their efforts. However, this troublesome fellow has returned under the guise of safety. Is there something amiss in Mo City? Indeed, after a brief discussion with various parties in Mo City, Lin Shijie departed and returned to his small courtyard. Shijie, you just know how to hide in the courtyard. Do you have any idea how busy I've been lately? Gu Yanran lamented as she entered the courtyard, collapsing onto the soft lounge chair. Naturally, business matters should be decided by Gu Yanran. Despite her complaints, the satisfaction on her face was unmistakable. Lin Shijie responded with a smile. Then you should hurry and recruit more talent. Our company cannot rely solely on the two of us. At this point, he glanced at Zhuang Yanru, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in her book. All right, 3 of us. Initially, after the press conference, Lin Shijie was no longer in any real danger. However, the fact that he had opened up the AR development platform complicated matters. Although this significantly benefits the overall strategic layout and bolsters his reputation, it does not bode well for Lin Shijie's company. Liang Jiodong was somewhat bemused upon seeing Lin Shijie, thinking to himself that had he known this would happen, the complexities of fixed equity could have been avoided entirely. Nonetheless, to commend Lin Shijie's selflessness and to prevent potential retaliatory actions, Zhuang Yanru chose to remain by Lin Shijie's side. Although both Lin Shijie and Zhuang Yanru found this arrangement somewhat irksome, they had just fought side by side and it was a directive from above, so they reluctantly acquiesced. After all, Lin Shijie was unlikely to encounter any danger now. Rumors had circulated to such an extent that anything was possible. Regardless of how irrational the United States might be, it would be improbable for them to take action against Lin Shijie again. However, having her by his side meant that many of Lin Shijie's secrets could not be revealed, which was quite frustrating for him. Zhuang Yanru felt similarly helpless. She understood that the likelihood of danger was nearly non-existent, and even if there were real threats, it was uncertain who would protect whom. Her role seemed more like an acknowledgement and recognition of status, given her ongoing responsibility for his safety. Moreover, since the state holds shares in future technology, she was assigned to Lin Shijie's side to act as a driver, secretary, bodyguard, shareholder, and liaison. As for the duration, it would depend on the circumstances. Thus, while neither had reached the point of mutual disdain, both were somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Shijie paused his activities and sat beside Gu Yanran. "So, who have you struck business deals with this time?" Although he inquired, his gaze drifted towards Zhuang Yanru, signaling her to take the hint and leave. "Haven't you noticed we're trying to enjoy some time alone?" Zhuang Yanru pouted but ultimately removed her glasses and stood to leave. After all, this brat had previously looked at her with disdain, as if she were eager for his attention. She knew he had secrets, but she was too indifferent to care. She simply lingered nearby to vex him while effortlessly switching between different environments. Watching Zhuang Yanru depart, Lin Shijie exhaled in relief. That girl was too bothersome, making him feel like he had to tread carefully. "If you hadn't returned, I would have simply barred her from entering next time. She's such a hindrance." Ji Yuyan and suddenly flushed, pressing down on Lin Shijie's hand. "Is that really a hindrance to you? Hee, it's just that it's been several days since we last saw each other. One can't help but be drawn to you." Chapter 76. We need to recruit talent, by the way. "I just returned home, and my family has some grievances regarding you," Gu Yanran remarked, looking at Lin Shijie with a smile. "Well, that's to be expected, but I can't explain the specifics," Lin Shijie replied, somewhat awkwardly. "Moreover, the teaching system and laboratory assistance system I plan to launch next is still of a philanthropic nature. Why not release the game?" Lin Shijie suggested, looking at Gu Yanran. "No, the game cannot be released now. It would adversely affect you, and the conditions are not yet ripe." "This is not the best timing," Gu Yanran promptly countered. "There's no rush. Let's wait a bit longer." Lin Shijie nodded in agreement. "What about your family? Why are you so alarmed?" "Actually, my father holds a very favorable view of you and approves of your actions," Gu Yanran replied with a smile. "Really?" Lin Shijie exclaimed, his excitement evident. "Of course it's true. My father has great expectations for your future and intends to pursue further comprehensive collaboration," Gu Yanran said, her smile widening. "Hee, does that include marrying your daughter? Wouldn't that be even better, becoming one family?" Lin Shijie quipped, grinning widely. "Dream on. Who would want to marry you?" Gu Yanran laughed. "I have firmly resolved to rely on you. Your lack of responsibility is simply unacceptable." After a playful exchange between the two, Gu Yanran's phone began to ring. Lin Shijie sighed and remarked, "We should hasten to recruit some talent. After all, we are a unicorn enterprise and cannot expect our CEO to handle every matter personally." "I have indeed identified a few candidates, and I will show them to you shortly," Gu Yanran responded as she answered her phone. Lin Shijie nodded and headed to the kitchen to prepare some of Gu Yanran's favorite dishes. "Let us amplify our efforts and exploit the themes of feminism and racism. Aren't these topics their favorites to discuss? If the situation tightens, we can shift our focus to neighboring countries, and once they go public, we shall pause for a moment." "Go ahead." After hanging up, Gu Yanran approached Lin Shijie from behind, resting her head on his shoulder as she watched him sear the salmon. "How about adding some steak? I haven't eaten yet, and I must admit, I am quite hungry." "Not a problem," Lin Shijie replied, as he created a 2-centimeter gap on the frying pan and conjured a steak with impeccable texture and marbling. With a gentle plop, the steak fell into the pan, reacting instantly with the hot oil, releasing an enticing aroma. Almost immediately, Lin Shijie extended his hand, and a sprig of rosemary appeared, which he carefully added to the pan to enhance the steak's complex flavors. Soon, the steak and salmon, both visually and aromatically delightful, were plated. "Dinner is served," Lin Shijie said with a smile. Jiyu Yanran took a bite of the steak and savored the moment. "Though utilizing your abilities for cooking seems a tad excessive, this sensation is truly delightful." Lin Shijie chuckled. "My abilities are meant to be put to use. Doing so for you hardly constitutes an extravagant use of talent. Well then, I graciously accept your flattery." Gu Yanran replied with a smile. "I have identified a few candidates, primarily skilled in management and operations. Give me a pair of glasses, and I shall present them for your review." "Certainly," Lin Shijie said, waving his hand, and a pair of AR glasses appeared on Gu Yanran's nose. "These are the individuals." With a flick of her finger, holographic images of several candidates materialized before them, accompanied by their resumes, personalities, areas of expertise, and family backgrounds. Lin Shijie quickly scanned through the profiles. All were exceptionally talented individuals holding significant positions in major companies. Can our fledgling enterprise truly attract them? He pondered aloud. "You underestimate yourself." Gu Yanran replied with a smile. "As long as our company dares to announce openings, the applicants will undoubtedly exceed your expectations." After a moment of reflection, Lin Shijie agreed. After all, they were the sole company with established technology. Furthermore, it was foreseeable that in the coming months, they would remain unique in that regard. Currently, they were in a seller's market, with everyone eager to collaborate with them. However, this also meant Lin Shijie was quite busy, as he needed to fulfill the business agreements Gu Yanran had secured. Fortunately, the technology he possessed was readily available, and their collaborations were with companies that had solid technical foundations. He required detailed remote guidance and would inevitably face various questions. If they were to take on contracts from chain stores or large e-commerce platforms, he would surely be overwhelmed. Recruiting personnel was not overly complicated. After all, they were not currently lacking in business. However, when it came to technical staff, he would have to rely on Gu Yanran. "Indeed, I must expand the technical team." Lin Shijie nodded, recognizing the urgency as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Ultimately, these tasks would need to be delegated to his technical staff. He only needed to master the core technology. Yet, this industry was still emerging, and excellent technical personnel were treasures within major companies. While he could undoubtedly attract some talent due to his current reputation, it was unnecessary and might offend others. Now was the time to establish a positive image. It was best to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Rather than poach talent, it would be wiser to hire directly and find some personnel to manage the current situation, subsequently launching campus recruitment when the opportunity arose. Jiyu Yanran nodded in agreement. This approach is indeed wise. Nurturing talent from within fosters loyalty and suitability. Then tell me, when shall we release the teaching and experimental support systems? After all, that is of utmost importance, Lin Shijie inquired. Gu Yanran furrowed her brow. It was indeed critical, but their launch event had only recently concluded, and they had yet to present a tangible result. There would undoubtedly be murmurs of dissent, especially given its implications for their entire strategic framework. Particularly with the developments in the United States, they are about to unveil their foundational logic, and I believe they will rush to showcase advanced results at any cost to regain their standing. Thus, whether for professional or personal reasons, it was imperative to expeditiously present a complete achievement from the launch event to maintain their competitive edge. Once a significant result was realized, it would provide an excellent opportunity to begin recruitment and expand their team. You can then fully unleash your potential to refine your work, Gu Yanran added. Lin Shijie nodded, realizing he needed to recruit a few capable leaders immediately, seizing this chance to train them into proficient personnel, making his future endeavors significantly easier. "Do you already have candidates in mind?" Gu Yanran asked curiously. Lin Shijie nodded. "Indeed, I do have a few." Chapter 77, Confirming Candidates. Gu Yanran paused. Having known Lin Shijie for many years, especially since their university days, their social circles were largely intertwined. Even if they were not intimately acquainted, they would at least have a general understanding of one another. However, Lin Shijie's mention of candidates left her momentarily puzzled. "One of them is a pair of brothers I encountered during a national programming competition." Noticing Gu Yanran's lack of recognition, Lin Shijie chuckled. I once mentioned that my greatest competitors were not the so-called seed players, but those two self-taught individuals. It dawned on Gu Yanran, recalling that the participants in the National Youth Programming Competition were not solely from universities. Many were also from various institutions and self-taught individuals. One must not underestimate these individuals. They could harbor countless hidden hacker prodigies. The brothers Lin Shijie referred to were undoubtedly among the elite, and had their radical design philosophy and unconventional coding approach not led to their disqualification. They might have claimed victory in that competition. What are they doing now? Having been disqualified, Gu Yanran inquired with curiosity. They likely continued their pursuits as hackers, for they harbor no intentions of dependence on others. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to withdraw from the competition to uphold their principles. How can you be confident in recruiting them? Gu Yanran asked. Ideology. She probed. Exactly. If my vision is one step ahead of the world, theirs is leaps and bounds beyond. Their ideas, even if feasible, would only come to fruition decades later, yet I possess the potential to actualize them sooner. Hence, I am quite confident in bringing them on board. Gu Yanran's curiosity piqued further. What exactly are they striving to achieve? The metaverse, not the pseudo-concept currently being marketed, but a genuine experience that enables one to reboot life and explore entirely different worlds. After all, they're devoted fans of sword art online. Gu Yanran nodded. All right, this is indeed not something that can be realized in the short term. 50 years would be considered a brief timeline. And only you hold such promise. And who is the other candidate? Lin Shijie smiled. The other individual is someone I met while seeking investment last year. He joined as a technical staff member to test my program. However, it was evident that he was uncomfortable in his current role, caught in a period of transitional turmoil. Yet, both his character and capabilities impressed me greatly. I will inquire further. If he is indeed dissatisfied in his current position, I shall not hesitate to approach him, especially as he could be a tremendous asset when our game launches. Gu Yanran nodded. Very well then, act swiftly. It is crucial for us to establish a benchmark effect as soon as possible. Understood, Lin Shijie affirmed. I also have some ideas. If we are to do this, let's make it significant. Something that will truly make an impact. All right, once you finalize your candidates, we shall discuss further, after their meal. Lin Shijie embraced the weary Gu Yanran for a brief nap before heading to the airport to bid farewell. You must also prioritize finding people. I worry about you darting around everywhere. Isn't this the nature of entrepreneurship? Once we establish a solid foundation, we won't need to be as hands-on. We can tackle the significant matters together. Gu Yanran replied with a smile. Yes, I must hasten my efforts. He concluded. Well, I shall take my leave now, but as Gu Yanran boarded the plane, Lin Shijie felt a twinge of reluctance. With a cheerful laugh, he turned to Zhuang Yanru. What are you looking at me for? Zhuang Yanru asked, her voice tinged with caution. Isn't it just a request for a favor? Lin Shijie replied, his face beaming with a smile. Oh, Zhuang Yanru glanced at Lin Shijie. Do you still want to practice a bit? Observing the eager expression on Zhuang Yanru's face, Lin Shijie couldn't help but swallow hard. That practice is fine, but you need to help me gather some information about a few individuals. Wang Yanru looked at him incredulously. I'm helping you practice? Why should I have to pay a price for that? What do you mean by pay a price? It's just a small favor. Well, fine. Who do you want me to inquire about? Zhuang Yanru said reluctantly. Just as Lin Shijie was about to respond, he felt the stares of several people around him turn oddly judgmental. Those were definitely the looks of disdain, perhaps even suspicion. Lin Shijie realized they must have misunderstood, especially since he had just parted ways with his girlfriend and was now about to engage in practice with another woman. But this practice was purely that practice, not something else. He found the lewd thoughts of these individuals utterly tiresome. As for Zhuang Yanru, she was completely oblivious to the reactions around them. Instead, she pondered for a moment before saying, let's use some new equipment this time. Something with greater power. The onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment, thinking it was no longer just a case of a CAD with two women, but perhaps a scenario of two women serving one man. Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel speechless and quickly pulled Zhuang Yanru away. He resolved to keep his comments to a minimum in public to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since he was somewhat of a public figure. Upon returning to the car, Zhuang Yanru slammed down on the accelerator. Where are we headed? Lin Shijie asked curiously, noticing the unfamiliar route. Aren't you looking to gather information? Plus, I happen to want to test some new equipment. So we're heading there directly. Lin Shijie understood that this was likely a base for their organization, and he expressed his concern. Is it really appropriate for me to go there? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Although you don't hold an official position, your confidentiality level is still quite high, Zhuang Yanru replied nonchalantly. Lin Shijie was taken aback. It's still in effect? I've disclosed everything I could. Now, I'm just a simple programmer. Then why are you still seeking my training? Zhuang Yanru said with a teasing smile. When Lin Shijie had returned to the small courtyard, he had discussed with Zhuang Yanru the slow-motion state he experienced during an attack, which he learned was a unique form of dynamic perception, commonly referred to as bullet time. Thus, he wished to train this ability thoroughly, if he could guarantee its activation at all times and combine it with his mental projection. He would truly become formidable. He had broached the subject of training with Zhuang Yanru, who had agreed eagerly. However, as the training progressed, Lin Shijie gradually mastered the skill and was taken aback to find that Zhuang Yanru seemed to revel in it, often pushing him to his limits, often with bullets whizzing perilously close to his cheek. This made Lin Shijie question whether this sister had a slight tendency for masochism. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, reasoning that to overcome any psychological trauma, rigorous training was essential to ensure he could protect those around him in the future. Wang Yanru rolled her eyes at him. You may be a genius in programming and possess that extraordinary ability, but I am an agent, a seasoned one at that, with your everyday behavior and expressions. Who knows how many secrets you might be hiding? I simply cannot be bothered to expose you. Staying low-key is paramount for safety. Lin Shijie replied awkwardly. The only response he received was the resounding roar of the engine and the powerful push of acceleration. He had never noticed this wild side of Zhuang Yanru before. As the car veered deeper into secluded territory, Lin Shijie voiced his concerns. If it's a secret base of yours, I think I should skip it. Are you afraid? Zhuang Yanru looked at him with disdain. Not afraid, just wary of complications, you know. You're just scared. Zhuang Yanru dismissed him. Don't worry. That place is quite overt. Overt? Lin Shijie was puzzled, but as he caught sight of the glaring national emblem, military flags, and armed sentinels, his cheeks involuntarily twitched. It truly was an overt establishment. After routine checks at the entrance, Zhuang Yanru drove into the compound and parked in front of a small building. Lin Shijie realized that it was a different department within the same yard. He couldn't be bothered to delve into the specifics. The less he knew about such matters, the better. He had no desire to become entangled with these organizations, whether dangerous or not. They could lead to future complications. If it were a military camp, he might have been curious enough to scan the planes, artillery, or tanks, but a mere office held no interest for him. Get out. Weren't you going to check for information? Zhuang Yanru said directly. Besides, we'll be training here, letting you try out the heavy weaponry. Initially reluctant to exit the vehicle, Lin Shijie's eyes lit up at the prospect. Heavy weaponry, Barrett rifles, rocket launchers, and various grenades were all things he couldn't typically test. Eagerly, he stepped out of the car. Are we borrowing equipment from the army? No, just using their grounds, Zhuang Yanru replied matter-of-factly. Will my abilities be exposed? Lin Shijie voiced his concerns, as he was currently concealing his projection abilities with mutated mental energy. If there were comprehensive high-definition surveillance systems, his abilities could be revealed. You think your skills are that extraordinary? Zhuang Yanru glanced at him. While impressive in strength, don't overestimate yourself. Oh, really? Lin Shijie asked with curiosity. Fully aware that his abilities were known to higher-ups, although he didn't fear being used for experimentation, he still felt anxious. If what Zhuang Yanru claimed was true, that his abilities were not unusually remarkable, he could breathe easier. Zhuang Yanru snorted lightly and led Lin Shijie upstairs, secretly thinking, of course, that's a lie. Others can barely move a cup, while you can even deflect bullets. If your reputation hadn't preceded you, and your brain wasn't so crucial, they might have considered involving you in experiments. However, she would never voice these thoughts, as Lin Shijie's timid nature could lead to excessive caution, jeopardizing her plans to uncover his secrets, oblivious to the underlying tension. Lin Shijie sighed in relief and walked into the building with Zhuang Yanru, submitting the names of the 3 individuals he needed information on. Let's go. It's time for some serious training. Zhuang Yanru said excitedly after completing the task. Lin Shijie caught a glimpse of what seemed like a spark of excitement igniting in her eyes before it vanished. Was it just his imagination? He shook his head and followed Zhuang Yanru to the underground training facility, where he found a massive sniper rifle. Although he didn't recognize the model, the weighty body and thick barrel indicated it was a formidable weapon. He couldn't resist touching it, then turned his attention to the various models of grenades lined up nearby. They had every type imaginable. Lin Shijie swallowed hard. These were capable of scattering or even isolating his mental energy. His heart raced as he glanced around, then his gaze landed on a long rocket launcher. They truly had everything here. He was determined to rigorously test his mental prowess. After all, his bullet time was on the verge of becoming a passive skill, automatically activating in the presence of high-speed objects. The only drawback was that, even in bullet time, the bullets would still travel quickly, allowing him to manage only broad defensive maneuvers, with the possibility of countering a single point. After all, he was fundamentally still an ordinary person, albeit with a stronger mental capacity. He had only one brain and couldn't multitask effectively. Achieving both defense and retaliation was already a testament to his recent mental enhancement, and he felt quite satisfied with attained AS for the strength of his mental capabilities. He wasn't using mental energy for defense, but rather projecting a super protective material. Thus, there was no issue of training intensity. Advancing the material structure or quality was of utmost importance. The challenge remained in addressing the significant energy fluctuations caused by flashbangs and stun grenades that could greatly affect mental energy. But what was the old mortar and the pile of ammunition doing here? Zhuang Yanru noticed them as well and casually remarked, "They're probably set for disposal. Just don't touch the activation points." Lin Shijie's eyes twitched. They were about to use grenades. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? All right, let us prepare for the experiment. Wang Yanru hoisted the massive sniper rifle, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Sister, we don't need to be this excited. Do we? Less chatter. Let us see how many shots you can take." With the rifle pointed directly at him, a bead of sweat trickled down Lin Shijie's forehead. Something felt decidedly off. Bang! The thunderous sound of the gunshot echoed through the air. Even in the languid flow of bullet time, Lin Shijie beheld the colossal bullet slicing through the air beside him, propelled by a tempest. Project, Lin Shijie fervently shouted in his mind. Instantly, layers of protective material manifested before the bullet. Yet in an instant, he felt a tremendous force emanating from it, transmitting through the successive layers of defense and causing him to stagger. Observing the sniper bullet still hurtling forward, Lin Shijie couldn't help but be taken aback. Was the power of a sniper rifle truly this formidable? He hadn't felt such exaggeration before. "Kid, if that were aimed at you, you'd be dead," exclaimed Zhuang Yanru, her excitement palpable. The corner of Lin Shijie's eye twitched involuntarily. "Sister, your enthusiasm is a tad unsettling," he cried out. Bang, bang. "Not so fast. I can hardly withstand this," Lin Shijie shouted in desperation. "All right, this is slow." As he glanced at the flashbang and stun grenade Zhuang Yanru tossed over, Lin Shijie had no time to utter a curse, hurriedly erecting layer upon layer of defense before him. Boom, bang. Feeling his mental energy shattered and the protective layers in disarray, Lin Shijie wisely dropped to the ground. Shielding his head with his hands, as the smoke and blinding light dissipated, Zhuang Yanru, observing Lin Shijie on the ground, couldn't help but stick out her tongue, wondering if she had gone too far. However, seeing him merely brush off the dust and rise to his feet, her smile returned. It seemed he could endure, so let us continue. Chapter 79. A small surprise. After Zhuang Yanru and Lin Shijie had been in the underground shooting range for a while, several soldiers unexpectedly arrived at the underground entrance. "Is someone testing?" a supply officer inquired, astonished. "They're not from our unit. They're from the building next door." "Oh, those folks. They should be fine. Their weapons aren't that powerful." The officer nodded slightly. "However, the ammunition they're preparing to dispose of is quite old. If it vibrates too much, it could potentially explode." A young soldier voiced his concern. "Moreover, it seems they brought some heavy weaponry." "Well, we should still go in and give them a heads up," the officer decided after a moment's thought. But just then, a series of explosions erupted from the underground range. Boom, boom. The soldiers' hearts collectively tightened. This was bad. Those shells had definitely detonated, and they rushed downwards. However, as they approached the sealed entrance, they saw the door swing open from the inside. Two soot-covered individuals, blackened from head to toe, stumbled out, then promptly shut the door behind them. Boom, boom. Moments later, more explosions echoed from within. "Are you all right? Is anyone still inside?" the officer hurriedly asked. Lin Shijie shook his head. "No one's left. It's just that the shells inexplicably detonated. We're unscathed, so no need to worry. However, There might still be activated shells inside, so it's best not to enter for now, Zhuang Yanru explained to the officer. You've been startled. Those shells were meant for disposal. Thankfully, you're safe. Please return, the officer said, a bit embarrassed. We'll handle things inside. Zhuang Yanru and Lin Shijie nodded in agreement, smiling, though their current appearance left only their white teeth visible amidst the soot. Upon exiting the test range and returning to the small building, Lin Shijie finally exhaled in relief, casting a glare at Zhuang Yanru. Yet, she seemed oblivious, striding confidently into the building. I'm going to wash up first. Wait for me in the data room. Fine, Lin Shijie replied, displeased. Just as Zhuang Yanru disappeared around the corner, her voice floated back. Thanks for earlier. Lin Shijie raised an eyebrow. That was more like it. Earlier, Zhuang Yanru had gone a bit overboard, treating the situation as if she were a whole combat squad engaging in a fierce battle, employing nearly every weapon in a methodical, relentless manner. It had left Lin Shijie utterly beleaguered, unable to make significant movements, merely focusing on safeguarding himself from harm. Then, somehow, the pile of ammunition had detonated, leading to chaos. Lin Shijie, disregarding everything else, hastily projected numerous layers of protection around himself and Zhuang Yanru before bolting out. Naturally, they needed to cleanse themselves of the dust and debris, but Lin Shijie quickly finished in the data room, retrieving the information he required, which was currently printing. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yanru, still rinsing off, was massaging her sore back, gently fiddling with a thin, almost imperceptible substance on her hand. Is it tangible mental energy, or some special material? She pondered aloud. Hey, what have you two been up to? You look like you've been through a war. A staff member in the data room remarked, handing over the printed materials with curiosity. Just an explosion. I mean, why is Zhuang Yanru, a bodyguard, so keen on fiddling with these things? Lin Shijie complained. The data clerk paused, considering Lin Shijie's identity, then glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering, you might not know, but Zhuang Yanru was never just a bodyguard. She's a top-notch field agent. Lin Shijie was taken aback, recalling Zhuang Yanru's skills and her almost transformative makeup abilities, and found himself in agreement. However, he still asked in astonishment, no way. Then why did she return to be a security personnel? Surely she could have stayed on as a full-time operative? The clerk shrugged. I'm not entirely sure, but this information is somewhat classified, so you mustn't mention it was me. Lin Shijie smiled. Rest assured. I happen to have several experimental outfits. I'll bring a few over next time and would appreciate your professional input on modifications. That sounds splendid, the clerk replied, visibly pleased. Just then, Zhuang Yanru strolled over, but Lin Shijie keenly observed that while she appeared similar to before, her figure seemed subtly improved, and her hair had grown longer. Overall, she exuded a more mature and alluring aura, reminiscent of their first meeting. The clerk, however, remained unfazed, cheerfully greeting her and handing over another set of materials. It's time to change your appearance, Zhuang Yanru remarked nonchalantly. Lin Shijie nodded, though he hesitated, asking, by the way, which version of you is the real one? Curious to know, Zhuang Yanru inquired, her voice as fragrant as orchids. Haha, purely out of curiosity. Don't take it to heart. Let us head home. Lin Shijie quickly diverted the topic with a grin. Humph, Zhuang Yanru scoffed, then took a material from the clerk. After glancing at it, she added with a smile, a friendly reminder. Never offend a woman, especially one who is capable and holds grudges. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Shijie asked, taken aback. Jiyu Yanran smiled. Your girlfriend has been launching a global campaign against the beautiful nation since the press conference due to the attack on you. She's tackling it from political, economic, feminist, child protection, class stratification, and monopoly angles, involving countries from around the world. As she spoke, she shot Lin Shijie a meaningful glance. Lin Shijie paused, receiving the documents and studying them intently, a smile gradually forming on his lips. This was the Gu Yanran he knew. Moreover, this matter was something he had been keeping in mind as well. Given the chance, he had no qualms about repaying the debt with interest. However, glancing at Zhuang Yanru beside him, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Her earlier comment was undoubtedly pointed. He should tread carefully around this lady, for while a gentleman may wait 10 years for revenge, a woman might not even grant him a single night. So, are we heading home now? Lin Shijie asked cautiously. Yes, let us go to... By the way, are you planning to recruit those technicians? Zhuang Yanru inquired once they got into the car. Yes, why? Then let us add another person. Who? Lin Shijie asked, intrigued. You know, that young Wang from last time. The one whose resolve faltered and spilled secrets. No way. Chapter 80. The Hu brothers throughout the journey back to the courtyard. Lin Shijie was engulfed in turmoil. Zhuang Yanru had made it clear. This was not his decision, but rather an order from above. As a major shareholder, arranging for a capable technician was quite normal. However, this fellow's resolve was lacking. As a national researcher, he had been manipulated into divulging information. What if a similar situation occurred in his company, leading to complications? Zhuang Yanru, understanding Lin Shijie's concerns, spoke up. You don't need to worry. He was drugged, which is why he revealed information. Moreover, after this incident, he is no longer suited to remain at the research institute. Coming here would be a better utilization of his skills. Lin Shijie was relieved to learn that young Wang had indeed been drugged. At least there were no ideological issues to contend with. Never mind. Let's just go. Coming here is primarily for the purpose of technical expansion and support. I doubt anything will go awry, Lin Shijie said with a hint of resignation. After all, he is a talented individual, an experienced one at that, and we can collaborate seamlessly on the business. Furthermore, it's unlikely that spies would be tailing us while we conduct our operations. Right? Even if we are being watched, my core secrets are safely tucked away in my mind, so there's nothing to fear. By the way, let us get organized and head out today to find those Hu brothers. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Shijie stated decisively, All right, I'll come find you once I'm ready. Zhuang Yanru nodded in agreement. Lin Shijie didn't need to pack much. A few symbolic items would suffice since he had all the backup stored in his mind. Ready for access at any moment, after a brief tidying up, he arrived in the courtyard to await Zhuang Yanru. Soon, she emerged, looking as poised as ever, although her hair had grown slightly longer. I asked that your original hair? Lin Shijie asked, somewhat astonished. Yes, let us go. All right. The plane roared into the sky, and Lin Shijie enveloped the entire aircraft with his mental energy, scanning the massive machine. Had his mental prowess not been enhanced previously, this would have been a monumental task, and even a short flight would not suffice. That moment, before disembarking, he finally left a complete image of the passenger plane in the virtual world. In high spirits, Lin Shijie and Zhuang Yanru disembarked, only to notice that Zhuang Yanru was not heading toward the parking lot. Don't we have a vehicle? Lin Shijie inquired. Why would you think that? Zhuang Yanru replied, perplexed. Well, shouldn't we? Lin Shijie hesitated for a moment, struggling to articulate his thoughts, before somewhat dejectedly saying, So it's just you from now on, right? And the bulletproof car is only the one at home? Zhuang Yanru nodded matter-of-factly. Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel a bit downcast. Although he had a bulletproof car, along with that grand Hongqi, he couldn't dare bring it out. Shall we rent a car then? Yuri the boss, it's your call. You're the secretary, the driver, and also a part-time bodyguard. This matter is yours to handle. Understood, boss? Zhuang Yanru smiled at Lin Shijie, though she did not take immediate action. What do you mean? Money? Without funds, how can I arrange your food, accommodation, and transportation? Zhuang Yanru said with a charming smile. Lin Shijie was taken aback and had no choice but to pull out his bank card, which Zhuang Yanru gently but firmly took from him. All right, just give me your orders for anything in the future, and I'll ensure everything is properly arranged. Gazing at Zhuang Yanru's amiable demeanor and sweet smile, Lin Shijie felt a strange sense of unease. How about I handle things myself? Or perhaps we should hire another driver or secretary, Lin Shijie tentatively suggested. Just focus on being your shareholder. How does that sound? Zhuang Yanru shot him an encouraging look, adding, Once your company truly expands, that will be natural. But for now, let me take care of things. It's better to avoid any unforeseen issues. Hearing her words, Lin Shijie finally relaxed, the uneasy feeling dissipating. Driving the rented car, the duo soon arrived at a 2-story building in the suburbs. I'll handle this, Lin Shijie said with a smile as he glanced at the small building. All right, press the intercom if you need anything, she replied with a nod. After all, these brothers were merely ordinary individuals. Despite having a modest reputation as hackers online, they posed no threat to Lin Shijie in reality. Since this was a recruitment effort, he decided to refrain from meddling in their technical matters. Lin Shijie approached the door and pressed the doorbell facing the camera. Lin Shijie. A voice from the intercom sounded incredulous. It's me. Aren't you going to greet me? Of course, we're coming. Both voices exclaimed excitedly in unison, adding a layer of protection. Lin Shijie smiled as he walked through the open door. Gentlemen, it has been quite some time, he greeted, noticing how much the two brothers had matured. Indeed, it has been a while. You've become the cornerstone of AR Network, Hu Zhongwei remarked with a hint of nostalgia. You arrived just in time. We've started creating some small projects using your platform. Come see, Hu Zhongwei said enthusiastically. Hold on, Lin, you must have come for a reason, Hu Zhongwei interjected, apologetically addressing Lin Shijie. Don't mind us. We're just overly excited, Hu Zhongwei added. Lin Shijie chuckled. No worries, but I do have limited time today. However, there will be plenty of time in the future. The two brothers exchanged glances. And Hu Zhongwei hesitantly asked, What do you mean, Shijie? Observing his elder brother's furrowed brow and his younger brother's confusion, Lin Shijie smiled and said, I need your help with some work. You both know I've just started my company. And I'm in dire need of personnel, and you're the ones I hold in high regard. Hu Zhongwei appeared troubled, while Hu Zhongwei seemed eager. Shijie, you're aware of our aspirations. We've been striving towards them. Hu Zhongwei sighed. Especially your skills have instilled hope in us. However, we don't wish to enter the commercial realm too soon. It might dampen our dreams and passion for the future. Listening to his brother, Hu Zhongwei nodded in agreement. As young people often cling to their aspirations, Lin Shijie smiled. I understand, but please trust me. Following me is undoubtedly the fastest route to your future, without exception. Hu Zhongwei hesitated slightly. Yet Hu Zhongwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shijie, do you happen to have even more powerful technology? Lin Shijie smirked. As a matter of fact, I do. Would you like to see? Absolutely. Both brothers exclaimed simultaneously. Outside, Zhuang Yanru patiently awaited, having gleaned her understanding of the two brothers solely from their files. However, based on the information, it was evident that the siblings possessed an extraordinary dedication to their goals, having turned down numerous offers from universities, institutions, and companies. Yet, as she observed the three figures exiting the door, especially the two brothers carrying their bags, Zhuang Yanru couldn't help but smile, thinking to herself, these guys are quite capable. Lin Shijie waved at Zhuang Yanru with a grin. Ready to set off. Chapter 81. Heading to Xanadu, the car roared to life, and Zhuang Yanru glanced at the curious Hu brothers, then at the self-satisfied Lin Shijie. Where are we heading now? She asked nonchalantly. To Xanadu. To find the next one, Lin Shijie replied with an air of authority. The Hu brothers in the back exchanged envious glances at Lin Shijie, not only for having a car, but also a beautiful driver. All right, I'll get started on booking the tickets, Zhuang Yanru nodded. However, the only tickets available are for the early morning flight. Should we head to the airport or find somewhere to wait? Lin Shijie, who had initially exuded confidence, suddenly felt awkward at the thought of having to recruit someone only to leave them waiting at the airport, especially since the Hu brothers were looking at him with admiration. Yet, he couldn't blame Zhuang Yanru. He hadn't clarified the itinerary, so how could she make arrangements? Let us book the tickets first, then we can find a decent restaurant for a meal. And I can discuss the upcoming work with the brothers, Lin Shijie stated calmly. Hu Zhongwei immediately suggested, food is no issue. Why don't we head back to our place? It'll be the perfect opportunity to showcase your technology and guide us through the program we're developing. Oh, and the work as well. Hu Zhongwei thought for a moment before adding. Lin Shijie mentally gave a thumbs up to the young man. This kid is impressive. He has a bright future. The group returned to the Hu brothers' residence, where Lin Shijie naturally pointed out aspects of their program development while also discussing the forthcoming work. After all, this was the pressing matter at hand. Once they delved into their respective fields of expertise, both Lin Shijie and the Hu brothers became animated, engaging in lively discussions and occasionally presenting unique insights. This was precisely why Lin Shijie held them in such high regard. Their imaginative and unconventional ideas were exactly what the industry needed. In fact, the current AR network couldn't accommodate their visions. Only when the metaverse truly opened would they find themselves thriving and soaring. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yanru perused the profiles of the next potential recruits. Lin Shijie, a software engineer from Penguin Games, indeed possessed commendable skills. However, at 32 years of age, while not considered old, it was relatively advanced for a programmer, typically. Individuals at this age would begin transitioning into management roles. Otherwise, by the time they reached 35, the situation could become precarious. This hesitation seemed to be Lin Shijie's dilemma. A year ago, he was still contemplating, yet now he remained in a technical position, suggesting either he hadn't made up his mind or his transition had not been successful. By the way, Shijie, what SR headquarters like? Hu Zhonglai asked curiously as the discussion wrapped up. It one of those luxurious buildings filled with high technology, the kind that can transform into any style you desire. Hu Zhongwei, too, looked at Lin Shijie with intrigue, for he was the cornerstone of the AR network and had recently held a press conference that astonished the world. Lin Shijie inevitably stumbled once more. What could he possibly say? Should he mention that his little courtyard is quite similar to theirs, except it's larger and lacks any decoration? Moreover, it's rented. Zhuang Yanru beside him couldn't help but let a smile creep onto her lips. Young people are so straightforward. This time, Lin Shijie couldn't put on a fa could he? Clearing his throat, he replied, well, actually, as you all know, as long as the computing power is sufficient, my AR technology can project any breathtaking scene. However, it is precisely for this reason that I have yet to finalize what the headquarters of the company should look like. The two brothers nodded in agreement, having just experienced the astonishing sensation firsthand. In comparison, no fixed style could possibly rival it. Why don't we perfect the technology that can be directly converted? Hu Zhongwei suggested after some thought. Are you referring to holographic projection? Hu Zhong directly asked. Indeed, this technology has been around for a while, but it has never been fully developed. Now, if we combine it with AR technology, we could entirely create a space that is versatile and can change according to each individual's desires. The brothers exchanged excited glances. Although it merely represented an illusion, it could serve as a rehearsal for them to create their own world. Lin Shijie's eyes lit up as he considered this idea. It was indeed splendid. His headquarters must showcase the unique characteristics of their company. As for the technological aspects, that was easier to address. After all, the next step was to promote the laboratory assistance system, which would resolve this issue. The question of location, however, required more careful consideration. After all, while the technologies that were publicly known could be easily discussed in secrecy, there was a possibility of consolidating high-tech resources from around the world. Hence, both confidentiality and security were of utmost importance, and he needed to discuss this thoroughly with Gu Yanran. As they feasted and chatted, time swiftly passed. By dawn, the four boarded a plane to Xanadu. Being young, after dozing off during the flight, they felt invigorated upon landing. Upon disembarking, Gu Yanran led the group directly to the parking lot, where a business vehicle awaited them. After the handover, everyone climbed aboard and sped towards their destination. The Hu brothers were naturally filled with wonder, their gazes towards Lin Shijie brimming with admiration and envy. Shijie, is she your girlfriend? She's so capable and beautiful, Hu Zhongwei whispered. Lin Shijie, feeling a bit guilty, glanced at Zhuang Yanru, who was driving. Despite the spaciousness of the business vehicle, they were all seated in the back, but Zhuang Yanru was no ordinary person. How could she possibly not hear their voices? Lin Shijie quickly clarified, don't misunderstand. My girlfriend is Gu Yanran, whom you've met'd as for this lady, he said subtly yet loud enough for Zhuang Yanru to hear. You may not know, but my company has backing from the state. And this Miss Zhuang Yanru is dispatched by the government. Being beautiful and capable is merely the basics. Her skills are exceptional, Lin Shijie remarked, giving a thumbs up. Also, I just haven't recruited enough candidates yet, which is why she is taking on multiple roles, understand? The Hu brothers looked on in astonishment, their expressions shifting to one of deeper admiration for Lin Shijie. Shijie, does that mean she's a secret agent? Is she responsible for protecting you, acting as your bodyguard? Does she carry a gun? As the two brothers grew increasingly excited, Lin Shijie hurriedly interjected, that's confidential. Don't let that slip. Otherwise, he glanced at Zhuang Yanru, who happened to turn her head and cast a blank stare at the three of them, simultaneously slamming on the brakes to bring the vehicle to a halt. The brothers immediately fell silent, though their eyes betrayed an uncontainable thrill. Lin Shijie, on the other hand, forced a smile. All right, we've arrived. Chapter 82. Candidate Liang Hongji gazing at the distant office building, Lin Shijie directly called Liang Hongji. Given that he was already familiar with Liang's situation, there was no need for pretense. It was best to get straight to the point. Brother Liang, it's me, Lin Shijie. Liang Hongji, busy with his work. Casually picked up the phone upon hearing it ring. Not recognizing the special ringtone he had set for familiar contacts, he didn't pay much attention. However, when he realized it was Lin Shijie, he nearly exclaimed in surprise. After all, Lin Shijie was currently a prominent figure in the tech circle. The groundbreaking release event had garnered global attention, even reaching the ears of everyday people. Although they might not recognize Lin Shijie's face, they certainly remembered his name. Thus, it was no wonder that Liang Hongji, who had previously interacted with Lin Shijie, felt a mix of admiration and goodwill. Devoid of jealousy, he had sensed from their earlier meetings that Lin Shijie's temporary downturn was merely a fleeting moment. Once the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. However, he never anticipated that Lin Shijie would not passively wait for such an opportunity, but rather create one for himself. It was noteworthy that Lin Shijie had initially sought investment for an AR game, which, as of now, still had no updates. Although the conditions were not yet ripe, one could never tell when Lin Shijie might utilize his own methods to carve out a new niche for himself. Hence, when Liang Hongji received Lin Shijie's call, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Suppressing the urge to shout, Liang Hongji discreetly stepped aside, took a deep breath to calm himself, and then picked up the phone again. Lin Shijie, why are you calling me? Lin Shijie was slightly taken aback by Liang Hongji's astonishment and, upon hearing the formal address, could guess Liang's feelings. Brother Liang, please don't be so formal. It's still you. How busy are you? Do you have time to chat for a moment? Liang Hongji's spirits lifted at this, as Lin Shijie's current status allowed him to still address Liang so amicably. I am free. Just let me know what's on your mind. Liang Hongji replied with a smile. I'm downstairs. Let's find a place to sit and talk. What? You're downstairs? Liang Hongji's initial joy quickly morphed into anxiety. Why was Lin Shijie here? What did he want? Last year, during the investment discussions, their company had been quite adamant about wanting to buy out directly, even offering a price that was not particularly high. Moreover, the talks between Vice President Hong and Lin Shijie prior to the release event had not gone smoothly, at least not to the extent of reaching an agreement. The report he submitted regarding Lin Shijie's previous investment venture likely garnered little attention from superiors. Could it be that Lin Shijie intended to confront him? However, despite Lin Shijie's newfound fame and leading-edge technology, he still lacked a fighting chance against the likes of Penguin. No. The youth must not let his youthful exuberance jeopardize the current promising situation. He must advise him. With this thought in mind, Liang Hongji quickly replied, All right, I'm coming down right away. Let's meet at the nearby CF. Please wait for me. Okay, I'll be waiting. While Lin Shijie found Liang Hongji's tone peculiar, he responded with a smile. After hanging up, Lin Shijie and his companions exited the vehicle and made their way to the CF, waiting in silence. Before long, Liang Hongji arrived at the CF, slightly out of breath. Lin Shijie, I can't believe you actually came. Liang Hongji caught his breath and sat beside Lin Shijie, curiously glancing at Zhuang Yanru and the Hu brothers. A woman and two young men? What kind of combination was this? Lin Shijie, noticing Liang Hongji's puzzled expression, smiled and got straight to the point. We resonate well with each other, and I am well aware of your character. Brother Liang, so I'll be direct. I'm here to check on your recent circumstances, especially since I remember you were contemplating a career shift. Secondly, if you're not satisfied with your current position, why not consider a change of scenery? Liang Hongji thought to himself, so this was indeed a revenge plot, and he wanted to ascertain if he held any grievances against the company, aiming for an internal alliance. No, he must persuade him otherwise. Just as Liang Hongji was pondering how to broach the subject, Lin Shijie continued, You know my company has just launched, and we're in dire need of talent in all areas. Especially someone of your caliber. What do you say? Are you interested in coming over to carve out a new path together? Liang Hongji finally organized his thoughts and quickly responded, Actually, you currently have a bright future ahead. As long as you develop steadily, it's entirely possible to rival Penguin in the future. So, there's really no need to wait. What did you just say? Liang Hongji, lost in his thoughts, finally registered Lin Shijie's words. His expression one of disbelief. Lin Shijie, hearing Liang Hongji's response, felt puzzled but reiterated, I mean, "Brother Liang, are you interested in joining me to embark on a new venture?" He then frowned and asked, "But what did you mean by saying there's no need to go?" Liang Hongji immediately smiled awkwardly, saying, "No, it's nothing. What I meant was to proceed steadily and cautiously. We must avoid overextending ourselves." Lin Shijie chuckled. "Of course, after all, our team is still quite small, which is why I thought of you, my old friend, and came directly to recruit you." Liang Hongji couldn't help but laugh, both to mask his earlier embarrassment and out of genuine happiness. After all, Lin Shijie's company is currently undoubtedly the one with the best growth prospects. There is no comparison. Being able to join now is undoubtedly the best choice, without exception. However, I wonder, what will my role be? Liang Hongji hesitated before asking for clarification. "Of course, it will still be in the technical department that you favor, at least for the time being," Lin Shijie replied with a smile. "Once my game is launched, you will be responsible for matters related to the game. As for management, you certainly won't be able to escape that. Regarding technical responsibilities, it will depend on your own willingness. How does that sound?" Looking into Lin Shijie's earnest eyes, Liang Hongji felt an exhilarating rush of emotion, coupled with deep gratitude. Despite the fact that larger companies indeed generate substantial profits, they are also incredibly demanding, and career tenures can be rather short. Especially for technical personnel, his inner turmoil stemmed precisely from this reality. Yet now, if he could join Lin Shijie's company, all those concerns would cease to exist. Liang Hongji couldn't help but reflect on how his initial goodwill had yielded such a favorable outcome. Seeing Liang Hongji's expression, Lin Shijie knew that everything was settled. "Can I extend a warm welcome to you then?" "Absolutely, since you came all this way personally, what else could I say?" Liang Hongji replied with a smile. Then eagerly inquired, "By the way, may I ask, what will the compensation be?" Lin Shijie hesitated, as he had never actually considered this question. Moreover, did their company even have sufficient funds on the books? Rest assured, Brother Liang, as senior members of the company, the compensation will certainly be satisfactory, Lin Shijie stated directly. As for equity incentives, I'm afraid that won't be possible, as the company's equity structure is mostly fixed and difficult to change. Plus, I have no plans for an IPO. However, you all are well aware of the company's situation. We are currently not in need of business, and our technology is world-class. Furthermore, there will be no changes in the next year or two. So there's no need to worry about profits. Since you will be leading your own teams, we will adhere to the highest industry standards for your compensation. Once Gu Yanran has fully recruited her team, we will discuss a comprehensive set of regulations together. Lin Shijie addressed the Hu brothers and Liang Hongji, omitting any mention of Zhuang Yan'erud. In any case, if you esteemed veterans cannot achieve financial independence, then there would be no point in running this company. All three smiled, for in this world, money remains the most crucial element. Whether to realize dreams or to live freely, it cannot be separated from wealth. Thus, they were quite interested in Lin Shijie's words. Only Zhuang Yanru appeared indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. By the way, Brother Liang, do you have a girlfriend? If so, bring her along, Lin Shijie asked with a grin. I used to have one, but we broke up. Being single is better now, Liang Hongji replied with a smile. Well then, I should head back to hand over my work. All right. After sitting down, Lin Shijie felt quite satisfied with himself. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted, he had successfully recruited both the Hu brothers and Liang Hongji. This laid the foundation for his future business, as they would be the cornerstone of his endeavors. And there's also the little comrade Xiao Wang. Once I teach them, they can each manage their own projects, and I can then recruit some outstanding students to assist. I will be completely liberated to focus on my own affairs. Meanwhile, Liang Hongji returned to the office building, but this time, his mood was entirely different from before. The previous anxiety, indecision, and even oppressive feelings had vanished completely. He still held sincere affection for this place, where he had labored for several years, reaping ample rewards and experiencing significant personal growth. However, the increasingly stifling atmosphere, the ever stricter regulations, and the detached leadership, combined with numerous meaningless tasks, policies, and the pressure of layoffs, had left him feeling increasingly agitated, inevitably accumulating a wealth of negative emotions. Now, as he prepared to leave, a faint sense of reluctance emerged. Liang Hongji, leaving during work hours for coffee? What do you think your position is? Supervisor Wang Duan reprimanded as Liang Hongji returned from outside. In an instant, Liang Hongji's reluctance dissipated. He regarded the newly appointed supervisor, who always targeted him for fear of being overshadowed, without much concern. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Do you really think you can report me for taking time off?" Liang Hongji retorted with a smile. "You think you have the authority to change the company's regulations?" His flippant demeanor instantly angered Wang Duan. "Very well, if you don't want to work, just say so. Actually, I was contemplating how to replace you, as having someone like you as a supervisor is truly a joke." Wang Duan, visibly angered, demanded, "What did you say?" But upon reflection, he decided to let it slide since Liang Hongji was already leaving. "Given that you've become a supervisor, let's just laugh it off," Liang Hongji said self-deprecatingly. "Mission accomplished. I assume you'll soon be out of here. Farewell." Liang Hongji placed his ID badge in Wang Duan's hand, stating that he would ensure a proper handover with his deputy and that he could go ahead and report back. Wang Duan stared blankly at the badge in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words due to Liang Hongji's uncharacteristic attitude. You resigned?" "Yes, I resigned. Voluntarily," Liang Hongji said flatly, continuing to pack his belongings while briefing his deputy on ongoing matters. Due to company policies, the deputy could easily assume his position, making the handover quite straightforward. "Liang, are you really going to resign?" the deputy asked, somewhat perplexed, knowing that finding a comparable position elsewhere would be quite challenging. Liang Hongji smiled slightly. "I won't hide it from you. I have indeed found a new company. Although it's a startup, fighting for myself is far better than living under such oppressive conditions here." "Indeed, good luck. Liang, let's gather for a farewell tonight," the colleagues chimed in. After all, Liang Hongji was well-liked among them, but it was precisely this popularity that made the supervisor target him. That moment, Wang Duan felt the urge to scold him but reconsidered. Since Liang Hongji was leaving, such a reprimand would be inappropriate. Instead, he sneered. "You think you're still young? A startup, huh? Be careful not to get kicked out before long." With a cold snort, he decided to promptly report this news, as the greatest threat to his position had just left, solidifying his own standing. If you're going anywhere soon." What a joke. Wang Duan shot Liang Hongji a disdainful glance before turning to report to his brother-in-law, his most significant ally. Meanwhile, Liang Hongji completed his handover, grabbed his laptop bag and a small box, and left the office with a flourish. Just as he exited the building, Wang Duan, drenched in sweat, hung up the phone. Having heard the same advice from his brother-in-law, Vice President Hong, to prepare himself swiftly. Damn, are they going to roast the rabbit after it's dead? No way. Liang Hongji returned to the CF and approached Lin Shijie, saying, "Boss, from now on, I'm with you. No problem. Let's get going." Zhuang Yanru smiled, pleased that this fellow finally had his own team. By the way, Xiao Zhuang, when can we expect Xiao Wang to arrive?" Lin Shijie inquired. Somewhat smugged. "He can come anytime. You can set the meeting place and he'll go directly to meet us," Zhuang Yanru replied with a calm smile. Lin Shijie's reaction to Zhuang Yanru's response was momentarily taken aback. He had casually referred to her as Xiao Zhuang and regretted it the moment it left his mouth. Yet, Zhuang Yanru seemed unfazed, and he felt no discomfort around her. This was quite strange. Had she changed her disposition, or was she simply waiting for him? Regardless, he knew he couldn't falter in front of these people. "I've discussed with Yanran. We'll meet directly in the capital, marking the first formal gathering of our company's senior members. Following that, we will initiate our first major business venture, thus establishing our company's reputation." The situation in Beautiful Country has also revealed its underlying logic and is preparing a project to mitigate previous negative impacts. Therefore, I cannot let this opportunity slip by without striking back. Chapter 84. Arrival in the capital in Beautiful Country, at the New York Stock Exchange, the largest financial center in the world, where global wealth converges. Numerous technicians were diligently at work. As I gaze upon the capital here, a fervent and impassioned discourse is indeed unfolding. Their audacity in this instance is truly astonishing, bordering on reckless. First, they dispatched agents to exploit the chaos, absconding with substantial funds from the stock market, and subsequently, they brazenly slandered our magnificent nation during a press conference. They even harbor the delusion of obstructing the progress of the world. How utterly presumptuous. Indeed, our commitment to developing the AR network is vigorous, righteous, and a noble endeavor that benefits all of humanity. Yet, their audacious attempts to hinder us cannot go unchallenged. We must show them the consequences of their actions. The members of Congress are fervently articulating their viewpoints, expressing profound resistance and indignation towards the actions of Huagua. Their passionate demeanor and unwavering sense of justice are exemplary models for all aspiring politicians to emulate. As for their shamelessness, what does it even matter? At least, in the eyes of many young individuals surrounding us, the initial discomfort has transformed into a shared empathy, even a collective animosity. It is foreseeable that a cadre of exceptional politicians is gradually emerging. By the way, your tech companies should have refined their technologies by now. Indeed, the underlying logic has been unveiled, and various technologies are already being trialed on the New York Stock Exchange. Excellent. This time, we must genuinely demonstrate what high technology truly entails. This is merely the beginning. We have not showcased our might in far too long, and it is high time we do so once more. Indeed, far too many have forgotten that we are the greatest nation on earth, the country that leads this world towards brilliance. For anyone daring enough to provoke us, we shall deliver a resounding counterstrike. Just like the polar bear of the last century, we shall utilize appropriate means to let them taste the bitter fruit of competition. I propose that we launch a comprehensive competitive initiative in the metaverse. Moreover, since they have instigated this conflict, let them truly experience what a technological race entails. The timing is impeccable. Otherwise, if we wait too long, their economy may rise, and it could indeed become quite troublesome. Let us vote on whether to commence this new technological competition. Huagua, the imperial capital. Upon disembarking from the plane, Lin Shijie and his 4 companions were greeted by the rather dejected Xiao Wang, also known as Comrade Wang Chongliang, who had been sent to the research institute due to a breach of confidentiality. Observing the despondent Xiao Wang, Lin Shijie could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. At such an age, brimming with youthful hormones, it is somewhat understandable to let one's guard down in the presence of beauty, especially when the other party had employed underhanded tactics. Now, this fellow must be grappling with guilt and self-reproach, perhaps even feeling utterly disheartened. Thus, Lin Shijie smiled and waved at Wang Chongliang upon seeing him. Xiao Wang, you arrived quite early. Seeing Lin Shijie's warm greeting, Wang Chongliang felt even more guilty, realizing that his actions had inadvertently caused Lin Shijie a series of devastating setbacks. Thankfully, it was not catastrophic, otherwise he would indeed be consumed by remorse. Lin Shijie, I truly apologize, Wang Chongliang stammered, glancing nervously at Lin Shijie's companions. Unsure of how to express his regret, do not dwell on past matters. After all, it was not your fault, Lin Shijie reassured him, patting him on the back. From now on, we are part of the same company, and you cannot slack off. I am counting on you to take charge. Wang Chongliang nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself fully to the company. Allow me to introduce you. These are the Hu brothers, Hu Zhongwei and Hu Zhonglai, both of whom are experts in technology, possessing truly top-tier creative ideas. This is Liang Hongji, my elder brother, whom I recruited from Penguin, and this is Wang Chongliang, a national-level researcher who collaborated with me to refine AR technology and organize the press conference. His technical prowess is unquestionable. Observing the cordial greetings exchanged among the group, Lin Shijie nodded with a smile. Everyone will be responsible for technology from now on. Let us collaborate to refine our technology and expand our AR network globally. Excellent. Zhuang Yanru watched Lin Shijie's somewhat naive motivational speech with a hint of exasperation, yet she conceded that a group of tech enthusiasts would suffice. However, she cast a wary glance at Wang Chongliang, for his previous misstep had landed him on her blacklist, necessitating constant vigilance. Wang Chongliang, aware of Zhuang Yanru's status, felt a sense of trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuang Yanru's gaze held not only a warning but also a deeper implication. After all, even within a national-level research institute, the remuneration was hardly sufficient to purchase property in the imperial capital. However, aligning with Lin Shijie could be a different story. Within a few years, he might earn a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. Thus, despite his current anxiety and considerable feelings of disappointment, he might find himself grateful in the future, but that was no concern of hers, as long as this individual did not err again. The consequences would not be so lenient. Lin Shijie picked up his phone and dialed Gu Yanran's number. Yanran, we have arrived in the imperial capital. How about you? We're all here. That's wonderful. Where shall we meet? At the office? Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback by Gu Yanran's response. When did we establish an office in the imperial capital? Gu Yanran chuckled on the other end. I just rented a new one. After all, we will be staying here for a while. We need a base of operations. That makes sense. Lin Shijie nodded. Let us head there directly, suddenly recalling the matter of remuneration. He stepped aside and discreetly inquired, by the way, do we currently have funds in the company? I may have made some bold claims about achieving financial freedom for everyone. Let us not be in a position where we lack even the startup capital. Gu Yanran laughed. You need not worry. Do not forget about the investment funds and the proceeds from the recent financial maneuver, which also includes your shared. So, how much do we have? Lin Shijie asked. His curiosity piqued. We have a liquidity of 1 billion. Lin Shijie's eyes lit up at the figure. With that much, can we not commence our plans? That is merely a start. At least one secret base that meets our requirements cannot be secured with such a sum. Gu Yanran replied, somewhat exasperated. All right, we can discuss it further when you arrive. Understood. Lin Shijie hung up the phone and smiled at the group. Let us proceed to our office in the imperial capital and convene our inaugural elders meeting for Future Technology Company. Then we shall prepare to embark on our first flagship project. Chapter 85. The Super Transnational AR Network. The inaugural meeting of Future Technology Company Limited commenced successfully at the office in the imperial capital. Amid delightful cuisine, vibrant discussions and future planning for the company ensued. It must be said that Gu Yanran possesses unparalleled business acumen, and those she recruited are indeed leaders in their fields. Their professional industry analyses and global situation assessments were articulated in remarkably accessible language, elucidating matters for Lin Shijie and his team of technical personnel. Lin Shijie, having previously conferred with Gu Yanran on future strategies, was somewhat familiar with the concepts presented. However, Liang Hongji and the Hu brothers were utterly captivated by the grand vision laid out before them. Their astonishment peaked when they received their remuneration contracts, with Liang Hongji feeling exhilarated yet incredulous, while the Hu brothers were left in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the significance of the figures before them. As for Wang Chongliang, he could scarcely believe his eyes, questioning his very existence. Lin Shijie chuckled. Do not be astonished. Remuneration is commensurate with effort. Remember, we are about to embark on a flagship business endeavor. Without further ado, Lin Shijie declared, we plan to establish an AR network Silk Road, centered around the Belt and Road Initiative, creating a comprehensive chain of connectivity. The demonstration effects I presented at the press conference will all be utilized, and far more besides, once operational, regardless of origin. Entering this network will reveal everything along the entire chain, whether it be trade, transportation, or cargo tracking. All will be vividly displayed before each individual. Hu Zhonglai exclaimed in astonishment. Does that not equate to a super multinational marketplace? Lin Shijie smiled. That is one way to interpret it. Yet it encompasses a multitude of intricacies. We must not only build new high-speed network corridors and 5G signals atop the existing logistics framework, but also establish an AR network platform at each node for data transmission, computation, and integration. However, this project has garnered significant national support, and the nations along the route will fully cooperate. Lin Shijie added with a smile, after all, we are providing them with benefits. They have no reason to decline. Therefore, everyone should brace themselves for considerable toil and busyness ahead, as this endeavor involves numerous companies and countries, necessitating extensive negotiation and management. After all, this is our inaugural comprehensive project, and we are bound to encounter a myriad of challenges, be they in communication and collaboration, politics, interests, or technology. However, if we consider it from another perspective, once we successfully tackle this task, the subsequent projects will seem trivial, devoid of any difficulty. So let us rally together, my friends, and embark on our company's first grand endeavor. But can we truly manage it relying solely on the four of us? Liang Hongji whispered to Lin Shijie, acknowledging the magnitude of the undertaking. Even large corporations would require considerable time for such extensive development. Moreover, this is merely the development phase. We still have debugging, operational maintenance, and more to consider. Lin Shijie smiled reassuringly. Fear not, we are not alone in this venture. Numerous skilled technicians from other companies will be collaborating with us. Gu Yanran chimed in with a smile. If you have trustworthy or suitable candidates in mind, feel free to invite them to assist. You have complete control over that matter, as long as they are talented. We welcome them with open arms. Lin Shijie grinned, adding, and do remember, we are a leading technology firm, possessing a wealth of patents. Our primary business lies in providing guidance and consultancy. What we need now is to expand our influence and visibility. Other companies have yet to reach that level, which is why we are undertaking some emblematic tasks. In the future, we shall not entertain projects that are merely large companies or multinational endeavors. We will even turn down national-level projects. Seeing Liang Hongji's puzzled expression, Lin Shijie continued with a smile. I have unveiled the foundational logic and the AR development platform. However, many of the simplified development modules and core optimization techniques remain exclusively in my possession. Trust me, the only nation currently capable of competing with us is the United States. Hence, expanding our scale and influence is imperative. This endeavor is designed to significantly undermine them, eventually. We will establish ourselves as the premier company globally. Dictating the rules and standards, Liang Hongji's eyes sparkled with excitement. His cheeks flushed at the thought of establishing a first-rate company that surpasses the world's leading firms. He nodded vigorously, fully understanding. The other members also shared in this enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with visions of the future. Lin Shijie beamed with pride, patting Liang Hongji on the back, while Gu Yanran chuckled quietly to herself. Lin Shijie felt a tinge of helplessness. During previous discussions with Gu Yanran and the higher-ups, he had intended to establish a pilot project in the capital, which would serve as an exemplary model. However, with the continuous influx of news from the United States and the inexplicable pressure from above to scale up for optimal outcomes, things had unexpectedly escalated. Although there was a sense of resignation to the tides of circumstance, Lin Shijie had his own strategies in mind. After all, the promotion of his AR-assisted system depended on the approval of the higher-ups, particularly those prestigious national laboratories and elite universities, which are constantly innovating new technologies. He had long desired their collaboration. Should they adopt his system, all that high-tech prowess would belong to him. Thus, while it may seem that Lin Shijie is laboring for others, ultimately, everyone will be working for him. Everything he is doing now is to expand his AR network. Wherever his network extends, all information will be within his grasp. As the network matures, the data pertaining to various items will become increasingly comprehensive, transcending mere 3D representations. Once the complete data for these items emerges, the AR network will evolve into more than just information. It will transform into an accessible repository of resources at his disposal. Of course, that vision is still a distant reality, but all his current efforts are aimed in that direction. So, let us work diligently, for when that day arrives, Lin Shijie will have truly emerged victorious. He will possess the resources of the entire world, or at least half of it. What is there to fear then? What are you lost in thought about, Shijie? Gu Yanran inquired curiously, snapping him back to the present. Ahem, just indulging in thoughts of the future, Lin Shijie replied, feeling a bit embarrassed, while internally he added, fearing the wife is still permissible. Gu Yanran rolled her eyes at him. Stop daydreaming. We need to formally meet with the higher-ups soon to discuss the details. We should also meet with representatives from relevant companies to negotiate our collaborative roles, as we officially commence tomorrow. After finishing their meal, Zhuang Yanru drove Lin Shijie and Gu Yanran to the exhibition hall of the Silk Road. Upon seeing an array of understated yet luxurious cars in the parking lot, along with soldiers stationed at the entrance, Lin Shijie couldn't help but feel astonished. Such a serious atmosphere truly necessary for a project meeting? Could there be other matters at play? Casting a glance at Gu Yanran, who wore a similarly puzzled expression, they decided to proceed inside. After passing through security and presenting their identification, the trio arrived in the reception area, where they found a considerable number of attendees already present, including many renowned figures in the tech world. Lin Shijie naturally adopted a humble demeanor, greeting everyone with a smile. As he was still in the early stages of his development and had yet to reach a level of parity with these industry giants. Moreover, the companies behind these tech magnates boast formidable innovation capabilities. They represent his best opportunities for networking, or rather, forging alliances, once they establish the AR network. And he subsequently promotes the AR laboratory support system to them. A share of that high-tech prowess will be his. Thus, in the presence of these titans, Lin Shijie was as humble and courteous as possible, regardless of familiarity, warmly greeting each individual. The tech leaders were somewhat taken aback by his demeanor, but their impressions of him markedly improved. Most of them had not personally participated in the press conference, and therefore regarded Lin Shijie as a relative unknown. Yet, to encounter a young man of such significant achievement who exhibited neither arrogance nor entitlement was indeed a rarity. Seeing the goodwill in the eyes of the gathered magnates, Lin Shijie felt even more elated. These individuals are crucial future collaborators, and it is essential to cultivate a good rapport with them. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated at the front chuckled, evidently pleased with Lin Shijie's modest demeanor. Once he had greeted everyone, he finally spoke. "You must be Lin Shijie. Come, take a seat. You've certainly worked hard this time." Lin Shijie quickly replied with a smile, "I am not worthy to sit in such esteemed company. Just take a seat. This task is fundamentally centered around you, and I want to discuss the reasons behind it. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable assigning you such a large project." The gathered leaders nodded in agreement, as they were all well aware of the project's fundamental details and were present to express their full support. Lin Shijie offered an apologetic smile, feeling somewhat awkward as he took a seat beside the middle-aged man. Humility is commendable, but one must also recognize their own worth. Sometimes it is necessary to assert oneself without reservation. "You performed admirably at the press conference," the middle-aged man complimented. Lin Shijie nodded with a smile that was against those individuals from the United States. "I held nothing back," the middle-aged man chuckled. "That's the spirit. This is precisely why I insisted on expanding the construction scale." "Oh, not merely to counter the United States?" Lin Shijie inquired with curiosity, sensing there was more beneath the surface. Given that this technology had only recently reached a practical level and still harbored many imperfections, it would typically be prudent to initiate some pilot projects to refine it before embarking on such a national-level undertaking. Yet, the approach taken this time seemed almost reversed, which was puzzling. However, observing the serious expressions of the surrounding leaders, Lin Shijie understood they must have insights into the underlying reasons. This exemplifies the disparity in perspectives. These magnates stand at a higher vantage point, possessing more comprehensive access to information, allowing them to analyze and prepare for the situation ahead. In contrast, Lin Shijie had limited sources of information, making it difficult for him to draw accurate conclusions based on fragmentary data. The middle-aged man smiled. "You seem quite confident in your ability to assert control." Lin Shijie smiled faintly. "There are certainly challenges ahead. The time is short, the tasks are heavy, and our manpower is insufficient. Not to mention we are unaware of the opponent's circumstances. To speak of control is merely to boost one's morale." The middle-aged man nodded, acknowledging the weight of the task. "I am aware of your manpower limitations, which is why not only will the Research Institute contribute personnel, but various tech companies will also allocate some of their elite members to assist you. After all, this is our flagship project, and we cannot afford any failures." Listening to the implications in the middle-aged man's words, Lin Shijie understood the gravity of the task at hand. The project must be completed, and they must indeed suppress the competition from the United States. To speak candidly, had it not been for his intervention, any other individual would have been futile in this matter. Yet, Lin Shijie could not overtly exhibit a sense of righteous indignation before acquiescing. He still needed to express his financial constraints and articulate the difficulties he faced. "Leader, I assure you, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly and make the most of every moment to employ all my abilities." Yet numerous objective factors do indeed exist. The middle-aged man did not engage further, but instead regarded Lin Shijie and inquired, "Do you know why we are relentlessly expanding our construction scope?" I do not know. Please enlighten me," Lin Shijie replied with a furrowed brow. Following World War II, the world was characterized by a bipolar opposition, with the polar bear and the beautiful nation reigning as absolute superpowers. Each sought to surpass the other and become the true global hegemon. Lin Shijie was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the relevance of this historical discourse, yet he listened intently, recognizing that there must be elements that pertain to the present circumstances. "But do you know why the polar bear ultimately fell? And so utterly?" Suddenly, Lin Shijie's eyes lit up, the arms race. But then he was struck by a startling realization. "Wait, does this mean we are in a similar situation now?" The middle-aged man solemnly nodded. "Indeed, though it is not an arms race per se, it is a race in technology." Lin Shijie was momentarily stunned. "Shouldn't we refrain from participating, to avoid being led by the nose?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "If it were merely conventional technology, quantum physics, high-energy reactions, or even aerospace, I would not be led astray. We could proceed methodically to achieve our own objectives. However, they have initiated a competition in the metaverse, in cyberspace, or rather, in your AR network and related technologies. You must understand, if we do not seize the opportunity to explore this realm, we will be relegated to the margins, subjecting ourselves to their overwhelming influence and potential blockade, which is simply unacceptable." We have thrived through our own efforts, breaking through previous layers of isolation to achieve prosperity and strength. Yet even now, those high-tech barriers persist. The competition we face is no different. They also seek to utilize the internet to create new forms of isolation, attempting to revert us to a state of global seclusion, thereby stifling our development. Thus, we must confront this competition head-on and even take the initiative to strike first. Demonstrating to them that we are no longer what we once were. We are a nation far more formidable than they can possibly imagine. Even though those present were seasoned individuals, their presence here indicated a profound patriotic fervor. Many having personally experienced the era of isolation, making them particularly receptive to these words. Lin Shijie, too, was filled with fervor, driven by national grievances and personal vendettas, eager to accomplish the mission and impose a crushing defeat upon the beautiful nation. Lin Shijie, this time you may have to work particularly hard, the middle-aged man remarked with a smile. Rest assured, I will exert my utmost effort. However, certain benefits and conveniences must be considered, Lin Shijie promptly replied. At the very least, could I continue to utilize that grand red flag vehicle? After all, the last time was perilous, and this time, I may very well need to go abroad, which is even more dangerous. The middle-aged man could not help but chuckle, having learned from prior interactions of Lin Shijie's preoccupation with safety. You, a young man, always harping on about safety first. How amusing. Lin Shijie grinned cheekily. What can I say? My capabilities are somewhat exceptional, which makes the adversary wary. All right, I shall arrange it for you. The middle-aged man conceded with a hint of exasperation. Thank you, leader. Lin Shijie exclaimed eagerly. This mission is spearheaded by the state. We must all collaborate seamlessly. Should any issues or difficulties arise, do not hesitate to voice them. We will provide our full support. Thank you, leader. Lin Shijie replied with a beaming smile. Now, you all proceed to discuss matters of collaboration. Should you encounter any issues, contact me through the liaison. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave, the middle-aged man said as he stood, gesturing for Lin Shijie to accompany him. Lin Shijie promptly followed, understanding that the middle-aged man had additional words to share. I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Shijie, he began. Lin Shijie quickly responded, It is my honor. Please, do share your instructions. Keep the competitive aspects confidential. While you may comprehend them, many others will not, and there may be significant resistance. Observing the middle-aged man's serious demeanor, Lin Shijie nodded in understanding. The middle-aged man continued, As I mentioned, we will not yield an inch in areas of critical contention. However, in many other aspects, we must rely on enterprises themselves. Our nation does not yet possess a sufficiently robust economic foundation, so be mentally prepared. Lin Shijie hesitated briefly, expressing his concerns. Are you implying that the state will establish a few foundational principles to demonstrate strength, but in other areas, we must expand and explore on our own? The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively. Fortunately, we have you and those enterprises committed to genuine technological advancement. Otherwise, such a plan would not be feasible. Seeing Lin Shijie's troubled expression, the middle-aged man patted him on the shoulder. Do not wear such a gloomy face. Once those areas are completed and the AR network is launched, you will reap the greatest benefits. Furthermore, should any real challenges arise, feel free to approach me, and I will do my utmost to assist. Lin Shijie immediately broke into a sheepish grin. Thank you, leader. I will endeavor to fulfill the task diligently. Safe travels. After bidding farewell to the leader, Lin Shijie realized that much of the discourse regarding competition was likely aimed at himself. Considering his youth and his overt displays of patriotism, it was an effort to ensure he maintained a balanced perspective, yet was it a concern that he might either shy away from competition or become overly aggressive? It seemed the latter was more probable. However, the expansion of the AR network represented a colossal and intricate undertaking. It was not merely a matter of employing one's technology, but necessitated a comprehensive array of supporting hardware. Without it, the advantages could not be realized. The state could only allocate resources to contend with the beautiful nation in limited primary theaters. Many other areas would require relevant enterprises to vie for dominance independently, presenting a rather complex issue. Upon returning to the conference room, Lin Shijie discovered the attendees engaged in lighthearted, hopeful discussions. This mission represented both a challenge and an opportunity. Indeed, once established, all nations along this route will be interconnected. at least fostering closer commercial ties, which will inevitably influence other areas over time. With this route serving as a foundation, the influence will gradually radiate outward, creating significant commercial value and potentially giving rise to a series of new business centers. This could engender a remarkably positive cycle. Hearing this, Lin Shijie instantly grasped that upon project completion, these areas would naturally evolve into new commercial hubs for consumers and business people alike, whether ordinary citizens or the affluent. The pursuit of a more efficient process and enhanced experiences would always be paramount. Thus, the more immersive and vivid AR network would undoubtedly generate a substantial siphoning effect, as the individual responsible for constructing and establishing these commercial centers. The opportunities and benefits therein would be immense. The seasoned magnates present had long understood this principle, hence the ease of their discussions. For Lin Shijie, the benefits were equally within his reach, and he would also gain a share of the profits from the AR network. After all, the greater the expansion of the AR network, the larger his market would become, and the more users of related technologies would emerge, by relying on patents and established standards and regulations. He could amass considerable commissions. This would provide enterprises with ample motivation to explore new territories, enabling the state to gain a more substantial foothold. The establishment of a benchmark would inevitably attract imitation from other regions, leading to increased demands for their construction services. It truly was a fractal effect. The only aspect to remain vigilant about was the beautiful nation. They would undoubtedly adopt similar strategies, albeit potentially in different directions. However, both sides were merely at the beginning stages, still in the exploratory process, so direct confrontations should be limited. Jiyu Yanran approached Lin Shijie, having understood that this was merely a preliminary expansion phase. Apart from the current project, there likely would not be many direct rival projects in the near term. Lin Shijie nodded in agreement, realizing that it was imperative to continue expanding the team and enhancing the training of related technical personnel. Upon mentioning this, the collective gaze of the tech magnates turned towards him. Haha, it seems we may be imposing on President Lin in the near future, they remarked. Lin Shijie understood their intent. He would undoubtedly take the lead in terms of technology, as the technical personnel from these companies were still in the early stages of familiarization with operations. While they would follow his directives, it was impractical for him to handle every task personally. The majority of the work would still need to be executed by these technical staff, thus it essentially amounts to seizing this opportunity to assist them in cultivating a cadre of skilled technicians for free. Well, if training is to be conducted, so be it. At worst, I can reserve the core technologies solely for my own subordinates. However, can training be entirely without benefit? I am currently grappling with how to promote the AR teaching system. And now, does this not present a fortuitous opportunity? Moreover, as a high-tech company embarking on such a grand project, might I not have the chance to let the AR experimental support system come to fruition? Chapter 88. A novel approach to AR construction. After a brief discussion with the luminaries, Lin Shijie finally returned, riding in the grand flag. Wang Yanru could not help but cast several exasperated glances at him. Yet Lin Shijie was wholly indifferent. Even Gu Yanran found herself slightly amused. You were never like this before. What has made you so timid now? She remarked. It's different now. I no longer operate in a realm devoid of danger. And my responsibilities have changed, Lin Shijie replied hastily. I could potentially lead humanity to the stars. How could I not exercise caution? Zhuang Yanru rolled her eyes once more, grateful that she was facing forward and thus concealed from his view. Internally, she couldn't help but label Lin Shijie as boastful. Jiyu Yanran, on the other hand, comprehended Lin Shijie's perspective with his system. It was indeed plausible to significantly expedite the advancement of human technology. Do not think too far ahead. Focus on how to divide the tasks, as the overall planning rests upon your shoulders, she advised. Lin Shijie furrowed his brow. Those prominent figures truly were formidable, merely discussing intentions while delegating the rest to their subordinates. Unlike himself, who needed to be hands-on, no, I must expedite the training of these individuals and even recruit additional talent. Otherwise, I shall surely wear myself thin. Upon returning to the office, Lin Shijie promptly conducted an AR enhancement training session for the trio, targeting the core aspects. The following day, the entire team from Future Technology mobilized, heading directly to a pivotal node. This so-called node encompassed a comprehensive environment, including the warehousing operations center, train station, bus station, as well as logistic sorting and surrounding commercial and leisure centers. The dignitaries and officials participated in a brief groundbreaking ceremony, after which they left their deputies behind and entrusted the entire operation to Lin Shijie. The myriad tasks were overwhelming. At this juncture, one must commend Gu Yanran and the adept management personnel. After a brief introduction regarding responsibilities and divisions, they were ready to spring into action. Lin Shijie merely needed to articulate the desired outcomes, such as signal strength, communication capability, cargo tracking efficiency, scanning requirements, and so forth. These individuals could then progressively delineate and decompose a broad task into several detailed specifications, which would subsequently be executed by professional personnel. Lin Shijie watched in astonishment and admiration. However, at this point, Lin Shijie's eyes lit up. Why not seize such an excellent opportunity? The first step was to establish a temporary high-speed network and a large computational core covering our work area, and then provide every on-site manager and technical staff member with an AR headset, preferably one with a substantial battery capacity. I possess a suite of AR software for engineering and learning. I will adjust it so that we can communicate more directly and vividly. Trust me, utilizing it well will undoubtedly facilitate task assignments and construction previews, significantly saving time. Of course, everyone will learn as they use it. And any questions can be directed to me. The group paused momentarily, half believing Lin Shijie's words. Nevertheless, since he was the overall leader and the project was inherently AR-oriented, they decided to give it a try. At least it would allow for real-time communication in a more immersive manner, which was commendable. As for the other aspects, skepticism remained, yet Lin Shijie was content, having at least introduced the simplified AR support system. He believed that once they began using it, they would discover its immense convenience and practicality. Turning to the technical staff from various companies, Lin Shijie declared, while they organized their tasks, "I shall seize this opportunity to guide everyone in completing an AR network from the ground up. I hope you all will study diligently and master it swiftly, for our time is limited and our tasks are substantial. Let us commence." The AR network differs from the conventional internet. It is three-dimensional. I trust you all have encountered relevant foundational knowledge, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Once we establish the foundational framework, our first task will be modeling, creating spatial models based on requirements, and subsequently adding various styles of appearances. Since this is primarily for demonstration, fidelity to reality is essential. Thus, the main body can simply be scanned, while additional effects can be incorporated later. Lin Shijie then commenced meticulous instruction. Once the AR headsets arrived, he integrated the program and began immersive teaching, blending theory with practice and continuously demonstrating on-site. Given that everyone was an elite, their learning progress was naturally rapid, and they soon began to engage with scattered tasks. Meanwhile, the management personnel swiftly recognized the convenience of the AR support system. All tasks could be directly uploaded or assigned, allowing for clear visibility of receipt and the ability to prioritize based on urgency. Whenever necessary, they could check work progress and make adjustments. Those in charge of construction, however, were even quicker to develop enhanced application scenarios. Having witnessed the AR launch event, they had already envisioned the working conditions. So upon receiving the system, they immediately commenced practical application. The placement of equipment, potential impacts, and various pros and cons became vividly apparent before them. Moreover, they could generate images with specific parameters, making both plan confirmation and actual construction exceedingly more convenient. Thus, although there was a brief period of delay and adaptation at the onset of work, efficiency soon surged. By the end of the day, they had completed 20 more tasks than originally planned, astonishing the supervisors and their deputies, who promptly reported this revolutionary auxiliary tool. Lin Shijie's teaching efforts also yielded significant progress. Several formidable programmers had grasped the foundational knowledge and could independently complete tasks. Barring core optimization calculations, IT was believed that they would soon evolve into skilled practitioners. What pleased Lin Shijie the most was the promotion of the AR teaching system and its application in construction. He even sensed that a wealth of information was being exchanged. Given that this was a benchmark project and an innovative endeavor, it naturally called for a novel approach, although the initial results were not optimal, and personnel had yet to fully acclimate. Tomorrow would surely differ. He was confident that those involved would report today's developments, creating an excellent opportunity to invite the dignitaries and higher-ups to witness the system's promotion. However, he wondered about the situation in the United States. His foundational logic had not resonated adequately. as it was improbable for them to develop an AR network using his logic. Yet, why had there been no information transmitted from the AR program development platform? Not only from the United States, but other regions had similarly scant information, merely basic data regarding characters, buildings, and terrain. Was it merely a matter of time, indicating they had yet to truly familiarize themselves? That scant information paled in comparison to what had been gathered in a single day here. Although it was fundamentally rudimentary shape data and fragmented knowledge, such knowledge could indeed be instructive, as it encapsulated the experiences of elite problem solvers. As for the rest, they could remain dormant in the shadows. When would his world come alive, categorizing information rather than resembling a static, lifeless void? Chapter 89. News from the United States. Shijie, are we continuing our studies? Hu Zhang inquired, noticing Lin Shijie's prolonged silence and gently tapping him. My apologies. I lost my train of thought. Lin Shijie replied with a smile. Let us proceed with our lesson. Lin, it's getting late, and today marks the beginning of multifaceted operations. Besides, you've already delegated quite a bit on the technical front. We can study independently for now and consult you if we encounter difficulties, Liang Hongji suggested with a smile. Lin Shijie felt a surge of gratitude. Liang Hongji truly understood his sentiments, although Gu Yanran was sharing the burdens. He still had to compile the information on his end. Just as Lin Shijie was about to suggest they continue learning for a while longer, he suddenly sensed a distant influx of information within the system world. And in considerable quantity, IT was transmitted from the United States. Lin Shijie promptly informed the others, you all carry on. I have some matters to attend to. If you have questions, remember to reach out to me. All right, Lin Ji, you go ahead, Hu Zhang replied cheerfully. Lin Shijie hurried back to his room and entered the system world to examine the incoming information. With such a sudden influx, he was curious as to why there had been none before and how so much had emerged now. The data consisted of simple spatial tests, data scanning collections, motion tests, and interactive evaluations, quite commonplace indeed. Noting the time, Lin Shijie realized it was 10:30 in the evening. It was 10:30 in the evening. Lin Shijie couldn't help but slap his forehead, realizing he had completely overlooked the issue of time zones. The time on either side was utterly reversed. At this hour, his counterparts across the ocean had just begun their workday. Meanwhile, he had either gone to bed early or been preoccupied with various tasks, completely oblivious to such matters, only becoming aware of them today. It seemed his system's intelligence was still lacking. In the past, with so little information, it was manageable, but now, with the influx of data, it was all too easy to overlook details. Lin Shijie immediately began sifting through previous data, and indeed, he found a plethora of information that had been relayed from the United States. However, upon grasping the reason behind it, his interest waned. After all, it was mostly mundane information, hardly worthy of attention. Nevertheless, he realized that the issues within his system needed addressing, as the volume of information would only continue to grow. Without an intelligent retrieval system, relying solely on his memory, even with a formidable mental capacity, would be exhausting and incomplete. Perhaps it was time to delve into the realm of artificial intelligence. While perusing the data, he contemplated ways to optimize his system. Suddenly, a fleeting image caught his eye. Numerous personnel working while adorned with AR glasses. Lin Shijie quickly brought up the relevant program information. Hey, Peter, look at this effect. It's quite impressive, achieving such results without any calibration or optimization. Indeed, it's quite comparable to our own, Peter replied. Moreover, this is publicly available. If that Lin were to possess the appropriate optimization packages and calibration tools, the results might surpass ours. Wait, are you developing this on a platform made public by Huagua? Oh, well, we were just curious to test it out. At this point, Lin Shijie understood. It was likely that employees from the fruit company were testing their development platform. And it was likely done in secrecy. The subsequent developments unfolded as anticipated, naturally involving horizontal comparisons with their own developed programs. Lin Shijie raised an eyebrow, using his tools for comparison to enhance their own. Should he perhaps provide them with some additional insights? No rush. He decided to first ascertain the details of that scene. He swiftly scrolled through the footage, quickly arriving at the previous scene bustling with AR-goggled workers. It was the live work scene from the New York Stock Exchange. Lin Shijie felt a surge of excitement. This was a direct competitor, and gaining access to their information was incredibly significant, although such large-scale operations could never be completely confidential, with numerous leaks occurring through various channels. Many details, project progress, overall effects, and core programs remained absolutely classified. However, if he could glean this information from the footage, he could deduce quite a bit. For instance, the personnel on their side weren't wearing AR glasses from the outset. They had evidently donned them only after some deliberation. Lin Shijie even suspected they might have learned about the construction situation on his end today, prompting them to try it out as well. He was curious about what the developer had done to showcase this nearly live format, but this was a good development, rather than complicating matters for them. He should assist them in providing conditions for improvement and optimization to ensure their continued progress. Yet, this could wait. He needed to address his own system's issues first. After all, while he sought to observe the situation on the other side, they would likely wish to scrutinize his side's information as well, particularly since they might have caught wind of his AR construction methods, prompting them to mimic his approach. However, through the AR program, he could easily identify suspicious individuals. He had indeed stumbled upon something, or rather, had foreseen it. Lin Shijie promptly retrieved all AR data from the day's operations, and as he surveyed the myriad of visuals, his resolve to develop an intelligent assistance program for his system solidified. "What are you looking at?" Gu Yanran returned and found Lin Shijie seated, occasionally gesturing with his hands, piquing her curiosity. She knew Lin Shijie was utilizing his abilities to observe something. But what intrigued her most was the expression on his face. A blend of seriousness, a hint of mischief, and a touch of schadenfreude. "You're back. You've worked hard." Upon hearing Gu Yanran's voice, Lin Shijie immediately smiled in response. "Hard work is inevitable. And soon we need to verify today's progress and outline tomorrow's tasks." Gu Yanran chuckled. "But I'm still curious about what mischievous idea you're concocting. Hee, I've discovered something intriguing. Let me show you." With that, Lin Shijie projected an AR display before Gu Yanran. "This is something I just uncovered. It contains not only the engineering information from the New York Stock Exchange, but also some minor issues on our END. Gu Yanran's excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, "This is incredibly useful, but how could they utilize your development platform? Moreover, it's only the first day. Has someone already been so eager to relay information? Precisely. If we don't make proper use of this, how can we justify it to them?" Chapter 90. Displaying the effect the following day, Lin Shijie had promptly notified the various dignitaries, including the middle-aged man, urging them to visit the construction site. Even if they couldn't attend in person, he hoped they would utilize the AR network to witness the results firsthand. In truth, these individuals had already reviewed the video information presented by their aides the previous evening. While it was merely a simple two-dimensional representation, they were nonetheless captivated. The middle-aged man, upon seeing the situation in his office last night, particularly after learning about the progress, couldn't help but smile. Lin Shijie truly knows how to surprise people. This is impressive. The aide nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Lin Shijie was in charge, he needed to have a comprehensive understanding of the situation. "Indeed, but should we tighten our confidentiality measures?" The middle-aged man slightly nodded, then shook his head. "Let us discuss it with Lin Shijie at the site tomorrow." The aide was taken aback. Confidentiality was paramount, and they were directly responsible for it without needing to consult anyone. However, the fact that they would confer with Lin Shijie indicated that he had gained significant recognition. Thus, when he received Lin Shijie's notification that morning, the aide readily agreed with a smile. The construction site had remained active, albeit focused on the foundational work planned for the day, so when Lin Shijie and the others arrived, the scene was still bustling with activity. Lin is truly remarkable. In just a day, he has provided us with such a delightful surprise. Indeed, although there was a demonstration at the press conference, who would have thought they would implement it so quickly? Truly impressive, the middle-aged man added with a smile. "Today, we have come to broaden our horizons. Let us see what you have for us." Hearing the praises from the dignitaries, Lin Shijie naturally presented the AR glasses. "Esteemed colleagues, please take a look." With that, he activated the AR assistance system. Instantly, a multitude of supplementary visuals appeared before everyone, building upon the existing construction situation. This is a simple flowchart. Starting from me, all site requirements will be dispatched to the management team led by Gu Yanran. They will then inform the respective responsible units for specific construction tasks. As Lin Shijie spoke, the attendees saw a hierarchy with Lin Shijie at the top, followed by various segment managers and their subordinate project leaders. Next to each individual was a clear indication of completed tasks, ongoing tasks, and tasks yet to be assigned. Simple and straightforward. We can monitor the specific progress and situations at any time, and we can communicate with them directly, witnessing their work in real time. Similarly, the various construction teams and project progress could be checked at any moment. Furthermore, one could select a segment of the project to view the entire process and completion status. Of course, we can directly contact those project leaders, switching to their visuals for an in-depth look at the specific construction conditions. Lin Shijie continued with a smile, while also allowing everyone to experience the convenience his system offered during construction. The attendees were not bothered by Lin Shijie's impromptu advertisement. They were primarily keen to see the merits of the system. While the previous management was commendable, their interest was clearly piqued. Lin Shijie then shared his screen with the prominent dignitaries. Now, I will demonstrate a complete process for everyone. He sent a request for on-site requirements to Gu Yanran and simultaneously opened her visual request. Soon, Gu Yanran's screen appeared, and upon receiving the information, she promptly relayed it to the responsible manager while clicking on the request for the other's visual feed. The manager's screen then appeared, transmitting the specific information to the on-site construction leader while also responding to the visual request from the counterpart. The scene unfolds with the on-site construction manager appearing, who immediately convenes with his technicians to discuss how to implement specific requirements on-site, utilizing augmented reality. They report and feedback the conceptual designs and various materials needed for construction, as well as any unresolved difficulties. Following the same procedural chain, once approved, the management finalizes the construction plan and transmits it back to the frontline, simultaneously issuing material requisitions to the logistics department for supply, thus commencing the formal construction process. The entire process is transparent, straightforward, concise, and efficient. At this moment, four screens appear before the distinguished leaders: Lin Shijie, Gu Yanran, the management, and the on-site construction manager. Each screen provides visibility into the current tasks being processed, allowing everyone from the overall supervisor Lin Shijie to the frontline construction site to monitor progress. This ensures that every requirement is accurately tracked and any errors or issues can be promptly identified for rectification. Is it necessary to have permission to view this information, or must there be mutual consent? One of the leaders inquired. Lin Shijie explained, these settings can indeed be configured. Generally, individuals can only see information relevant to their own level of authority, or at most, tasks assigned from a higher level. However, to directly view another party's perspective, regardless of permissions, explicit approval from the other party is required. This involves numerous factors, including rights, privacy, human considerations, and efficiency, making it prudent to seek the other party's consent. The distinguished leaders understood this well. They were not like those petty bosses who exploit employees, and they recognized the delicate balance involved. However, the middle-aged man and his deputy narrowed their eyes slightly. While they certainly cared about construction efficiency, their positions dictated a greater concern for confidentiality. After all, if permissions were set appropriately, it would allow for real-time monitoring of subordinates and the ability to document their activities. In the realm of national secrets, privacy takes a back seat. Lin Shijie, perceiving the expressions of the two men, understood their thoughts and mused that he had uncovered a potential spy. However, with so many people present, it was unlikely any of these dignitaries were spies, and discussing this matter with them did not seem appropriate. Thus, he refrained from voicing such concerns and continued, "So, this gives you a general overview of my auxiliary system. As for the teaching system I developed, I want to showcase it here, but if you're interested, your subordinates could certainly demonstrate it to you." However, Lin Shijie added, "Since this is a national project, I will implement it directly. Future usage, however, will incur charges." Ha ha ha. "That is only natural. I will initially request 2 sets. I too. How much time can such a convenient tool save? Moreover, Lin, surely you can offer us a preferential price." Lin Shijie quickly smiled and replied, "Of course, I should be the one thanking you for your esteemed presence." Observing the leaders still engaged with the auxiliary system, Lin Shijie promptly sent a message to the 2 leaders. "May I have a word in private?" Chapter 91. A step ahead. Shijie, what do you wish to discuss? The middle-aged man inquired curiously, without referencing his previous thoughts. "I have an idea I'd like to consult with you both," Lin Shijie replied with a smile. "Go ahead. I would like to promote the new construction method I just demonstrated. IT will showcase our advanced techniques, elevate the overall image, strengthen the technological aspect, and attract more companies and governments to utilize our products, thereby indirectly expanding our market share. After all, many areas may not currently have the infrastructure for AR networks, but this approach is significantly simpler. The deputy nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential market for such a program with slight adjustments. The middle-aged man concurred, noting that such technology could find applications not only in commerce, but also in government departments, security systems, and even military contexts. Glancing at Lin Shijie, he chuckled. I recall you previously developed an experimental version and tested it at your university. Lin Shijie smiled. Indeed, I was inspired by the film Iron Man and envisioned creating something similar, as it is highly beneficial for various experiments. You certainly have ambition, which is commendable, the middle-aged man remarked. Utilizing this project as a promotional opportunity for your program is certainly feasible. Given that others are beginning to adopt similar technologies, it's wise to seize the initiative. However, in many areas, especially sensitive domains, you must not act unilaterally and must seek approval. Understood. Naturally, Lin Shijie affirmed, I will avoid any involvement with foreign government departments or non-friendly nations, especially concerning military matters. Should such projects arise, I will ensure they are submitted for your review first. The middle-aged man nodded, recognizing that national interests often require considerations beyond mere commercial pursuits. This project will inevitably attract attention, and information will leak. But certain aspects must remain strictly confidential. Lin Shijie acknowledged this, adding, this brings me to my second point. I have gathered some insights regarding the situation at the New York Stock Exchange. It is evident they are aware of our construction activities, which prompted them to adopt similar technologies. I also checked the signal transmission of our AR network and confirmed that someone recorded and transmitted all information externally. The middle-aged man and his deputy immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Are you certain? Lin Shijie shook his head. I haven't issued any directives regarding this. Although we have confidentiality protocols in place, only one individual transmitted information externally, but I cannot ascertain the specifics. The middle-aged man regarded Lin Shijie with a hint of exasperation. No need to be evasive. If you hadn't used the AR network, would you have been able to detect this? That is indeed impossible. But Lin Shijie hesitated. Do not hesitate. Speak plainly, however. The network here is newly established and primarily for internal use, so the signals transmitted externally can be distinctly identified. We can pinpoint suspicious individuals through their signals and monitor all their actions via the scanning capabilities of the AR system. The deputy looked at Lin Shijie. Monitor, are you suggesting? With a smile, Lin Shijie replied, we wish to know their exact progress, just as they are eager to learn about our situation. Such a prime opportunity is not to be missed. You rascal, are you targeting them deliberately? The middle-aged man asked curiously. Well, I am not one to hold grudges. I prefer to settle scores on the spot. Lin Shijie chuckled. However, after the last significant grievance with the United States, I was unable to retaliate, which has left me quite perturbed. Therefore, I will not overlook any opportunity to strike back. The middle-aged man and his deputy exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Very well, we will proceed as you suggest. But the entire process requires constant reporting. Lin Shijie promptly waved his hand. I am entirely inexperienced in this. I will defer to your expertise, as long as I can disseminate the misinformation you provide. By the way, could you keep me informed about developments on their end? Lin Shijie added with a smile. Don't pretend you're unaware. I want to believe that. We have limited information about their activities. Like here, all core responsibilities are with the fruit company, and each person is only accountable for a small portion. Lin Shijie nodded. That is understandable. Any bit of information will suffice. I do not demand much. Very well. We will proceed as you suggest. Thank you. Lin Shijie replied with satisfaction, recognizing that having insight into their situation required a plausible rationale. A little information would suffice. The rest could be framed as his own conjectures. With his objectives achieved, he touched upon the AR auxiliary laboratory matter to prepare for future promotions of his system. Subsequently, Lin Shijie focused on his work and began instructing the programmers, as that was the most pressing task at hand. During the lunch break, Lin Shijie also took the opportunity to update 2 paid development packages for the AR development platform. The features were closely aligned with current construction needs. 1 optimized transmission. utilizing less computing power and energy while achieving improved transmission efficacy. The other enhanced scene optimization, refining scanning, imaging, and rendering effects. Lin Shijie looked at the two development packages and couldn't help but smile, recognizing that they perfectly aligned with his ongoing work and posed no issues. Similarly, they would be applicable on their end. As long as they conducted a horizontal comparison, there was no reason for them not to utilize it. One can better observe the situation over there and consequently devise more effective strategies to ensnare the opponent. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Thus, that evening, Lin Shijie found himself unable to resist glancing at the messaging application, eagerly awaiting the moment when the other party would open it again and commence utilizing the two new development packages. A sense of excitement stirred within him. Use it, he thought. This truly was an exceptional resource, devoid of any vulnerabilities or backdoor programs. After all, they could only use it if it had undergone rigorous security testing and posed no risk of data leakage. However, this information was not accessible through the internet, so he felt free to use it without restraint. Yet, observing the technical personnel at the New York Stock Exchange, Lin Shijie couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. They appeared significantly more adept than on the first day. It seemed he had underestimated these individuals. They likely had already developed corresponding programs, merely choosing not to deploy them. However, they could hardly be preparing to promote their own products, especially if they had no finished products ready for release. Yet, he had a fully optimized program at his disposal that would pose no issues. Just wait until tomorrow. I shall show you how to seize the advantage. Chapter 92. Promotional Program. That night, Lin Shijie convened an emergency meeting, summoning all members responsible for the promotional program. I apologize for the interruption, but I hope you all can work overtime tonight to expedite our promotional efforts. The group exchanged puzzled glances, for while the promotional program was part of the overall project, they understood it was primarily a matter of Lin Shijie's personal interest. Thus, it ranked lower in terms of urgency. Yet, with Lin Shijie suddenly gathering them for an all-nighter, their brows knitted in concern. Lin Shijie smiled and said, I understand that many of you believe this promotion primarily benefits me and my company, serving as a personal perk. However, what you may not realize is that this initiative not only showcases our high-tech modern efficiency, but also enhances our overall credibility. Additionally, it serves as an excellent demonstration, significantly boosting the confidence and adoption willingness of potential clients, thus increasing our market share. Its most significant impact, however, lies in undermining our direct competitor, the audacious New York Stock Exchange project. I have received word that they have adopted a similar construction model, with results not significantly inferior to ours. What we need now is to seize the moment, leverage our advantages, and capture market share. Therefore, I implore you all to work diligently tonight to produce results, so we can launch first thing tomorrow morning. Delivering them a decisive blow is the primary reason I gathered you here. The group suddenly comprehended the situation, aside from a few key leaders who possessed a deeper understanding. Most had, as Lin Shijie had noted, been misled about the nature of the project. However, after hearing Lin Shijie's explanation, their initial resistance dissipated significantly. Lin Shijie perceptively noted the shift in their attitudes and continued, Of course, work is work and overtime is overtime, especially since I too stand to gain from this. Therefore, I shall not only guarantee triple overtime pay, but also provide night shift bonuses, meal allowances, and hardship compensation. For now, we shall calculate these figures based on triple overtime pay, if not more. At this, smiles broke out among the group, and their earlier reluctance vanished, replaced by a renewed vigor. Jiu Yanran, observing Lin Shijie, couldn't help but think how increasingly shrewd he had become. Nevertheless, she approached with a smile, saying, Thank you all for your hard work. Let us strive to complete this swiftly so we can return to rest. In the least amount of time, let us earn the most money. The group chuckled in agreement and immediately set to work. Lin Shijie smiled at Gu Yanran, grateful for her understanding and supportive nature. She truly was a formidable ally. With ample incentives and readily available materials, the production progressed swiftly. After enjoying a late-night snack at midnight, they finally completed all tasks. After receiving Lin Shijie's bonuses, the team joyously returned to rest. Are we in such a hurry? Gu Yanran asked, somewhat perplexed. We cannot underestimate them. After all, I am but one person, while they represent a vast team, with only my advantage of system optimization against their already developed programs. Seizing the initiative is crucial. Additionally, I have long harbored a desire for revenge regarding their attacks on us. Since a direct confrontation is not feasible at the moment, I shall collect interest bit by bit. Lin Shijie and Gu Yan exchanged knowing smiles. They were both seeking retribution in their own ways. For the same reason, the audacity of those who dared to harm their loved ones was utterly unforgivable. The next morning, the promotional work commenced punctually. Lin Shijie had even coordinated with influential figures to maximize the promotional impact using their clout. In no time, various promotional platforms, social media, and even news outlets began reporting on the initiative, amplifying its reach to the fullest extent. If the previous press conference had merely showcased future prospects, this promotion represented a tangible and immediate construction model. Moreover, to enhance the promotional effect, Lin Shijie had created several derived application scenarios. The powerful promotional impact caught the attention of individuals in the United States who had just settled down for the night. Damn it, are they out of their minds? They've only tested it for a day and are already promoting it? Stop complaining. Perhaps they had already completed their testing. Are you suggesting that the information we received was intentionally leaked, that they have already mastered it? Think about it. The program they released was ready for immediate use. Those individuals merely lacked familiarity. Moreover, reflecting on the entire usage process, there were absolutely no bugs or modifications. This realization resonated with all the technical experts present, as their own programs typically required adjustments and modifications during use, while the visuals shared by the other party exhibited flawless operation, devoid of any errors. Yet, they had failed to notice this. Damn it, doesn't that mean they got ahead of us? We must accelerate our development. Fortunately, anyone wishing to build these systems currently requires infrastructure, making large-scale deployment unfeasible for now. Even if this system is utilized, its impact will be limited to a small scope. The group nodded in agreement. All right, let us intensify our development efforts. We cannot afford to fall behind in this competition. Feedback from all fronts naturally reached Lin Shijie, and both he and his superiors were quite pleased with the results. After all, this was akin to Lin Shijie, through his own efforts, temporarily gaining the upper hand in the competition against the United States. Simultaneously, intentions for collaboration and demands for ordering programs from various regions poured in, which pleased Lin Shijie while simultaneously leaving him somewhat frustrated. The direct purchasers of the programs posed no issue. He or a few subordinates could simply provide remote guidance. However, international buyers required a comprehensive suite of services, leaving Lin Shijie, already short-staffed, with no choice but to regretfully decline. It seems hiring is imperative, and urgently so. Perhaps I should consider conducting campus recruitment. Yes, that is worth contemplating. Thus, in the subsequent days, Lin Shijie diligently endeavored to train these technical personnel as swiftly as possible, for only then could he find the time to address his other concerns. However, Lin Shijie soon stumbled upon an issue that compelled him to postpone everything else. The system had undergone a transformation. Chapter 93, System Anomaly. In recent days, Lin Shijie had been preoccupied with concerns over construction progress and the proficiency of the technical personnel, eager for his subordinates to become self-sufficient, not merely to relieve himself of burdens, but to ensure the project's success. Consequently, he had been training these individuals tirelessly, and soon, Liang Hongji, Wang Chongliang, and the Hu brothers had become capable of leading their own teams of technical personnel. Naturally, the overall project progress surged significantly, with the primary framework of the entire node completed, leading to a substantial increase in data collection activities. Thus, the influx of information into the system world had risen dramatically. That evening, Lin Shijie reviewed the various information relayed from the United States, including, but not limited to, data from the New York Stock Exchange. Since the release of the development package and program promotion, the volume of incoming information had markedly increased. Of course, the information itself was not particularly significant. What mattered was the surge in volume, which had brought about an unexpected change, namely, a transformation within the system. This was the reason Lin Shijie found himself compelled to devote considerable night hours to observation. In recent days, Lin Shijie has abruptly realized that his system no longer exists in a state of eerie stillness. It seems to have gained a hint of vitality. Although Lin Shijie is uncertain about the cause, the moment he observes the bullet that once targeted him beginning to rotate gently within the confines of the system space, He instantly comprehends that the system has undergone an astonishing transformation. The significance of this change is paramount for Lin Shijie, outweighing all else. After all, the nature of what might transpire remains unclear. And whether it is beneficial or detrimental is equally uncertain. Consequently, even amidst his daily work, Lin Shijie finds himself occasionally diverting his thoughts to monitor the fluctuations within the system space. As he continues to observe, he begins to grasp the essence of these changes. Primarily, he realizes that the vast majority of data he previously scanned or collected consists of static information, with dynamic elements being exceedingly scarce. This absence likely hinders the activation of the system world. Indeed, activation is the term that comes to mind. Lin Shijie recalls the words spoken by the system's core upon its departure. A blank system can evolve into an infinitely expansive world. Herein lie two crucial points. One is the notion of boundlessness, which is easily understood, as Lin Shijie perceives that the system world is already immense and appears to be enlarging progressively with his enhancements and the increase of his mental prowess. Therefore, the concept of infinity is indeed comprehensible. However, the term world encompasses much more. What constitutes a world? Clearly, a mere storage space, which can only hold objects and remains motionless, cannot be deemed a world. It is, in fact, merely a repository. A world may lack life, water, or even mountains and rivers, and it might exist in desolation. Yet, it must possess the flow of time. Only then can it truly be considered a world. Presently, the system space is undergoing a process of activation, with the most vital aspect of this process being the abundance of diverse and continuous information. Along with the network nodes that have already established a comprehensive framework and commenced operation. In essence, it is the people and their activities that hold the utmost importance. Moreover, based on the distinctions between day and night, Lin Shijie discerns subtle differences. During the night, although the volume of incoming information from the far side of the world is considerable, perhaps even surpassing that of the day, its contribution to the activation of the system world is minimal, falling short of even one-third of the daytime's impact. The reason for the daytime's abundance likely lies in the ongoing construction of this node, which represents a complete environment where the flow of people, events, and even objects forms a relatively cohesive process. These elements are indeed the most influential factors affecting the system space. Elated by this realization, Lin Shijie believes that with the establishment of each AR network node, the system space gains a new activator. What, then, is the purpose of activating the system space? It is a world, a complete, self-sustaining world. If augmented with sufficient intelligence, it could rival the reality of the world we know. While life cannot exist here at present, what about the future? Should life, even intelligent life, come to inhabit this space, the possibilities are unfathomable. Watching the bullet rotate and even begin to advance within the system space, Lin Shijie cannot help but smile. Zhonglai, have you completed the tasks at hand? Brother Shijie, we're almost there, but we'll definitely finish before lunch, Hu Zhonglai replied with a grin. Besides, Brother Shijie, just look at the progress, and you'll know. Lin Shijie paused slightly, realizing that the child was speaking the truth. However, he could not state it outright, and instead chuckled. You see, let me teach you a thing or two. Checking progress is indeed the most straightforward method. Yet, inquiring personally demonstrates a leader's warmth and care for their subordinates, as well as conveys the importance placed upon them. Hu Zhonglai furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed, as he had never encountered such knowledge before and had no real concept of it. However, since it was Brother Shijie who said it, he figured it must be sound advice. Should he give it a try? On second thought, perhaps not, as these individuals were not under his command. The importance of their work or the care shown held little relevance. Observing the contemplative expression on Hu Zhonglai's face, Lin Shijie smiled with satisfaction, then turned to open several progress screens for others. Liang Hongji and Wang Chongliang's tasks were nearing completion, while Hu Zhongwei had just commenced a new assignment. Noting Wang Chongliang's progress, Lin Shijie nodded in approval. This young man likely harbored a strong determination, coupled with a solid foundation, making him one of the earliest to grasp the material thoroughly and achieve the fastest progress. Indeed commendable. After a moment's consideration, Lin Shijie decided to approach Wang Chongliang, feeling that his earlier statement held some merit. Personally seeking out Wang Chongliang might bring him greater comfort. Halfway there, Lin Shijie suddenly noticed Liang Shijie racing towards him from a distance, causing him to pause and check the tasks. It turned out the second batch of support had arrived for Lin Shijie to receive. Lin Shijie shook his head, bemused by the higher-ups who, upon completing the training for the first batch, had promptly dispatched the second batch of technicians. Did they truly believe this place was a free teaching base, were it not for the fact that bringing in more technicians could expedite overall construction speed? And as the number of technicians increased, the pace of building future nodes would also hasten, thereby accelerating the territory and activation level of his system world. He would have had no desire to teach them. However, even so, one cannot teach for free, for what is given without cost is seldom cherished. One might even be labeled a fool, but what conditions could be proposed? Perhaps a discussion with Gu Yanran later would yield some ideas. Lost in thought, Lin Shijie suddenly noticed something interesting happening with Lin Shijie. Chapter 94. A brief interlude. Lin Hongji, what brings you here? Wang Duan exclaimed, taken aback upon seeing Lin Hongji. He then couldn't help but mock. You re quite impressive, managing to end up here. Lin Shijie was equally surprised to see Wang Duan, having already moved on to better opportunities and reached a significant milestone. He had long since put aside any personal grievances with Wang Duan. Yet, the condescending tone of Wang Duan caused him to frown. Did he still consider himself to be in a position of authority over him? It was utterly absurd. Clearly, Wang Duan was oblivious to this. Having developed a habit of sidelining Lin Hongji, moreover, he had previously claimed that Lin Hongji would be discarded when no longer useful, a statement that had infuriated Lin Hongji, despite having paid a hefty price. Wang Duan had managed to secure his place here and was not truly driven away, which left him with a chip on his shoulder. Thus, upon encountering Lin Hongji, he felt compelled to vent his frustrations. I'll tell you, I got rid of you, and not only did nothing happen, but I can continue to be here for the major project. Wang Duan boasted to Lin Hongji. What about you? How did you end up here? Be careful not to get kicked out again. Lin Hongji regarded Wang Duan coldly, too apathetic to say much more. Meanwhile, the personnel responsible for the reception, previously from the Penguin team, were bewildered. Who is this latecomer, Wang Duan, to speak to Lin Hongji, the technical lead, in such a manner? However, it dawned on them that Lin Hongji was originally part of their company, prompting one of them to quickly intercept the second batch's team leader. Wang Duan, the loose cannon. This is the technical lead for future technology, as well as the overall technical supervisor on site. All second batch support personnel will be under his guidance. What, are you kidding me? Wang Duan exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief, staring at Lin Hongji in astonishment. His finger, pointing at Lin Hongji, began to tremble uncontrollably. You were supposed to join a startup team, right? How is this possible? Wang Duan stammered. His eyes filled with incredulity. Just then, Lin Shijie approached, and everyone naturally recognized him, quickly greeting him. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Lin Shijie replied with a smile, waving his hand. So, this must be the second batch of support personnel. Lin Hongji nodded. Yes, this is the second batch. Rest assured, we will ensure they grasp the relevant knowledge and become proficient as soon as possible. However, we may still need to consult with you. Lin Shijie smiled. No rush. Teach them at a steady pace. After all, we must prioritize our progress. As he spoke, he moved closer to the still bewildered Wang Duan. And who might this be? Wang Duan, my former superior, Lin Hongji replied with a chuckle. Oh, Supervisor Wang, Lin Shijie exclaimed warmly, extending his hand with a smile. Wang Duan awkwardly reciprocated the handshake, repeatedly mumbling, I dare not. I must thank you, though. Without you, how could such a talented individual as Lin Shijie have chosen to follow me? Witnessing Lin Shijie's sincere demeanor, coupled with words that were both grateful yet grating, Wang Duan felt a surge of frustration. He wanted to be angry yet dared not, wished to unleash his fury, but was unsure whom to direct it at. It was an excruciating predicament. Yet here stood Lin Shijie, and he could not afford to act out, so he endured this awkwardness, forcing a smile. Releasing Wang Duan's hand, Lin Shijie continued to smile, saying, by the way, we truly are a startup company. Turning to Lin Hongji, he added, Brother Liang, since you know this person, I leave the arrangements to you. Lin Shijie immediately nodded, assuring President Lin, rest assured, I will make arrangements according to their capabilities. With that, Lin Shijie turned and departed, leaving a crowd of onlookers staring at Wang Duan, who had just moments ago been so arrogant. now appearing awkward as if wishing to disappear into the ground. The previous head of the Penguin Project furrowed his brow tightly, inwardly cursing this Wang Duan, who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, countless times from head to toe. However, since he was indeed part of the company, it was essential to maintain the company's dignity. Thus, he smiled and addressed Liang Hongji. Liang Gong, I never anticipated that we were colleagues before. What a twist of fate, Liang Hongji chuckled. It's merely a past experience. We are colleagues now, and there will surely be more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Indeed, our two companies will undoubtedly have many chances to work together. Let us head to the site first. It will allow them to familiarize themselves, Liang Hongji replied with a nod, smiling at the personnel from various companies. Please, come in. I will lead everyone for a brief tour shortly. The atmosphere once again became lively as they began to move in an orderly fashion. While only Wang Duan lingered at the back of the crowd, caught in indecision. After changing his expression several times, he stomped his foot in frustration and decided to follow, forcing a radiant smile onto his face. Liang Gong, wait for me. Lin Shijie observed Wang Duan through the surveillance and couldn't help but admire him. Even in such circumstances, he managed to maintain his composure and wore such a bright smile. Truly a talent. Chongliang, have you finished up? Lin Shijie approached Wang Chongliang with a smile. President Lin, Wang Chongliang replied earnestly upon noticing Lin Shijie beside him. I have completed it and am currently conducting tests. Lin Shijie nodded, smiling as he spoke. You really shouldn't overexert yourself. It's important to balance work and rest. In the future, we will have plenty of tasks to tackle, so if you work yourself to the bone. How will the others manage? It's all right. I have ample energy, and besides, when Chongliang hesitated, Lin Shijie interjected, walking alongside him, you need to remember that incident. It serves as a reminder to be cautious of those with ill intentions around you. Just be careful from now on, but if it weren't for me, President Lin, you wouldn't. Lin Shijie waved his hand dismissively. Is there anything I need to worry about? I am fine, and besides, you are a victim. Just as I am. Shouldn't we direct our animosity towards the true enemies? Look at me. I am currently confronting them, and as long as I can keep them at bay, I am more than pleased. Wang Chongliang nodded in agreement. Then I will do my best. Lin Shijie understood that this was a mental block for Wang Chongliang and knew it would take more than a few words to resolve. So he decided to take it slow. By the way, Haven T, you completed your current task. Let us change locations for the next one. Wang Chongliang was taken aback. Change locations? Where to? Lin Shijie smiled. The main structure here is nearly complete. We can focus on the remaining details later. Let us work on the surrounding two areas, especially the dining and entertainment leisure center. After all, it attracts a large crowd. Bustling with activity, and the flowing data will be immensely beneficial for our system, but of course, we need to expedite this. Chapter 95. Bodyguards, Stars, and Managers. President Lin. The commercial center is manageable since most transactions are related to the nodes. Our overall layout is indeed essential, Wang Chongliang remarked, eyeing the dining and entertainment leisure center with some hesitation. He had done extensive research and was nearly familiar with all the node-related information. With the assistance of AR glasses, there was little about the node he did not know. This entertainment center was not newly constructed due to the node. It was already a bustling commercial complex. Merely located nearby, Lin Shijie understood that the primary function of this entertainment center was to stimulate foot traffic, enhancing the prosperity of the entire node and fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. In the original plan, it was merely a supporting role, a brief description to provide an overview. However, now it was different. For Lin Shijie, this was a crucial data collection point. Thus, he smiled. We cannot underestimate the significance of this place. The Node's offerings may only attract business professionals, but the general public has little interest. It would merely become a commercial logistics hub. With the entertainment center, it has the potential to transform into a vibrant commercial center, offering people more choices and destinations. After all, why was this location chosen? Therefore, not only must we collect data diligently here, but we also need to be as detailed as possible, especially regarding leisure and dining projects, which must be prominently showcased, creating a complete AR network mall. After all, we aim to establish a comprehensive urban hub, making these elements absolutely indispensable. As he spoke, Lin Shijie patted Wang Chongliang on the back. From now on, you will be responsible for these two areas, particularly this one. highlight the unique features of each shop, the color, aroma, and taste of the dishes, as well as the joy of the patrons. Wang Chongling nodded, all right, but since this area isn't entirely linked to the nodes, they have been operating normally. I will first communicate with them to clear a space, Wang Chongliang stated. Lin Shijie quickly stopped him. We can't inconvenience them like that. It would interrupt their business and fail to capture the authentic atmosphere. Wang Chongliang scratched his head. We're just collecting data to compile and process on the AR network to create better visuals. Capturing the real essence is one thing, but the lively atmosphere, well, that seems a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Lin Shijie continued. As for confidentiality, there's no need for concern. There's nothing here that needs to be kept secret. Outsiders won't see the effects anyway. He patted the somewhat perplexed Wang Chongliang and walked off. All right then, Wang Chongliang nodded, deciding to follow Lin Shijie's lead. Upon entering, Lin Shijie was quite pleased with the bustling scene inside. The lively atmosphere was precisely what he had hoped for. A group of people began assessing the structure of the commercial complex, and some went to connect with the management. However, at that moment, a group of bodyguards in black suits emerged from a distance, escorting a glamorous-looking star. Before they approached, their booming voices demanded, "Make way, step aside, clear the path." These individuals pushed through the crowd without any courtesy, and Lin Shijie's initial curiosity quickly waned due to their off-putting behavior. Just as he was about to disregard them, to his surprise, they began to approach his direction, although it wasn't a direct confrontation. It was impossible to avoid some interaction. The lead bodyguard, upon spotting Lin Shijie and his team, especially noticing the tools they carried, adopted a haughty expression. "You there? Yes, you. Hurry up and step aside. Move it. Don't block the way." Their tone had shifted from rude to outright aggressive. Lin Shijie frowned, raising his eyes to appraise the young woman in the spotlight, who was adorned in glamorous attire. Well, she was unfamiliar. Not only did he not recognize her, but the woman also seemed indifferent to her surroundings, wearing an expression of mild annoyance. Had she been a familiar or beloved star, he might have been more accommodating, considering that bodyguards are typically hired by the shopping center. However, now he found himself without any excuse to step aside. "Can't you understand? If you're working, get out of the way and stop blocking the path." The lead bodyguard approached, ready to physically shove Lin Shijie and his team aside. But Lin Shijie would not allow such a thing. He instantly reinforced his defenses, layering 2 more levels of protection around himself and implementing various restrictions in the vicinity before he could act further. Zhuang Yanru and a security personnel responsible for Lin Shijie's safety stepped forward. Initially, their fierce demeanor and quick movements would have raised suspicions among any discerning observers. However, the 2 bodyguards at the front, despite their imposing size, displayed no professional qualities. They were merely brutes. Upon seeing someone obstructing their path, they reached out to push them aside. Then, ouch, ouch, that hurts. Let go, it hurts. The 2 individuals, swiftly subdued, let out piercing screams, prompting the bodyguards clad in black suits to surge forward. Yet, they refrained from physical confrontation, instead opting to exert their presence, though they were largely inept themselves. Witnessing their adversaries effortlessly overpowering 2 individuals suggested they were not much more capable. Nonetheless, they could not afford to appear weak. Thus, they began to issue stern admonitions. "Who are you to cause a ruckus here? How brazen! Release them at once. Do you have any idea where you are? Who we are, and the audacity you display by resorting to violence here." The sudden barrage of reprimands startled the female celebrity, drawing her bodyguard's attention as well. However, due to the throng of people, he was unable to discern the exact nature of the situation, merely positioning himself protectively in front of her, while the manager hastened forward. "Hey, who do you think you are? Let them go immediately. Do you have any notion of the gravity of your actions here? How dare you create a disturbance?" Lin Shijie paid him no mind, for he was now a figure of considerable stature. Engaging with a mere manager would be beneath him, regardless of the content of the discourse. The technicians behind him were no ordinary individuals. They were the elite from the foremost technology companies in Huagua. Just one of them would likely surpass this reception manager in capability, rendering them disinterested in his provocations. Meanwhile, the person initially responsible for communication had already departed to consult with the higher-ups of the establishment. Observing the unfolding scenario, Wang Chongliang stepped forward to clarify the situation. However, before he could utter a word, the manager, seeing the silence, erupted in fury. "Oh, so you're trying to play the part of a big shot. Are you? You ought to inquire whose territory this is, surround them and arm yourselves.